dated to perhaps 6,000 years ago. Sometime between the building of Temple 9 and the building of Temple 8, the architects of Eridu began to create temples like those of level 13 at Tepe Gora. Temple 8 had walls more than 2 feet thick and displayed a long narrow cella flanked by smaller rooms. One of the most nearly complete temples in the sequence at Eridu was Temple 7, figure 43, bottom. Measuring 65 by 49 feet, it had been built on a mud brick platform nearly 5 feet high. Its 4 corners were oriented to the cardinal directions. 7 steps provided access to the main door, which was on the southeast side. Near the southern corner of the building was a second door, which may have been a private entrance for the priests who served the temple. This private door led directly to the altar end of the cella. Worshippers using the main door, on the other hand, would have had to wait in an antechamber before entering the cella. Scattered around the clay podium of Temple 7 were fish bones that may have been the remains of burnt offerings. All in all, the ground plan of Temple 7 at Eridu was remarkably close to the plan of the northern temple in level 13 at Tepe Gora, compare figure 41. Temple 7 and its successor, Temple 6, were associated with pottery whose style of painting was called Ubaid 4 biotes. This was the final stage in the development of the Ubaid style, and there were now strong similarities between the pottery vessels of Eridu and Gora. Particularly similar were the incense burners, a number of which were found in Temple 6 at Eridu. In other words, the evidence suggests that northern and southern Mesopotamia were largely on the same page when it came to ritual architecture and pottery. A possible fisherman's ward. In an effort to learn more about the residential architecture of Tel Abu Sharain, Safar carried out a series of excavations at some distance from the ritual buildings. Most residences seem to have been built of mud bricks similar to those used in the temples. A residential ward less than 90 yards southeast of the ziggurat, however, was different. The Ubaid 3 residences in this ward, built around the time of temples 11 through 9, had reed walls plastered on both sides with a thick layer of clay. They were, in other words, the Mesopotamian equivalent of the reed and clay houses of Mexico and Peru. Safar found it significant that these reed and clay houses contained none of the vitrified clay sickles described earlier in this chapter. The reed houses did, however, contain 24 fishing net weights, as well as significant accumulations of fish bone. Safar and Lloyd therefore suspected that they had uncovered a residential ward of families that specialized in taking fish and waterfowl from the marshes and river channels of the lower Euphrates. It was not clear whether this type of house was associated with a separate ethnic group or only an occupational specialty. The Ubaid Cemetery at Eridu. In the course of their excavations outside the temple area, Safar and Lloyd also uncovered a cemetery of the Ubaid 4 period, roughly contemporaneous with Temple 6. The area chosen for the cemetery lay near the northwest outskirts of the village. The archaeological crew had time to excavate only 193 burials. Safar estimated that the cemetery might have included 4 or 5 times that many. By far the greatest number of graves had been excavated down to the clean sand below the village. A kind of rectangular box was then created around the corpse by building 4 mud brick walls. The deceased lay full length on the clean sand layer, accompanied by his or her grave offerings. The box was then filled with earth and sealed with a mud brick lid. Most graves contained only one individual. There were, however, a significant number of family burials, cases in which a mud brick box had been reopened so that the husband or wife of the original occupant could be added. Occasionally the body of a child accompanied one or both parents. More often, however, children were given their own small brick boxes and offerings of miniature pottery. Exceptions to the normal burial ritual included a number of individuals laid to rest without brick boxes. Safar believed that these burials might represent people of more humble social status. Burial 97 was also unusual. It consisted of the complete skeleton of an adult, accompanied by a dozen skulls from other people. In the Eridu cemetery it was not uncommon to find burials accompanied by a substantial table service of dishes, cups, chalices, beakers, or spouted flasks. The beakers were among the finest products of the Ubaid IV potter. Almost as thin as an eggshell, they had a gracefully flaring rim and horizontal bands of painted motifs. Many burials wore bead necklaces or bracelets, and one, believed to be a woman, had an ornamental belt and the beaded fringe from a long disintegrated skirt. One adult man was accompanied by the clay model of a sailboat, with a socket for the mast and holes for the stays. Burial 185 tugged at Seton Lloyd's heart because it contained a youth 15 to 16 years old, accompanied by his faithful dog. The dog had even been buried with a bone near its mouth. In the 1980s, archaeologists Henry Wright and Susan Pollock reanalyzed the Ubaid burials at Eridu. They found no conclusive evidence for differences in rank. Wright and Pollock caution, however, that only 20 to 25% of the cemetery has ever been excavated. Their caution is wise, given what we saw earlier at Yarim Tepe in northern Mesopotamia. Recall that at Yarim Tepe, the highly ranked and ordinary individuals were not even buried in the same cemetery. The shaft and chamber tombs with the finest sumptuary goods were found at Yarim Tepe. Most ordinary graves, including an Eridu-like family grave with 2 adults and a child, were found at Yarim Tepe too. There is thus no guarantee that the graves so far excavated reflect Eridu's full range of social categories. Now let us consider another reason for caution, based on what we saw among the Apiatani. The Apiatani had an aristocracy without chiefs. They were led by a council of wealthy men drawn from aristocratic clans. A cemetery of Apiatani aristocrats would include many wealthy clansmen. We doubt that an archaeologist could determine which ones had been council members. Making the archaeologist's task more difficult is the fact that some aristocratic Apiatani clans had adopted former slaves as poor relations. Such poor relations might have been treated like Safar's people of more humble social status at Eridu. We would be skeptical of any claim that southern Ubaid society had no differences in rank. We would not, however, be surprised to learn that southern Ubaid society had forms of rank that were hard to detect archaeologically. A secular public building at Tel Okir, 50 miles south of Baghdad, and roughly equidistant from the Tigris and Euphrates, lay the Ubaid IV village of Tel Okir. Its ruins consisted of 2 mounds, A and B, separated by a linear depression through which a canal might once have run. Mound A of Tel Okir, the older of the 2, covered about 12 acres. Apparently founded on marshy ground, its deepest levels had thick layers of reed or bulrush matting. Some 5,600 years ago it had grown to be a substantial Ubaid village with streets and mud brick houses. Here Seton Lloyd and Fuad Safar recovered many of the chipped flint hoes and vitrified clay sickles that one might expect in an agricultural community. They also, however, found stone weights for fishing nets and impressive deposits of freshwater mussel shells. The walls of the Ubaid houses at Okir were usually only 1 mud brick wide. Across the main street from the ordinary residences, however, Lloyd and Safar discovered a more impressive building with walls almost 3 feet thick. Its mud bricks were laid not in simple horizontal courses but interdigitated in order to strengthen the walls. This building may have had more than 10 rooms, some were long and narrow, but there was nothing to suggest the ground plan, podium, or altar of a temple, figure 44. Archaeologists believe that this massive structure, located on what may have been the main street of Tel Okir, was a secular public building. To be sure, we do not know what kinds of activities took place inside. The importance of the building lies in its hint that Ubaid society had both secular and religious hierarchies. As we have seen in previous chapters, even the partial separation of these 2 paths to power could be a source of dynamic rivalry, an engine that drove political ambition. Elite houses at Tel Abada. The Diyala River, a major tributary of the Tigris, begins in the high mountains of Iran. Descending the long parallel ranges of the Zagros, it emerges from the Piedmont and runs west to the Tigris. The Diyala region lies near the transition between northern and southern Mesopotamia. Restricted to 10 inches of rain a year, the farmers of the Diyala relied on the irrigation of wheat and barley. The nearby Zagros Piedmont provided pastures for sheep and goats. Irrigation of the Diyala Basin was underway in Sumerian times, and by the late Ubaid period a few villages exceeded 14 acres in size. Tel Abada, 20 feet deep and covering about 7 acres, would be considered larger than average. During the late 1970s, archaeologist Sabah Abu Jassim was able to excavate an extraordinary 80% of the site. From roughly 7,000 to 6,000 years ago, Tel Abada had grown emmer wheat, bread wheat, and barley and had raised sheep, goats, cattle, and pigs. With ready access to the abundant flint sources of the Zagros Mountains, its farmers had harvested their cereals with flint blade sickles rather than the overfired clay versions used on the lower Euphrates. Figure 44. Not all public buildings of the Ubaid period in southern Mesopotamia were temples. One public building at Tel Okar, found across the street from House A, lacks the ground plan of a temple. It may have had a secular function. This building's full dimensions are unknown, but its walls were almost 3 feet thick. The village of Level 2, dating to 6,500 years ago, was especially well preserved. Here Jassim found 11 independent residential units separated by streets and narrow alleys. These were clearly houses for large extended families and showed repetitive use of a module consisting of small rooms surrounding T-shaped patios, figure 45. While only one story had been preserved, there were stairways leading suggestively upward, implying that there had once been a second story. One of the largest houses had a buttressed outer wall and 3 T-shaped patios or courtyards, flanked by 20 to 25 rooms. It also had a large backyard for outdoor activities, walled off in such a way that it could only be entered from the house. An antechamber gave indirect access to the residence, providing additional privacy. The artifacts from Tel Abada reinforce the idea that we are dealing with families of privilege. Included were 6 elegant scepters, polished from fine marble, which must have been symbols of office or rank. There were also stone cosmetic palettes, reflecting the kind of personal grooming one expects from elite families. It is not surprising that the painted pottery of Level 2 was of craft specialist quality. What is most interesting is that the pottery reflected 2 schools of painting. According to Joan Oates, it is clear that during this period in the Diyala region there were potters working in both the Halaf and Ubaid traditions, perhaps even side by side in the same villages. This is neither our first nor last hint that some large prehistoric societies were conversant with the distinctive art styles of more than one ethnic group. The tripartite building at Tel El-Aili, 30 miles north of Eridu, and on the opposite side of the Euphrates, lay the Ubaid village of Tel El-Aili. The region of El-Aili is one that would have been irrigated by canals running east from the Great River. The main cereal recovered by excavator Jean-Louis Hewitt was 6-road barley. More than half of the identified animal bones belonged to cattle, a beast possibly used for plowing as well as meat. The villagers of El-Aili also took advantage of the carp, catfish, mullets, and occasional sharks to be found in the local watercourses. In the uppermost level of the site, Hewitt discovered an interesting 2-story building. Its walls were not only heavily buttressed but also supported by caissons and a terrace wall. The building's upper story was divided into 3 symmetrical rooms, each measuring 31 by 9 feet. The lower story was divided into dozens of what were most likely grain storage rooms. Figure 45. The site of Tel Abada, in the Diyala River region of Iraq, featured a series of residences for elite families of the Ubaid III period. All of the houses had multiple patios or courtyards, and some may have had a second story above the one shown. The house at the top was 48 feet wide. Archaeologists differ in their interpretation of this building, built between 6,000 and 5,600 years ago. Most, however, see it as a public building, with its lower story devoted to tons of stored grain. If this interpretation is correct, it indicates that Ubaid IV society had large public institutions, perhaps supported by contributions of grain from every family. Long-distance exchange in Ubaid IV times. It will come as no surprise that Ubaid IV communities engaged in exchange. That exchange, however, apparently went beyond visits to trading partners in other regions. Ubaid IV societies had actually begun to place trade enclaves in the upper Euphrates region of Syria and Turkey. The people of southern Mesopotamia knew that Turkey's Taurus mountains had exposures of copper, silver, lead, and gold. The route to those mineral resources followed the Euphrates to its upper tributaries. It was simply a matter of convincing your trade partners to let you build houses in their village. Degirmantip, a village on the upper Euphrates in Turkey, had a residential ward with painted pottery that Joan Oates has declared to be pure Ubaid. Tel Abrijt, on the Great Bend of the Euphrates in northern Syria, also had evidence of Ubaid IV residents. These villages were not situated at the actual mineral outcrops, however, they occupied places where trade goods could be placed on boats and sailed down the Euphrates. Villages will not permit an enclave of visitors in their midst unless there is something in it for them. We cannot simply say, therefore, that the Ubaid IV elite wanted gold, silver, lead, copper, timber, turquoise, and lapis lazuli. We also have to ask what the societies of the Euphrates headwaters wanted in return. Fortunately, the behavior of many of the societies described in earlier chapters of this book suggests a two-part answer. The first part of the answer is based on the Tlingit and their Athapascan trading partners. How did the Tlingit get furs from the Athapascans? They married Athapascan women and betrothed their own sisters and daughters to Athapascan headmen. How did the Athapascans respond? Many became inland Tlingit, claiming hereditary rank through their in-laws and negotiating the right to display Tlingit heraldic crests. The second part of the answer involves the Shan and the Kachin. When the Shan elite wanted jade from the mines of the Kachin Hills, what did the Kachin leaders want in return? Prestigious brides and irrigated Shan rice. And how did Kachin leaders react when they received the brides and rice? They began dressing and acting like their elite in-laws, converting to Buddhism and adopting Shan symbolism. If I am sitting on a Turkish silver mine, I will let someone put an enclave in my village if he brings me a bride who raises my prestige. Occasional gifts of Mesopotamian barley to increase my beer supply would not hurt either. The nature of society in southern Mesopotamia. The forensic evidence for social inequality in southern Mesopotamia is less compelling than the evidence we saw in northern Mesopotamia: no infants buried with alabaster statues, and no youths interred with alabaster goblets, obsidian necklaces, stone mace heads, or official-looking seals. The marble scepters and cosmetic palettes from Tel Abida provide our best evidence for sumptuary goods. We are skeptical that southern Mesopotamian society had only achievement-based differences in prestige. Unfortunately, we are forced to rely on circumstantial evidence for inequality. Consider the differences in residence. Some families at Tel Abida lived in two-story mud brick houses with 20 to 25 rooms on the lower floor alone. Their desire for privacy was such that their houses were entered indirectly through antechambers, and some rooms could be reached only by passing through 8 doors and several patios. Standing in contrast to these large brick houses were the reed huts in the fishermen's ward at Eridu. To be sure, the occupants of these reed houses may have had an occupational specialty. It is nevertheless hard to see them as equal in status to the occupants of the large houses at Tel Abida. Then there is the cemetery at Eridu, where most people were laid to rest in brick boxes, but a minority were simply buried in the sand. It was a subtle difference, but not one to be dismissed out of hand. Finally, there is Temple 7 at Eridu. This well-made temple had 2 entrances. One, at the head of the stairs, was obviously for general worshippers. The other, leading to the altar end of the inner sanctum, appears to have been for the priestly staff of the temple. Most pre-industrial societies whose temples were managed by actual priests had hereditary inequality. Head priests, in fact, tended to be drawn from the elite and underwent training unavailable to commoners. In terms of Irving Goldman's 3 sources of power, we believe that ritual and religious authority was most heavily stressed in the southern Mesopotamian Ubaid. The shift from men's house to temple relegates clan ancestors and lesser spirits to the background and brings deities or celestial spirits to the foreground. It is in the interest of the aristocracy that temples be built for the highest deities, to whom they owe their right to lead society. To continue with Goldman's sources of power, expertise was probably second only to religious authority. Seals and seal impressions in clay suggest the emergence of officials whose expertise lay in controlling the movement of commodities. Fishermen, leather workers, alabaster carvers, halaf potters, and Ubaid potters all suggest expertise at crafts. The creation of secular public buildings implies councils or assemblies with the expertise to share the burden of decision-making. Without the defensive walls, ditches, watchtowers, and burned elite residences that we saw in the north, we cannot be sure how important Goldman's third source of power, military prowess, was to southern Mesopotamia. In later chapters we will learn that it would become very important in Mesopotamia's future. The nature of leadership in early Mesopotamia. We now need to place the differences between northern and southern Mesopotamia into a broader context, one that permits comparisons with other parts of the world. Archaeologist Colin Renfrew has called attention to some interesting differences among the prehistoric European rank societies of 5,000 to 3,500 years ago. Some of these societies, he notes, produced impressive public monuments but left almost no evidence for the personal aggrandizement of their leaders. Other European societies filled the graves of their leaders with objects of wealth and rank but left fewer impressive public monuments. Renfrew wisely decided not to regard these as alternative types of societies. He treated them as two extremes of a continuum and called them group-oriented and individualizing. In the years since Renfrew's original suggestion, many of his fellow archaeologists have proposed similar schemes, sometimes using contrasting terms such as corporate strategy, individual negotiation, or networking. Unfortunately, many of these later scholars have committed the very mistake Renfrew avoided. They act as if they have discovered mutually exclusive types of societies when they are actually looking at the extremes of a continuum in which all available strategies were used. We can provide examples of Renfrew's continuum without even stepping outside the Tibeto-Burman language family. In their Thandu, or rank, mode, the Konyak Naga were led by an individualizing chief called a Great Ang. At the opposite end of the continuum were the Apiatani, for whom all leadership decisions were group-oriented. Both the Konyak Naga and the Apiatani had hereditary inequality, and both kept slaves. But while the names of individual Great Angs lived on in legend, the Apiatani counselors were the group-oriented members of an oligarchy. The wealth of a Great Ang came from tribute and sumptuary goods. The wealth of an Apiatani aristocrat came from his privately owned rice paddies. In both societies these disparities in wealth were tolerated because the rich were of aristocratic birth. Renfrew never suggested that his group-oriented societies were egalitarian. He understood that both extremes of his continuum had hereditary inequality, albeit expressed in different ways. In Mesopotamia our impression is that while the North and South shared many institutions, the societies in the North were more individualizing and the societies in the South more group-oriented. With the wisdom of hindsight, we know that the future of southern Mesopotamia was to become an oligarchy with a ruler whose decisions were informed by a council of elders. This later Mesopotamian society would have a multilevel hierarchy of administrators, some of whom would be trusted commoners. To be sure, a few Mesopotamian archaeologists regard southern Ubaid society to be so group-oriented as to have been egalitarian. We consider this unlikely on several grounds, one of which was the obvious replacement of men's houses with temples. As we have seen in a number of living societies, this replacement reflects a change in social logic, similar to that of the Gumsa or ranked Kachin. While families of lower rank continued to involve clan ancestors and lesser spirits in their rituals, the Kachin elite were permitted to pray directly to higher deities or celestial spirits. Higher deities, as mentioned earlier, do not visit men's houses, tholoi, or any other kind of clan house. They visit temples or shrines where they are given offerings, some of them burnt on altars or podia. Finally, we come to the problem of wealth. Were the families who lived in the grandest Ubaid houses a hereditary aristocracy, or did they simply own lots of irrigated land? The answer, we suspect, is both. Egalitarian societies, as we have repeatedly seen, have a low tolerance for disparities in wealth. Hereditary rank, on the other hand, provides justification for such disparities. After all, a society that has no concept of nobility cannot have nobles by wealth. 15. The chiefly societies in our backyard. From Memphis to New Orleans, the Mississippi takes a winding route past wetlands and antebellum mansions and the oxbows of its former course. With his windows shut and his air conditioner on, the traveler passes signs for barbecues and po' boys, Delta blues, and the well-groomed battlefields of the war between the states. A few miles south of Natchez, Highway 61 crosses a tributary called St. Catherine Creek. If the traveler picks this moment to text message, he misses a chiefly center of historic importance. The Fatherland site, as the former chiefly center is known today, was partly defended by the natural bluffs of St. Catherine Creek. It was one of a number of settlements under the authority of a Natchez chief called the Great Sun. Founded roughly 800 years ago, the Fatherland site was still occupied when French explorers arrived in 1682. The French built a garrison called Fort Rosalie. They traded with the Natchez and wrote useful eyewitness accounts. By 1729, however, the French had become so annoying that the Indians decided to massacre them and leave. In 1698 the population of the Natchez was estimated at 3,500, 1,000 of whom may have been warriors. The French calculated that there might have been somewhere between 9 and a dozen Natchez settlements, all modest in size except for one. Archaeologists believe that the largest community, known as the Grand Village of the Natchez, was located where the Fatherland site sits today. Fatherland fits the French description of a chiefly center with an elite residence, an old temple, and a new temple, all occupying platform mounds. In 1718 a French engineer named Antoine Le Page Dupratz visited the Grand Village. Both the Great Sun and his brother, a war chief named Tattooed Serpent, lived there at that time. Dupratz made friends with Tattooed Serpent, who lived in a cane and clay house 30 feet long and 20 feet high, overlooking the village from the crest of an earthen mound. Next to this mound was a ritual plaza, described by one French writer as 300 paces long and 250 paces wide. At the south end of the plaza was another earthen mound, this one supporting a two-room, cane and clay temple that measured 65 by 40 feet. On the opposite side of St. Catherine Creek were the homes of an estimated 30 to 40 extended families, totaling more than 400 persons. Dupratz lived among the Natchez for 4 years and was present at the funeral of Tattooed Serpent in 1725. His account is so detailed that several archaeologists have attempted to confirm it by finding the remains of Tattooed Serpent. The problem is that Natchez nobles were only buried long enough for their flesh to decay, after which their bones were cleaned and kept in a hamper in the temple. It would be difficult to determine which hamper of curated bones belonged to Tattooed Serpent. Archaeologists believe that the southernmost mound at the Fatherland site is the place to look. That mound has, in fact, produced the remains of several superimposed temples. Below the floors of those temples were more than 20 burials, ranging from complete skeletons to reburied limb bones and isolated skulls. None can be definitively identified as Tattooed Serpent. Burial 15 of this mound has been described by archaeologist Robert S. Stu Neitzel as easily the most important individual buried in the mound. Given his importance, this adult male may have been a great son rather than a war chief. Since his bones had never been gathered up and placed in a hamper, he may have died just before the village was abandoned in 1730. The sumptuary goods that accompanied Burial 15 remind us that the Natchez had been trading actively with the French. For one thing, this man's ear ornaments were coiled wire springs of European manufacture. For another, his weapons included a flintlock pistol, 3 penknives, and an iron axe. His burial offerings included a brass oven, an iron pot, a tinned brass pan, an iron hoe, and strings of glass beads. Some of his arrow points were of native flint, while others were of copper. Perhaps his most indigenous possessions were 2 lumps of galena, a lead ore prized by earlier Native American societies. The Natchez were an impressive people during the colonial period and are believed to have been even more powerful prior to 1682. We should stress, however, that the Natchez were hardly unique to the southeastern United States. Beginning with the evolution of eastern flint corn 1,200 years ago, the Southeast became an incubator for chiefly societies. More than 100 flamboyant, expansionist, individualizing rank societies took over the lower Mississippi, dozens of its tributaries, and scores of rivers flowing to the Atlantic from Virginia to Florida. All these chiefly societies arose in our backyard. And, sadly, each year we see more of their remains bulldozed away, covered with tract homes and shopping malls, or submerged by the waters of hydroelectric dams. The historic Natchez. The Natchez, like most rank societies of the southeastern United States, reckoned descent in the mother's line. This meant that, just as with the crocodile clan of the Bimba, the chief's son could not succeed his father. When a chief or great son died, his title passed to the son of his most important sister, who was called White Woman. This was not a reference to fair skin but to the color that symbolized peace. In the cosmology of the Natchez, the first sons were a man and woman from the upper world. The male member of this primordial pair was the actual younger brother of the son. He ordered the Natchez to build a temple. Once it had been built, he brought down fire from the sun and asked that it burn forever in the temple. According to French eyewitnesses, an attendant was charged with making sure that the temple fire would never go out. After explaining to the Natchez how his successor should be chosen, the younger brother of the son turned himself into stone rather than having to endure earthly death and putrefaction. Similar stories of self-petrification may have been widespread in the cosmology of southeastern Indian societies. At the ancient chiefly center of Etowah, discussed later in this chapter, archaeologist Louis Larson recovered a pair of stone statues that may represent a petrified couple from the upper world. By analyzing colonial accounts, historian Charles Hudson has reconstructed the Natchez system of rank. The Natchez cosmology just described was used to justify the son's right to rule. A son was required to marry a woman from another lineage in order to avoid incest, since he was already a member of the highest lineage, that meant marrying down. The children of female sons were sons, but the children of a male son who married down were only regarded as nobles. It was for this reason that the next great son had to be born to White Woman. White Woman, like women of the Bimba crocodile clan, was allowed to be promiscuous and to marry and divorce husbands at will. After all, she outranked them all. Just as the children of male sons were only nobles, the children of male nobles were only honored people. While they could not become chiefs, both nobles and honored people could rise in prestige through their exploits in war, like the nobles by command of Colombia's Cauca Valley. Some could even work their way up to the office of war chief, who was second in command to the great son. At the bottom of the ranking system were commoners known as stinkards. Honored people were allowed to marry stinkards, which provided some flow of genes and privileges between ranks, preventing the stinkards from becoming a separate social stratum. Additional exchanges of genetic material resulted from the fact that unmarried Natchez girls were encouraged to be generous with their sexual favors. If her favors led to a child out of wedlock, a girl was allowed to perform infanticide. The child's father, however, was not allowed to participate in its death. He would have been killing a member of another clan, which could precipitate a feud. The great son possessed impressive quantities of life force. According to Hudson, however, he reigned more than he governed. He shared power with a council of advisors, and much of his actual administration was carried out by lower-ranked overseers. The great son wore a special headdress of white feathers set in a red diadem. No commoner could eat with him or touch the vessels from which he had eaten. Anyone approaching him had to show deference, shouting "ho" 3 times to announce his or her arrival. Upon leaving the chief's presence, one had to walk backward and continue to shout "ho." These acts make the chief seem almost as sacred as the temple, to which one also had to shout ho as he or she passed. Despite his life force, even the great sun could not enter the temple of the grand village without performing a preliminary ritual. First he stopped in the plaza before the temple and bent down low in a position of obeisance. He then turned slowly to all four of the great world directions and, while facing each, humbled himself by throwing handfuls of dirt on his head. This was the Natchez equivalent of a Tacopian chief's offer to eat his deity's excrement. It tells us that even for a man with the authority of a great sun, the invisible celestial spirits still were the alphas in his dominance hierarchy. While he may have humbled himself to his deity, the great sun was virtually above the law when it came to his fellow humans. Neither women, nor children, nor stinkards could enter his house. His people were expected to supply him with large quantities of food, and he in turn was expected to be generous to them when they were in need. To finance his largesse, his leading warriors cultivated a special field of flint corn for his chiefly storehouse. Food for the Natchez came from the floodplain of the Mississippi and its tributaries, where the Indians intercropped corn, beans, squash, gourds, and sunflowers. They hunted deer in large groups, surrounding the animals in a U-shaped formation that gradually closed to a circle. The deer were presented to the great sun as tribute. He in turn showed generosity by distributing the meat to the organizers of the hunt. The Natchez also ate wild turkeys, fished in the rivers and bayous, and gathered hickory nuts, persimmons, and other wild fruits. They smoked a specially grown variety of strong tobacco and drank a caffeine-filled ritual tea brewed from holly. Visitors were treated to the Natchez' favorite comfort food, hominy mixed with chunks of venison. War chief was an important office for the Natchez, because chiefly rivalries and intergroup revenge triggered endless cycles of raiding and peacemaking. Envoys made tentative offers of payment for casualties. If an offer was judged insufficient, the war chief tied a flag to a pole painted red the color of war and pointed it in the enemy's direction. Armed with arrows and war clubs, the raiding parties returned with scalps or entire heads. The Natchez kept some captives as slaves, while others were tortured to death. Burial ritual reflected the differences in rank. The corpses of stinkards were exposed on wooden platforms until only the bones remained. The corpse of the great sun, on the other hand, was carried around on a litter, much as the chief had been carried in life. Dozens of people might be sacrificed to accompany him in death. In 1725 Dupratz witnessed the funeral of his old friend, the war chief Tattooed Serpent. Such was the grief of the great sun that he threatened to kill himself at his brother's funeral. All fires in Natchez territory were extinguished in anticipation. They were rekindled once the great sun had been persuaded to go on living. Dressed in his feather head dress, his face painted red and his feet placed in the moccasins he needed for his journey to the other world, Tattooed Serpent lay in state for 3 days. His guns, war clubs, and bows and arrows were tied to his bed. Surrounding him were his ceremonial tobacco pipes and a chain of 46 cane hoops symbolizing the enemies he had killed. Finally, a priest in elaborate costume began the burial ritual. Tattooed Serpent's corpse was placed on a litter and carried by 6 guardians of the temple. They followed a looping course toward the temple, with each successive loop bringing them closer. This circuitous route provided time for the sacrifice of numerous people, all of whom had volunteered or been chosen to accompany Tattooed Serpent in the afterlife. Dressed for sacrifice were 2 of Tattooed Serpent's multiple wives, 1 of his sisters, his most prized warrior, his leading servant and that servant's wife, the craftsman who made Tattooed Serpent's war clubs, and 2 ritual healers, described by Dupratz as the war chief's doctor and nurse. Some people of lesser rank volunteered for glory by giving their own lives. Other people, reluctant to die, offered their children as substitutes. Each sacrificial victim was given 6 balls of tobacco to swallow. This dosage stupefied them, after which they were garroted by a pair of executioners. Tattooed Serpent and his 2 wives were buried in the temple, while other dignitaries were buried nearby. Any stinkards who had been sacrificed were placed on scaffolds at a greater distance. Eventually, the bones of tattooed serpent, his wives, and most noble associates were exhumed, cleaned, and stored in the temple near the remains of previous sons. While the Natchez were unrelated by language or history to the chiefly societies of Panama, the burials of their most highly ranked citizens show striking convergence. In both cases, hereditary chiefs were so infused with life force that many of their closest supporters volunteered to accompany them in death. A special treat, in fact, awaited noble Natchez women who were sacrificed. In the afterlife, there would be no prohibitions that kept them from sharing meals with the great sun. Moundville, providing an anthropological scenario for an ancient chiefly center. In 1904, anthropologist Frank Speck traveled to Oklahoma Territory to visit a Native American group called the Chickasaw. The Chickasaw had lived in Mississippi before the U.S. government forced them to move to Oklahoma. They had a rank society with a hereditary chief called a Minko. Their matrilineal clans were ranked relative to one another, and within each clan the various lineages or subclans were ranked as well. Like many southeastern Indian societies, the Chickasaw spent much of the year dispersed in farmsteads and small villages. From time to time, however, all subclans convened at a common campground for the purpose of holding a strategic council. At these periodic encampments, the leaders of each subclan took up positions that reflected their relative ranking. A Chickasaw elder named Cabtci drew Speck a diagram showing the layout of a traditional council camp. The drawing began with a rectangular plaza, at the center of which was a sacred council fire. A north-south line divided the camp into two opposing divisions, called the Inequality and the Imozakcan. The 6 house groups of the Inequality lay to the west of the line, the 7 house groups of the Imozakcan lay to the east. The most highly ranked subclan of each division occupied the most northerly position, then came the second most highly ranked subclan, then the third, and so on. The most lowly ranked subclan occupied the most southerly position. The layout of the council camp is shown on the left in figure 46. Upon reading Speck's report, archaeologist Vernon James Knight Jr. realized that the diagram of the Chickasaw council camp would be useful for interpreting the arrangement of earthen mounds at the prehistoric chiefly center of Moundville. Moundville is a 185-acre archaeological site on the Black Warrior River near Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Founded 1,100 years ago and still occupied when Spanish explorers arrived, Moundville was naturally defended on its north side by the bluff of the river. Its southern border was fortified with a palisade of wooden posts. Bastions with watchtowers were placed 100 to 130 feet apart along the palisade. Like so many chiefly centers, Moundville went through cycles of expansion and contraction. During its first 2 centuries, from 1,100 to 900 years ago, it was still relatively modest in size. After that it began to grow rapidly, reaching its heyday between 800 and 700 years ago. For the next 150 years its leaders struggled to retain power in the face of competition from rival groups. Moundville society collapsed 550 years ago but had managed to reorganize itself by the time Hernando de Soto reached Alabama in 1540. During its peak, perhaps 800 years ago, Moundville may have controlled more than 30 miles of the Black Warrior floodplain. Its hinterland included 7 or 8 villages important enough to build mounds of their own, plus a greater number of farmsteads without public architecture. Archaeologists consider this pattern diagnostic of a society with 3 administrative levels, like that of the Bimbaya chief's village, smaller villages run by subordinate nobles, and still smaller settlements occupied by people of low rank. Excavations indicate that Moundville's palisade was built some 800 years ago. The area inside the palisade incorporates at least 29 artificial mounds. Many of these mounds outline a plaza running more than 1,600 feet from north to south. Figure 46. Many Native American societies of the U.S. Southeast had 2 major divisions, in which the hereditary rank of clans or subclans reflected their genealogical distance from the chiefly line. Sometimes the rank order could be detected in the layout of a settlement. On the left we see the layout of a council square occupied by the Chickasaw a century ago. A north-south line separated the two major divisions, called Intukwalapa and Imozaka. 6 sub-clans on the west and 7 on the east were ranked in descending order, from north to south. On the right we see the layout of Moundville, a prehistoric chiefly center, as it probably looked 750 years ago. A north-south line, passing through the earthen mounds that supported the chief's residence, B, and the central temple, A, creates two major divisions of residential and mortuary mounds. Mounds R, P, N, and L, on the west, and A, G, and I, on the east, decrease in cubic volume of earth from north to south, perhaps reflecting the relative rank of the families whose houses they supported. The mounds shown in black are believed to have supported mortuary temples. Moundville's plaza measures 1,600 feet from north to south. On the right, in figure 46, we see Moundville as it would have looked between 750 and 700 years ago. Looking at the arrangement of its earthen mounds, Knight saw some interesting similarities with the layout of the Chickasaw Council camp. On the northern edge of Moundville's plaza lies Mound B, which probably supported a paramount chief's residence. Mound A, which supported Moundville's main temple, occupies a central position similar to that of the Chickasaw Council fire. A north-south line through Mounds A and B divides the plaza in half. Running down both sides of the plaza are residential mounds that decrease in cubic volume of earth as one moves from north to south. Mounds R, P, N, and L line the west side of the plaza, mounds E, G, and I line the east side. These mounds may have supported the houses of families whose rank decreased from north to south. Alternating with these houses were mounds containing high-status burials, decapitated skeletons, skulls, and infant burials. These mounds may have belonged to mortuary temples associated in some way with the residences. While Knight is cautious in his interpretation, Moundville's layout does resemble that of the Chickasaw Council camp. To be sure, the Chickasaw camp had no major temple and no chiefly residence equivalent to Mound B, which stands 56 feet high and required 3 million cubic feet of earth and fill. That difference, however, may reflect the much higher population and centuries-long occupation at Moundville. Knight's use of CA by TCI's diagram is an example of the way social anthropology can be used to reconstruct the living society that created an archaeological site. Social inequality at Moundville was also reflected in burial ritual. Mounds C and D, to the north of the plaza, contained numerous burials of highly ranked people. Mounds M1, to the south, and U, to the north, contained dense concentrations of commoner burials. The most impressive sumptuary goods occurred with people buried between 700 and 550 years ago. One adult male in Mound C wore bracelets and anklets of copper-covered beads, 3 gorgets of sheet copper, a pearl necklace, an amethyst pendant, a copper ornament fixed to his hair with a pin made of bison horn, and a copper-bladed axe, which seems to have been a favored possession of elite men. Other highly ranked people were buried with copper ear ornaments, stone cosmetic palettes, lead or crystals, and seashell beads. Such prestige goods make it clear that, in Colin Renfrew's terms, Moundville was an individualizing rank society. Chiefly cycling in northern Georgia. The ancient chiefly societies of northern Georgia underwent cycles like those of the Kachin and Konyak Naga. According to archaeologist David Halley, few North Georgia rank societies remained at peak strength for more than a century or two. Among the reasons for their periodic collapse were factional disputes, military defeats, revolts against overly demanding chiefs, and episodes of weak leadership. Such problems may occasionally have been worsened by drought. Chiefly centers tended to endure longer than their satellite communities, but even they went through periods of decline and reorganization. A frequent strategy for retaining power was to form confederacies with neighboring rank societies through chiefly intermarriage or military alliance. The greater a North Georgia society was, the larger the sparsely occupied buffer zone left around it. At the slightest sign of weakness or decline in a pre-existing rank society, ambitious rivals tried to establish themselves in one of these buffer zones. Such a pattern was not unique to Georgia. In studying analogous African societies, anthropologist Igor Kopytov found that ambitious leaders often attempted to establish new territories in the unoccupied frontiers between pre-existing societies. Halley describes most chiefly territories as only 10 to 12 miles wide. Exceptional chiefly centers like Etowah, described later, might have had territories 18 to 20 miles in extent. The sparsely occupied zones between rival societies could be 5 to 20 miles wide. In addition to serving as military buffers, these zones were often filled with the second-growth forest preferred as a habitat by white-tailed deer. Three of the best-known rank societies in North Georgia were the one centered at ancient Etowah, which peaked between 750 and 675 years ago, and the historic Coosa and Akyat, which were visited by European explorers between AD 1500 and 1580. In this chapter we look at Etowah and the Coosa. The growth of Etowah. The remains of the prehistoric chiefly center of Etowah lie on the river of the same name near Cartersville, Georgia. The site's semicircular defensive ditch, both ends of which once reached the Etowah River, enclosed more than 50 acres, figure 47, top. In its heyday Etowah was the paramount center for a chiefly territory 20 to 30 miles across, separated from its rivals by buffer zones. There were at least 3 smaller villages across the river from Etowah, 3 more upstream, and 3 more downstream. Its hinterland also included shifting farmsteads. Figure 47. The archaeological site of Etowah was the chiefly center for an important prehistoric rank society of northern Georgia. Above we see the overall layout of Etowah, with its defensive ditch and mounds AF. The area enclosed by the ditch was 50 acres. Below we see a pair of marble statues, found hidden in a log tomb at the base of Mound C. These statues are believed to represent the mythological couple who founded Etowah's chiefly lineage. Archaeologists have studied Etowah for more than 100 years. Work began with Cyrus Thomas in the 1890s and Warren G. Moorhead in the 1920s, continued with Lewis Larson in the 1960s, and then the torch was passed to Adam King in the early 21st century. We do not know the name of the ethnic group that founded Etowah, but it lay in Coosa territory at the time Spanish explorers arrived. The largest earthen construction at Etowah was Mound A, which once stood 66 feet high and contained an estimated 4 million cubic feet of fill. An earthen ramp led from the summit of Mound A to a ceremonial plaza. To the south of Mound A were Mounds B and C, both large. On the opposite side of the plaza were smaller mounds, called D, E, and F. Early excavators concluded that Mounds B, D, and E had supported residences. Mound C attracted the most attention because it had once supported a temple. In the mound below the temple there were many burials with fabulous sumptuary goods. Etowah was founded some 1,000 years ago, and, according to King, its beginnings were modest. None of the large mounds had yet been built at that time. The original occupants were just beginning to enjoy the benefits of eastern flint corn, which they combined with the hunting of deer and the taking of turtles, catfish, drum, and gar from the river. In levels that antedated the building of Mound C, Larson uncovered half a dozen houses and a series of ritual buildings, built one atop another. One of the ritual buildings was more than 100 feet long and may have been a charnel house. Another building was 40 feet long, and its floor had been coated with red ochre pigment. Mounds A and B were built between 900 and 800 years ago, after which Etowah went into decline. New leaders appear to have rejuvenated Etowah between 750 and 675 years ago, and the site entered an impressive phase of public building. Mounds A and B were enlarged, and Mound C was raised in multiple stages to an estimated height of 18 feet. At this time the defensive ditch was dug, and just inside this newly created perimeter the occupants erected a wooden palisade with bastions. Mound C was filled with burials of the hereditary elite. Larson believed that he could detect both major nobles, buried in log tombs, and minor nobles, buried in simpler graves. Many Etowah burials were accompanied by standardized elements of costume and paraphernalia that probably reflected their rank. Let us look now at a few notable burials from Mound C. Burial 57 was a robust adult male, placed in a log tomb with a pole roof and a floor of walnut planks. He wore copper-covered wooden spools in his earlobes, multiple shell necklaces, a shell gorget, a headdress with copper ornaments, traces of a disintegrated feather robe, and masses of pearls that had once been attached to a garment. He had been buried with 8 conch shell cups, 5 or 6 embossed copper plates, and 2 copper axes. Burials 25 and 64 provided evidence for inherited rank. Burial 25, an adult, had its head covered with a copper sheet. Burial 64, a 5-year-old child, had its head covered with a similar, but miniature, copper sheet. Since Burial 64 had surely not lived long enough to achieve renown, he or she must have been entitled by noble birth to be buried with a copper sheet. Larson reveals that offerings of engraved shell, symbolic swords chipped from Tennessee flint, stone cosmetic palettes, lead ore, shark teeth, beaded arm and leg bands, stone and copper axes, cutouts of mica and sea turtle shell, and embossed copper plates were standard burial goods for the Etowah elite. Finally we come to Burial 15, a log tomb at the base of the ramp leading to the summit of Mount C. Inside were the dismembered skeletons of 4 individuals, accompanied by copper-covered earlobe spools, copper hair ornaments, antler points for weapons, shell beads, and tobacco pipes. Added to this tomb was the remarkable pair of statues shown at the bottom of figure 47. One of these marble statues represents a man seated cross-legged, the other is a kneeling woman. King's interpretation of these marble statues takes us back to the Natchez, whose creation myth held that the first sons were a man and woman who came to earth from the upper world. When his work on earth was done, the primordial man turned himself into stone. King suggests that the marble statues in Burial 15 depict an analogous founder couple and may originally have been kept in a mortuary temple. The disarticulated occupants of the log tomb seem to have been hurriedly buried. At roughly the time that Etowah's palisade was burned, they might therefore represent the elite victims of a raid. Under such circumstances, their tomb may have been seen as a convenient place to hide the sacred statues. Following the burning of its palisade and the hiding of its founder couple's effigies, Etowah was abandoned for most of a century. Although it eventually rose again from the ashes, its moment of greatness was over. The Coosa Confederacy. Some rank societies of northern Georgia lasted long enough to be seen and described by 16th-century Spanish explorers. Such was the case with the Coosa, who were visited by De Soto in 1540 and Juan Pardo between 1566 and 1568. Coosa history has been the subject of collaborative research by Charles Hudson, David Halley, and their colleagues. The Coosa, like several other rank societies in the southeast, had made themselves stronger through confederacy. To do this they used military alliances and noble intermarriage. The resulting confederacy was able to demand tribute from a much larger area. Leaders sent each other gifts, smoked tobacco together, and exchanged wives. Unfortunately, since they included multiple factions with conflicting agendas, most southeastern confederacies were doomed to collapse. According to Hudson, the territory of the 16th-century Coosa extended from the village of Cuyahoga, near Knoxville, Tennessee, to the village of Tallahassee, near Birmingham, Alabama. This is a distance of roughly 250 miles, too large by far to represent the territory controlled by a single chief. The Coosa had surely formed a confederacy of some kind, and Halley has identified approximately 11 clusters of Coosa sites that may have been participants. The main town of the Coosa lay near Carter's, Georgia, at the confluence of the Coosawattee River and Talking Rock Creek. Known today as the Little Egypt site, this community covered 10 acres at its peak. The Spaniards described the paramount chief of the Coosa Confederacy as traveling in a litter, accompanied by hundreds of warriors. He is said to have owned 3 houses atop pyramidal mounds, but only 2 mounds survive at Little Egypt today. Archaeologists believe that these mounds occupied the north and east sides of a plaza measuring almost 350 by 200 feet. Many Coosa villages were fortified. The King site, farther down the Coosa River in Floyd County, Georgia, may represent the ancient village of Piachi. Etowah, only a 1 or 2 day trip south of Little Egypt, was greatly reduced in size during the 16th century. It may at that time have been a Coosa satellite village named Itaba. One of the most interesting villages in the Confederacy was ancient Kaiaha, which marked the northern limit of Coosa territory. Kaiaha lay on an island in Tennessee's French Broad River and was defended with a palisade. To the north of the river was a buffer zone 30 miles wide, separating the Coosa from their enemies the Chiska. The rank societies discussed in this chapter were all impressive. British eyewitnesses, however, suggest that in 1607, the most powerful southeastern rank society may have been the one led by a chief named Powhatan. The village from which he ruled, known as Wiro-Wacomoco, lay beside Purton Bay in Gloucester County, Virginia. Powhatan, his subchiefs, and his allies controlled vast areas west of the Chesapeake Bay, yet the archaeological remains of Wiro-Wacomoco are superficially unimpressive. Lacking the platform mounds of sites such as Moundville, Etowah, or Little Egypt, Wiro-Wacomoco shows us that archaeologists cannot always rely on a site's monumentality to reflect its political importance. It is only because of British eyewitnesses that we know how powerful Powhatan was. And the British even threw in the romantic story of Powhatan's daughter, a maiden named Pocahontas. The extent of inequality in the southeastern United States. At their peak, many of the chiefly societies in our backyard were on a par with those of Panama and all but the greatest of Colombia's Cauca Valley. Southeastern chiefs were carried on litters and expected a retinue of subordinates to accompany them to the afterlife. Below them were major and minor nobles, some of whom increased their prestige through achievement. Prowess in war provided upward mobility, and hereditary nobles patronized and rewarded skilled artisans. Like the Bimba of Zambia, the rank societies of the southeast had male chiefs, although nobility descended in the female line. Southeastern society shows us two widespread strategies of ambitious nobles. One was the founding of new rank societies in the buffer zones between pre-existing chiefdoms. The other was the formation of confederacies to create more powerful societies. Despite their size, it appears that none of these confederacies went on to become kingdoms like those of ancient Mexico and Peru. One obvious reason is that they were decimated by Old World diseases once European colonists began to arrive. Had they been left alone, some southeastern societies might eventually have become kingdoms through the processes described later in this book. 16. How to turn rank into stratification, Tales of the South Pacific. In most of the world's chiefly societies, rank formed a continuum from the chief to the lowliest free citizen. Under the right conditions, however, rank societies sometimes made the transition to stratification. This amounted to drawing an invisible line across the continuum, thereby establishing a sharper break between the rulers and the ruled. Social strata were usually kept separate by a behavior anthropologists call class endogamy. That simply meant that members of each stratum were only supposed to marry their peers. If a man of noble birth took a commoner wife, any children she bore him were less than noble. Frequent consequences of stratification were that, 1. Nobles began to keep lengthy genealogies, 2. Rulers competed to marry the most elite spouses, and 3. Society might be willing to ignore the usual incest prohibitions if one of the ruler's siblings would make the noblest marriage partner. To be sure, there were gradations of prestige within the noble stratum, just as there are gradations from prince to duke, earl, baron, and marquis within traditional European nobility. Many of these gradations were survivals of the continuum of rank that had preceded stratification. Let us make clear that the terms stratum or class used in this book are quite different from the phrases upper class, middle class, and lower class used to describe today's American society. American society has no stratum of hereditary nobles. We use terms such as upper, middle, and lower class to refer to arbitrary divisions of a continuum of wealth. Genealogy is not the criterion. All it takes to move from one economic class to another is an increase or a decrease in wealth. The categories of Polynesian society. As we have seen, Irving Goldman divided Pacific Island societies into three categories. In his traditional, or least powerful, category, the authority of the chief was based mainly on his greater quantities of mana, or life force. Open Polynesian societies combined mana with military force. The most powerful, or stratified, societies used every source of power in a chief's arsenal. Many drew the aforementioned line across the continuum of rank. Any move to stratification, of course, had to be validated by modifying society's logic. Tahitians traditionally chanted that the Ariai Nui, or sacred great chiefs, were direct descendants of the deities Tii and Hina. The Manahune, or commoners, on the other hand, had merely been conjured into being by the gods, so that there would be someone to do the manual labor. This did not result in full stratification, because there remained an intermediate category, the Areataira, who were well-to-do commoners or landed gentry. Tahitian logic explained the Areataira as the result of intermarriage between nobles and commoners. There were also Tahitians called Ariai, small chiefs, whose relationship to the Ariai Nui was like that of small Angs to great Angs among the Konyak Naga. Tahiti's logic explained the Ariai as the offspring of marriages between great chiefs and Areataira. Tahitian society could have been converted from a rank to a stratified one by eliminating the intermediate category of landed gentry. That, as we will see later in this chapter, is exactly how the later Hawaiian chiefs created social strata. How Western Samoa took the first step. Archaeologists believe that the islands of Samoa, Tonga, and Fiji were colonized before the rest of Polynesia. A kind of ancestral Polynesian society then arose on these islands, before canoe loads of colonists sailed farther into the Pacific. The ancestral society is thought to have resembled Goldman's traditional type, where sacred life force was the main basis for chiefly authority. Samoa is made up of multiple islands, none covering more than 700 square miles. The larger islands fall into two groups, called Western Samoa, Upolu, Savaii, and Tutwila, and Manue, or Eastern Samoa, Afua, Olosenga, and Tau. Early Samoa was considered a land of plenty, producing up to 3 crops of taro each year. The Samoans also raised yams, sweet potatoes, plantains, pigs, and chickens, and were skilled at fishing. Prior to AD 1200, all of the archipelago seems to have been occupied by traditional rank societies, led by Alii, the Samoan equivalent of Tahiti's Ariai and Tekopia's Ariki. Samoa's chiefly lineages allegedly descended from the sky god Tangaro, which gave them more mana than anyone else. Samoans believed that their system of rank had begun on the islands of Eastern Samoa. Its chiefs were considered the first to descend from the sky god, with all other alii branching off as junior lineages. It followed logically, therefore, that the most illustrious of all the chiefs should be Eastern Samoa's Tui Manue, literally, the Lord of Manue. His home village was a kind of capital for Eastern Samoa. Beyond this capital lay a series of semi-autonomous villages, each with its own lesser chief, power-sharing council, phono, and spokesman/administrator, tuleful. Within a village there might live 300 to 500 people, of whom only 10 to 20 were the heads of elite families. In traditional Samoan society, most inter-alii competition was over ao, or titles. This competition reminds us of the battles for sacred names in Avatip. It was a process that probably began in the competitive atmosphere of achievement-based society and then found new outlets in rank society. Let us look for a moment at the Tui Manue, the most highly ranked of 15 to 20 sacred chiefs in the Samoan archipelago. His subjects prostrate themselves before him. His glance could wither fruit on the tree. His body, his house, his personal possessions, and even the vessels from which he ate were so charged with mana as to be dangerous. In addition to his counselors and spokesmen, his retinue included stewards, cupbearers, trumpeters, messengers, barbers, and jesters. He made sacrifices to the sky gods, whose temples were tended by Tala, or priests. About 800 years ago, according to oral history, something happened that would change Samoan society profoundly. Canoe loads of warriors, having sailed more than 500 miles from the Tongan archipelago, invaded the western Samoan islands of Upolu, Savaii, and Tutwila. The Tongans managed to dominate those islands for 4 centuries. Eventually the Samoans were able to expel them by force. In the course of developing the military prowess needed to overthrow the Tongan invaders, Western Samoa became an open society in Goldman's terms. War leaders became more important, and AO titles became the spoils of war. The island of Upolu created a new war conquest title, Tafa Ifa. The man bearing this title became the Western Samoan equivalent of Eastern Samoa's Tui Manue. According to Goldman, the Manue Island group, never having been invaded by Tongans, developed along more peaceful lines. While chiefs continued to compete, it was along the more traditional routes of sacred life force, persuasion by eloquence, and accumulation of titles. The Western Samoan case shows us one possible way that a rank society based on sacred authority can become more militaristic. Toa, or prowess in battle, allowed lesser chiefs to rise by conquest, weakening the mana of sacred chiefs. Because of the overall richness of the Samoan environment, the battles rarely focused on resources, they were all about accumulating prestigious titles. Eventually some chiefs sought to conquer all the islands of Samoa. An 18th century noble named Tamafainga claimed to have done that, but he was soon assassinated. A later chief named Malieto Veanupo did succeed in subduing the entire archipelago. True to tradition, however, his goal was to seize all of Samoa's 4 major titles rather than its resources. Later in this chapter, we will see that his Hawaiian counterparts were far more interested in garden land. Converted to a more militaristic society by the Tongan invasion, the Samoans became legendary warriors. No one who follows American professional football will be surprised by this fact. Picture a war canoe paddled by Manu Tuiasasapo, 6 feet 3 inches and 255 pounds, Tiana Jr. Siao, 6 feet 3 inches and 250 pounds, Edwin Mulatalo, 6 feet 3 inches and 340 pounds, Chris Fuamatumaafala, 5 feet 11 inches and 252 pounds, and Joe Salave, 6 feet 3 inches and 290 pounds. At the rear are the smaller, but no less menacing, Mosi Tatupu and Troy Polamalu. Now run for your life. Stone monuments, burial mounds, and despotic power, chiefly cycling on Tonga. We have now learned that both Tikopia and Samoa were invaded by Tongan warriors. In fact, at one time or another, the islands of Tikopia, Samoa, Futuna, Rotuma, and Uvea all paid tribute, we might call it protection money, to Tongan chiefs. It is estimated that a quarter to a third of the population of Tonga's 6 main islands were warriors. Who were these Tongans, and how had they become so aggressively expansionist? Tonga, an archipelago of more than 100 islands, was part of the Samoa-Tonga-Fiji homeland. Tongan society undoubtedly began as Goldman's traditional type, but over time it moved closer and closer to his stratified type. By the time they were first seen by Europeans, Tongan chiefs were as politically powerful as those of Colombia's Kwaka and Papuan. Tonga stood, in other words, at the threshold of becoming a kingdom. The 3 largest islands of the archipelago were Tongatapu, Vavayu, and Eua. At its peak, the population of these 3 islands may have approached 25,000. Tongatapu, the largest, is 25 miles long and has a superb lagoon. It was on this lagoon that Lapaha, the greatest of the Tongan chiefly centers, was established. Tongatapu supported plantations of yams, taro, and sweet potatoes. There were also groves of coconut trees, plantains, bananas, and breadfruit. The islanders raised pigs and chickens and hunted native pigeons. They built fishing dams in channel outlets. Happily, from our perspective, Tongatapu is another of those places where social anthropology and archaeology have worked hand in hand. In our brief look at Tongan society, we rely on studies such as those of social anthropologist Edward Gifford and archaeologist W. C. McKern, as well as overviews by social anthropologist Irving Goldman and archaeologist Patrick Kirch. According to Kirch, colonists reached Tongatapu more than 3,000 years ago. For many centuries their settlements hugged the shores of the lagoon, moving inland only in response to gradual population growth. Not until AD 900 or 1000 did Tongan society show signs of the monumental earthworks for which Tongatapu is famous. Archaeologists believe that some of these earthworks are early examples of langis, or burial mounds for high chiefs and their relatives. Langis came in several shapes and consisted of earthen fill held in place by walls of coral limestone. There were also fa'itokas, or communal burial mounds for members of lower-ranking social segments. This is the type of mound that the Takopians began to build, following the arrival of Tongan visitors. Oral history in Tongatapu takes us back to AD 950, about the same time that langis began to show up in the archaeological record. Prior to the 10th century, the legends claim, Tongatapu was led by men called worm rulers. Finally, the sky god began mating with mortal women to produce a semi-divine elite. The sky god's favored son, Aoiatu, was named the first Tui Tonga, or Lord of Tonga. His half-brothers, angry at having been relegated to the status of lesser chiefs, assassinated Aoiatu while he was still in the sky. He was resurrected before reaching Earth, where he replaced the last worm ruler. From 950 to 1865 the office of Tui Tonga passed through 39 men, most of them firstborn sons of firstborn sons. The first Tui Tongas exercised both religious and secular authority. In many cases the oral history specifies which Tui Tonga is buried in a particular langi. Having such information is every archaeologist's dream. The dynamic and competitive nature of Tongan leadership is exemplified in the lives of the Tui Tongas. Little is known of the semi-divine Aoiatu. The 10th Tui Tonga, Momo, established his paramount village at a place called Hekata. Momo's successor, Tuatechui, built an exceptional monument at Hekata. Called the Trilithon, this monument was like a gateway arch composed of 3 immense stones. The 2 upright stones represented the chief's sons, Lefa and Talehape. Each stone was 15 to 17 feet tall and weighed 30 to 40 tons. The lintel spanning the 2 uprights symbolized the 2 sons' inseparable bond. It was 19 feet long and 4.5 feet wide. These stones had been cut with stone axes, transported on sleds like those used by Naga stone pullers, and set upright using earthen ramps. As long as the arch stood, it was said, Tuatechui's sons dared not quarrel. The 12th Tui Tonga moved his paramount village to Lapaha on the shore of the lagoon, where it remained for 6 centuries. The 15th Tui Tonga is suspected of being the one who sent canoe loads of warriors to western Samoa between AD 1200 and 1250. Both Havia I, the 19th, and Havia II, the 22nd, were assassinated. These murders were probably plotted by rival Tongan chiefs. Reportedly, however, they had to be carried out by Fijian hitmen because it was taboo for a Tongan to touch his own paramount chief. By 1450 this taboo seems to have weakened, because the 23rd Tui Tonga was assassinated by his own countrymen. His son, Kau'ulafonua I, avenged his father's death by running the killers to ground. Around 1470 Kau'ulafonua I became the 24th Tui Tonga and announced that his firstborn son, Vakafohu, would be his successor. He then did something that would alter Tongan history. He created the title of Tui Hatakalaua for his second son, Maungamochua. By so doing, Kau'ulafonua I divided rulership between a sacred chief, the Tui Tonga, and a secular chief, the Tui Hatakalaua. Having dual chiefs seemed like a great way to frustrate future assassins, since it would be difficult to murder both men. With the passage of time, however, the secular chiefly line would become increasingly active and powerful. Meanwhile, the sacred chiefs, in Goldman's view, deteriorated into indolent, self-indulgent womanizers. For example, Uluwakameda I, the 29th Tui Tonga, assembled a harem of 200 women and built himself Lapaha's most spectacular burial mound. Here we see a widespread process in rank societies. A junior lineage splits off from a senior lineage and, after years of effort, overtakes the latter in power and influence. This was not the last bifurcation of chiefly Tongan lineages. Sometime before 1610, the seventh Tui Hatakalawa gave his younger brother the title Tui Kanakupolu, assigning to him the day-to-day administration of chiefly affairs. Unfortunately, the Tui Hatakalawa lineage became extinct after only 13 generations. This left only the sacred Tui Tonga and secular Tui Kanakupolu lineages. In 1865 the 39th and final Tui Tonga died. That left the archipelago in the hands of the 19th Tui Kanakupolu, who promptly renamed himself King George I. The Tongan social hierarchy. Let us look now at Tongan society. Goldman assigns it to his stratified category, a reasonable decision given how great the inequality was between high chiefs and commoners. Chiefs were considered so different from commoners that different terms were used for the parts of their body. Commoners kneeled or assumed postures of obeisance in the chief's presence. Chiefs sometimes sat cross-legged on a stack of woven mats, letting commoners touch the soles of their feet as a sign of subservience. Many chiefs wore feather headdresses and were tattooed with special symbols. Like Africa's Bimba chiefs, they had the power to mutilate commoners who offended them. The mana possessed by the Tui Tonga was so dangerous that the Tongans created a separate earthen mound for the burial of his hair clippings, blood, and bodily wastes. Chiefs had their own special bathing holes, fans, and fly whisks. They received the first fruits of every harvest and the first fish of every catch. Only the back, head, chest, and rump of a pig were suitable for a chiefly meal. Any part that routinely touched the earth was rejected. The children of high chiefs maintained separate houses and servants. Chiefly daughters were kept out of the sun, scented with flowers, rubbed with candlenut oil, and prevented from overeating. Because these young women were crucial to the creation of chiefly marriage alliances, their legs were tied together at night to prevent them from taking lovers. Gifford supplies us with an anecdote that illustrates the Tongan reverence for hereditary authority. We have already mentioned that the 19th Tui Tonga was assassinated, possibly by Fijian contract killers. In fact, he was cut in half while bathing, and only his upper half was recovered. This left his corpse incomplete for burial. A lesser chief named Luf offered to be killed and bisected so that his lower half could be joined to the dead paramount's upper half. His relatives took him at his word. When a high chief died, his matapules, or titled ceremonial attendants, took charge of the funeral. One served as undertaker while another supervised the quarrying and hauling of stones for the chief's burial mound. The chief's body, anointed with oils and fanned continuously with a fly whisk, lay in state for days. His brain and intestines were removed, much as the ancient Egyptian embalmers did with their pharaohs. Undertakers were normally paid for their work with gifts of palm mats and tapa, or bark cloth. When the tomb of the 8th Tui Hatakalawa was reopened, however, it was discovered that his undertaker had also been honored by being buried with his chief. A chief's funeral required an initial spectacular feast, followed by 10 to 20 days of lesser feasting. The favored meat was pork, while the ritual beverage of choice was kava, a drink brewed from the root of an aromatic pepper plant. Commoners singed off their hair in mourning, elite mourners sang songs of grief, torches were lit all night, and the chief's burial mound was decorated with colored stones. However stratified these descriptions make the Tongans sound, the fact is that their society was still not completely divided into two-class endogamous strata. Instead, Tongan society has been described as a great tree with limbs, branches, and twigs extending outward from its noble trunk. In Gifford's words, each patrilineage consisted of a nucleus of related chiefs about whom are grouped inferior relatives, the lowest and most remote of whom are commoners. Tongan chiefs, however, referred to themselves as if they belonged to a separate stratum. They called themselves Tui, major lords, or Ike, lesser chiefs, while commoners were called Twa. There were also popula, or slaves, mostly prisoners of war, and hapot, or strangers, mostly shipwreck survivors. There were, in addition, terms for what seemed to have been bureaucratic offices, matapule, titled attendants who were allowed to wear tapa cloth, takanga, untitled attendants with fewer privileges, local governors and stewards, who kept the chief apprised of problems in their districts, and akazii, renowned warriors who, like ancient Colombia's nobles by command, were granted the privileges of a petty chief. Tongan power sharing. We saw in earlier chapters that even the most powerful chiefs shared power with counselors or advisors of some kind. The Tui Tonga was advised by a quartet of ministers known as the Falifa, 4 houses, who built their residences near his. They attended the Tui Tonga, influenced his decisions, supervised work on his personal garden plot, drank kava with him, and sometimes could be bribed to orchestrate his assassination. Further power sharing resulted from the premise that, within any group of siblings, the females were thought to possess more mana than the males. Thus, while the office of Tui Tonga went to a man, he was outranked by his sister, who was known as the Tui Tonga Fee Fine. She was treated like a queen throughout Tonga, and her firstborn daughter, the Tamaha, also outranked her uncle. Gifford reports that even the most powerful Tui Tonga, who was carried from place to place on a litter and had the power to mutilate his subjects, allowed the Tamaha to place her foot on his head. This inequality between noble brothers and sisters provided logical contradictions when selecting a spouse. That is, the firstborn son of the Tui Tonga could be outranked by the firstborn sons of the Tui Tonga Fee Fine and the Tamaha. To avoid such problems, Patrick Kirch reveals, the Tui Tonga Fee Fine might be married to a Samoan or Fijian chief who was outside the Tongan system. Another strategy was to marry the Tamaha to a secular chief like the Tui Hatakalo, whose lineage was separate from that of the sacred Tui Tonga. There were several outcomes to this jockeying for rank. One is that, according to Kirch, noble houses on Tonga, Fiji, and Samoa established long-term patterns of intermarriage. The resulting familiarity with all 3 archipelagos probably facilitated some of the Tongan invasions mentioned earlier. Another outcome was the relaxation of incest taboos. First cousins could marry, even though they were called brothers and sisters in the Tongan language. Land and power in Tonga. At the heart of the Tongan invasions of other islands was an important difference between the aspirations of Samoan and Tongan chiefs. Samoan alii, as we have seen, wanted to accumulate noble titles. Tongan chiefs wanted garden land. In Samoa and Fiji, land was the corporate property of clans or villages. In Tonga, all agricultural land was controlled by the Tui Tonga but could be delegated to lesser chiefs. Commoners might be given permission to create gardens on the high chief's land, but in the end the chief could take anything he wanted. On Tongatapu alone, 7 tracts were set aside for the Tui Tonga. Most chiefs also controlled the best fishing areas. Only commoners who lived on the coast could fish. Those who lived inland were limited to trading yams, taro, and fruits for fish. The first fish from each catch, like the thighs of sacrificed animals delivered to catch-in chiefs, went to the Tui Tonga. The wealth generated by gardens and fishing stations gave Tongan chiefs added incentive to invade resource-rich areas such as Western Samoa. Chiefly monopoly of resources also denied lesser nobles a way to support their followers, undermining the traditional continuum of rank based on sacred life force. The role of Tongan warfare. As in many societies we have considered, Toa gave non-light warriors a route to prominence. Anyone who brought back the heads of 10 or more enemies might be raised to the rank of titled attendant or petty chief. Such a man was allowed to drink kava with the high chief. Tongan warfare was more formal than that of Samoa. Up to 200 men could be used at one time, organized into mathanga, companies, and kongaka, regiments. The battle commander was usually a chief of medium rank, accompanied by assistants, lesser chiefs or titled attendants, who transmitted his orders. Chiefs watched the battle from their litters, but they rarely took part. To the beat of drums the regiments followed scouting parties into enemy territory. Battles were preceded by lots of kava drinking and trash talking. Attackers carried bows and arrows and spears and clubs, and defenders built camouflage traps filled with sharpened stakes. The greatest military insult was to drink coconut milk while sitting on the chest of a captive. The logic of inequality in Tonga. We are now in a position to list some of the premises of Tongan social logic. Many of these premises were identified by Goldman years ago. Our contribution has merely been to add a few more. 1. Our sacred chiefs are descended from the sky god and a mortal woman. 2. Their semi-divine origin entitles them to the products of all garden land and prime fishing areas. 3. Senior lineages outrank the junior lineages that split off from them. 4. A firstborn offspring outranks later siblings of the same sex. 5. Among siblings, sisters and their daughters outrank brothers and their sons. 6. The head of each family, however, should be a male. 7. Political offices, as well, should be filled by males. 8. No two persons in the same family hold the same rank. 9. In order to ensure the high rank of one's children, cousins can marry each other, even though they are classified as siblings in the Tongan language. 10. In order to ensure the supremacy of a chief's children, his more highly ranked sister should marry into a different chiefdom. 11. A chief's principal wife should be the most highly ranked woman available. 12. To satisfy premise 11, a chief may have to import his principal wife from a different chiefdom or marry a close relative, premise 9. 13. No Tongan dares assassinate his own chief, owing to the latter's high levels of mana. 14. Assassins from other islands, however, can be hired to kill a Tongan chief. 15. Dividing authority, by creating a line of secular chiefs that will coexist with sacred chiefs, makes political assassination more difficult. 16. Secular chiefs, however, pose the threat of usurpation. 17. To reduce the risk of usurpation, the sacred chief should limit the land, and other resources, allocated to the secular chief. Tongan society, as we suggested earlier, stood at the threshold of true stratification. All that remained was to draw a line across the continuum of rank, separating the elite trunk of the tree from the commoner branches and twigs. We have one more task to perform before moving on to the creation of true social strata. We need to look in detail at the Tongan chiefly center of Lapaha. So much is known of Lapaha's buildings and pyramidal mounds that the site can be used as a framework for understanding spectacular chiefly centers elsewhere in the ancient world. Archaeology and history at Lapaha. Lapaha, the civic and religious center founded by the 12th Tui Tonga, stretched 1,600 yards along the Tongatapu Lagoon. In the beginning it had consisted only of an oval enclosure 600 yards long, flanked on one side by the shore and protected elsewhere by a defensive ditch 10 feet deep and 20 feet wide. The earth from the ditch was used to create a high embankment with a palisade of wooden posts, increasing the height of the barrier. This enclosure, known as Old Lapaha, belonged to the Tui Tonga lineage. 3 changes led to an enlargement of Lapaha. One change, presumably natural, was the migration of the shoreline to the west, making new land available for the Tui Hatakalaua lineage. The second change was the work of human agents. Following the creation of the chiefly Tui Kanakupolo lineage, additional land to the south was turned into New Lapaha. A third change involved the creation of more langas, or elite burial mounds. Figure 48 is a modified version of W. C. McKern's 1929 map of Lapaha. Note that from the air the site would have appeared as a linear arrangement of plazas, temples, pyramidal mounds, stone monuments, and elite residences. What makes Lapaha special is the fact that we have eyewitness accounts of its buildings and occupants, beginning with the visits of Captain James Cook in 1773 and 1777. Let us look first at Old Lapaha. Its centerpiece was a large, grassy plaza 100 yards long. To the south of this plaza were 2 important residences. One was the house of the Tui Tonga, which was 50 feet long and flanked by the smaller houses of his servants. This chiefly residence sat within a private enclosure, shielded from public view by a reed fence taller than a man's head. The gateway to this enclosure was accompanied by a stone monument, a stela of volcanic rock 3 feet tall and a foot thick, a gift from the chief of Homa on the island of Iue. Two other landmarks in the vicinity of the plaza are worth mentioning. Some 35 yards west of the Tuitonga's private enclosure lay the house of the priest assigned to Tafatahi, the patron deity of the sacred chief's family. A short distance north of the chiefly enclosure was the earthen mound where the Tuitonga's hair clippings, blood, and bodily wastes were ritually buried. To the north of the grassy plaza were several additional constructions. Four of them, called Langis J1 J4 on McKern's map, were the rectangular burial mounds of past Tuitongas. Immediately to the west of the mounds lay the Tuitonga's Kava Circle, a plaza where he could have a drink with his advisors and subordinate chiefs. Figure 48. The civic ceremonial center of La Paja, Tonga, stretched for 1,600 yards along a lagoon. Oral histories give the occupants of several of old La Paja's burial mounds. Langi J4 is said to hold the remains of Tuipilotuai, the 33rd Tuitonga. He was reportedly buried face down, with his brother Tokmoana at his back. Tuipilotuai's sister, who outranked him, was given her own langi. Tuipilotutu, the 35th Tuitonga, was reportedly buried in Langi J1. One last landmark of old La Paja is a walled enclosure called Loamanu, near the former shoreline of the lagoon. This was the burial place of past Tui Hatakalawas, whose langis were smaller than those of the Tuitongas. Evidently, although the Tui Hatakalawa chiefs lived to the west of the former shoreline, they wanted to be buried in old La Paja. Let us look next at Molunga, the area created for the Tui Hatakalawa lineage. It appears on McKern's map as a cluster of houses and mounds just west of old La Paja, built on land exposed by the migration of the shoreline. One of its major features was an artificial pier called Maunu, which extended 500 to 600 feet into the lagoon. This pier is said to have been created from stone slabs native to the island of Uvia, boatloads of which had been brought 500 miles to La Paja for Langi construction. The Tui Hatakalawa's house lay 50 yards inland. One of his matapules, or titled attendants, lived nearby. At the approach to the pier was a large house occupied by the secular chief's numerous concubines. Immediately to the south was a kind of beach house, to which the chief could take any of his concubines for a tryst. This cohabitation house was flanked by a stone monument 10 feet in diameter, the gift of a neighboring chief. Farther south lay a burial mound for the Tui Hatakalawa's legitimate noble wives. The southernmost landmark of Molunga was the house of a second matapule. The area called New La Paja also had its landmarks, though they were not as densely clustered as those in Old La Paja. New La Paja contained the residence of the Tui Kanakupolu and, perhaps 35 yards to the south, the house of the priest assigned to his family's patron deity. There were also houses for the Tui Kanakupolu's firstborn son and daughter. The largest structure in New La Paja, however, was a guest house. Finally, there were at least 18 langis to the north of Old La Paja. 15 of these burial mounds, including a group of 13 arranged in parallel rows, were built east of the lagoon's old shoreline. Langi J9, one of the four largest of these northern burial mounds, is believed to have been the first one created at La Paja. It is said to have been built by Talatama, the 12th Tuitonga, who became the first sacred chief to establish his paramount village at La Paja. This suggests that the first langis at La Paja were built outside the defensive ditch. The sacred landscape of the Tuitonga. Throughout this book we have argued that archaeology and social anthropology contribute more when they work together. We have also seen that principles of behavior stand out more clearly when we can show them operating, 1. in different parts of the world and, 2. in the past as well as in the present. To illustrate this we will look first at what Gifford's social anthropology and McKern's archaeology combine to tell us about La Paja. Next we will look at an analogous chiefly center from another part of the ancient world. To begin with, La Paja was huge. From north to south, it measured almost a mile. At the same time, it was in no sense a city. There is no evidence that it included large concentrations of commoners or urban wards of craftsmen. La Paja seems to have been what archaeologists call a civic ceremonial center. Like many civic ceremonial centers, Lapaha grew by accretion. Old Lapaha was dedicated to the Tui Tonga lineage. Hundreds of yards of burial mounds were gradually added to the north. The westward migration of the shoreline added land for the newly created Tui Hatakalo lineage. The area later assigned to the Tui Kanakupolo lineage required a 600-yard extension to the south. This growth tells us that each of the three major chiefly lineages insisted on its own space. Tonga fits Goldman's most powerful category of Polynesian society, the one whose chiefs combined militarism and expertise with mana. McKern's plan of Lapaha, however, gives the impression of a sacred landscape. We do not see military barracks or concentrations of artisans, as we will see later when we discuss kingdoms. We see long alignments of ritual plazas and burial mounds, the largest of which were for sacred, not secular, chiefs. Only the Tui Tonga had a private enclosure surrounding his residence. The use of open space to create a tranquil, park-like atmosphere is unmistakable. Among the people and objects the Tongan chiefs wanted close at hand were their wives, their concubines, their servants, their matapules, or titled attendants, the stone monuments they had received as gifts, and the priests in charge of their patron deities. Not shown on McKern's map, but described by Gifford, were the houses of the Tui Tonga's Falifa advisors and the temples to the chief's patron deities. Apparently not included in Lapaha were the residences and fa'aitokas, communal burial mounds, of lower-ranking lineages. Anthropological and historical accounts stress the secular and military power of Tongan chiefs. What the archaeology of Lapaha shows us, on the other hand, is a built environment dedicated to the privacy and self-indulgence of a privileged few, places for ritual processions and kava drinking, and memorials to semi-divine rulers in the form of elegant pyramidal mounds. Lapaha and La Venta, comparisons and contrasts. Some 3,000 to 2,400 years ago the tropical coast of the Gulf of Mexico was home to several spectacular rank societies. Some of the most flamboyant occupied the drainages of the Papalopan, Coatzacoalcos, and Tonala rivers in the Mexican states of Veracruz and Tabasco. The coast of western Tabasco is prograding, or expanding, toward the Gulf, even as it subsides under the alluvium of the Tonala. A dozen miles inland, the archaeological site of La Venta occupies a residual hill almost buried by the recent alluvium of the coastal plain. La Venta was once surrounded by swamps and sloughs draining into the Tonala, leaving it naturally defended. Inland from La Venta lay a tropical forest receiving more than 100 inches of rain each year. Archaeologist Robert Heiser once calculated that 18,000 people lived close enough to La Venta to consider it their region's main civic ceremonial center. Those people likely grew 2 crops of corn each year, a main crop sown just before the rains began in May and a minor crop planted just before the February dry season. Small farming villages would have moved periodically as the tropical forest was cleared, burned, planted, and left fallow for years. In this landscape of shifting settlements, La Venta would have been the one fixed point. Like Lapaha, La Venta took the form of a long, linear complex of pyramidal mounds, flat-topped platforms, stone monuments, and chiefly burials. Also like Lapaha, La Venta grew by increments. Complex A, the counterpart to Old Lapaha, was only about 300 yards long and oriented 8 degrees west of true north. This complex, which covered about 5 acres, was built in stages between 3,000 and 2,600 years ago. Immediately to the south is a large earthen pyramid called Complex C. From this point southward the mounds and plazas of La Venta have been less fully investigated, and some date to periods too recent to be discussed here. Suffice it to say that La Venta's linear sequence of public constructions eventually reached 1,600 yards in length, similar to Lapaha at its peak. At least 4 generations of archaeologists have worked at La Venta. Included were Franz Blom and Oliver Lafarge in the 1920s, Matthew Sterling in the 1940s, Philip Drucker, Robert Heiser, and Robert Squire in the 1950s, and Rebecca Gonzalez Locke in the 21st century. Figure 49 shows the layout of Complex A. Let us begin in the south, where we find an elongated plaza between two long, low earthen mounds called A4 and A5. The northern half of this plaza was occupied by Mound A3. Immediately to the south of A3, the people of La Venta buried a large mosaic pavement formed with blocks of imported serpentine, a hard metamorphic rock. To the north lay a second plaza, this one outlined by a stone fence. The posts of the fence were of columnar basalt, a volcanic rock that occurs naturally as a series of multifaceted columns. Within this second plaza stood 5 earthen platforms, numbered A1C through A1G. Buried below platforms A1D and A1E, on the south edge of the plaza, archaeologists found 2 nearly identical mosaics composed of serpentine blocks. Each resembled a giant, anthropomorphized mask of earth, with additional elements representing the 4 great world directions. Buried near the north edge of the same plaza was another massive offering of serpentine blocks. Buried below platform A1F, Drucker, Heiser, and Squire found a group of 16 stone figurines, 15 of them jadeite, and 6 tongue depressor-like jadeite celts, all arranged in a ritual scene. All of the figurines appear to represent males with deliberate cranial deformation, perhaps a sign of rank. The lone sandstone figurine stood with his back against one of the jadeite celts, which may represent the basalt fence posts of the very plaza in which they were found. The scene seems to show 4 jadeite men filing past the sandstone figure, while the remaining 11 jadeite men watch. This scene may commemorate an actual event, but opinions differ on its meaning. Were the 4 men, walking single file, lucky initiates, or captives destined for sacrifice? Immediately to the north of the plaza just described rose Mound A2, an earthen pyramid resembling some of the Langis et La Paja. This mound did, in fact, contain a chiefly burial tomb. A had walls and a roof of basalt columns, looking for all the world like a box made from giant Lincoln logs. The occupant of the tomb had evidently been laid to rest in a carved sandstone sarcophagus. To the disappointment of the archaeologists, at some point tomb A had been reopened and the occupant's remains taken elsewhere. Still lying on the floor were the remains of 2 young people. They had been buried previously, later exhumed and bundled up, and then added to the tomb. Found with these bundled remains were 4 jadeite figurines, one sitting cross-legged and wearing an iron ore mirror, a jadeite bloodletting tool, carved to represent a stingray spine, several genuine stingray spines, a jadeite pendant in the form of a clamshell, an iron ore mirror, and countless smaller baubles of jadeite. Left behind in the sarcophagus were additional sumptuary goods, including 2 jadeite ear ornaments, 2 jadeite pendants in the form of jaguar teeth, a jadeite awl or bloodletter, and a jadeite figurine. Whoever the original occupant of the tomb was, he must have been as full of sacred life force as a Tuitanga. Figure 49. The civic ceremonial center of La Venta, Mexico, grew to exceed 1,600 yards, Complex A alone measured 300 yards. Like the Tongans, the chiefs of La Venta liked to erect stone monuments. Most of the stones they used were foreign to the coastal plain of Tabasco. Notable among these were basalt columns and blocks from the Tuxtla Mountains, 50 miles to the west. Archaeologists believe that the basalt monuments, some of which weighed 20 to 25 tons, had been hauled to the coast and transported by raft to the Tonala River. The distance involved seems impressive, until one considers the 500-mile ocean voyages needed to bring stones for some of La Paja's Langis. The most talked about of La Venta's basalt monuments were the 4 human heads found 50 yards north of Mound A2. Standing up to 8 feet tall, these 3-dimensional monuments depicted broad-nosed, thick-lipped men in helmets. The chiefs of La Venta have understandably been credited with commissioning these giant heads. We should bear in mind, however, that some of the most impressive stone monuments at La Paja were gifts to the Tuitanga from neighboring or subordinate chiefs. Among the other stones brought to La Venta were flagstones of Marla limestone, available 35 miles to the west, and serpentine from the mountains of Puebla and Oaxaca, hundreds of miles farther west. While we have no doubt that La Ventus chiefs inherited sacred authority and claimed semi-divine ancestry, a chief's ability to negotiate for massive quantities of exotic stone was undoubtedly a way to achieve still further renown. Gonzales Locke believes that Complex E of La Venta, a cluster of buildings some 200 yards northeast of Mound A2, was residential in nature. This spacing suggests that chiefly families at La Venta, like those at La Paja, lived just far enough from the ritual buildings to ensure privacy. We would like to know whether La Venta maintained separate residences for sacred and secular chiefly lineages, as was done in Tonga. Additional stone monuments in the Tanala and Coatzacoalcos drainages hint at such a division. Some seem to depict chiefs seated cross-legged, accompanied by symbols of sacred authority, others show chiefs with what appear to be military headgear, body armor, or war clubs, and still others show serene, priestly individuals presenting infants to an unseen audience. While these monuments might represent the multiple roles of one paramount lineage, it is just as likely that they reflect the division of sacred and secular authority seen in the most powerful rank societies. Like La Paja, La Venta was an artificially created, sacred landscape. Despite its size, it was no more a city than was La Paja. It was a civic ceremonial center that grew by accretion as new chiefly lineages were added to the old. It differs from La Paja in one respect, namely, that the architects of La Venta were committed to maintaining one consistent astronomical alignment for their buildings throughout. This was less important to the Tongans. Both chiefly societies created linear arrangements of plazas, mounds, stone monuments, and elite burials. Both imported tons of stone. La Paja wanted it for the facing of its huge langas, La Venta for its massive mosaic pavements and stone fences. La Venta produced more three-dimensional stone monuments, though none were as big as the trilithon built by the 11th Tui Tonga. Let us close with this lament: what a shame that we lack anthropological and historical data on La Venta society, comparable to Giffords' data on Tonga. From rank to strata in Hawaii. Hawaii is one of the largest, yet most remote, of the Polynesian archipelagos. Archaeologists believe that it may not have been colonized until AD 300 or 500. The earliest colonists showed up on Oahu, Kauai, Molokai, and the Big Island of Hawaii. There are reasons to suspect that these new arrivals had traveled 2,300 miles from the Marquesas Islands. According to archaeologist Patrick Kirch, the earliest Hawaiians came from a society that already had differences in rank. On Oahu, for example, the colonists buried a 9-year-old girl with likely sumptuary goods. The girl's burial also featured a red stain that appeared to come from dyed tapa cloth, which could be worn only by people of noble birth or their titled attendants. Hawaii's earliest occupants had reached a fertile tropical paradise. One could grow yams, sweet potatoes, taro, breadfruit, coconuts, and pigs. To maximize access to resources, the Hawaiians created resource territories called a hiupua, each of which was shaped like a slice of pizza. The crust, or widest part, began at the ocean. The slice narrowed as one moved inland over the coastal plain, across the Piedmont, and into the mountains. Each hiupua therefore included all the locally available land types and was set aside for use by a corporate, kin-based land-holding group. The manager of each triangular slice was a hereditary chief called an alii, the Hawaiian equivalent of Tecopia's Ariki and Tahiti's Orii, who was essentially the highest-ranking man of his lineage. All 5 of the largest islands, Hawaii, Maui, Molokai, Oahu, and Kauai, had multiple rank societies. Smaller islands such as Kehoolae, Lanai, and Anaiho rarely supported more than one chief and sometimes came under control of a larger island. For its part, the Big Island of Hawaii was divided into 5 to 7 districts: North and South Kona, North and South Kohala, Hilo, Kau, and Puna, each with its own chief. The most powerful were the chiefs of the Kona and Kohala districts. Between 1100 and 1400, chiefly cycling in Hawaii became as dynamic as that of the Kachin, Konyak Naga, Samoans, and Tongans. Most volatile were the relationships of junior and senior chiefly lineages. Despite having less sacred power, the heads of junior lineages kept accumulating supporters until they could overthrow senior chiefs by force. Some usurpers even killed or sacrificed their own half-brothers. This is exactly the kind of fratricide that the builder of Tonga's trilithon had hoped to prevent. Two key transformations took place in the late prehistoric period. First, Hawaiian chiefs began marrying their own sisters and half-sisters, whose levels of mana ensured the high rank of their offspring. They revised Hawaiian cosmology to indicate that such sibling marriage was legitimate, since the gods from whom the chiefs descended had married their siblings as well. The second transformation created true social strata. Like Tonga, early Hawaii had a continuum of rank from high chiefs, to lesser chiefs, to landed gentry, to landless commoners, and so on. What the Hawaiian chiefs did was eliminate the landed gentry by declaring all garden land the property of major chiefs. The result was two de facto strata, the alii, hereditary nobility, and the maka'inana, commoners, with a gap between them that had formerly been bridged by the landed gentry. From that point on, Hawaiian chiefs would use garden land to reward their allies and deny their rivals. Hawaii's creation of a landless commoner class reminds us that the worst inequality results not from the granting of new privileges to the people on top but from the removal of existing privileges from the people on the bottom. From 1450 onward, the details of Hawaiian society become richer. For one thing, we have the oral histories of the Hawaiians themselves, compiled by authors such as Samuel Kameko, Kathleen Mellon, and Herbert Gowan. For another, we have research by archaeologists such as Patrick Kirch. We have, in addition, theoretical frameworks for Hawaiian society provided by social anthropologists such as Marshall Solins, Valerio Valeri, and Irving Goldman. We draw on all those authors in this chapter and the next. In late prehistoric Hawaii, stratification was justified on the grounds that commoners had merely descended from human lineage founders, while the genealogies of the alii went back to the sky god and earth goddess. Goldman stresses, however, that the alii were not considered a monolithic class, their vocabulary reflected almost a dozen internal gradations like those of European nobility. The offspring of sibling marriages between the highest alii were called niaupio and were considered semi-divine. Subordinates prostrate themselves not only before these high chiefs but even before displays of their sumptuary goods. Under penalty of death, no one was allowed to handle a high chief's garments or cast a shadow on his possessions. We consider a curtsy before the Queen of England an act of obeisance, but it pales in comparison to the acts demanded by niaupio. The offspring of a niaupio was merely a pio. The offspring of a niaupio or pio man and a woman from a junior chiefly line was called woi. The offspring of a niaupio or pio woman and a man from a junior chiefly line was called papa. From that point on, titles continued to decline in prestige until they reached persons of mixed alii/maka'inana descent, for example, the child of a chief and his commoner concubine. Even though the latter were not noble, they were treated with more respect than the average commoner. To paraphrase Kirch, Hawaiian society now consisted of a multilevel pyramid of alii of different titles, superimposed on a permanent underclass of commoners that worked the land and paid tribute to its hereditary lords. The tribute paid to paramount chiefs included pigs, dogs, chickens, tapa cloth, pearls, ivory, and the feathers of tropical birds. Payment of tribute was timed to coincide with the harvest ceremony, making it more palatable by placing it in the context of religious ritual. Below the Hawaiian paramount chiefs, or aliaimoku, were aliaiahiupue, sub-chiefs who ruled the pizza slice strips running from the mountains to the sea. Below them were stewards called konahiki, minor nobles who directly managed the gardens and fish ponds. These officials gave Hawaii an administrative hierarchy of at least 3 levels, considered typical of the most powerful chiefly societies. Religion and politics in Hawaii. The escalation of inequality in proto-historic Hawaii affected religious roles as well. Early Hawaiian society, like that of Tikopia, had a transitional mix of men's houses, shrines, and temples. Just as in Tonga, priests had traditionally come from families specializing in ritual expertise. As competition and usurpation increased, however, so did the need for priestly legitimization of a ruler's genealogical credentials. Oral history records that Liloa, a chief of the Big Island in 1420, bribed a cooperative priest to legitimize him with an offer of chiefly land. Liloa is also believed to be the first paramount chief to split his inheritance, granting his firstborn son control of the land while his second son was given religious authority. By the 15th and 16th centuries the Hawaiians were building temples called heiaus, which stood on stone masonry platforms. Most early heiaus were dedicated to agriculture, but Kirch describes at least one such structure that was rebuilt as a luikanai, or war temple, and dedicated to human sacrifice. The priests serving in these temples were drawn from both social classes. Minor priests were still commoners, but the high priests or kahuna nui, big kahunas, were drawn from the ranks of nobles. Admit it? All your life you have heard the phrase the big kahuna and never knew what it meant until now. War and politics in Hawaii. In Hawaii, as on Tonga, armed conflict was used for both political usurpation and territorial conquest. So great was the role of Toa that it created nobles by command like those of Colombia's Cauca Valley. Each paramount chief was a titular commander-in-chief. He referred to himself metaphorically as the head, his sub-chiefs were his shoulders and chest, the priests were his right hand, his spokesman/minister was his left hand, his warriors were his right foot, the farmers who worked the gardens of his chiefdom were his left foot. Renowned warriors received grants of land and were allowed to marry women who outranked them. Honahunau, Kona's Lapaha. In 1475 the paramount chief of the Kona district on the Big Island created his own civic ceremonial enclosure, 715 feet long and 404 feet wide. Naturally defended by the ocean on its north and west sides, the Honahunau enclosure was protected on the east and south by a wall 12 feet high and 330 yards long. Like Lahapa on Tonga, Honahunau grew by accretion and included several temples. One of these temples, Halokiwi, played a role similar to that of a Tongan burial mound. It preserved the remains of past Kona chiefs. A larger temple, called Alele, underwent 6 renovations after its original construction. One major difference between Honahunau and Lapaha was that Kona's chiefs did not live permanently at the civic ceremonial center. During the year, Kirch reveals, Hawaiian chiefs moved from district to district within their chiefly territories, so that the burden of tribute and corvée labor would be evenly distributed among their subjects. This behavior tells us that chiefs were expensive to support and helps explain why they needed to keep adding followers through conquest. The nature of Hawaiian inequality. By the 18th century, as Goldman points out, society on the Big Island of Hawaii was well prepared for the transition from chiefdom to kingdom. It had converted a continuum of rank into 2 de facto classes. By declaring all garden land the property of the chiefly lineage, it had eliminated the landed gentry. This allowed the Ali'aimoku to use land as a reward for political and military loyalty instead of a genealogical entitlement. Like Bimba chiefs, Hawaiian paramounts often appointed loyal commoners to important governmental posts, bypassing ali'i who might be potential usurpers. This act created a core of bureaucrats whose constituents were not their kinsmen. Such officials were less easily pressured or bribed. Hawaiian chiefs had begun to transcend the district of their birth, moving periodically so that the burden of supporting the Ali'aimoku would be diffused. When a chief learned from local officials that his subjects were grumbling about his tribute and labor demands, it gave him incentives to take land and labor away from other ali'i. Such ambitious chiefs were seeking only to increase the size of their chiefdom. However, as we will see in the next chapter, a series of particularly aggressive leaders eventually converted Hawaii to a monarchy. 4. Inequality in kingdoms and empires. 17. How to create a kingdom. We come now to a multi-generational process that changed Hawaii forever. Beginning at least 800 or 700 years ago, certain big island chiefs began trying to expand their territories to include other islands. The earliest attempts rarely succeeded, but later chiefs kept trying. Around AD 1270, for example, a big island chief named Kalanuawa is said to have conquered Maui and Molokai and invaded Oahu. He overextended himself by attacking Kauai, where he was taken prisoner. To be sure, before expanding to other parts of the archipelago it was necessary for a chief to solidify control of his home island. This was especially tough in the case of the Big Island, which had so many districts. One of the most detailed stories of Hawaiian unification is that of a man named Umi, who was born in the 15th century. Umi was the second son of Liloa, an Aliaimoku, or paramount chief, of the Big Island, already mentioned in our discussion of stratification. Liloa split his inheritance. He left his first son, Hako, all his garden land, while Umi was given religious authority. According to oral historian Samuel Kameko, Hako was Liloa's son by his legitimate noble wife. Umi, on the other hand, was a love child. One day, or so the legend of Umi begins, Liloa saw a commoner woman named Akahi bathing. Captivated by her beauty, he seduced her. Before their affair ended, Liloa gave Akahi his chiefly loincloth, ivory pendant, and feather cape, telling her to give them to any son he had caused her to bear. Akahi gave birth to Umi but kept his paternity secret for years. Eventually, when he was old enough, she sent him to Liloa bearing his pendant, cape, and loincloth. Liloa recognized the sumptuary goods he had given Akahi and accepted Umi as his son. As Liloa's two sons grew, Umi became bigger than Hako and superior at virtually every task. On his deathbed, however, Liloa named Hako his chiefly heir and made Umi the guardian of the god Kakailimoku. Umi knew that Hako resented him, so after Liloa's death he sought asylum with the chief of the Hilo district. Over time Umi earned great respect, while Hako came to be hated as a despot. Eventually a group of big kahunas and lesser chiefs conspired to replace Hako with Umi. For pragmatic reasons, they were willing to overlook the fact that Umi's mother was a commoner. With the priest's help, Umi and his supporters smuggled weapons into a ceremony at which Hako was assassinated. Once the nobles of Kona, Kohala, Hilo, Kau, and Puna heard of Hako's death, they declared their districts autonomous. If Umi wanted to control the whole island, he would now have to conquer it on his own. Umi's strategy was as follows. First he laid the corpses of Hako and his bodyguards on the altar of a temple, alleging that their death was a sacrifice. He then married his half-sister Kapukani, who was of noble birth. Umi also married the daughter of the chief of Hilo, the district that had once given him refuge. After the chief of Hilo had an argument with him, however, Umi used their dispute as an excuse to overthrow his father-in-law. He next subdued the district of Puna, then came a long campaign against Kau. Umi took over Kona and Kohala more easily. Sometime around the mid-15th century, Umi was in control of the whole Big Island. To be sure, the legend of Umi, like most oral histories, is romantic and idealized. Despite these shortcomings, it shows us many premises that the Hawaiians themselves considered important. For example, 1. Chiefly half-brothers were destined to become rivals. 2. If the senior heir was a despot, his overthrow by a junior heir was justified. 3. Even a junior son with a commoner mother, assuming that he was popular, could usurp the senior son's position. 4. However, the usurper should then marry the most highly ranked woman available and demonstrate high levels of achievement. 5. Conquering a neighboring chief's territory, and then incorporating it into one's own chiefdom, was considered an achievement. 6. The greater the territory he conquered and incorporated, the greater the renown of a chief. 7. Both usurpation and conquest required the support of lesser chiefs, priests, warriors, and loyal commoners. It was acceptable to reward their loyalty with land grants, even when they did not have the genealogical credentials to deserve garden land. Might these premises have relevance beyond Hawaii? Yes indeed, and in the pages that follow, we will see that many of the first kingdoms created in other parts of the world were also the handiwork of usurpers. Neither Kalanuawa nor Umi succeeded in unifying all of the archipelago. Hawaiian leaders, however, did not stop trying. During the late 18th century, one usurper finally gained a strategic advantage that allowed him to do what earlier chiefs had been trying to do for 500 years. His story is just as romantic and idealized as Umi's, but with one important difference: much of it is independently confirmed by Euro-American eyewitnesses. The successful unification of Hawaii. Early in the 18th century, according to various oral histories, a noble named Alapai rose to be chief of the Big Island's Kohala district. Like so many before him, he set out to unify all districts of the island. By the mid-1700s, he had done so. Alapai's military success did not, however, make him the most respected chief in the entire archipelago. That distinction belonged to Kahekili, the paramount chief of Maui, whose genealogical credentials were superior. Like the sacred high chiefs of Tonga, Kahekili possessed such mana that his subjects prostrate themselves in the presence of his spear, his feather cloak, and even the spittoon containing his noble saliva. Alapai had a nephew named Kia who lived in the Kona district of the Big Island. Kia fell in love with Alapai's beautiful niece Kekuaiapoiwa. With Alapai's blessing, he married her. Now the soap opera began. Kahekili of Maui, he of the mana-filled spittoon, heard of Kekuaiapoiwa's beauty. He invited her to visit his court. Kahekili was married, but his main wife, Namahana, was frequently away visiting relatives. During a brief window of opportunity, or so the legend goes, Kahekili got Kekuaiapoiwa in a family way. Kekuaiapoiwa returned to Kona as if nothing had happened. Her pregnancy was officially attributed to her husband, Kia. Rumors of her affair, however, had reached Alapai. All pregnant women are alleged to have unusual food cravings. Kekuaiapoiwa's cravings were beyond unusual. During her 6th month of pregnancy, she allegedly asked to be fed the eyeball of a chief. She had to settle for the eyeball of a man-eating shark. Upon learning of this episode, Alapai asked the kahunas to interpret Kekuaiapoiwa's craving. He was alarmed when they concluded that her child was destined to become a slayer of chiefs. Just as Umi had once been hidden from his half-brother Hako, Kekuaiapoiwa and her baby would now have to be hidden from Alapai. Sometime around 1758, Kekuaiapoiwa gave birth to a son. He was given to a foster mother and hidden for years in the sacred, landlocked Waipio Valley of North Kohala. Finally, as he grew old and feeble, Alapai's fear of the child diminished. He allowed Kekuaiapoiwa's son, officially his grandnephew, to be brought to his paramount village and given a chiefly title. Alapai named him Kamehameha, the Lonely One. Then Kekuaiapoiwa's husband fell ill. He asked his brother Kalaniapuyu, the chief of the Kau district, to raise Kamehameha as if he were his own. Kalaniapuyu assigned his greatest warrior the task of training the boy, and the soap opera continued. Kamehameha, 1. Mastered every chiefly skill, 2. Had an affair with one of Kalaniapuyu's younger wives, and 3. Met a young girl named Kahahumanu, who would one day become his favorite wife. When Alapai, paramount ruler of the Big Island, died, he was succeeded by his son Kiweapela, who turned out to be an unstable despot. The sub-chiefs of his own Kohala district decided to overthrow him, and the rebellion spread to Kau. The leader of the Kau insurgents was Kalaniapuyu, and he went to battle with his protege Kamehameha at his side. Together they pursued the unpopular Kiweapela to the coast of Kona and then killed him. This left Kalaniapuyu in charge of both Kona and Kau. Word of this conflict reached the sacred chief Kahekili on Maui. Kahekili was convinced that he was Kamehameha's biological father. He therefore sent his twin half-brothers to Kona to make sure that no harm befell Kamehameha. Kalaniʻapuʻu was already making plans to invade Maui and claim Hana, its beautiful eastern district, for himself. It took him a year to build enough canoes and assemble the warriors needed. During that year, 1778, Captain James Cook arrived in Hawaii. From that point on, we have British and American texts to complement Hawaiian oral history. Kalaniʻapuʻu invaded Maui and established a foothold on Hana. By 1781, however, he was nearing death, and so decided to split his inheritance three ways. Kiwalau, his son by his most highly ranked wife, would inherit his title. Kia of the Flaming Cloak, his son by a less highly ranked wife, would inherit land. Kamehameha, his protege/nephew, was named custodian of the war god Kukailimoku and also of the sacred Waipio Valley, where he had hidden as a child. Kia of the Flaming Cloak envied Kamehameha's share of the inheritance and thus attacked him. When Kamehameha counterattacked, general war broke out. Kiwalau was killed, and Kia of the Flaming Cloak fled. By 1783 Kamehameha was the most powerful noble on the Big Island, and supporters began to flock to him. Seeking advice from the big kahunas, Kamehameha was told to build a new temple and lay on its altar the body of a chief. He commissioned a big temple and invited Kia of the Flaming Cloak to hold peace talks there. No sooner had Kia stepped from his canoe than he was killed by one of Kamehameha's warriors. His corpse, along with those of his noble followers, was then laid on the altar of the newly dedicated temple. Next for Kamehameha came marriage. For this he turned to Kaahumanu, whom he had met when she was a little girl at Kalaniʻapuʻu's village years ago. Of course, Kaahumanu was all grown up now. According to oral historian Kathleen Mellon, Kamehameha's bride was 6 feet tall and weighed close to 300 pounds. Kalaniʻapuʻu died in 1782 with his dream of unifying the islands unfulfilled. He had lost even his beachhead on Maui. Now it was up to Kamehameha, and he knew that he would need a military advantage that no previous Hawaiian leader had enjoyed. That advantage came in the form of muskets and cannons from the western ships now docking at Hawaii's ports. Some of these ships had originally been British but became American property as a result of the Revolutionary War. British sailor John Young had been boatswain of the good ship Eleanor, but he stayed ashore when the ship sailed. Angry because the crew of the Eleanor had killed some unarmed islanders, the Hawaiians retaliated by confiscating a second ship, the Fair American. They stripped that ship of its guns and ammunition and took prisoner one of its mates, Isaac Davis. Kamehameha realized that Young and Davis knew Euro-American weaponry and military tactics. He not only spared their lives but made them two of his most trusted advisors. They fought by his side during his campaign to unify Hawaii, and he later awarded them governmental positions, wives, and grants of land. In 1790 Kamehameha invaded Maui. Paramount Chief Kahekili had by then retired to Oahu, leaving Maui to his son. After a taste of Kamehameha's artillery, Kahekili's son decided to join his father in Oahu, leaving Maui to the invaders. Kamehameha encountered even less resistance on Molokai. Then, following the death of Kahekili in 1794, he invaded Oahu with 1,000 war canoes, 12,000 warriors, 16 foreign advisors, and abundant logistic support. He defeated Kahekili's son and offered the latter's heart on the altar of a temple. Kamehameha now was master of all but Kauai and the smaller islands. While Kaahumanu would always remain his favorite wife, he knew that to establish a dynasty he would have to marry the most noble woman available. That turned out to be Keapulani, the 8-year-old granddaughter of a Maui noblewoman. Keapulani's grandmother betrothed her to Kamehameha in return for economic support and political protection. Kamehameha then began building war canoes and assembling provisions for an assault on Kauai. He chose for this task the Honolulu Valley on the northwest coast of Oahu, an ideal jumping-off place. A collaborative study by social anthropologist Marshall Solins and archaeologist Patrick Kirch reveals that the entire valley was artificially terraced from top to bottom, providing intensive agricultural support for Kamehameha's labor force. Realizing that resistance was futile, the chief of Kauai capitulated in 1810. This left Kamehameha in command of the entire archipelago. Kamehameha's kingdom. Kamehameha now found himself in charge of a territory that was too large to be administered like a chiefdom. Paramount chiefs on the Big Island, as we have seen, had traditionally moved from district to district during the year. These moves distributed the burden of support among all the chief's subjects while making him intimately familiar with each district. Frequent rebellions against past chiefs, however, show us that it was not always easy to control the 4,028 square mile Big Island. Now Kamehameha needed to control an archipelago 1,500 miles long, with 6,423 square miles of dry land and big stretches of ocean. He would have to appoint a governor for each island, someone loyal to him rather than to the natives of the island. He sent his favorite wife's father, a native of Kauai on the Big Island, to be governor of Maui. And when Kamehameha went to war, he often left John Young in charge of his home district. It is significant that the archipelago now had a political hierarchy of 4 administrative levels. In olden days each island had been ruled by a paramount chief, level 1, below whom there were sub-chiefs, level 2, who in turn supervised minor nobles, level 3. Now Kamehameha was all alone in level 1, the governors of each island occupied level 2, the sub-chiefs occupied level 3, and minor nobles occupied level 4. Ali'aimoku was no longer an adequate title for Kamehameha. If his unification of Hawaii had occurred in the absence of Euro-American visitors, he might have created a new Hawaiian term for his office. Owing to his extensive contact with English speakers, however, he decided to call himself King Kamehameha I. We have described the unification of Hawaii at length for a reason. Even though Polynesian in its details, it is an example of a widespread process by which monarchies were created from smaller-scale societies. We use the term process because it often took a succession of leaders to complete the transition. Rarely were the efforts of one ruler sufficient. In the case of Hawaii, important roles were played by Umi, Alapai, Kalaniʻapuʻu, and Kamehameha. Opinions differ on the exact moment in the sequence when a kingdom existed. As we shall see later, similar disagreements apply to the rise of monarchy on the coast of Peru. We also will see, in this and later chapters, that among the Zulu of southern Africa, the Asante of West Africa, the Merina of Madagascar, and the Hunza of the Pakistani Kashmir borderlands, indigenous kingdoms arose in the context of elite rivalry. For a substantial period of time, centuries, in some cases a series of rival rank societies competed with one another. Despite moments of political unification, the long-term outcome was a stalemate. Eventually the aggressive leader of one rank society, often a highly motivated usurper, gained an unforeseen advantage over his neighbors. He pressed his advantage relentlessly until he had subdued all his rivals. He turned their chiefdoms into the provinces of a society larger than any previously seen in the region. To consolidate power, he broke down the old loyalties of each province and replaced them with an ideology stressing loyalty to him. He rewarded priests who were willing to verify his genealogical credentials and revise his group's cosmology, ensuring his divine right to rule. While his rise to power may have been brutal, the new king then cultivated an image of beneficence. Kamehameha, for example, decided that his rule would emphasize peace and prosperity. He encouraged his people to intensify agriculture and tried to serve as a role model by working publicly in his own gardens. Kamehameha died in 1819, leaving his kingdom to Liholiho, the son of his most highly ranked wife, Keapulani of Maui. Kamehameha's remains were hidden in an undisclosed location, reportedly a cave visible only from the sea. From such a burial site, his mana would continue to draw schools of fish to the coast. Because of Liholiho's youth, his mother was made regent to ensure an orderly succession. One of the most dramatic changes in Hawaiian social logic is attributed to Liholiho but may well have been his mother's idea. In many hierarchical societies the ruler symbolized order in a world plagued by disorder. Hawaii was no exception. The inauguration of each new ruler was preceded by a period of deliberate chaos, during which his subjects violated all ritual taboos. It was, among other things, taboo for men and women to dine together. After sufficient time had elapsed, the new ruler would appear and restore order, reinstating all taboos. At the appropriate moment, Prince Liho appeared. At a feast sponsored by his mother, however, he defied the taboo and dined with the women. By this and other acts, according to scholars such as Ralph Kuykendall and William Davenport, Liho separated rank from religious protocol and made Hawaii a more secular kingdom. The unification of the Zulu. In our discussion of the Bimba we mentioned Africa's Bantu migration, the dispersal of iron-working farmers and herders from their homeland north of the Congo. Some 1,700 years ago these people had spread south to the Limpopo River, on the border between Zimbabwe and South Africa. By AD 800 they had crossed the Limpopo and entered the acacia grasslands of the south. There they found an environment suitable for cattle herding, one where the tsetse fly was less of a problem. We believe that these migrating Iron Age societies already had a degree of hereditary inequality. Among the Bantu speakers crossing the Limpopo were the ancestors of the Zulu people. They spread into the grassland of eastern South Africa, a province called Natal by Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama. Because the early Zulu were a clan-based society with chiefs and warriors, they had little difficulty displacing the hunters and gatherers whose ancestors had occupied Natal for millennia. By the late Iron Age, AD 800 to 1200, according to archaeologist Tim Maggs, the societies of Natal had become greater in scale and complexity, with many settlements moving to defensible hilltop localities. There is evidence, in other words, for ongoing competition among chiefly societies, not unlike the competition we saw in proto-historic Hawaii. By the late 18th century, a period for which European colonists left us written texts, there may have been as many as 50 different rank societies in Natal. Perhaps the most powerful, according to historians John Wright and Carolyn Hamilton, were the chiefly societies known as the Mabhudu, the Ndwandwe, and Mthethwa. Their neighbors, the Zulu, were a smaller and less imposing rank society. The average Zulu settlement was a farmstead built by a senior man with multiple wives. Each wife and her children occupied a beehive-shaped hut. All huts were set in a protective circle around the corral where the cattle spent the night. The entire farmstead was further enclosed by a stockade. While the men herded cattle, the women raised millet, sorghum, and melons. We know these farmsteads not by their Zulu name but by the Afrikaans word kraal. The rise of the Zulu has been reconstructed from oral histories, European eyewitness accounts, and anthropological research. According to anthropologist Max Gluckman, the families of many kraals were united into clans that reckoned descent in the father's line. Multiple clans were united under a chief, who was the hereditary leader of the most senior descent group. Chiefs ruled by dividing their territory into sections. Each section was commanded by one of the chief's brothers or half-brothers, who served as a sub-chief. Quarreling among sections was common and usually ended with one brother declaring his independence and moving his subjects to a new location. The alternatives were fratricide and usurpation. To guard against the assassination of an heir, polygamous chiefs instructed their wives to live in different sections of their territory, surrounded by loyal followers. With the death of the chief, each wife lobbied for her son to become his successor. Cattle were the main source of wealth in proto-historic Natal, and no chief, lineage, or clan ever had enough. Chiefs distributed cattle to sub-chiefs and other officials and used them to reward outstanding warriors. Such was the demand that stealing cattle became the main reason for raiding one's neighbors. The intensification of warfare gradually modified social behavior in Natal. According to Wright and Hamilton, a chief periodically rounded up all young men of appropriate age who lived in his territory. These youths were organized into a group called an ibutho, plural amabutho, and all went through initiation together. Although the young men came from different kraals, each ibutho was given its own name and insignia, creating corporate solidarity for a lifetime. Chiefs gradually came to rely on the Amabutho as regiments of warriors, enforcers, and tribute collectors. In times of peace the Amabutho could be sent out to hunt elephants, increasing a chief's supply of ivory. What had begun as a ritual association became a means to expand a chief's wealth and territory. In 1787 Sentangakhana, chief of the Zulu, had an illegitimate son by a woman named Nandi. The boy was given the sarcastic name Shaka, a reference to an intestinal parasite that simulates pregnancy by causing a woman to miss her menstrual period. Sentangakhana made Nandi his third wife, but she was mistreated by the Zulu and banished to her home village when Shaka was 6. The mistreatment continued until Nandi sought refuge with the neighboring Mthethwa in 1802. The chief of the Mthethwa was Dingiswayo, a man with his own violent past. The son of a previous chief, Dingiswayo had once fled the Mthethwa under charges of plotting to kill his father. When he finally returned, he found his father dead and his brother installed as chief. Dingiswayo killed his brother, made himself chief, and set about expanding Mthethwa territory. His rationalization for subduing his neighbors was that their constant fighting was against the will of the Creator, and he intended to make them live in peace. Shaka, by now a strapping, athletic teenager, became one of Dingiswayo's most trusted warriors. His rise to power has been described not only by Gluckman but also by scholars such as E. A. Ritter and John Selby. Dingiswayo defeated the Zulu and many of his other neighbors. As his victories mounted, his doting mother began to keep the skulls of his decapitated rivals in her hut. True to his goal of establishing peace, however, Dingiswayo did not always press his advantage. In 1813, for example, Dingiswayo defeated Chief Zwide of the Ndwandwe, even though his Mthethwa forces were outnumbered 2,500 to 1,800. Dingiswayo declined to execute Zwide, a decision that would cost him dearly. Dingiswayo's sparing of Zwide was probably influenced by the traditional chivalry of warfare in Natal. The list that follows gives some of the principles of warfare at that time. 1. Warriors in Natal wore sandals, advanced until they stood at a reasonable distance from the enemy, and then proceeded to hurl iron-tipped spears. 2. Military formations were simple, consisting mainly of lines of warriors from a series of age-based ritual societies. 3. An enemy who threw down his spear to concede defeat was spared. 4. Women and children came out to watch the battles and were left unharmed no matter which side won. One of the reasons Dingiswayo was able to defeat the Ndwanda was because the men under Shaka's command fought so fiercely. Dingiswayo was appreciative. As a result, when Sentangakhana died in 1816, Dingiswayo made Shaka the new chief of the Zulu. Now the 29-year-old Shaka controlled 100 square miles and an army of 500 men. One of Shaka's first acts was to punish the Zulu who had mistreated his mother when he was a boy. The lucky ones had their skulls bashed in. The unlucky ones were taken to a hill frequented by hyenas. There they were impaled on stakes and left to die slowly, while the hyenas closed in for lunch. As Shaka's military experience grew, so did his dissatisfaction with traditional warfare. Soon he was at work on the following strategies that would give the Mthethwa and Zulu an edge. 1. Tired of throwing and retrieving javelins, Shaka had his blacksmiths create a new short-hafted, broad-blade stabbing spear. He called his new weapon Ixwe, after the sucking sound it made when pulled from an enemy's chest. 2. He had his warriors shed their sandals so that they could run faster. In the future they would surprise their enemies by sprinting toward them to fight at close range. 3. He trained his men for close combat with the Ixwe and a tough cowhide shield. 4. He created a new battle formation, composed of 4 groups of warriors standing shield to shield. In the center was a block of seasoned veterans known as the head, who did the bulk of the fighting. Behind them was a block of reserves called the chest, who waited for a signal to join the fray. Extending out from the head were 2 curving columns called the horns, designed to encircle the enemy. 5. He pioneered military formations that minimized the effect of being outnumbered. 1 was an unbroken circle, used when his warriors were surrounded. The other, called the millipede, was a linear formation of men with interlocking shields, used to cross territories where one was likely to be ambushed. 6. Shaka also modified the Amabutho. For years they had been age-based ritual societies, made up of youths from different kraals within the same chiefdom. Shaka, who by now had subjugated a number of formerly autonomous societies, expanded the system by creating regiments into which all warriors of the same age were placed, regardless of the chiefly territories from which they had come. Under Shaka's direct control, these feared age regiments broke down old territorial loyalties and produced warriors beholden only to him. Shaka trained them puritanically, forbidding the youths to marry without his permission. 7. Traditionally, an enemy who threw down his spear had been spared. This is probably why Zwide had not been killed by Dingiswayo. Shaka's new policy, called Impi Ebumvuo, or Red War, abolished such chivalry. His regiments finished off the enemy, wounded, pursued, and killed all the retreating warriors they could catch, and slaughtered the enemy women and children who had come to watch. Fighting alone or beside Dingiswayo, Shaka used these innovations to defeat all comers. In 1816 he crushed the Ilangini, in 1817 he conquered the Butaleza. By now his sphere of influence was 400 square miles. In 1817 Dingiswayo assembled an estimated 4,500 warriors for an assault on the Nguyen. He was joined by Shaka and 1,000 of his men. Dingiswayo was victorious this time, but in 1818 he was captured and killed by his old nemesis, Chief Zwide of the Ndwandwe, whose life he had spared in the past. Shaka replaced Dingiswayo as leader of the combined Mthethwazulu forces. Zwide, emboldened by his defeat of Dingiswayo, now made plans to eliminate Shaka as well. An estimated 8,000 Ndwandwe warriors forded the White Umfalazai River. Before them stood Kokli Hill, which Shaka and his 4,000 warriors had turned into a fortress. Outnumbered 2-1, Shaka won this crucial battle by superior military strategy. In a completely independent move, according to Selby, Shaka hit upon the famous British square tactics used by Wellington at Waterloo. Drawing his veteran forces into a tight circle, Shaka instructed his reserves to hide in the brush. He then sent off a decoy force of 700 men who pretended to flee with a cattle herd, kept at the fortress for food. The Ndwandwe were taken in by the ruse, sending a third of their force to chase the herders. The remaining two-thirds charged the hill, unaware that there were twice as many defenders there as they could see. The Ndwandwe threw their javelins. Shaka's troops avoided most of them and charged and killed 1,000 enemies at close range. Shaka's highly disciplined warriors held firm through repeated attacks, and at the appropriate moment his reserves came out of hiding and joined the fray. The Ndwandwe were defeated. Through this and other victories, Shaka turned 30 chiefly societies into the provinces of a unified kingdom covering 7,000 square miles. In only 12 years, a period so short as to be virtually invisible to an archaeologist, he had gone from the illegitimate son of a minor chief to the king of the Zulu. Shaka established his capital in 1820 at a place called New Bulawayo. There he built a royal kraal a mile in diameter, defended by a stockade and containing some 1,500 residences. He stationed a portion of his 50,000 warriors at New Bulawayo, which had 130 acres set aside for cattle. Shaka's revisionist ideology portrayed the Zulu as ruling by right of genealogical seniority rather than conquest. To his inner circle of advisors, however, he confided his belief that you can only rule the Zulus by killing them, only the fear of death will hold them together. Shaka, whose genealogical credentials were shaky, worried constantly about being usurped. He often said that a king should not eat with his brothers, lest they poison him. Shaka kept many concubines but was so afraid of being overthrown by a son that he executed any lover who became pregnant. He would leave no heir. In 1827 Shaka's beloved mother, Nandi, with whom he had endured so much abuse in childhood, passed away. In order to mourn her properly, Shaka ruled that for 1 year no crops would be planted, no cows would be milked, and no married couples would engage in sex. He executed 7,000 of his own subjects who did not appear to be grieving sufficiently. This year of hell caused such grumbling in Natal that two of Shaka's half-brothers, Dingana and Maitlane Jain, were persuaded to assassinate him. At a meeting with them in 1828, an unsuspecting Shaka was fatally run through with a spear. Dingana was then named king of the Zulu. By then, of course, European colonization of Natal had become an irreversible process. In 1838 the Boers drove the Zulu north of the Tugela River. In 1880, after a very bloody war, the British conquered the Zulu. 30 years later, in 1910, Zululand was ceded to the Union of South Africa. In 1994 the province of KwaZulu-Natal was created as a homeland for the Zulu. Its parliament is based in Pietermaritzburg, and the Zulu king receives a government stipend. Each year the king is allowed to take an additional wife, but he usually declines. Instead, the current Zulu king uses the annual ceremony to promote abstinence and the prevention of HIV/AIDS. Shaka's kingdom. From time to time we hear one of our colleagues say, "Wasn't so-and-so the worst president in the history of this country?" After listening politely, we add, "But at least he didn't execute 7,000 of his own citizens because they refused to mourn the death of his mother." Let us look briefly at some differences between Shaka's kingdom and Kamehameha's. While some of Kamehameha's predecessors may have created political hierarchies of 4 administrative levels, the society in which Shaka was raised had only 2 levels above the headman of each kraal. Leadership in Natal relied heavily on military force. Not only did it lack the sacred aspects of Polynesian leadership, it also lacked a continuum of rank based on the differential possession of sacred life force. The citizens of the Zulu kingdom did, however, display 4 descending levels of prestige, based largely on the length of time each group had been loyal to Shaka. On the most prestigious level were the king, the Zulu ruling lineage, and the ruling lineages of allied groups who, like the Mthethwa, had embraced Shaka from the beginning. The second level consisted of the more important chiefs and notables of the societies subjugated during the middle stages of Shaka's career. As a result of aligning themselves with the Zulu king, they were left in charge of their old territories. The third level of Zulu citizenry consisted of the lower-ranking members of Shaka's most favored subjugated societies. Although these people had once belonged to different ethnic groups, they were now encouraged to think of themselves as sharing a common origin. Those who distinguished themselves would be appointed to bureaucratic posts. The fourth, or lowest, level was composed of people who had either sought refuge with the Zulu or were subjugated late in Shaka's career. According to Wright and Hamilton, such people were often referred to as destitute, menials, people with strange hairstyles, or the like. They never became full Zulu citizens and were regarded as ethnically inferior even if they had once been led by hereditary chiefs. The unification of the Hunza. Let us now turn to the roof of the world. The Hunza River, an upper tributary of the Indus, rises in the Karakoram Mountains of the Pakistani-controlled region called the Northern Areas. From some of the snow-capped 25,000-foot peaks, one might be able to see Afghanistan and the Hindu Kush in the distance. To the south lies Kashmir and to the east lies China's Xinjiang province. 300 years ago, according to anthropologist Hamayoun Sidki, the territory of the Hunza consisted of 3 fortified villages. Each of these villages, Balti, Alti, and Ganesh, had its own small irrigation system and grew barley, wheat, buckwheat, millet, apricots, and vegetables. Their fields lay at 8,000 feet above sea level, and the Hunza pastured goats, sheep, and cattle at still higher elevations. They used manure from both humans and animals as fertilizer on their crops and grew alfalfa for their herds. Prior to AD 1790, Hunza society had male lineage heads, clan elders, and a village headman called a Trangfa. All 3 villages were nominally under a chief called a thumb, though he shared power with the elders and headmen. The thumb, like the chiefs in Takopia society, derived his authority from sacred life force. He was alleged to have a special relationship with the Pari, or supernatural mountain spirits. This relationship gave a thumb the power to melt glaciers and bring rain, both essential to agriculture. The thumb's supernatural powers were validated by religious practitioners called Baitan. The Baitan were not formal priests and maintained no temples. They served more as oracles, soothsayers, and earthly spokesmen for the mountain spirits. Travelers to Hunza territory report that the Baitan entered ecstatic trances, drinking goat's blood and inhaling the smoke of burning juniper. While the thumb tended to come from one elite lineage, there were no firm rules of succession. When a chief died, his sons and brothers often began a struggle that ended only when one of them had murdered his rivals or forced them into exile. Even the winners in this power struggle could not relax. A thumb who proved unable to bring rain or melt glaciers might be assassinated or overthrown. Periodic attempts to consolidate power among the Hunza began in the 1500s and took the form of eliminating rival factions. During the late 1600s, a Hunza chief named Mayuri massacred the Diramhire faction with the aid of the Hamachatting and Asankuts factions. The three allied factions divided up the victims' land and animals. Mayuri's son, Ayashotu, then massacred his father's former allies the Hamachatting with the aid of the Asankuts. Again, the victors divided up the victims' land and animals. The cycle of bloodshed was extended when Ayashotu went on to massacre his former allies the Asankuts, seizing all their land and livestock for himself. At this point the Hunza had been unified under one faction but were still no more than a rank society. Whatever plans the thumb may have had for further aggrandizement were put on hold in the mid-18th century. In 1759 the Chinese Emperor Qianlong brought the Karakoram range and neighboring Turkestan under his control. From 1760 onward the Hunza were forced to send gold to China as tribute. In return the Chinese gave Hunza leaders tea, silk, and horses. Around 1790 a man named Salim Khan usurped the position of thumb from his brother Good Emirza. Unfortunately for Good Emirza, his term as chief had been plagued by drought, and his subjects had ceased to believe that he could control the mountain spirits. According to oral history, his brother Salim Khan then caused snow to fall to the depth of an arrow shaft in midsummer. This feat was enough to swing public support to Salim Khan. Salim Khan took on the title of Mir, the Pamir, or Persian equivalent of thumb. With most rival factions already eliminated by Mayuri and Ayashotu, he moved quickly to bring Balti, Alti, and Ganesh under his control. Applying a top-down strategy, he named a series of loyal subordinates to be the headmen of each village. He then installed a wazir, or vizier, to oversee for him all three villages. Mir Salim Khan fully intended to expand against his neighbors. He knew that to do so he would need a series of advantages not shared by his predecessors. He built hilltop forts, watchtowers, and fortified granaries. He then set out to create the greatest system of irrigation canals ever seen in the Karakoram Mountains. Some of these canals would bring water from glaciers on the region's high mountains, delivering it to previously uncultivated stretches of the Hunza River Valley. The first canal took 7 years to complete. Salim Khan demanded that each household commit one male member to his labor force, using apricotwood shovels and crude picks made from the horns of mountain goats. The Mir worked his diggers from dawn to dusk and required highly ranked families to provide them with food. When finished, the canal brought water from a stream above Balti and irrigated a former wasteland down valley from Ganesh. There Salim Khan founded a new village, called Hyderabad. The second and longest canal, called the Samarkand Waterway, brought water from Ultar Glacier, high above the river. This canal was designed to irrigate a wasteland even farther downstream. Here Salim Khan founded the new village of Aliabad. The Mir allowed the people of Ganesh to divert some of the Samarkand water to arid lands closer to their homes. Soon a new village, called Hasanabad, had split off from Ganesh. Finally, Mir Salim Khan directed work on a third canal, bringing water from another mountain glacier. This canal was used to irrigate a wasteland upstream, near Alti. The increased water allowed the people of Alti to found a new village, called Ahmedabad. These canals ushered in a period of unprecedented prosperity, but they also altered traditional Hunza society. Because the irrigation system was the creation of Mir Salim Khan, it became the property of an embryonic Hunza monarchy. None of the new villages, established on formerly useless land, had a previous history. They were occupied by new followers of Salim Khan, ethnically and genealogically heterogeneous, united by place of residence rather than common ancestry. These new people were the clients of an emerging Hunza kingdom, and their loyalties were only to the Mir. Aware of his growing political importance, Salim Khan turned his back on the soothsayers who had formerly validated his sacred vital force. In a move reminiscent of the Kachin chiefs who adopted Buddhism, the Mir converted to Islam. From now on, water would be provided by hydraulic expertise instead of supernatural power. Salim Khan's monarchy would promote Islam, and the ecstatic trances of the soothsayers would be reduced to folk religion. The irrigation system brought about enormous immigration to Salim Khan's realm. Soon he expanded east to the neighboring Shimshal Valley and north to the Pamir Range. Most of all, he longed to expand southeast into the territory of the Nagar. Years before the building of his canal system, the Mir had been dissed by a Nagar chief who asserted that his virile member was larger than Salim Khan's entire chiefdom. By expanding into the Pamirs, Salim Khan compelled the Kyrgyz nomads to pay tribute to him rather than to China. Expanding still farther to the north, he attacked the small kingdom of Sarakol and turned many of its villagers into slaves. Now Salim Khan had a vantage point from which to raid caravans along the Silk Route. Instead of paying tribute to China as his predecessors had, he was soon receiving protection money from the Chinese. The luxury goods stolen from caravans further enriched Hunza society. The loot produced by raiding created another route to prominence, analogous to that of Colombia's nobles by wealth. In 1824 Salim Khan was succeeded by Mir Ghazanfar Khan. The latter enlarged the Hunza canal system and extended the kingdom's territorial control, finally subduing the Nagar society so hated by his predecessor. The Hunza kingdom. The entire process of creating a Hunza monarchy may have taken 150 years, beginning with Mayuri's slaughter of rival factions and climaxing with the territorial expansion of Ghazanfar Khan, 1824 to 1865. This is further evidence that the transition from chief to king is a process rather than an event, with a long succession of rulers contributing to the final outcome. Like the Hawaiian and Zulu cases seen earlier, the unification of the Hunza required one aggressive lineage to achieve an advantage over its rivals. The ultimate advantage in this case was an irrigation system, turning barren tracts into fields controlled by the Mir. Three significant consequences were, 1. A reduction in the authority of clan elders and lineage heads, 2. The replacement of supernatural legitimacy by true political power, and 3. The triumph of centralized control over ethnic loyalties. The result was a monarchy with a royal lineage, wealthy nobles, a bureaucracy including a vizier, heads of districts, heads of villages, tax collectors and multilingual diplomats, and a commoner workforce consisting of peasant farmers, herders, and slaves. The unification of Madagascar. Madagascar, the world's fourth largest island, lies in the Indian Ocean some 400 miles east of Africa. Over the years it has become a laboratory for studying the creation of kingdoms out of rank societies, one where collaboration between social anthropologists and archaeologists has been exemplary. Like Hawaii, Madagascar has a rich oral history, much of which has been compiled in a manuscript called Tantaran New York Andriana, The History of the Kings. According to historian Mervyn Brown, this manuscript traces Merina rulers back to the 14th century, where tradition becomes legend, with the first king said to be the son of God. During the 1960s, social anthropologist Konrad Kotuk began working in Madagascar and immediately saw the potential for collaborating there with archaeologist Henry Wright. Wright teamed up with archaeologists Robert Dewar, Susan Kuss, and Zoe Crossland, as well as Malagasy scholar Jean Aime Rakatoariso. We draw on the results of their work in the pages that follow. The rise of the Merina began during a period of chiefly cycling like that of other rank societies we have described. Between the 14th and 16th centuries, European visitors reported finding powerful rank societies in the highlands of Madagascar. Their existence has been verified by Dewar and Wright's archaeological surveys, which reveal that chiefly centers were each surrounded by 5 to 10 subordinate villages. Oral histories claim that conflicts broke out between two ethnic groups called the Vazimba and the Hova. These conflicts escalated once the Hova acquired iron axes and crossbows, giving their warriors what Brown calls a decisive superiority over the neighboring Vazimba. Sometime around the end of the 16th century, an ambitious Hova chief named Rolambo attempted to unify the Malagasy highlands. Western historians attribute his victories over the Vazimba to the acquisition of European firearms, an advantage similar to Kamehameha's in Hawaii. In the logic of Rolambo's society, however, his success was credited to his possession of a sampi, a powerful talisman that could, like a Mandan's sacred bundle, increase a person's life force. Here we see that, as among the Hunza and Polynesians, Hova leaders were seen as possessing or acquiring superior amounts of sacred power. Rolambo was the first chief to refer to his territory as Imarina, and his successor was the first to move his paramount village to Tananarive, the current capital of Madagascar. At this point it was said that there were 4 ranks of Imarina nobles, based on their genealogical relationship to the paramount chief. During the 17th century a young noble named Andriamasine Villana managed to usurp the position of paramount chief from his older brother by promising his supporters to share more power. In a move reminiscent of Salim Khan's creation of irrigation canals, Andriamasine Villana rounded up Corvi labor to convert a huge marsh near Tananarive into rice paddies. The intense level of raiding at this time is reflected in the archaeology of the region. Surveys by Dewar and Wright reveal a landscape dominated by large polygonal fortresses, often with multiple defensive ditches, and surrounded in turn by smaller fortified communities. There are also signs that many small valleys in the region had been converted to rice paddies. Like Kamehameha's terracing of Oahu's Anahulu Valley, the Marina chiefs' intensification of rice production underwrote their territorial expansion. Problems with chiefly succession, as we have seen in earlier chapters, contribute to the periodic collapse of rank societies. Oral history records that Andriamasine Villana created such a situation. Rather than leaving his territory to his oldest son, primogeniture, or his youngest son, ultimogeniture, he divided it among all 4 of his heirs. Soon they were all in competition, each seeking to take over his brother's provinces. This breakdown of centralized control provided opportunities for usurpation. Around 1745, in the northernmost of the 4 disputed provinces, a young man named Rambo Asalama was born. He was the nephew of Andrian Jaffe, the current chief of the province, and soothsayers predicted great things for him. These predictions worried his uncle so much that Rambo Asalama, like the young Kamehameha, went into hiding for a time. Andrian Jaffe turned out to be a hated despot. In 1787 12 Marina chiefs rallied to Rambo Asalama, giving him the support he needed to usurp Andrian Jaffe's position. Rambo Asalama then changed his name to Andrianampwanamirana, prince desired by Imarina. Because usurpers achieve their titles by strategy or force rather than genealogical entitlement, they must often work hard to establish their legitimacy. Andrianampwanamirana's new name implied that the Marina people wanted him. He also argued that it was his destiny to rule. To support this notion he relied on the Marina concept of ventana, a process by which events are predestined through the ordering of time and space. He added special talismans to increase his hasana, or vital force. Andrianampwanamirana began his rule modestly. His first royal residence was a wooden hut 20 by 12 feet in extent. Its largest piece of furniture was said to have been the bed for his 12 wives. Over time, however, he succeeded in reunifying the provinces that Andriamasine Villana had divided among his 4 sons. During the next decade Andrianampwanamirana extended his political control to the entire central Malagasy plateau. The sea, he is said to have boasted, shall be the limit of my rice fields. His son Radamai, who took over in 1810, made good his father's boast. As with other cases we have seen, the Marina creation of monarchy was a gradual process involving a series of aggressive rulers and some occasional setbacks. Along the way there were appropriate changes in social logic. Recall that the Hova attributed Rolambo's earlier victories to a powerful sampi, or talisman. Later Marina rulers appropriated all local sampi and created a class of royal talismans for their use alone. These royal talismans were called sampi masana, which implied a significant change in the distribution of hasana or vital force. According to Kotik, Marina nobles now claimed to have been born with much more hasana than commoners, providing the justification for social stratification. The upper stratum of Marina society was called the Andryana, or hereditary nobility. Commoners were divided into true Hova, the descendants of central Imarina's 10 original villages, and Mainti, the royal servants and former slaves. These ranks within the commoner class remind us of the Zulu distinction between respected commoners and menials. Denied Marina citizenship was one group known as Andivo, or slaves, mostly enemies captured in battle. Dewar and Wright found that the structure of the Marina kingdom was visible in the archaeological record. Between 1760 and 1810 its heartland was reorganized and featured a settlement hierarchy of 4 levels. At the top was a fortified, 86-acre capital city. Below the city was the second level, a series of fortified 25-acre towns whose entrances could be closed with multi-ton stones. The third level of the hierarchy consisted of villages, while the fourth level was made up of smaller hamlets. There were also specialized military settlements at the frontiers between the Marina and other ethnic groups. Hereditary nobles were buried in tombs within each town's defensive walls, while the graves of the commoner class were left outside the walls. Finally, just as in other monarchies we have examined, loyal commoners were sometimes appointed to bureaucratic positions. These commoner appointments were made because rulers did not always trust other members of the nobility, and because commoners realized from the outset that they did not have the genealogical credentials to usurp a higher position. The nature of inequality in kingdoms. Having looked at early monarchies in 4 different regions of the world, let us now consider this question: was inequality any greater under a despotic king than under a despotic paramount chief? Slavery, after all, was practiced even by foragers like the Tlingit. Certain villagers in New Guinea were treated as rubbish men. Hawaiian chiefs rendered thousands of their own subjects landless. Bimba chiefs mutilated people who annoyed them. Kingdoms continued many of those forms of inequality. In addition, partly as a result of the processes by which they formed, kingdoms created new types of inequality and enhanced others. In the 4 cases we examined, not one kingdom was the offspring of a rank society that simply got bigger. There is apparently no social steroid that can trigger that kind of growth. Instead, all 4 kingdoms arose through the forced unification of a group of competing rank societies. It would seem that competition among chiefs, like the confrontations that produce an alpha chimp, was one of the engines driving the process. In many parts of the ancient world, including Alabama and Panama and Colombia, such chiefly competition continued indefinitely. In Hawaii, Natal, Madagascar, and the Hunza Valley, one of the competing societies eventually gained an advantage. That advantage could be new weaponry, new military strategy, a new irrigation system, or thousands of new rice paddies. In addition, the ruler pressing the advantage seems to have been very aggressive, often a usurper with a chip on his shoulder, a man of elite ancestry but not in line to be heir, someone prepared to kill his half-brother and marry his half-sister if necessary. This man and his heirs succeeded in subduing their neighbors, turning rival rank societies into the provinces of a larger territory. Neighboring chiefs who capitulated might be allowed to stay on as governors of their own provinces. Those who resisted were killed or exiled and then replaced with one of the victor's trusted allies. Many conquered provinces still preserved the 3 levels of administrative offices left over from their days as chiefdoms. The man who unified the provinces now got tribute from them all. He had created an overarching administrative level and needed a higher title king because chief was now only a provincial title. Some newly created kings turned their residences into palaces, moved or enlarged their capitals, turned their chiefly retinue into courtiers, had monuments erected to themselves, and ordered that their tombs be greater than anyone else's. All such acts help archaeologists identify kingdoms. Kings also designed strategies to break down their subjects' former loyalties to their respective territories, replacing them with loyalty to the royal family. In the case of the Zulu, this process began with Shaka's expansion of the Amabutho to include youths from all the societies he had conquered. Once Shaka had become a king, the process expanded further, and he endeavored to turn all commoners into citizens of a Zulu state. It was here that a new form of inequality, ethnic discrimination, came to the fore. We have seen that ethnocentrism is universal. Even villagers in egalitarian societies consider their behavior superior to that of their neighbors. Kings like Shaka and Andrianampwanamirana, however, had incorporated many neighbors into their realms. Certain commoners would be treated as full citizens, true Zulu or true Hova. Other commoners, however, would be considered destitute, menials, people with strange hairstyles, and so on. The eagerness of kings to incorporate foreigners into their labor force was greater than society's ability to tolerate their ethnic differences. Second-class citizenship was the result. Some of the kings discussed in this chapter also increased inequality by weakening power sharing. Recall that among the Bimba, members of the council inherited their positions, while the chief was chosen by his fellow aristocrats. Since the councillors were not under his thumb, the Bimba chief had to take their advice seriously. Some early kings, however, handpicked their major advisors. 12 Marina chiefs had helped Andrianampwanamirana usurp his uncle's position. He made them his inner council of advisors. Once he had become king, he also added a council of 70 aristocrats called Husbands of the Earth. Every year he gave a public speech called the Kabari, allegedly to share decision-making with the people. Such public displays of power sharing, however, were largely cosmetic. Kamehameha turned 5 chiefs of his native Kona district into councillors and initially sought their approval on important decisions. According to Ralph Kuykendall, however, once the 5 original councillors retired, their successors had much less influence on Kamehameha. Mir Salim Khan delegated power to his vizier and was supposed to share power with a Hunza council called the Marika. However, as Hameun Sidki points out, the Mir himself presided over the Marika, and nobody dared speak out of turn. All first-generation kings, no matter how despotic, needed political support. They often obtained this support by making at least a pretense of power sharing. Kings were, however, more likely to handpick or bypass their advisors than were the chiefs who preceded them. The problems of being the first. The creation of all 4 of the kingdoms discussed in this chapter required the consolidation of formerly independent societies by force. But was force always required? We have seen that several of the largest chiefly societies in the southeastern United States, such as the Kusa, were voluntary confederacies. Might not some early kingdoms have formed voluntarily as well? Without closing the door to that possibility, we doubt it. We note that the Kusa and the famous League of the Iroquois, for that matter, were not the first chiefly societies in their regions. By the time those confederacies arose, there had probably been rank societies in North America for more than 1,000 years. We suspect that once a particular type of society has existed for a while and the template for its organization is understood, more alternative routes to its creation are possible, including voluntary routes. Anthropologist Robert Carnier Rowe makes the point that most societies do not surrender their autonomy willingly. We have seen that every clan who tried to seize ritual or secular control of its society met with resistance from other clans. The various Katayo villages of Colombia's Cauca Valley did not submit to the authority of a single chief unless they were threatened by hostile neighbors. And many archaeologists suspect that the Kusa and the Iroquois formed their confederacies only after Spanish, French, or English colonists came to be seen as a threat. The first-rank society in each region had no template to follow, neither did the First Kingdom. One of the problems of being the first kingdom in your region is that your neighbors see nothing to be gained by giving up freedom to become one of your provinces. The question of how the first kingdoms were created is, therefore, quite separate from the creation of second, third, and fourth generation kingdoms. Archaeologist Charles Spencer has presented mathematical support for the idea that the first state to form in a region will likely require the kind of territorial expansion we saw among the Hawaiians, Zulu, Hunza, and Merina. Since a kingdom is one kind of state, almost certainly the earliest kind, with military dictatorships and parliamentary democracies arising later, Spencer's work is worth discussing here. We will, however, leave out the mathematical details. Borrowing an equation from the zoological literature on predator-prey relations, Spencer demonstrates that as a chief reaches the limit of the resources he can extract from his followers, and the growth curve of his society goes from steeply rising to horizontal, one of three things must happen. Such chiefs must either 1. Step up demand for resources from their own subjects, which may lead to revolt. 2. Intensify production through technological improvement, which will likely increase wealth but not necessarily socio-political complexity. 3. Expand the territory from which they get their resources, which will probably require the subjugation of neighbors. When alternative 3 is chosen, and the expanded territory grows beyond the limits that a chief can administer through the usual methods, he is compelled to make changes in administration and political ideology, and a state begins to form. That change is less likely with alternatives 1 and 2. The reason military force so often seems to be involved in the creation of the first kingdoms is because rival chiefs are unwilling to surrender their territory and independence voluntarily. In the 4 cases we saw in this chapter, state formation involved thousands of deaths, and thousands of other people were converted to slaves. Sorry, but no one said that creating the first kingdoms would be pretty. The unanswered question. Monarchies, as we have seen, can be created out of rank societies. And, as we learned from Irving Goldman, rank societies come in several forms. The chiefs of Tikopia relied on sacred authority. The wealth of the Quimbaya flowed from the expertise of their goldsmiths. The Zulu were secular warriors who took what they wanted by force. And the Tongan chief could wither a commoner with his glance, but his own sister could place her foot on his head. It turns out that monarchies, too, come in several forms. Anthropologist Herbert Lewis once took a close look at the traditional monarchs of Ethiopia. The king of the Kaffa, he reveals, was considered a divine monarch. The king of Abyssinia was not considered divine, but he was surrounded by taboos and an element of the sacred. The king of the Gala, or Oromo, was considered only a powerful mortal. These different forms of kingship, as we learn in later chapters, were widespread. The Egyptian pharaoh was considered divine. The Maya king had sacred qualities and was sometimes portrayed as the reincarnation of a mythological ancestor. The early Mesopotamian king, on the other hand, was only a powerful mortal, sometimes referring to himself as the tenant farmer of a patron deity. Only the later Mesopotamian kings sought to be considered divine. Here, then, is an important unanswered question: was there a logical connection between a particular type of monarchy and the chiefly societies out of which it was created? Did divine monarchs result from the unification of rank societies in which religious authority was paramount? Did secular kings result from the unification of largely militaristic rank societies, where religious specialists were little more than witch doctors? Or could any type of monarchy be created by uniting rank societies of any type? We have no answer to this question, because social anthropologists and archaeologists are not working on it. But they should be. 18. 3 of the New World's first-generation kingdoms. We have just described the birth of 4 kingdoms. Each was created by a series of ambitious leaders, who kept trying until they had unified a group of formerly independent rank societies. The leaders involved had no model to follow and no template to show them what a monarchy should look like. All 4 cases, therefore, qualify as first-generation kingdoms for their regions. Admittedly, The reason we know so much about the Hawaiian, Zulu, Hunza, and Merina cases is because there is written documentation. All 4 cases took place late in world history, while Western observers were watching. Wouldn't it be nice to have some earlier cases, unaffected by Western contact? In this chapter we go back more than 2,000 years in search of pristine cases of kingdom formation. The good news is that one can find such cases in the archaeological records of Mexico, Guatemala, and Peru. The bad news is that, precisely because those cases are so ancient, we lack eyewitness descriptions. We must therefore rely heavily on archaeological inference. While we believe that most first-generation Mexican and Peruvian states were kingdoms, we will sometimes use the generic term state when we are not sure that actual monarchs were involved. Some early Mexican states, for example, the one centered on Teotihuacan near modern Mexico City, did not portray monarchs in their art. In contrast, we know that early Maya rulers were monarchs, because their hieroglyphic inscriptions use the Maya word for king. There is a reason we have chosen to begin our search in the New World. Many archaeologists working in the Mexican highlands, the Peruvian coast, and the Maya lowlands have specifically designed their research to determine how and when the earliest kingdoms arose. In other words, they have prepared the way for us. The creation of the Zapotec state. Roughly 2,500 years ago, Mexico's Oaxaca Valley was occupied by at least 3 rank societies, seemingly in conflict with each other. To the north lay the chiefly center of San Jose Magoti, in command of a society with at least 2,000 inhabitants. To the south lay San Martin Tilcayet, the chiefly center for a society of 700 to 1,000 persons. To the east lay Yegueja, the chiefly center for another society of perhaps 700 to 1,000 persons. Despite the differences in population, none of these rank societies were able to subjugate their rivals, they therefore left a sparsely occupied buffer zone between their territories. They periodically burned each other's temples, or commissioned stone monuments to portray the sacrifice of enemy leaders. These chiefly rivalries remind us of those on the Big Island of Hawaii before it was unified by men such as Umi, Alapai, and Kamehameha. Eventually the leaders of San Jose Magoti did something that gave them an advantage. Gathering up 2,000 people from their paramount center and its satellite villages, they moved to the summit of a mountain in the buffer zone just mentioned. This mountain, rising 1,300 feet above the valley floor, was protected by steep slopes on the south and east. On the more easily climbed slopes to the north and west, the new arrivals began building 2 miles of defensive walls. They turned the mountain into a stronghold from which they could subdue their rivals. As so many other rank societies did, the first occupants of the stronghold had created a new chiefly center in an unoccupied buffer zone. Some 200 years after its founding, the mountaintop community had grown to an estimated 5,000 people, probably through a combination of internal population growth and the attraction of additional immigrants. It became Oaxaca's first city, whose ruins we know today as the archaeological site of Monte Alban. It is probably no coincidence that the pottery of this newly created city shows us the first use of the comal, a griddle for mass-producing corn tortillas. We suspect that the workers building and maintaining the city received rations of tortillas from their leaders. Thanks to archaeologists Charles Spencer and Elsa Redmond, we know a lot about Monte Alban's ongoing conflicts with San Martin Tilcayet, the rival chiefly center 1 day's travel to the south. Both communities laid out rectangular civic ceremonial plazas, reminiscent of the ones at La Paja and La Venta. Monte Alban's plaza, however, was laid out true north-south, while Tilcayet's was laid out 25 degrees east of true north. The chiefly lineages of these two communities evidently disagreed on which astronomical alignment was appropriate, suggesting that leadership was based at least partly on celestial authority. Tilcayet's response to the growth of Monte Alban was to double its own size, from 60 to 130 acres. This increase may have included the deliberate drawing in of defenders from its satellite villages. About 2,280 years ago, however, Monte Alban raided Tilcayet and torched the buildings on its plaza. Tilcajit refused to capitulate. Between 2,250 and 2,000 years ago it increased its size to 177 acres and moved its plaza uphill to a more easily defended ridge. The new plaza defiantly maintained the same orientation as its predecessor. Tilcajit also added defensive walls to its most easily climbed slopes. Monte Alban, however, was prepared for a long campaign. Its leaders concentrated thousands of farmers, craftsmen, and warriors into a ring of 155 satellite villages, most of them within a half-day's walk of Monte Alban. Many of these villages occupied Piedmont settings, where canal irrigation could be used to intensify the production of corn. This strategy was reminiscent of Kamehameha's terracing of Oahu's Anahulu Valley. Eventually Monte Alban attacked Tilcajit again, burning its ruler's palace and the community's major temple. Charcoal from the destruction of both buildings dates to about 2,000 years ago. Tilcajit did not recover from this second attack. It was abandoned, and on a mountaintop nearby its conquerors built a level 2 administrative center linked to Monte Alban. It would seem that by this point Monte Alban had subdued the entire Oaxaca Valley and turned its former rivals into the districts of a first-generation kingdom. The palace at Tilcajit measured 52 feet on a side and consisted of 8 large rooms around a central patio, figure 50. The walls were of adobe brick, set on a stone masonry platform several courses high. This elite residence appeared to have been built by corvée labor. At least 3 different work gangs must have been involved, because Spencer and Redmond could distinguish bricks of 3 different sizes, colors, and clay sources. During this same period, Monte Alban carved a series of stone monuments that reflected its military unification of the valley. One of the most important structures on the west side of Monte Alban's central plaza was Building L. Its facade was covered with a display of slain enemies analogous to those at Cerro Siquin, Peru, though not as numerous or gruesome. The largest of these carved stones depicted sprawling corpses, some with evidence of heart removal or genital mutilation. A few of the smaller stones showed severed heads. Several monuments appear to include the hieroglyphic names of important victims, figure 51. Figure 50. Competition between Monte Alban and Tilcajit ended with the conquest of Tilcajit and the burning of its palace. The palace, measuring 52 feet on a side, consisted of 8 rooms around a central patio. It had been built by multiple work gangs, using adobe bricks from different clay sources. Set in the southeast corner of Building L were 2 more carved stones that provide an inscription 8 hieroglyphs long. Included are glyphs for dates in the 2 known Zapotec Indian calendars, a 365-day secular calendar and a 260-day ritual almanac. This text seems to refer to a ruler who, in addition to commissioning Building L, claims credit for the slain enemies depicted. Such credit-taking by one man strengthens the likelihood that the early Zapotec state was a monarchy rather than an oligarchy. The unification of the 1,290 square mile Oaxaca Valley was a significant accomplishment, though it pales in comparison to the 4,028 square mile Big Island of Hawaii. The rulers of Monte Alban, however, had barely begun to expand. Indeed, the available radiocarbon dates suggest that they may have begun subduing some of their weaker neighbors even before their conquest of Tilcajit. Some 1,800 years ago the city of Monte Alban covered 1,028 acres, and archaeologist Richard Blanton estimates its population at 15,000. Its period of aggressive military expansion may have gone on for several centuries, until Zapotec rulers were receiving tribute from an estimated 8,000 square miles. Figure 51. The facade of Building L at Monte Alban was covered with carved stones depicting slain or sacrificed enemies. Most were shown naked, and a number had blood scrolls indicating genital mutilation. These 3 examples also bear hieroglyphic inscriptions that may include the victims' names. A significant problem in the study of first-generation states is that 1,000-acre cities and 8,000 square mile tribute territories are too large for individual archaeologists to investigate in detail. What the archaeologists working in Oaxaca did was form a consortium of researchers. Members of this consortium then collaborated on a full coverage survey of the Oaxaca Valley, including the city of Monte Alban and the hundreds of towns, villages, and hamlets in the political hierarchy below it. Some veterans of the original survey have now extended their efforts beyond the limits of the valley, into neighboring regions with names such as Cuicatlan, Ijutla, Mayawatlan, Sola de Vega, Pinoles, Tilantongo, and Huamalulpan. A bare-bones list of collaborators would include Richard Blanton, Stephen Kowalewski, Gary Feynman, Linda Nicholas, Laura Finston, Andrew Bokinski, Charles Spencer, and Elsa Redmond. Strategies for territorial expansion. The archaeological record makes it clear that the Zapotec had three different strategies for territorial expansion. The region of Sola de Vega, 40 miles southwest of Monte Alban, was so sparsely occupied that it could be annexed simply by sending in colonists. The Ijutla region, 30 miles south of Monte Alban, appears to have been taken over peacefully, possibly as the result of strategic marriage alliances among noble families. Ijutla thrived as the result of its incorporation by Monte Alban. Its craftsmen imported seashells from the Pacific coast and converted them to ornaments for the Zapotec capital. Yet another strategy was required by the region of Cuicatlan, 50 miles to the north of Monte Alban. In contrast to the temperate Oaxaca Valley, whose alluvial floor averages 4,800 to 5,500 feet above sea level, Cuicatlan lies in an arid tropical valley whose elevation averages 1,600 to 2,200 feet. With irrigation, Cuicatlan could produce both cotton and tropical fruits unavailable in Oaxaca Valley. The leaders of Cuicatlan's villages chose not to surrender their autonomy to the Zapotec. Unfortunately for those leaders, their population was organized only as a rank society. Monte Alban's more experienced warriors made short work of Cuicatlan and left behind a wooden rack displaying the skulls of 61 local victims. Such a rack, known in Zapotec as a yagabetu, was designed to intimidate anyone who resisted incorporation. The Zapotec reorganized the Cuicatlan landscape, moving its surviving population from the river floodplain to the Piedmont. This left the floodplain free to be irrigated with newly built canals and aqueducts. The Zapotec intensified irrigation in Cuicatlan much as Mir Salim Khan had intensified it in Hunza, and the outcome was presumably similar. He who built the canals got to decide how and by whom they were used. Recall that Mir Salim Khan also built forts in his territory. The Zapotec did something similar. At the northern extreme of the Cuicatlan district, near a mountain pass leading to the valley of Tehuacan, they built a hilltop redoubt called the Fortress of Coyotepec. The pottery and tombs of this fortress were in typical Monte Alban style. To the north of the fort, however, Spencer and Redmond discovered a no-man's land some 4 miles wide. Beyond this buffer zone, dating from roughly 2,200 to 1,800 years ago, the pottery no longer resembled that of Monte Alban. Whom was the fortress of Coyotepec designed to discourage? We believe that it marked the frontier between Monte Alban's expansion and that of Teotihuacan, an even larger first-generation state that we will discuss later in this book. The chain reactions that create more kingdoms. Monte Alban, to be sure, was not able to annex every region it desired. The Zapotec expanded most successfully against their weaker neighbors, relying on diplomacy to bring the others in line. In the mountains to the northwest, however, lay a series of well-populated valleys whose inhabitants had no intention of being incorporated into the Zapotec state. Included were the valleys of Tilantongo, Noquixtlan, and Huamalulpan. At the time of the Spanish conquest, all these valleys were occupied by speakers of the Mixtec language. Full coverage surveys by Andrew Bokinski, Stephen Kowalewski, and Veronica Perez Rodriguez suggest that the movement of the Zapotec to the fortified summit of Monte Alban set off a chain reaction among its neighbors to the northwest. Soon the leaders of these valleys were concentrating their supporters on defensible summits as well. One of the first hilltop communities to appear was La Providencia in the Tilantongo Valley, which seems to have been founded at roughly the same time as Monte Alban. A few centuries later, while Monte Alban was working to subdue Tilcajit, La Providencia lost population to Monte Negro, a larger community on an even higher mountain. Monte Negro's occupants built elite residences for their leaders and erected a number of temples. We believe that Monte Negro was in the process of creating its own kingdom when it was abruptly abandoned. Contemporaneous with Monte Negro was Cerro Jasmine, a hilltop community in the Noquixtlan Valley. The largest of all these defensible mountaintop settlements, however, was Huamelulpan, located in the valley of the same name. Baczynski suggests that Huamelulpan took over from an earlier chiefly center called Santa Cruz Tejada, much the way that Monte Alban took over from San Jose Magote. Neighboring Mixtec societies, in other words, nucleated and fortified themselves to keep Monte Alban at bay. The resulting political consolidation allowed them to create embryonic kingdoms of their own. Inequality and administrative hierarchy in the Zapotec state. Let us turn now to the internal workings of the Zapotec state. One of the benefits of the full coverage survey just mentioned is that it reveals multiple levels in the administrative hierarchy. 1800 years ago, 2 centuries after Monte Alban's defeat of Tilcajat, there were 518 communities in the Oaxaca Valley. The largest was Monte Alban itself, level 1, with an estimated 15,000 inhabitants. Level 2 of the hierarchy consisted of 6 towns with estimated populations of between 900 and 2,000. There were palaces and elegant tombs at Monte Alban and its level 2 towns, indicating that people of noble birth were in charge there. All 6 towns were less than a day's walk from Monte Alban, making intercommunication easy. All these larger settlements had multiple temples. Level 3 had at least 30 villages with populations estimated at 200 to 700. There were no palaces at these smaller communities, but several had at least one temple. Finally, the 4th, or lowest, level of the hierarchy consisted of 400 small villages with no evidence of temples or palaces. These settlements brought the estimated population of the valley to more than 40,000. The stone monuments, ceramic sculptures, and tomb murals of Monte Alban all confirm that the Zapotec state was a monarchy. Rulers are shown sitting on thrones, sometimes costumed as jaguars or wearing the feathers of quetzal birds from the distant cloud forest, figure 52. Not until the Spaniards conquered Oaxaca in AD 1521, however, did the rest of the world get eyewitness descriptions of Zapotec society. Figure 52. This funerary urn from tomb 103 at Monte Alban portrays a royal ancestor in his role as mighty warrior, carrying the severed head of an enemy by its hair. In addition to jadeite ornaments and a headdress of quetzal tail feathers, he wears a mask made from the dried skin of a flayed enemy's face. The urn is 20 inches high. From the Spanish accounts we conclude that Zapotec society was divided into at least 2 major strata, hereditary nobles and commoners. At the apex of the noble stratum was a king, Coqui, and his principal wife, Conaxi. A major ruler, who might be referred to as a Coquitao, or great lord, lived in a Quiwidao, or beautiful royal palace. Archaeologist Alfonso Caso excavated a number of palaces and royal tombs at Monte Alban. A typical palace consisted of 8 to 12 rooms around a central patio. Under the patio floor was the royal tomb, reached by a stairway that allowed the king's descendants to make additional offerings on the anniversaries of his death. Tombs 104 and 105 of Monte Alban, laid out roughly 2,400 years ago, were 2 of the most magnificent. Tomb 105's walls bore polychrome murals that show royal men and women, perhaps relatives or ancestors of the deceased lord, accompanied by their hieroglyphic names. The door of tomb 104 was closed with a large stone, carved with the hieroglyphic names of what are almost certainly royal ancestors. Such carving or painting of royal genealogies helped the descendants of the deceased ruler confirm their right to rule. The ruling class was made up of Tijicoqui, the royal lineage, Tijijoana, lineages of major nobles, and Tijijonawini, lineages of minor nobles. The Spaniards compared these lineages to the various ranks of European nobility. The stratum of Zapotec commoners also had its gradations in prestige. There were landed commoners, landless serfs, and slaves. Free commoners belonged to Tijapinakech, lineages of townspeople, and held corporate rights to parcels of land dispersed through the valley floor, Piedmont, and mountains. These varied parcels were the Zapotec equivalent of Hawaii's pizza slice transects from coast to mountain. Social inequality was expressed in terms of address, clothing, diet, and other forms of behavior. Nobles were addressed with terms equivalent to Your Grace. Even they, however, had to bow and remove their sandals in the presence of the king. Nobles wore bright cotton mantles, feather head dresses, and jade ornaments in their earlobes and lips. Some male nobles had 15 to 20 wives. They dined on venison and enjoyed drinks flavored with chocolate, a plant imported from the lowlands. Commoners, on the other hand, wore agave fiber mantles and were allowed much less ornamentation. Instead of venison, they ate the flesh of dogs, turkeys, rabbits, and local small game. Only the wealthiest of commoner men could afford a second wife. Zapotec rulers sometimes appointed trusted commoners to bureaucratic posts. In addition, there were some social institutions in which both nobles and commoners regularly collaborated. Within the military, the officers were of noble birth, while the foot soldiers were conscripted commoners. Officers wore body armor of quilted cotton, and their valor was rewarded with costumes depicting them as pumas, jaguars, hawks, or eagles. Foot soldiers went to battle in loincloths. Within the religious establishment, the highest priests were of aristocratic birth. Often they were the younger sons of nobles, outranked by their older brothers and therefore unlikely to inherit their father's title. Like all members of the noble stratum, they were given a religious education that was denied to commoners. This difference in education helped maintain inequality. The high priest's assistants were commoners who underwent special training. These minor priests, according to the Spaniards, virtually lived in the inner room of the temple. The temple itself was called Yahopi, the house of the vital force, reminding us that the Zapotec had a concept of sacred life force like mana among the Polynesians or Hasina among the Marina. Anything that moved, including lightning bolts, flowing blood, and the foam on a cup of hot chocolate, possessed P. Any plant that induced visions of the spirit world, such as Jimson weed, datura, morning glory, strong tobacco, or hallucinogenic mushrooms, was considered sacred. Zapotec priests were trained in bloodletting, human and animal sacrifice, and ritual drug use. Nobles had their own special rituals, because after death they would metamorphose into semi-divine ancestors, living among the clouds and serving Kosio lightning, the most powerful being in the Zapotec cosmos. While Zapotec rulers were extremely powerful, some of this power was shared with the governmental council. This council, presumably composed of nobles, met in a special building called a Yahoyuksija, which ought to be archaeologically identifiable. Peru's Moche state. When we last looked at Peru, we were struck by how precocious its rank societies were. They were also militaristic, and armed conflict remained a factor in the rise of Peru's largest first-generation kingdom. That conflict took two forms: neighboring coastal chiefs fought with each other, and highland chiefs sought to take over the irrigation systems of coastal valleys. Some 2,500 years ago, rank societies operated in all the major river valleys of the northern and central Peruvian coast. Many important chiefly centers lay upstream in what is called the Middle Valley, the point where rivers emerge from the canyons of the Andes. The Middle Valley was narrower than the Lower Valley, requiring less labor and expertise to irrigate. There were places where water could easily be diverted from the river and brought downhill to potato and manioc fields. Still farther upstream, at elevations of 2,000 to 4,000 feet, conditions were often satisfactory for the irrigation of two crops, cotton for textiles and coca leaves for ritual. Archaeologists have subjected many of Peru's coastal valleys to full coverage surveys, making possible a tentative reconstruction of what happened next. In no case, however, do we have the step-by-step chronology of events that we would like to have. Roughly 2,400 years ago, according to archaeologist Brian Billman, a wave of violence swept the coast as highland societies began to raid coastal valleys. It would appear that the highland chiefs controlled enough warriors to take over some of the cotton and cocoa lands just mentioned. Coastal chiefs were occasionally able to unite a number of rank societies under a single leader in response to this threat from aggressive highland societies. Surveys by David Wilson provide evidence that a large society, with a political hierarchy of 4 administrative levels, formed in the Chasma Valley between 2,200 and 2,000 years ago. This society eventually broke down, however, suggesting that its enemies were too strong to expel. Between 2000 and 1,800 years ago, according to Billman, highland invaders had penetrated the middle portions of the Mosh, Viru, Napina, Chasma, Shion, and Lurin valleys. These invaders caused the abandonment of a number of coastal population centers. One of those centers was Cerro Arena in the Mosh Valley, a settlement on a defensible mountain ridge. At its peak, according to archaeologist Curtis Brennan, Cerro Arena had 2,000 visible structures crammed into 3/4 of a square mile. With the abandonment of centers such as Cerro Arena, the indigenous population of the Mosh Valley moved closer to the ocean and consolidated into a single, highly nucleated community called Cerro Oreja. Apparently now united under one leader, this coastal society became one of the first to fight back successfully against highland invaders. After driving out their highland enemies and reclaiming their upstream irrigation lands, the leaders of Cerro Oreja moved their capital to a new locality, known to archaeologists as Las Huacas de Mosh. There they established a 250-acre urban center that served as the capstone of a 4-level political hierarchy. Below it were 5 towns in the 35 to 125-acre size range, a half-dozen large villages in the 12 to 35-acre range, and scores of smaller villages and hamlets. The creation of Peru's Mosh Kingdom seems to have been a centuries-long process, involving both highland invaders and neighboring coastal societies. Archaeologists working on Peru's north coast are still not in agreement about whether Cerro Arena, 200 B.C. A.D1, Cerro Oreja, AD1 to 200, or Las Huacas de Mosh, AD 200 to 400, was the capital of the valley's first kingdom. We see this situation as analogous to the one described for the Oaxaca Valley. Archaeologists working there sometimes disagree about whether the first Zapotec kingdom emerged when Monte Alban was founded, 500 BC, when it began to attack its rivals, 300 BC, or when it finally defeated Tilcajat, 30 BC. Similar questions have been asked about the sequence of Hawaiian rulers comprising Umi, Alapai, Kalaniapu'u, and Kamehameha. What seems to happen in such sequences is that each ruler pushes the system closer to monarchy until the evidence becomes incontrovertible. The analogies between the Mosh and Zapotec did not end there. The leaders of Las Huacas de Mosh, like those of Monte Alban, were not content with local victories. They now had the most effective military apparatus on the coast. Instead of continuing to pursue their highland enemies, they began to use that apparatus against their coastal neighbors. Between AD 200 and 600, the Mosh state expanded until it came to dominate 15 coastal valleys. The result was a narrow strip of empire stretching 360 miles, from Pira in the north to Warmay in the south. The Mosh succeeded in part because they knew it would be easier to subdue other coastal valleys than to confront belligerent highland armies on the latter's home turf. The southern Mosh. Between the Jiquetepaqui and Chicama rivers lies an expanse of desert called the Pampa de Paijan. This waterless barrier divided the Mosh Empire into northern and southern halves. The Mosh Valley itself was the heartland of the southern half. Its capital, Las Huacas de Mosh, featured 2 immense pyramids separated by densely occupied residential areas. One of the most extraordinary features of the Mosh Empire was its lavish use of labor. Billman estimates that in the Mosh Valley alone, labor gangs dug more than 2 million cubic feet of new irrigation canals and built more than 44 million cubic feet of monumental public architecture. The Huacas, or sacred pyramids, of the Mosh capital represented a huge undertaking. Archaeologist Michael Mosley estimates that the smaller of the two huacas was originally 312 feet long, 279 feet wide, and 66 feet high, requiring more than 50 million adobe bricks. It was wholly artificial, its builders eschewing the earlier practice of dressing up natural hills to resemble pyramids. The larger of the two Moche pyramids was the biggest adobe structure ever built in the New World. Before its partial destruction by the Spaniards, it was 1,122 feet long, 522 feet wide, and 131 feet high, requiring more than 143 million adobe bricks. Each of the dozens of work gangs assigned to the pyramid impressed the upper surfaces of their bricks with a distinctive maker's mark, presumably to prove that their quota of bricks had been met. The Northern Moche. To the north of the Pampa de Paijan, another 5 or 6 valleys made up the northern Moche region. Each of these valleys supported a district capital, and because later rulers occasionally moved their capitals, some valleys display the ruins of several large administrative centers. Any question about which type of state the Moche created has been answered by the archaeological site of Sipan in the Lambayeque Valley. There the excavation of a series of spectacular tombs by Walter Alva and Christopher Donnan reveals that the Moche state was not only a monarchy but an individualizing monarchy, in Colin Renfrew's terms. The royal tombs of Sipan were hidden deep within a platform of adobe bricks. Their principal occupants may represent 3 generations of Moche rulers. The graves include spectacular sumptuary goods, sacrificed animals, prisoners, and individuals who might be servants and/or relatives of lower rank. Tomb 3 was the earliest. Its central figure was a male ruler wrapped inside several layers of cloth and a woven mat. He was accompanied by objects of gold, silver, and copper, including 2 scepters and the standing figure of a warrior. One of his necklaces consisted of 10 large gold beads, each depicting a spider with a human head caught in its web. Another set of beads portrayed owls' heads, and there was a half-human, half-crab figure in gilded copper. The symbolism of the king as warrior was unmistakable. The principal occupant of Tomb 2 was a 35 to 45-year-old man. His body lay in a plank coffin rather than the mat used in the earlier tomb, figure 53. Wearing nose and ear ornaments of gold, silver, and turquoise, the Tomb 2 ruler was accompanied by hundreds of copper discs, thousands of shell beads, copper bells, copper slippers, necklaces of miniature copper trophy heads, and a headdress with a gilded copper owl. To the far left of the ruler was a teenage boy in a cane coffin, accompanied by 2 large copper discs. A smaller cane coffin that contained a child 8 to 10 years of age lay at the ruler's feet. Sharing the coffin were a dog and a snake. To the ruler's immediate left lay a woman 19 to 25 years of age, wearing a copper headdress and a textile to which discs of gilded copper had been sewn. Figure 53. Tomb 2 of Sipan, Peru, contained a Moche ruler in his plank coffin, accompanied by numerous sacrificed people and animals. A number of humans and animals had been sacrificed to accompany the ruler. To his right lay a woman 18 to 22 years of age, perhaps a servant or slave, sprawled face down. Near her feet was a decapitated llama. Buried above the roof of the tomb was another cane coffin, this one bearing a man whose feet had been cut off at the ankles. He was accompanied by a copper crown and a feather headdress with a large copper shaft, indicating that he might have been a mutilated captive of relatively high rank. Tomb 1 was the final one in the sequence. The burial chamber had adobe benches along its walls. The ruler's plank coffin was securely fastened with copper straps so that it could be lowered into the tomb with ropes, a ceremony sometimes depicted on painted Moche vessels. 2 sacrificed llamas lay on the tomb floor to either side of the coffin. The ruler in the plank coffin was so covered with gold, silver, copper, and turquoise that it took the excavators a long time to reach his actual corpse. He wore a copper-plate headdress, and his necklaces were of gold and silver beads, designed to look like unshelled peanuts. His scepter was also of gold and silver. Piled on his chest were scores of miniature crabs and trophy heads made from precious metals. Half a dozen other people accompanied this ruler in death. Directly atop one of the sacrificed llamas was the cane coffin of a powerfully built man, possibly a warrior. His coffin included a large war club, a circular shield, and a crescent-shaped head ornament. Atop the other sacrificed llama was the cane coffin of a 45-year-old man accompanied by a dog. This man wore a beaded chest covering and had several copper offerings. 3 other cane coffins held women between 15 and 20 years of age. Their skeletons were partially disarticulated, suggesting that the women had died earlier and were exhumed in order to be reburied with the ruler. Inequality and administrative hierarchy in the Moche Empire. It seems likely that the Moche expanded until they had incorporated a number of formerly autonomous kingdoms, occupied by different ethnic groups and speaking non-Moche languages. Such a takeover of other kingdoms is one criterion of an empire. Just as we saw in the Oaxaca region, some smaller kingdoms probably allied themselves with the Moche peacefully, while others had to be conquered. As a result, the capitals of some provinces retain their own distinctive architecture and pottery style, while others appear to be brand new administrative centers imposed by the Moche. All empires have an expiration date, and the Moche began to lose power to a series of second-generation states after AD 600. The Moche had no writing system, and they disappeared long before the arrival of European eyewitnesses. All we know about them is what we can infer from their archaeological remains. One source of information consists of detailed scenes of Moche activities, executed in fine-line painting on luxury pottery, figure 54. In some scenes we see the Moche ruler carried on his litter or seated prominently at the top of a ramp or stairway. We see warriors seizing captives by the hair, crushing their skulls with war clubs, or dismembering them. We see male priests slitting captives' throats and female priests catching the blood in copper goblets. We know that some of these scenes have real-world validity, because Christopher Donnan and Luis Jaime Castillo found 2 of the priestly women, dressed in full regalia and accompanied by their copper goblets, buried at San Jose de Moro in the Jiquetepeque Valley. Figure 54. In this detail from a finely painted Moche vessel, nude prisoners of war are presented to a victorious ruler who sits atop a pyramid. The painted scenes on other Moche vessels show captives being sacrificed, with their blood being used to fill goblets like the one held by the ruler in this scene. Reproduced by permission of Christopher B. Donnan and the estate of Donna McClelland. The chief of the Bimba mutilated subjects who insulted him, but compared to the Moche kings, he barely qualified for a learner's permit. Moche rulers had fabulous treasure in their plank coffins, and they clearly wanted to be portrayed as warriors. Nobles from lower-ranked lineages were buried in cane coffins, with fewer sumptuary goods. Judging by their graves, the highest priests, whether men or women, were of noble birth. Exceptional warriors seem to have been honored by being entombed with their rulers. The body parts of enemies were scattered on royal tombs like croutons sprinkled on a Caesar salad. It is likely that some ethnic minorities within the Moche state were treated as second-class citizens, but we cannot be sure without eyewitness accounts. Calakmul, an early Maya kingdom. Our next first-generation kingdom was created in the Mirador Basin, a forested depression in the Maya lowlands. This basin straddles the border between northern Guatemala and the Mexican state of Campeche. The tropical setting contrasts with the temperate highlands of Oaxaca and the desert coast of Peru, but the social and political dynamics involved were similar. Some 2,800 years ago there were large villages in the Maya lowlands, some covering more than 100 acres. Over the next millennium the evidence for rank societies grew. Sumptuary goods of jade and mother-of-pearl circulated widely. Leaders used corvée labor to build temples atop stone pyramids. Military competition was evidently intense, because archaeologists have found mass burials of young men with injuries typical of warriors. One raid at the site of Coelho in Belize, carried out 2,400 years ago, left the facades of some public buildings destroyed and their perishable superstructures burned. Nearby was a mass grave of 26 men who showed signs of having been butchered. Some of these men showed healed fractures of the wrist and forearm, injuries likely sustained in previous battles. At about this time, Nakbi emerged as a chiefly center in the Mirador Basin. Laid out roughly east-west, Nakbi had two complexes of public buildings connected by a causeway. Archaeologist Richard Hansen found that these complexes included platforms as much as 24 feet high and pyramids rising 150 feet. Nakbi's earliest stone monument depicts two men in chiefly regalia, one of them pointing toward the head of an ancestor. One key to Nakbi's rise was its intensive agriculture. Hansen discovered special garden plots, framed by low stone walls and filled with organic soil carried in from nearby swampy depressions. Rather than supporting themselves entirely with slash-and-burn agriculture, which requires constant clearing of the forest and the fallowing of old fields, the chiefly lineage at Nakbi had opted to create a man-made landscape of continuous productivity. By the time it began to decline in importance, 2,200 years ago, Nakbi had established a pattern for the next generation of Maya chiefly centers: huge masonry pyramids, plaza groups linked by causeways, the court for a ritual ball game, and a carved stone monument. The paramount center that took over from Nakbi was El Mirador, only 8 miles to the northwest. Some 1,850 years ago, El Mirador had grown to be the largest community in the region, covering an estimated 107 acres. Archaeologists William Folan and Ian Graham and remote sensing expert W. Frank Miller discovered a series of roads radiating out from El Mirador and leading toward its satellite communities. One of the roads leads southeast toward Nakbi, while another leads north toward a place called Calakmul. This situation likely reflects chiefly cycling. El Mirador, once a satellite of Nakbi, had turned the tables and made Nakbi its satellite. El Mirador copied the east-west layout seen earlier at Nakbi. Its leaders took advantage of a natural hill at the western limit of this ceremonial axis, crowning it with one of the largest stone temple complexes ever seen in the Maya region. The centerpiece of this complex was a pyramid 180 feet high. On its flat summit sat 3 smaller pyramids with temples. The largest of these temples had a stairway flanked with 8 grotesque stucco masks, all featuring jaguar claws. These claws suggested the nickname El Tigre for the building. A second complex called Danta, Taper, stood more than 200 feet high. Elsewhere at El Mirador was a necropolis that may include the earliest palace known from the Maya area. This possible palace, combined with the evidence for high levels of corvée labor and a raised road system linking El Mirador to its subject communities, suggests that a consolidation of power was underway in the region. We have seen that it often took several generations of aggressive rulers to create a kingdom. In this case, a succession of rulers at Nakbi and El Mirador had brought Maya society to the threshold of monarchy. Roughly 1,750 years ago, however, El Mirador suffered the same fate as Nakbi. One of its own satellite communities, Calakmul, rose to prominence and seized control of the basin from its former overlords. As so often happens, nearby satellite communities had learned key lessons of statecraft by observing El Mirador. Calakmul carried the process one step further by creating a kingdom that endured for 7 centuries. And because its leaders erected hieroglyphic monuments to themselves, we can be sure that the Calakmul state was an individualizing monarchy. The size of the Calakmul kingdom. Calakmul was founded on a hill rising more than 100 feet above the surrounding lowlands. We do not know how large Calakmul was when Nakbi and El Mirador came to power. All we know is that once El Mirador had begun to fade, Calakmul grew aggressively until it was one of the largest cities in the Maya lowlands. Calakmul's golden age was the period AD 400 to 700. The city came to include more than 6,250 buildings spread over 11 square miles, with a population estimated at 50,000. Calakmul erected 117 stelae, freestanding stone monuments, the most of any Maya city. The hieroglyphic texts on many of these stelae mention kings and their accomplishments, using a calendar more accurate than the one employed by the 16th century Spaniards. Calakmul was the capital of a territory with an administrative hierarchy of 4 levels. At its peak, the city was surrounded by 6 level 2 towns, including settlements with names such as Nachtun, Oxpamul, Balakbal, and Ugjul. These level 2 towns all appear to be spaced 1 day's walk, about 20 miles, from each other and from the capital. Calakmul was linked to these towns by raised roads made of saskab, or crushed limestone. Each level 2 town was in turn surrounded by level 3 settlements, and so on down the hierarchy, figure 55. The heartland of the Calakmul kingdom was the 1,500 square mile territory controlled by its level 2 towns. Calakmul's political influence, however, could be felt over an area greater than 10,000 square miles. We know this because subordinate Maya towns often referred to their overlords when they carved hieroglyphic texts. Calakmul's subordinate towns did this by using an expression that can be translated under the auspices of the sacred lord of Calakmul. On occasion, places as much as 150 miles away used similar phrases. Calakmul's attempt to annex such distant places, however, put it in direct conflict with other first-generation Maya kingdoms. 3 huge buildings dominated Calakmul's main plaza. Structures 1 and 2 were pyramids. Structure 2 was similar to El Tigre at El Mirador. It measured 395 feet on a side at its base and rose 150 feet above the plaza. Figure 55. During its heyday, the Maya city of Calakmul was encircled by 6 smaller cities that constituted the second level in its political hierarchy. In this drawing, the dashed lines indicate straight line distances among cities. The solid lines, accompanied by numbers, represent sections of actual pre-Hispanic roads that linked the capital to its subordinate centers. Also shown are Nakbi and El Mirador, 2 earlier paramount centers. The distance from Calakmul to level 2 towns such as Nachtun was about 20 miles. Structure 3 was an unmistakable palace atop a 16-foot high platform, figure 56. This royal residence measured 85 by 55 feet and was divided into a dozen rooms. Its ceilings were vaulted, and small window-like ventilators promoted the circulation of air while preserving privacy. At least 8 of the rooms might have been residential, while others were halls of some kind. In the rear was a likely throne room, accessible only after traversing 3 stairways and 4 doorways. Under the floor of an inner room, William Folan and his colleagues found the tomb of an unnamed king interred around AD 400. The 30-year-old ruler wore jade ear spools and had been buried with 3 jade mosaic masks. 3 jade plagues on his chest were incised with hieroglyphs. Other offerings included elegant pottery, a pearl, 2 spiny oyster shells, and a stingray spine for ritual bloodletting. The tomb was also equipped with a psychoduct, an opening in the wall through which the soul of the ruler could leave and return. We will see that the ancient Egyptians made similar arrangements for the pharaoh's soul. Figure 56. Structure 3 at Calakmul was a 12-room Maya palace, measuring 85 by 55 feet. Rooms 2 to 5 and 8 to 11 were probably residential. Room 12 was an entrance hall, and room May 7 have been a throne room. A Maya ruler was buried in a tomb below room 6. Calakmul's relations with other first-generation states. A chain reaction, similar to the one described earlier for the Zapotec and Mixtec, rippled through the Maya lowlands. Once first-generation kingdoms had begun to form, neighboring societies hastened to nucleate in order to avoid being taken over. The largest early kingdoms in the Maya lowlands were headed by Calakmul and Tikal, 2 cities located 80 miles apart. Their stormy relationship is recorded in hieroglyphic texts, with precise dates given in the Maya calendar. The alleged founder of Tikal's royal lineage was a king named Yax-Ebkuk, who ruled just before AD 100. Burial 85, beneath Tikal's North Acropolis, is believed to be his skeleton. We do not know the name of this ruler's counterpart at Calakmul because so many early monuments are badly eroded. During the 6th century, Calakmul engaged in military alliances to gain the upper hand. During the period 562 to 572, a Calakmul ruler named Sky Witness called upon the distant city of Karakol to help him defeat Tikal. As a result of 2 attacks, one in 579 and another in 611, Calakmul's next ruler claimed victory over Palenque, a city in the Mexican state of Chiapas. In 619 his successor, Yunum Ti-Chan, reinforced Calakmul's earlier military alliance with Caracol by attending an event with the ruler of that city. In AD 650 a Calakmul ruler named Yunum Cheen II defeated the town of Dos Pilas, some 70 miles southwest of Tikal. At that time the lord of Dos Pilas was the son of the Tikal ruler, so this defeat was an indirect slap to Tikal. The young prince of Dos Pilas fled the scene, taking refuge in the neighboring city of Aguateca. According to the hieroglyphic texts, by the time he returned to Dos Pilas, this prince had become a vassal of Calakmul. Emboldened by success, the Calakmul ruler attacked Tikal in 657, forcing its ruler, Nuonojalchuk, into exile. This was the apogee of Calakmul's political power. In 677 the vassal ruler of Dos Pilas joined the Calakmul ruler in another attack on Tikal. This time, their hieroglyphic texts claim that they captured the Tikal ruler's second in command. Unfortunately for Calakmul, its golden age came to an end in August 695. Hieroglyphic texts allege that the Tikal ruler Jasachan Kawili defeated a Calakmul ruler whose name has been translated as Claw of Fire. From that point on, Tikal held the upper hand over Calakmul. In 849 one of Calakmul's final rulers, a man named Chanpet, attended a summit meeting with the kings of Tikal, Cebal, and Modal de San Jose. By then his kingdom's political power was greatly diminished. Although Calakmul managed to put up one last monument in 909, that city faded from the scene not long afterward. Inequality in Maya society. Maya society was divided into hereditary nobles and commoners. There were differences in rank within each class. All lineages reckoned descent in the father's line and were ranked relative to one another. Most rulers were men, but there were exceptions. A woman from the highest lineage of a level 1 city usually outranked a man from the highest lineage of a level 2 town. Royal women could serve as regents when their sons were too young to assume power. The Spaniards wrote down a hierarchy of titles for 16th century Maya nobles. Because some of these titles appear in earlier hieroglyphic texts, we know that they had been in use for more than 1,000 years. Examples include the terms Aha or Aja, Lord, and Kauhulaha, Divine Lord. One royal woman from Calakmul, who married the ruler of Ixtlan in the Mexican state of Chiapas, was known by 3 different titles: Ninkanaha, Lady of Calakmul, Ixik Kauhul, Holy Woman, and Lakin Kalumt, East Ruler. She bore the Ixtlan ruler a son. After her husband's reign ended in 741, the Calakmul woman held onto the throne of Ixtlan for almost a decade, ensuring that her son would become ruler in 752. During those years her son was gaining military experience, so that when the time came he could demonstrate prowess in war. That prowess would allow him to outmaneuver his competitors, for example, any half-brothers born to his father's other wives. In the territory around Ixtlan the lords of subordinate towns were called Sijalab, provincial sublords. The most highly ranked among them was designated Biasajal, head sublord. Among the duties of a sublord were the collection of local tribute and its delivery to the capital and the delivery of war captives to the palace of the Aha. Sublords often fought in battle beside their overlords. For example, one battle scene carved on a lintel at Ixtlan shows the divine king Bur Jaguar the Great and his head sublord Yellow Flint capturing 2 noble enemies. After the battle each of the victors was given the title Captor of Prisoners named. Such titles were awarded only in the case of elite captives and amounted to entries on a noble's resume. Figure 57. This carved stone wall panel uses the height of a throne and the steps of a staircase to communicate the Maya social hierarchy. The divine king of Ixtlan, Itzamniachbiahlam, sits cross-legged on his throne. His sublord, Ajachuk Mox, kneels on the top step of the staircase, presenting his ruler with 3 elite prisoners. At the bottom of the scene we see the prisoners, with their upper arms bound and their jadeite ear ornaments replaced with strips of cloth. Some monuments depict obeisance and humiliation among the Maya. A carved wall panel from Yaxchilan shows a sublord presenting war captives to his divine king in 783, figure 57. The Yaxchilan king sits on a throne, his sublord kneels on the top step of a stairway, the prisoners kneel on a lower step, with their arms bound and their jade ear ornaments replaced with strips of cloth. The ruler's face expresses zen-like serenity, while the captives grimace. The hieroglyphic text informed the elite minority who could read. The majority of Maya, who had not been taught to read, either had to rely on the scene to get the gist of the message or attend performances at which a minor priest chanted the text. Literacy was not the only skill denied to Maya commoners. Even the most renowned war captain was prevented from usurping a sublord's position by his ignorance of sacred lore. The Maya lords who vetted him would rapidly discover that ignorance. The Spaniards report that in 16th century Yucatan, any usurper who could not answer a set of official riddles would quickly be exposed. Power sharing among the Maya was exemplified by the noble counselors who met in the Popol Na, or council house. Skilled commoners could fill important posts such as master craftsman, head sculptor, monument carver, scribe, or painter. Within the religious hierarchy they could also hold lower order posts such as keeper of the fire or keeper of the sacred book, a reference to hieroglyphic texts on bark paper or deer hide. The lineages of Maya commoners, often known by surnames inherited from specific male ancestors, held corporate rights to agricultural land. The Maya also had landless commoners, serfs, and slaves, the latter were usually war captives. Some thoughts on the New World's first-generation kingdoms. The Zapotec, the Moche, and the Maya all created monarchies out of rank societies. They did so in the absence of European visitors and without any template for what a monarchy should look like. It is therefore significant that these ancient societies did it much the way that the Hawaiians, Zulu, Hunza, and Merina did it, by forcibly uniting a group of rival societies. All these cases began with societies that already possessed a degree of hereditary inequality. The engine that drove kingdom formation was competitive interaction among multiple elite actors. The balance was tipped when one of the actors achieved a competitive advantage. Whether set in the temperate highlands, the coastal desert, or the tropical forest, the process was similar. It was independent of environment or ethnic group. Our three New World monarchies had something else in common. Once having created the apparatus of a kingdom, they expanded against neighboring groups. Expansion was facilitated by the fact that many groups could not defend themselves against the centralized control and military strategy of a newly formed monarchy. As a result, many pristine New World kingdoms reached their maximum size early in their history. The Zapotec, for example, reached their territorial limits about AD 200. After that, their outer provinces began to break away and form their own kingdoms. The same thing happened to the Moche around AD 600. Among both the Maya and the Zapotec, as we have seen, the process of political consolidation set off a chain reaction. Monte Alban, Monte Negro, and Huamalulpan kept each other at bay. Calakmul and Tikal attempted to pick off each other's level 2 and level 3 communities, only rarely did they go head-to-head. By AD 900, the repetitive cycles of military conflict had weakened both kingdoms and contributed to their eventual collapse. We now need to see whether the earliest kingdoms in the Old World were created in the same way. We will begin in the land of the pharaohs. 19. The land of the Scorpion King. The world's longest river has two main branches. The White Nile begins at Lake Victoria in Uganda. The Blue Nile begins near Lake Tana in Ethiopia. Both branches are fed by the summer rain of the tropics. White and Blue join at Khartoum in the Sudan and then pick up more water from the river at Beira. It is the last water the Nile will receive on its journey to the Mediterranean. The Nile is almost 3,900 miles long, surpassing both the Amazon and the Mississippi. So full is its blue branch at flood stage that its water dams up that of the White. Only after the Blue Nile has crested does the White deliver its burden, prolonging the high water season. Once, before the era of hydroelectric dams, the flooding Nile carried almost 6 trillion cubic feet of water. The bad news, of course, is that the Nile carries more water at Khartoum than it does at Cairo. As one travels north from Uganda, precipitation declines dramatically. Khartoum receives 5 to 7 inches of rain each year, Cairo gets only 1 or 2. For 1,300 miles, from Khartoum to the Mediterranean, the Nile crosses a desert whose evaporation exceeds its rainfall. The result is an environmental contrast like that of Peru's coastal valleys, a long strip of green alluvium flanked by desert. Geographer George Cressy once estimated that all but 4% of Egypt was desert. Before the adoption of gasoline or electric pumps, the Nile could irrigate only 7 million acres in a land of 386,000 square miles. The ancient Egyptians called the Nile alluvium Kemet, the Black Land. They called the Red Land to either side Deseret, from which we get our word desert. The foragers of Wadi Kubaniya and Jebel Sahaba gathered plants on the Black Land and hunted game on the Red. The rise of farming and herding. 11,000 years ago some Nile Valley hunter-gatherers had begun to live in camps like those of the Natufians. One of these camps lay in the Wadi Or, a dry canyon running toward the Nile just south of Wadi Haifa, Egypt. Its occupants lived in circular huts 10 feet in diameter, their conical roofs supported by wooden posts. Their tools suggest that they were gathering edible seeds and bulbs and hunting game with bows and arrows. In addition to wild members of the horse and cattle families, the foragers of Wadi Or ate hippopotamus and turtle from the Nile. When domestic plants and animals were added to the economy of the Nile Valley, they came from 2 sources, local and foreign. The local species included native African sorghums and millets, cattle and pigs, and date palms. The foreign species included wheat, barley, flax, sheep, and goats, all of which were native to the Near East. These foreign species probably reached Egypt from the region occupied today by Jordanians, Israelis, and Palestinians. We will refer to this region by the generic term Southern Levant. The Fayum Oasis. Egypt's Fayum is a large, wind-eroded depression, 60 miles south of Cairo and 15 miles west of the Nile. Its source of water is a side branch of the Nile that breaks off from the main river, runs parallel to the Nile for 120 miles, and forms a lake in the Fayum. The lake attracted both wild game and early farmers. Several generations of archaeologists have investigated the early farmers. Gertrude Cotton Thompson and geologist Eleanor Gardner pioneered Fayum archaeology in the 1920s. Willeke Wendrich and René Kappers have since discovered that agriculture was underway in the Fayum more than 7,000 years ago. The Fayum farmers lived in circular huts with clay floors. Taking advantage of humid soils at the lake margin, they grew wheat, flax, and 2 races of barley. They also herded sheep and goats, fished the lake, and hunted wild game. Owing to the aridity of the surrounding desert, even their baskets and wooden implements are sometimes preserved. The Fayum farmers prepared the ground with stone hoes, perforated it with digging sticks, planted their cereals, harvested them with flint-blade sickles, threshed them with wooden pitchforks, and ground the grain on stones. The meal was then made into porridge by mixing it with water and heating it in earthenware pots. One of Cotton Thompson's most interesting discoveries was a series of 165 underground granaries, excavated in a dry cliff above the lake. At least 56 of these storage pits had been lined with basketry, some were still sealed with mud-plastered lids. Cotton Thompson estimated that each granary could have held the wheat or barley produced by a 2 to 3 acre field. Burki Seba and Nabta Playa. While cereal agriculture spread over the Fayum and the Nile Delta, a different lifeway was taking shape to the south. In the desert west of Wadi Haifa, near the border between Egypt and the Sudan, some of the world's first cattle pastoralists were learning how to use an inhospitable environment. The desert near Burki Seba featured a series of huge, shallow depressions that temporarily filled with rain runoff in the summer. Geologists refer to such depressions as playas, the Spanish word for beach. More than 7,000 years ago, According to archaeologists Fred Vendorf, Romuald Schild, and Angela Close, groups of herders were pasturing their cattle at Berkey Saba. When the depressions became playa lakes in the summer, grasses and herbs provided forage for the cattle. When the lakes dried up, herders moved to the center of the depression and dug shallow wells to tap the subsurface water. These herders traveled between playas and oases, using ostrich eggshells as water bottles and hunting gazelles, desert hares, and the wild North African donkey. At one wind-deflated desert basin, called Napta Playa, Vendorf and his group found evidence for clearly defined huts and storage pits. The stored foods included seasonally available wild sorghum, grass seeds, tubers, legumes, and fruits. The prehistoric wells dug in the center of Napta Playa were larger and deeper than those at Berkey Saba. Some were walk-in wells, with steps cut in the sides. The huts and wells did not surprise Vendorf's team. What surprised the group was that Napta Playa had evidently served as a ritual center for the region. One ritual feature consisted of a north-south alignment of upright sandstone blocks. To the north of this alignment was a circle of smaller upright stones, carefully embedded in the playa sediments. There were, in addition, 7 artificial mounds at Napta Playa. One contained the burial of an adult cow, while the others held the remains of several cattle. Let us consider the cultural legacies of the Fayum, Napta Playa, and Berkey Saba. In the Fayum we see an early stage of the cereal economy that supported the later pharaohs. At Napta Playa and Berkey Saba we see plausible ancestors for the cattle-keeping societies of Eastern and Southern Africa. The mitochondrial DNA of modern African cattle tells us that they are a domestic form of wild African cattle. Later societies such as the Nuer, Turkana, Fulani, Somali, and Zulu owe a debt to the early cattle herders of the playas. The appearance of rank societies in Egypt. For 2 millennia, from roughly 7,000 to 5,000 years ago, the population of the Nile Valley grew at a spectacular rate. Each year the flooding Nile carried tons of organic mud north from tropical Africa, overflowing its banks and providing a new layer of fertile alluvium. These floods also flushed out the accumulated salts from the previous year, preventing the problems of salinization that accompany canal irrigation. From January through April the Nile was low. By mid-May villagers near Khartoum could tell that the water was rising. Downstream near Aswan, in southern Egypt, it took until June for the flooding to show. By early July high water had reached the location of modern Cairo. Here the Nile broke up into dozens of channels called distributaries, fanning out over the river's delta. By September the flood was so high that all farmland was inundated, and low-lying depressions had become marshes. Finally, by the end of November, the water had receded, leaving a new layer of mud on which to plant. Today we know that the water is coming from Uganda. The ancient Egyptians did not. In their cosmology all water was connected to Nun, a vast reservoir beneath the earth. The Nile flooded every year because water from Nun bubbled up from caverns near Aswan. The Egyptians predicted the start of the flood by observing a star named Sothis, which disappeared for 70 days each year and reappeared in the pre-dawn sky around June 23. In the 1st century AD, long after the events of this chapter, the Roman naturalist Pliny the Elder visited Egypt. He reported that the Egyptians of that period measured the height of the Nile flood with instruments called nilometers. The units of rising water were called ells, and they were considered so accurate a predictor of harvest size that they determined the taxes paid by farmers along the Nile. In the words of Pliny, a flood of only 12 ells meant hunger, 13 ells, sufficiency, 14 ells, joy, 15 ells, security, and 16 ells, abundance. At various times between 7,000 and 5,000 years ago, societies displaying wealth and rank appeared along the Nile. Like the rank societies of northern and southern Mesopotamia, these Egyptian societies were sufficiently varied in architecture, burial ritual, and craft activity to be assigned different names. To put them into context, we must establish a few geographic landmarks. The arid region along the border between Egypt and the Sudan is referred to as Nubia. Here the Nile cuts through some very hard stretches of granite bedrock, leaving a series of rapids called the Five Cataracts of the Nile. The second cataract, near Wadi Halfa, lies to the east of Burki Saba and Nabta Playa. The first, or northernmost, cataract, near Aswan, lies at the point where the waters of Nun allegedly bubbled to the surface. From this cataract, it is 750 miles to the Mediterranean. North of Aswan the Nile runs straight for a time and then turns east, north, and west again in a loop called the Great Bend of the Nile. The Great Bend is the scene of famous landmarks such as the Valley of the Kings and the ancient cities of Karnak, Luxor, and Abydos. North of the Great Bend the Nile passes Tel El Amarna, the capital of the ruler Akhenaten. This stretch between the first cataract and Amarna is upper, as in upstream, Egypt, and it played a major role in the creation of Egypt's first-generation kingdom. Lower, as in downstream, Egypt lies to the north of Amarna and includes such landmarks as ancient Memphis, the pyramids of Giza, the Nile Delta, and the modern city of Cairo. The early villages of Upper and Lower Egypt had a number of features in common. Included were circular houses, the growing of wheat, barley, and flax, the raising of sheep, goats, and cattle, coppersmithing, active trade with the southern Levant, and the ritual burial of animals. Now let us consider the differences. Most villages of Upper Egypt buried their dead facing west, toward the setting sun. Their burials showed precocious use of silver, lapis lazuli, a semi-precious blue stone from the Near East, gold from Nubia, coral from the Red Sea, and ivory from East Africa. Their elite used abundant cosmetics, which they ground on effigy pallets of slate or silt stone. Many early villages of Lower Egypt buried their dead facing east, toward the rising sun. Their use of sumptuary goods was modest compared to Upper Egypt. Some villages were large and appear multi-ethnic, with several distinct house types. Their copper came from southern Jordan and the Sinai Peninsula. Perhaps because of their well-watered delta setting, they were able to raise many more pigs than the Upper Egyptians. Between Upper and Lower Egypt was a stretch of river with fewer villages per square mile, like a sparsely occupied frontier between competing rank societies. Lower Egypt. The 60-acre village of Meramd Beni Salami once occupied a Nile distributary in the western delta. Its occupants grew wheat, barley, and lentils, herded sheep, goats, and cattle, and raised hundreds of pigs, abandoning Meramd only after the distributary changed its course 6,000 years ago. The Nile supplied Meramd with hippopotamus, crocodile, and waterfowl. The desert to the west supplied it with antelope, gazelle, and ostrich. Originally discovered by archaeologist Hermann Juncker in the 1920s, Meramd has been extensively excavated over the years. There are hints that extended families occupied clusters of circular huts. The wickerwork roof of each hut was supported by a large central post and a series of small outer posts. In some cases huts were grouped into a kind of residential compound, set apart from neighboring compounds by a reed bundle fence. Included within these compounds were the following features: basketry-lined granaries like those of the Fayum, large water jars set in the ground with their mouths at the surface, and threshing floors where cereal grains could be separated from chaff. The compounds of circular huts at Meramd remind us of those built by many clan-based societies of Central and East Africa today. Such compounds contrast strongly with the residences of the Samarran and Halaf societies in northern Mesopotamia, with which they were contemporary. The northern Mesopotamian societies had more signs of rank and built large, rectangular, extended family houses. One of the largest villages of Lower Egypt was Ma'adi, on the east side of the Nile near Cairo. Because of encroachment by modern Cairo, the site's full extent will never be known. Occupied between 6,000 and 5,000 years ago, Ma'adi overlapped in time with the Ubaid societies of Mesopotamia. At least 3 types of houses were built at Ma'adi, suggesting differences either in rank or ethnicity. The simplest houses, amounting to round huts or oval shelters, had posts of tamarisk wood. Floors were often below ground. To make it easier to descend into the hut, the occupants used hippopotamus bones as steps. Interspersed with these oval huts were rectangular buildings made from logs and mud. The largest of these was roughly 17 by 10 feet. We do not know whether these were ritual houses or the residences of privileged families. Finally, in one area of Maadi, there was a group of truly unusual houses. These were subterranean residences, excavated 6 to 10 feet below ground. Their entrances were slanting passageways with steps cut into them. Around the margins of the residential chamber, the builders had driven posts into the floor to support a roof of woven mats. In the center of each floor was a sunken hearth. These subterranean houses at Maadi were remarkably similar to those of Sheikh Mim, a village near Beersheba in the Negev district of the southern Levant. This similarity was no coincidence. The Maadi houses also contained pottery similar to that found at Sheikh Mim. It is likely, therefore, that a small enclave of traders from the Negev lived at Maadi. Any trade, of course, was a two-way one. A prehistoric village in the Gaza district of the southern Levant, known simply as Site H, seems to have been a trade enclave filled with goods from Lower Egypt. One of the resources Maadi wanted most was copper, for which there was a foreign source. Analyses of the trace elements in Maadi's copper artifacts, according to Andreas Hauptmann, indicate that most of the copper came from the mines of Finan in southern Jordan. Some of the copper ore was made into ingots for transport. These ingots would later be melted and cast into adzes, axes, fishhooks, pins, wire, or copper sheets. Copper is heavy, but the people of Maadi had a new form of transportation, the donkey. Wild donkeys are native to North Africa and had been hunted for thousands of years. Roughly 5,500 years ago the Egyptians domesticated them. Pack trains of donkeys escalated trade, the way pack trains of llamas did in the Andes. In the twinkling of an eye, archaeologically speaking, donkeys spread to the Levant and were on their way to Mesopotamia. In addition to its varied house types, there are other signs that Lower Egypt may have been a multi-ethnic society. There were at least 3 cemeteries at Maadi, and although their occupants had been buried at somewhat different moments in time, the skeletons show a range of anatomical features. Burials in the South Cemetery, for example, seemed to represent people who were taller and more heavily built and had biological ties to Central or Eastern Africa. Cemeteries elsewhere at Maadi contain skeletons whose biological ties were to the populations of the Mediterranean basin. In later periods the Egyptian state would make a point of depicting both African and Mediterranean people in its art. Many burials in the South Cemetery at Maadi had little in the way of sumptuary goods. Other people in the same cemetery, however, were buried with ivory combs in their hair, polished stone vases, and elegant cosmetic palettes. It is likely that Maadi society not only had differences in rank but neighborhoods of people with different ethnic identities and beliefs about the afterlife. Such diversity probably resulted from the fact that the highly productive Nile Delta was a magnet for settlers in an otherwise desolate region. One way that such diverse groups could be integrated was by occupational specialization. Farmers, herders, potters, traders, and coppersmiths all needed each other's products. The discovery of a likely defensive palisade and ditch at Maadi suggests that not everyone attracted by the delta was peaceful. Like the cotton and coca lands of Peru's middle river valleys, the Nile Delta was coveted by ambitious neighbors. With the wisdom of hindsight, we know that some of those ambitious neighbors lived in Upper Egypt. Let us now look at them. Upper Egypt. In Upper Egypt the Nile alluvium was a ribbon of green between dusty cliffs. Among the preferred sites for villages were rocky spurs descending from the cliffs, close to alluvium but too high to be flooded. Typical of the smaller villages was Himami, to the east of the Nile between Amarna and the Great Bend. Here the villagers grew cereals, legumes, and flax, raised sheep, goats, cattle, and pigs, fished the river and harvested palm fruits, and collected the same sedge bulbs seen earlier at Wadi Kubaniya. They lived in circular huts 3 to 8 feet in diameter, with domed, mud-plastered roofs. A section of mud wall 30 feet long extended out from hut 242, perhaps marking the limits of a residential compound. Another hut was found to be filled with dried sheep or goat dung, which is used as fuel in the region today. Archaeologists Fikri Hassan and T.R. Hayes conducted a survey of sites within the Great Bend of the Nile. They found that 5,800 to 5,500 years ago most villages had populations of 50 to 250 people. Some 5,500 to 5,200 years ago there were fewer but larger villages and more evidence of sumptuary goods. Evidently an emerging Upper Egyptian elite was concentrating its followers in larger and more defensible settlements. One of the largest communities in the Great Bend was Naqada, some 20 miles north of Luxor. The people of Naqada had discovered that gold could be mined in the mountains of Nubia, between the Nile and the Red Sea coast. Some 5,600 to 5,400 years ago Naqada's elite families were occupying rectangular houses with courtyards and mud brick walls, while commoner families continued to live in circular huts. The people of Naqada were weaving both flax and wool, using the potter's wheel, and brewing beer from barley and wheat. During the 1890s pioneering archaeologist Sir Flinders Petrie began work at Naqada. He detected an ancient division of the community into a north town and south town and found 3 different prehistoric cemeteries. Petrie excavated a staggering 2,200 burials from these cemeteries and left no doubt that Naqada society had hereditary rank. Its elite members were buried in mud brick tombs with gold and silver baubles, combs and bangles of ivory, lapis lazuli, obsidian from Turkey or the Aegean, Amazonite, a blue-green stone from the Sahara, flint daggers with silver or ivory handles, cosmetic palettes in the shape of fish and other creatures, and vases carved from attractive stone. Some nobles were buried with lower-ranking individuals who may have been servants or slaves. Commoners at Naqada were buried in simple graves, with pottery vessels but little or no evidence of sumptuary goods. Tomb 1863 at Naqada was noteworthy. It held the remains of a young girl buried with a stone vase, 2 cosmetic palettes, ivory bracelets, a bone comb, a pottery dish imported from the Sudan, and a seal imported from Mesopotamia. It is unlikely that this girl had achieved enough in her short life to deserve such offerings. She must have been born to a family of high rank. In Naqada's south town Petrie found what he believed to be a thick, mud brick fortification wall. This wall tells us to expect archaeological evidence for chiefly competition, dense concentrations of farmers, craftsmen, and warriors, and the intensified agriculture necessary to support them all. Chiefly cycling and unification. Upper Egypt presents us with clear examples of chiefly cycling. According to Egyptologist Barry Kemp, at least 3 competing rank societies arose between 5,500 and 5,200 years ago, figure 58. One lay in the Great Bend and had Naqada as its paramount center. The second lay downstream from the Bend, in the Abydos region, and had a town called this as its paramount center. The third society lay upstream, between the Great Bend and the First Cataract. The paramount center of this society was Nekon, a town better known by its Greek name, Hierakonpolis. These societies seem to have been very powerful, so powerful that Irving Goldman would probably have assigned them to his stratified category. Figure 58. Egypt's first kingdom was created by the gradual unification of formerly independent societies. First came the unification of the territories of Hierakonpolis, Naqada, and this in Upper Egypt. Next came the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, leading to Dynasty 0. On this map, dashed lines surround some of the best-known territories involved in this process. The distance from Ma'adi to Aswan is 430 miles. Naqada appears to have been the first to reach its peak 5,400 to 5,200 years ago. It was likely the most powerful of the 3 societies. At the same time, the defensive wall in Naqada's south town may reflect concern over aggressive neighbors like Hierakonpolis. Those fears may have been well-founded, for Hierakonpolis does seem to have outstripped Naqada approximately 5,200 to 5,000 years ago. Archaeologists Michael Hoffman, Haney Hamrush, and Ralph Allen studied the region of Hierakonpolis and presented a step-by-step scenario for its rise to prominence. The scenario covers an area of 56 square miles surrounding Kam El Amr, the sprawling archaeological site that once was Hierakonpolis. After centuries of slow colonization by farmers, the area studied by Hoffman's team underwent a period of rapid growth. Between 5,700 and 5,400 years ago, an estimated 5,000 to 10,000 people occupied 9 settlements in the area. The bulk of the population lived at the town of Hierakonpolis itself, which overlooked an alluvial floodplain 6 miles long and up to 2 miles wide. This town had the largest and most richly furnished tombs in the area. Under the patronage of their chiefs, the craftspeople of Hierakonpolis produced mace heads for elite warriors, plum-colored pottery, stone vases, flint daggers, cosmetic palettes, linen textiles, and lots of beer. Although thousands of domestic animals were raised at Hierakonpolis, a microscopic analysis of its coprolites, or desiccated human feces, reveals that commoners' meals consisted mainly of cereals. The evidence, in other words, suggests a society in which elite families had greater access to meat. Between 5,500 and 5,200 years ago, the leaders of Hierakonpolis were concentrating their followers into fewer but larger and more defensible settlements. This change probably reflects increased competition with neighbors such as Nikeda. Early in this period, Hierakonpolis built a temple 42 feet on a side, equipped with a large, oval courtyard. The presence of wine jars from the southern Levant indicates that the temple staff was importing wine, which the Egyptians appreciated but did not have the proper climate to produce. Among the creatures sacrificed by the priests of Hierakonpolis were cattle, sheep, goats, Nile crocodiles, turtles, and fish. Unfortunately, we know little about the ritual structures that preceded the first Egyptian temples. Late in this period, the leaders of Hierakonpolis ordered the building of a mud brick defensive wall. Like the early rulers of Monte Alban, they were now ready to expand against their neighbors. It would seem that their first move was to take over the territories controlled by Nikeda and this, unifying Upper Egypt into a first-generation kingdom. That kingdom was so powerful that its next step was to move against Lower Egypt, creating an even larger state. We suspect that the unification of Egypt was a process that took centuries and proceeded step by step. Unfortunately, because of the large area involved, we cannot yet see the details of the process. We must infer what happened by combining bits of archaeological data from several different places. Hoffman's team believes that Hierakonpolis achieved supremacy between 5,200 and 5,100 years ago. During that period it continued to grow, building large palaces and temples at Hierakonpolis itself and establishing an isolated royal cemetery in the desert. Such a royal necropolis, or city of the dead, suggests that the hereditary elite of Hierakonpolis belonged not simply to an elite lineage but to a separate social stratum. The precedent had been established, in other words, for later royal cemeteries like those in the Valley of the Kings. In 1898, long before Hoffman's survey, archaeologists James Quibell and Frederick Green discovered a broken limestone mace head at Hierakonpolis. Carved on the mace head was a scene showing a ruler digging an irrigation canal. Since it is doubtful that rulers performed such manual labor, the scene is presumed to be symbolic. Most interesting is the fact that the ruler's hieroglyphic name is given as Rosette Scorpion. Might this Scorpion King be buried at Hierakonpolis? The site has produced a number of royal tombs, but none can be linked to Rosette Scorpion. Perhaps the most elegant was Tomb 11, which measured 16 by 8 feet. This tomb included a wooden bed whose legs ended in bull's feet, ornaments of gold, silver, copper, carnelian, garnet, turquoise, and lapis lazuli, carvings of ivory, and pottery effigies of humans and animals. Complicating our search for the elusive Scorpion King is another tomb at Abydos, in the downstream territory once headed by this. Known as Tomb Uj, it was made of mud brick and measured 29 by 23 feet, its wooden roof beams have been dated to 5,150 years ago. Tomb Uj had a large chamber for the coffin and 11 smaller rooms for the burial offerings. Excavator Gunter Dreyer believes that this tomb may be a smaller version of the palatial residence that the ruler had occupied during his life. He had been supplied with an ivory shepherd's crook, a symbol both of political authority and of the pastoral legacy of some of his subjects. We know what some of this ruler's priorities were, because his offerings included numerous jars of locally made beer and 700 jars of wine from the southern Levant. One remarkable discovery in Tomb Uj was a series of ivory tags, each with a hole drilled in it so that it could be attached to a funerary offering. The hieroglyphs on these tags indicate the names of the places from which the offerings had come. They also provide the name Scorpion. Who was the scorpion buried at Abydos? Was he the same scorpion mentioned on the mace head at Hierakonpolis? Was he the ruler who unified Upper Egypt? Does he belong to history, legend, or both? The palette of Narmer. In addition to the scorpion mace head, Quibel, and Green found a unique siltstone cosmetic palette at Hierakonpolis. The palette was 2 feet long and shaped like a warrior's shield, figure 59. On both sides of the palette we see the hieroglyphic name of the ruler, placed within the rectangular symbol for palace. The stone carvers used rebus writing for his name, combining the glyphs for fish, NR, and chisel, MR. Since Egyptian writing lacked vowels, readers of the text would have supplied them. When we do so, his name becomes Narmer. To understand the scenes on the Narmer palette, we must consider the later symbolism of Egypt. The Upper Egyptian ruler wore a white crown and was referred to as Nswt, the Sedge ruler. Upper Egypt was symbolized by the lotus, its patron deity was Nekbet, the vulture goddess, its paramount center was Hierakonpolis. The Lower Egyptian ruler wore a red crown and was referred to as Bidi, the bee ruler. Lower Egypt was symbolized by the papyrus, a sedge growing in the delta marshes, its patron deity was Wajet, the cobra goddess, its paramount center was Buto. On one side of the palette from Hierakonpolis we see Narmer grasping a captive by the hair, preparing to crack his skull with a mace. A servant stands behind him, carrying the ruler's sandals and water jar. Below the ruler are 2 sprawling enemies. Near his face is a falcon, standing on the papyrus symbol for Lower Egypt and holding a captive by a cord through his nose. Narmer wears the white crown of Upper Egypt. On the opposite side of the palette Narmer wears the red crown of Lower Egypt. Still accompanied by his sandal bearer, he inspects the scene of a battle. That scene includes 10 decapitated enemies, laid out with their heads between their ankles. Elsewhere on this side of the palette a bull is depicted battering down the walls of a fortified town. The town is identified by the hieroglyph SH, thought to be a reference to the southern Levant. We cannot date either the Narmer palette or the scorpion mace head because they were found in a cache of objects that were heirlooms from an earlier era. The Narmer palette suggests that the Egyptians themselves considered the unification of Egypt to have involved bloodshed. First, a ruler from Upper Egypt conquered the delta. Once in charge of the delta, he expanded into the southern Levant. Figure 59. 2 sides of a carved cosmetic palette, found more than a century ago at Hierakonpolis. Both sides show a ruler whose hieroglyphic name would have been pronounced Narmer. On the left we see Narmer, wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt, seizing a captive by the hair. On the right, wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt, he inspects a battlefield where 10 bound and decapitated enemies lie with their heads between their feet. These scenes are thought to symbolize the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. There is independent confirmation of Egypt's expansion into the southern Levant. According to Thomas Levy and David Allen, Egyptian pottery bearing the hieroglyphic name Narmer has been found at archaeological sites along the border between Judea and the Negev. The Egyptian presence in the southern Levant may have lasted only 50 to 100 years, however, after that, the settlements in the Levant fortified themselves and defended their autonomy. Dynasty 0. The first-generation Egyptian state was clearly a monarchy and an individualizing monarchy at that. Unfortunately, the earliest monarchs were shadowy figures, part history and part legend. Egyptologists consider 3100 BC to be an educated guess for the date by which Egypt was unified. That date would presumably mark the beginning of Egypt's first royal dynasty, which moved its capital to Memphis near the head of the Nile Delta. Now that the Egyptian state stretched from the First Cataract to the southern Levant, Hierakonpolis lay too far to the south to serve as its capital. Once the capital had moved to Memphis, Hierakonpolis declined in importance but continued to serve as a provincial center for Upper Egypt. For years it was assumed that King Narmer was the founder of Dynasty I. Increasingly, however, there are hints that there may have been an even earlier, semi-legendary set of rulers, including the mysterious Scorpion King. This possibility has forced Egyptologists to propose a Dynasty 0. The Egyptians of Dynasty 0 show us many behaviors typical of later dynasties. Their rituals included burying wild animals such as hippopotamuses, crocodiles, and baboons. Like the people of Nabta Playa, they also buried domestic cattle. As early as 3100 BC, some of the scenes painted on Egyptian pottery show boats rowed by more than a dozen oarsmen. Some of these boats feature an individual seated under a sunshade in a kind of cabin. The implication is that early rulers made journeys up and down the Nile, visiting other nobles or checking up on the officials who ran the provinces of their kingdom. Dynasties 1 to 30. Little by little the rulers of Egypt emerged from legend and into the archives of history. Perhaps the first historian to divide the Egyptian kings into dynasties was Manetho, a priest of the 3rd century BC. He coined the term dynasty to refer to a multi-generational sequence of kings related by common descent. Each break between dynasties provided an opportunity to move the capital or add new territory. Sometimes, however, the new ruler proved weaker than the old. The result was a series of cycles similar to those seen in rank societies. The Egyptian state, as we have seen, was created by unifying a number of formerly autonomous territories. These territories became the Hespes, or administrative districts, of the Egyptian state. Upper Egypt was divided into 22 Hespes, Lower Egypt into 20. Each Hespe, or nome, as a Hespe was called by Greek historians, had a governor who was supposed to be loyal to the king. Under strong kings, governors were more subservient; under weak kings, they exercised more autonomy. Such cycles of strength and weakness probably characterized most long-lived states. They directly affected the levels of inequality between kings and their governors. Manetho divided the Egyptian kings into 30 dynasties by drawing on a number of earlier king lists in the temple archives. Interestingly enough, none of these early texts mention Narmer or Scorpion. They list the founder of Dynasty I as Men, in Egyptian, or Menes, in Greek. Such ambiguity is not unexpected at the boundary between history and legend. Egyptologists group dynasties 4 to 6, 4,700 to 4,300 years ago, into a cycle of powerful rulers called the Old Kingdom. They call the next cycle of powerful rulers, dynasties 11 to 14, the Middle Kingdom, 4,000 to 3,600 years ago. They group dynasties 18 to 20, 3,500 to 3,000 years ago, into another cycle of powerful rulers called the New Kingdom. Between these three cycles of centralized power were intermediate periods, when the governors of provinces had greater autonomy. We use this framework in the pages that follow. Cosmology and Divine Kingship. Ancient Egypt lay at one extreme of Herbert Lewis's continuum of monarchies. The king, or Nesw, was considered a deity. In at least one version of Egyptian cosmology, Re, the sun, was one of the divine creators of the world and also the first ruler. All subsequent kings were on a par with him. The king was also strongly identified with the palace and by Dynasty 18 had come to be called pharaoh, a word derived from purae, palace. Whenever the king appeared at public events, he was described by the same verb kai, to shine forth, used to describe the sun at sunrise. Any statement made by a ruler exuded ma'at, truth, order, and justice. In another cosmology, Geb, the male earth deity, and Nut, the female sky deity, produced 4 divine children, Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys. Male Osiris represented the underworld and female Isis the throne of Egypt. They mated to produce Horus, the falcon we already saw associated with the ruler on the Narmer palette. The mating of siblings Osiris and Isis provided cosmological justification for the king's marriage to his sister or half-sister, in the event that she were the most highly ranked bride available. We have seen similar justification for chiefly sibling marriages in powerful Polynesian societies. The ancient Egyptians had no word for state. No such word was needed, because all aspects of the state were concentrated in the ruler. His welfare was so important that even his corpse continued to receive deliveries of food. This fact leads us to one of Egypt's most talked about practices, the entombment of the ruler's mummified body. There were 3 parts to the ruler's soul, the Ka, the Ba, and the Ak. The Ka was a vital force that would stay alive as long as it was fed. As a result, rulers frequently paid in advance to have food brought to their tombs. The Ba, often pictured as a human-headed bird, had the power to leave the ruler's body by day and return at night. The Ba could inspect the ruler's kingdom by flying over it but would have no place to sleep if his body decayed. The tombs of some Egyptian rulers had psychoducts, like the tomb we saw in the Maya city of Kalak Mul, to facilitate the coming and going of the Ba. The Ak was that part of the ruler's soul that rose to dwell eternally among the stars. Because a king could shine forth like the sun, his Ak would twinkle from the night sky forever. Like the ancient Panamanians, who preserved their chiefs' corpses by smoking them, the Egyptians sought to preserve the corpse to which the ruler's Ba returned at night. Unfortunately, placing a body in a tomb like King Scorpion's at Abydos was incompatible with preservation. Even worse was burying the ruler beneath a mastaba, a monumental stone or mud brick platform, as was done to many kings of dynasties 1 and 3. The sealed mastaba retained too much moisture, and the ruler's body decomposed. After centuries of trial and error, Egyptian morticians hit upon several methods of preserving corpses. Which one they used depended upon the rank and wealth of the deceased. Rulers had their internal organs removed and their bodies desiccated in natron, or Glauber's salt, a form of hydrated sodium bicarbonate. The word natron comes from the Wadi el Natron, a desert canyon where the salt was available by the ton. After dehydration, the body was wrapped tightly in natron-soaked strips of linen. Not every attempt at dehydration produced a lifelike corpse. Some bodies became rigid, and others turned so black that they appeared to have been dipped in pitch, or natural asphalt. Early archaeologists overheard their workmen describe these blackened corpses with the Arabic word for pitch, mumiyya. This gave us the word mummy. While the morticians were experimenting with mummification, the king's architects experimented with grander and grander mastabas. Finally, one team of Dynasty 3 architects stacked a series of increasingly smaller mastabas one upon another, producing a stepped pyramid. Some 4,800 years ago, Zoser, a ruler of Dynasty 3, had a stepped pyramid built to cover his future burial site at Saqqara. His architect, a man named Imhotep, at first designed a pyramid of 4 steps, which was to rise directly over the mastaba. This building was later incorporated into a larger pyramid of 6 steps, 204 feet tall and measuring 411 by 358 feet at the base. The age of pyramids had begun. Egyptian kings would eventually commission more than 90 pyramids at places such as Saqqara, Dashur, Meidum, Giza, and Abu Sur, all west of the Nile in Lower Egypt. Some 4,600 years ago, architects learned how to build pyramids with sloping sides instead of steps. Their efforts culminated in the building of 3 huge Dynasty 4 pyramids at Giza. These monuments reminded Greek visitors of the peaked loaves of bread they called pyramidia, giving us the term we use today. Egypt's Giza pyramids and Peru's Moche pyramids had 2 things in common. Both were built by multiple work gangs that took credit for their contributions. Moche laborers incised their bricks with maker's marks, Egyptian laborers painted names such as the North Gang, the Victorious Gang, or the drunken gang on the stones they contributed. The last name reminds us how often, throughout world history, labor has been rewarded with rations of beer. Another similarity is that in both regions the largest pyramids were built by first-generation kingdoms. No later Peruvian state produced pyramids equal to the Huacas de Moche, and no later Egyptian dynasty matched the Great Pyramid of Khufu, 478 feet high and 756 feet on a side. Lavish use of corvée labor on monuments was typical of first-generation states. Later states usually had other priorities. The changing logic of political administration. The Egyptians were not aware that the kingdom in which they lived had developed from earlier rank societies. They believed that the institution of kingship was as old as Earth. This view fit with a cosmology in which the universe was unchanging, a view to which we will return in our discussion of Egyptian religion. For most of the societies we have seen so far, the alphas in the dominance hierarchy were supernatural spirits or deities, the betas were ancestors, and the most highly ranked living humans were gammas. The Egyptian monarchy is the first we know of in which the ruler was, in effect, one of the supernatural alphas. Divine kingship created an enormous gap between the ruler and the next most important authority figure. The governors of the 42 Hesps might be hereditary nobles, but they were not the Son incarnate. There was a lengthy administrative hierarchy below the ruler. To be sure, it changed over the course of 30 dynasties as offices were raised, demoted, or combined. No summary, including the one we are about to give, could do it justice. As in the later Hunza state, the king's second in command was his vizier, wazir. During the Old Kingdom, kings tended to name their uncles, brothers, or sons to this post. By the time of the New Kingdom, many rulers had learned that it was better to appoint a loyal commoner than an ambitious noble. The latter might become a usurper. In addition to the vizier, many Old Kingdom officials were relatives of the king. Close male relatives became state treasurers and high priests, more distant relatives became district officials. The governors of Hesps inherited their positions until roughly Dynasty 12, at which point expertise became a more important criterion than noble birth. The rise of the skilled commoner is exemplified by Uni, an official of Dynasty 6. Uni began his career as under-custodian of royal domains, worked his way up to superior custodian, and later became a district judge in the Hesp of Hierarchon. When the king discovered a conspiracy in his own harem, he bypassed the vizier and made Uni his confidential investigator. Uni was next placed in charge of an army and led 5 campaigns against the Sinai and southern Levant. Finally, the king named Uni the governor of the south, an extraordinary honor for a commoner. Another important office in the Egyptian state was that of the scribe. Thanks to numerous hieroglyphic texts, we know that the chain of command was, 1. The vizier, then, 2. The scribe, then, 3. The overseer, and finally, 4. The common laborer. Each Hesp had a similar chain of command, allowing orders for corvée labor to travel down the hierarchy while tribute traveled up. So important was tribute that from dynasties 15 to 17 the royal treasurer temporarily became more powerful than the vizier. Because the king was a deity, he was not seen as needing to share power with anyone. Egypt did have a council called a kenbit, but its job was to advise the vizier. A huge staff of servants attended the ruler, including a sandal-bearer like the one depicted on the Narmer palette. There were, in addition, keepers of the king's robes and crown, the king's barbers, the king's physicians, cooks, and messengers, and entertainers of various kinds. At the bottom of the social ladder were slaves, mostly captives taken in war. While slaves were assigned a variety of tasks, Cecil B. DeMille's notion that they built the pyramids was pure Hollywood. Archaeologist Mark Lehner's work has shown us that the pyramids at Giza were built by teams of loyal Egyptian commoners, conscripted for the task and housed in special barracks at the state's expense. Similar teams were drafted to quarry stone, hunt elephants for their ivory, act as porters on royal trading expeditions, and serve as foot soldiers in war. All such workers received standard rations from the state. By the Middle Kingdom, soldiers were being issued wooden tokens shaped like loaves of bread. These tokens could be redeemed for actual bread. Finally, we should say a word about the impact of divine kingship on the economy. Like proto-historic Hawaiian chiefs, the Egyptian kings controlled all land, all important resources, and all foreign trade. The economy of Egypt depended on the distribution of raw materials and goods through the king and his agents. This applied not only to gold from Nubia, cedar from Lebanon, wine from the Levant, and spices from Eritrea, but also to locally produced commodities such as wheat, barley, cattle, and linen. The word for merchant, swy.tai, was unknown before Dynasty 18, and even then it was applied mainly to temple officials who had been granted special permission to engage in foreign trade. To be sure, there were local markets in which surplus crops, birds, fish, and wild game could be bartered. Such free enterprise, however, remained marginal to the top-down, command economy of the ruler. Working through the governor of each hesp, the king demanded his cut of every cereal harvest, every domestic herd, and every fisherman's catch. The vast resources brought to his storehouse were used to support the huge staff below him. The tension between palace and temple. The most significant aspects of the universe for the Egyptians were those that were timeless and unchanging. While Western societies tend to celebrate unique events and individuals, the Egyptians celebrated the static and eternal. This is one reason animals were considered so meaningful. Humans were seen as having unique individual attributes. Animals, on the other hand, seemed unaltered generation after generation. The Egyptians respectfully mummified thousands of animals, from wild species such as the ibis, hippo, and crocodile to their own house cats, an animal first domesticated in North Africa. One of the most sacred creatures was the scarab or dung beetle. Zoologists today know that scarabs create balls of animal dung and lay their eggs in them. The Egyptians were unaware of the eggs. When new scarabs hatched and ate their way out of the ball of dung, the Egyptians thought they were witnessing spontaneous generation. Nothing says immortality like a self-generating creature, hence Egypt's countless images and amulets of scarabs. Egypt, as we have seen, was created by unifying the formerly independent districts that became its hesps. Each of these districts had once worshipped its own patron deities and sacred animals. All of these deities and animals were accepted by the Egyptian state. The combined inventory gives the impression of a pantheon of more than 80 gods, but no one person or hesp would have worshipped all of them. Bastet, the cat, was honored at Bubastes in the delta. Sobuk, the crocodile, was honored in the Fayum. Other districts honored ibises, bulls, vultures, baboons, and so on. In addition to the major deities who were worshipped in temples, there were lesser gods whose images were kept in commoner households. Like Egyptian society itself, the deities had their hierarchy. The Egyptian temple was known as Hwtntr, the mansion of the god. As in the Zapotec state, the high priests came from noble families, while their assistants were trained commoners. Many minor priests served on a rotating basis, working 3 months for the temple and 9 months at a secular profession. Among a priest's duties were directing rituals, sacrificing animals, interpreting dreams, and making astronomical calculations. In a land where rulers were divine, religion was extremely important. The state funneled grain, oil, beer, wine, and precious metals from the tax collectors to the temple. Temples owned productive land but were not themselves subject to taxation. Many rulers, in fact, bequeathed land to the temple in return for a promise that priests would bring food to their tombs. As the dynasties rolled by, temples became wealthier and high priests more politically powerful. Some 3,500 years ago the priests at state, district, and local temples began to unite into an integrated network. One high priest of the god Amun, the Hidden One, stationed at Luxor in the Great Bend of the Nile, became a grand vizier to the Dynasty 18 ruler Amenhotep III. Another high priest became Amenhotep's royal treasurer. As if this were not enough power, the priests of Amun acquired control of the gold mines of Nubia. Priests now held political power and wealth second only to the king, creating a level of power sharing that no previous ruler had been forced to endure. Sometime around 1380 BC, Amenhotep III was succeeded by his son Amenhotep IV. What happened next has been analyzed by many scholars and interpreted in different ways. The interpretation we follow here is that of anthropologist Leslie White, whose views lend themselves to an explanation based on changing social logic. Re, the son, had long ago been a Hesp-level deity. By Dynasty 5 he had become a state-level deity, and by Dynasty 12 his supremacy was unquestioned. Many Hesps wanted to share in Re's power, so they added his name to that of their district's patron deity. For example, the crocodile god Sobek became Sobek Re. The god Amun, supreme deity at Amenhotep's capital city of Luxor, became Amun Re. Amenhotep IV and his supporters hit upon a plan to reduce the growing power of the priests. He changed his name from Amenhotep to Akhenaten, beloved in life is Aten, and officially embraced the worship of Aten, the sun disk, an updated version of Re. He moved his court from Luxor and created a new capital downstream at Akhetaten, known today as the archaeological site of Tel El Amarna. Under Akhenaten, Egypt became briefly monotheistic. Only the worship of the sun disk was appropriate. Akhenaten disenfranchised the priests of Amun, closed their temples and those of other deities, confiscated their temple lands and gold mines, and directed their resources to himself as the head of the cult of Aten. It was once common to hear scholars praise Akhenaten as a visionary who created monotheism. In White's analysis he was just a shrewd politician who, by tweaking the premises of Egyptian society, prevented the priestly establishment from continuing to encroach upon the divine ruler's power. Akhenaten's strategy anticipated the actions of later kings such as Henry VIII, who defied the Vatican, bypassed powerful priests and bishops, and made himself head of a new Church of England. The analogy of Henry VIII is particularly apt, because Henry's actions created an angry backlash. His daughter Mary I reinstituted Catholicism with ferocity, burning and beheading Protestants until she had earned the nickname Bloody Mary. Something analogous but less bloody happened in Egypt. When Akhenaten died, his son Tutankhaten was only 9 years old. The boy king was unable to stand up to the angry priests of Amun. Forced to change his name to Tutankhamun, beloved in life is Amun, he allowed the cult of Amun to be restored, along with some of the priest's former wealth. Unfortunately for Tutankhamun, he lived for only 18 years. A later ruler named Horemheb returned the capital to Luxor, ordered that his own name replace Akhenaten's on the latter's monuments, and rewrote history so that he would appear to be the direct successor to Amenhotep III. Ethnic stereotyping in King Tut's tomb. Because Tutankhamun died at 18, he was denied the opportunity to do more than capitulate to the priests of Amun. He is remembered mainly as the occupant of King Tut's tomb in the Valley of the Kings. The treasures of his largely unlooted tomb are a matter of record. Less often mentioned is the fact that his burial offerings provide evidence for ethnic stereotyping during Egypt's Dynasty 18. We have already seen that in the Zulu kingdom created by Shaka, citizens of non-Zulu appearance were referred to as menials or people with strange hairstyles. New Kingdom Egyptians seem to have had similar stereotypes about people from Nubia and the Levant. When Tutankhamun's tomb was opened in 1922, archaeologist Howard Carter at first thought he had stumbled upon a royal storehouse. The antechamber was stacked high with beds, disassembled chariots, a golden throne, alabaster vases, mummified ducks and sides of beef, and wooden chests filled with clothes and jewelry. Beyond the antechamber was the burial chamber, where Tutankhamun's sarcophagus was guarded by 2 life-size statues. Wall paintings in this chamber depicted Tut's funeral procession, the transport of his sarcophagus by sledge, and Tut's ritual reanimation by his successor. Beyond the burial chamber were 2 more rooms, the treasury and the annex. In the treasury were 113 statuettes of the servants who would work for Tutankhamun in the afterlife. Also stored in the treasury were the internal organs removed from the boy king prior to his mummification, as well as a carefully preserved lock of hair. The hair turned out to belong to Tut's grandmother, the wife of Amenhotep III, whose mummy was fortunately available for DNA comparison. Figure 60 shows how Egyptian artists depicted Tutankhamun, the people of Nubia, and the people of the Levant. The image of Tutankhamun, taken from the backrest of his gold-plated throne, gives him the handsome and serene profile considered appropriate for a young pharaoh. The figure of a Nubian, carved on a ceremonial batten, is done in ebony to make his skin black. He is given an iron earring and a gold armband. The figure of a man from the Levant, done in ivory, is given pale skin and a jet black beard. These same stereotypes were used to depict prisoners of war on the sides of Tutankhamun's chariot. Gender inequality in the Egyptian state. Scholars have identified thousands of words in Egypt's hieroglyphic texts. Queen is not among them. Egyptian kingship, like its patron deities Re and Horus, was male. The phrases king's wife and God's wife are all we can find. Perhaps 4 out of an estimated 300 Egyptian rulers, however, are believed to have been women. In 1492 BC, Thutmose I, a king of dynasty 18, gave up the ghost. Thutmose II, his heir, married and had a son named Thutmose III. He later married his royal half-sister, a woman named Hatshepsut. When Thutmose II died, his son, Thutmose III, was still too young to rule. Thutmose III was both a stepson and a nephew to Hatshepsut. The usual practice would have been for her to act as regent until the youth was older. Hatshepsut, however, usurped the throne, made Thutmose III her junior regent, and ruled Egypt for 20 to 22 years. She backdated her reign to the death of her half-brother, Thutmose II. Figure 60. 18th dynasty Egyptians engaged in ethnic stereotyping. Above we see Tutankhamun and his wife, Ankhesenamun, shown as serene and handsome examples of Egyptian aristocracy. On one carved batten, lower left, we see a man from the Levant carved in ivory, with white skin and a black beard. On a second batten, lower right, is a Nubian carved in ebony, with black skin and an iron earring. Usurpers often go to great lengths to legitimize their reigns. Hatshepsut was no exception, commissioning 200 statues in her image. On many of her monuments, as noted by Gay Robbins and Lana Troy, she was shown in a male ruler's attire, including a Nemes head cloth, a chingit, or kilt, and a false beard. When shown naked to the waist, she had herself depicted as flat-chested. Her hieroglyphic texts refer to her as he. Hatshepsut rewrote history to claim that her father, Thutmose I, had crowned her king before his death. In preparing her future funerary temple at a place called Deir el-Bari, she had herself portrayed either as the offspring of Amun or the cow goddess Hathor. Hatshepsut retained her father's trusted steward Senenmut, solidifying his loyalty by promoting him to governor of her palace. She sent Senenmut to the granite quarries of the first cataract to procure stone for 2 huge obelisks. These obelisks were set up at the temple of Karnak in the Great Bend of the Nile. One was inscribed, the king himself erected 2 large obelisks for his sick father Amun-Re. On another monument, Hatshepsut had herself portrayed as a sphinx, trampling the bodies of Nubian enemies. Hatshepsut bore a daughter named Neferu. She prepared her daughter to succeed her by having her portrayed on her monuments as a boy, right down to the single braid worn by male children. She did this even while referring to Neferu as Hmtntr, the god's wife. Unfortunately, things did not work out for Neferu, who died young. Hatshepsut was succeeded instead by her stepson/nephew, Thutmose III. The new king ordered that Hatshepsut's name be obliterated from her monuments and replaced with his. Egyptologists such as Donald Redford do not believe that this defacement was done out of resentment toward his stepmother. Rather, Thutmose III was trying to legitimize his own reign by linking himself to earlier male rulers. We know a lot about Hatshepsut because her funerary temple has survived. However, an official list of Egyptian kings, prepared more than 150 years later by the ruler Seti I, did not even mention her. Hatshepsut was, after all, a woman. Inequality in the Egyptian state. The fact that its rulers were considered gods gave Egypt one of the highest levels of inequality of any first-generation state. Pharaohs were immortal and required food even after burial. By contracting with priests to have those meals delivered, Egyptian kings so added to the wealth of the priestly establishment that the latter came to be seen as political rivals. Akhenaten was strong enough to curtail priestly power. The priests were strong enough to make Tutankhamun restore it. Egyptian rulership was lopsidedly male. Strong women occasionally served as regents in both the Egyptian and Maya states, but with this notable difference, royal women continued to be glorified on Maya monuments long after their death, while Hatshepsut's name was obliterated from her monuments and ignored by later king lists. Like so many kingdoms, Egypt eventually discovered that a skilled commoner makes a better official than a corrupt or an incompetent noble. During periods when the central government was strong, called kingdoms, the new king was usually one of the old king's sons. During times when the central government was weak, called intermediate periods, it was more likely that a noble usurper could maneuver his way to the throne. An unanswered question. We consider Egyptologists to be among the luckiest of archaeologists. The body of data available to them is so enormous that they have the potential to answer almost any question. We would like, therefore, to ask them a question that may not have occurred to them. In our discussion of the way kingdoms form, we asked whether there might be continuity in the sources of power between a first-generation monarchy and the chiefly societies out of which it was created. Given its history of divine kingship, Egypt should have data relevant to this question. Were the chiefs of Naqada and Hierakonpolis already seen as divine, or did they simply possess Irving Goldman's combination of sacred life force, expertise, and military prowess? If the latter, then exactly when did divine kingship first appear? Was it created anew to justify the title Neswu, or king given to the man who now ruled a group of formerly independent regions? Or did the Egyptians create divine monarchy in two stages? First, 1. Claiming that kings metamorphosed into gods after death, and later, 2. Claiming that they had been born divine to begin with? It would not surprise us to learn that divine kingship represented a deliberate change in social logic, designed to justify one man's rule over what had once been a group of independent rank societies. But no one is sure, and Egypt would be the perfect test case. We know that Egyptologists have a lot on their plates already, but it would be great if they could put this question on their to-do list. 20. Black ox hides and golden stools. The first kingdom on the African continent was that of Egypt. More would follow. Some, like Aksum on the Upper Nile, borrowed strategies from their Egyptian neighbors. Others, like the Zulu kingdom, were created by the iron-working, cattle-herding descendants of the Bantu migration. Still others arose among the matrilineal, horticultural societies of Central and Western Africa. Some African kingdoms, prevented by tsetse flies from relying on cattle, found that their wealth could be based on ivory, gold, or slaves. Once the first kingdom has appeared in a region, it provides a model for later generations of kingdoms. Archaeologists can date those later generation kingdoms but often have only mythical accounts of their origins. In Africa, however, a great many new kingdoms formed during the 18th and 19th centuries, a time when European eyewitnesses could write down what happened. In such cases we have both the indigenous and Western versions of events. In this chapter we look at two African kingdoms for which both native and European accounts are available. One was part of a chain reaction that included the Zulu. The other was created by an ambitious noble whose people had become tired of paying tribute to more powerful neighbors. The rise of the Swazi. By the late Iron Age thousands of Bantu speakers had crossed the Limpopo River into Southeast Africa. 18th century European travelers reported more than 50 different rank societies in Natal alone. Among the most powerful were the Ndwandwe and Mthethwa. North of the Ndwandwe lived a group called the Dlamini, named for the founder of their chiefly clan. From roughly AD 1500 to 1700 the Dlamini had lived in the region known today as Mozambique. In order to preserve the high rank of their heirs, Dlamini chiefs were allowed to marry women from within their own patrilineal clan, while commoners still had to marry women from other clans. Eventually the Dlamini, whose economy relied heavily on cattle herding, formed an alliance with a group called the Tembe, whose members relied more strongly on farming and crafts. This alliance created a more diversified economy. It was seen as a logical partnership because Tembe chiefs also married their sisters, that is, women of their own clan, and therefore were one with the Dlamini. In Mozambique the Dlamini lived in kraals like the Zulu, herding cattle and working the land. A chief named Dlamini III eventually moved his residence inland to the Pongola River. In the late 1700s his people moved again, establishing their capital at a place called Lobamba. This move placed the Dlamini in closer contact with the expansionist Ndwandwe and Mthethwa, and under a chief named Ngwane II they began their own cycle of conquests. Soon they had begun to refer to themselves as the people of Ngwane and to their expanding territory as Ishizulvini, or the place of burning. Ngwane II, who died in 1780, was buried in a cave near Lobamba. This act established a traditional burial place for Ishizulvini rulers, and Ngwane II came to be revered in legend. The people of Ngwane were now part of a chain reaction involving the Mthethwa, the Ndwandwe, and the Zulu. Out of the resulting competition, conquest, chiefly intermarriage and emigration of refugees, at least two kingdoms would arise, the Zulu and the Swazi. Ngwane II was succeeded by his son, Ndunganyi, who was considered a tyrant. Ndunganyi was a contemporary of the Mthethwa chief Dingiswayo, under whom Shaka learned his military skills, and a Ndwandwe chief named Zij, presumably the Zwide, who was eventually defeated by Shaka. Many people fleeing Shaka's conquest sought refuge with the people of Ngwane, increasing their numbers. Around 1815, Ndunganyi died and his son, Sobhuza I, rose to power. While Sobhuza continued his father's despotism, his cruelty is said to have been buffered by his influential mother. Sobhuza sought marriage alliances with other powerful leaders. He took Zij's daughter as his principal wife and sent two of his own daughters to marry Shaka. Unfortunately, both of the latter became pregnant, and, given Shaka's paranoia about being usurped by a son, he had both of them put to death. This interplay of Dlamini, Mthethwa, Ndwandwe, and Zulu leaders fed the chain reaction. All of the ruling families of southeastern Africa intermarried, and each knew the political and military strategies of the others. If they chose to copy a rival's strategy, they could; if they chose to do the opposite, they could. When he was threatened by the Ndwandwe, Shaka confronted and defeated them with superior military strategy. When the Ndwandwe began to feud with him over the rich garden land of the Pongola River, however, Sobhuza I used a different strategy. Aware that his warriors would be outnumbered, he chose to flee to the north with his wives, followers, and cattle. Sobhuza entered the land of the Nguni, Soto, and Tonga, people he regarded as politically and militarily weak. He then demanded tribute from his new neighbors. Groups that submitted retained their chiefs, land, and autonomy. Groups that resisted had their men slaughtered and their women assimilated. Small ethnic groups that fled were pursued and punished. The conquests of Sobhuza I made him one of the most powerful rulers in the region, and his northward emigration had created some space between his people and the aggressive Zulu. Like Shaka, he began to refer to himself as a king. He moved his royal kraal back to Old Lobamba, the capital of his ancestor Ngwane. He assigned districts of his realm to his kinsmen and incorporated willing foreigners into his army. It was widely believed that Sobhuza possessed extraordinary magic. He had the power to wage war, decide issues of life and death, reward allies, and punish enemies. When Sobhuza I died, in 1839, he left his kingdom to his second son, Mswati. Mswati went on to become the greatest king and warrior of his people, causing them to change their name yet again. Today we know his people as the Swazi, a westernized version of Mswati, and their country as Swaziland. The regime of Mswati. Mswati took advantage of his unprecedented power and influence to make a number of changes in the principles of Swazi society. Among his key changes were the following. 1. Armies had formerly been organized on a local basis, with each chief calling up men from his own district's kinship groups. Mswati conscripted men from all districts and reorganized them into Zulu-style age regiments. He was clearly emulating Shaka's strategy and was encouraged to do so by his Ndwandwe mother. 2. Special royal villages were established as mobilizing centers for each district. All young men were now considered citizens of Mswati's state and had to abandon their district or ethnic loyalties. 3. Military outposts were established to facilitate raids on other societies. 4. Neighboring groups were raided for cattle and captives. Elite captives were then ransomed for cattle or other valuables. Commoner captives were used in prisoner exchanges. The Swazi were not as interested in acquiring new land as they were in increasing their wealth and military renown. 5. All plunder was brought to Mswati, who redistributed it to his emeka, or heroes. This made the Swazi one more society in which commoners could rise through military prowess. 6. Mswati was increasingly called upon to resolve factional disputes among less powerful societies. 7. The legitimacy of their neighbors' hereditary leaders was recognized by the Swazi. Whenever he conquered a neighboring group, Mswati made a point of raising one of the defeated chief's sons as if the boy were his own. Mswati also allowed any legitimate chiefly heir to rebuild his shattered society. 8. Refugees fleeing the Zulu, or any other African society, were welcomed and protected by the Swazi, on the condition of loyalty. It was widely said that refugees fled to the safety of Mswati's armpit. 9. The Swazi king was established as the central figure in both secular government and religious ritual. Mswati was at once commander of the army, supreme legal authority, highest ritual leader, appointer of all officials, and official redistributor of wealth. 10. The Swazi king could seize any unmarried woman he wanted for his harem. His wealthy kinsmen were also allowed many wives. As a result, the ruling Dlamini clan soon became the largest in the kingdom. As the Dlamini clan grew, so did the desire to emulate it. Its mode of dress, earlobe decoration, spoken dialect, and clan rituals were so widely imitated that, over time, they became Swazi national characteristics. Of the 70 clans that now made up Swazi society, about a fifth were considered true Swazi. Roughly a seventh were respected as prior inhabitants of the region. The remainder were considered immigrants. Each clan had its history, but all clans had to concede the superior position of the Dlamini. Mswati died around 1870. Mbenzeni, his successor, convinced both the British and Boer colonists to sign treaties recognizing Swazi autonomy. The flood of European immigrants could not be slowed, but the Swazi had the satisfaction of a nation that bore their name. Swazi society. During the 1930s, anthropologist Hilda Cooper came to live among the Swazi. Cooper was years ahead of her time. Long before it became fashionable to do so, she had drafts of her reports from the field critiqued by members of Swazi society. She even gave an early draft of her manuscript to King Sobhuza II, a monarch who subscribed to anthropological journals. Sobhuza gave Cooper feedback on her research and opened many doors for her. Anthropology, he ventured, makes possible comparison and selection of lines of further development. European culture is not all good, ours is often better. We must be able to choose how to live, and for that we must see how others live. I do not want my people to be imitation Europeans, but to be respected for their own laws and customs. The Swaziland of Cooper's study was made up of grassy plains, mountains rising to 6,000 feet, and alluvial river valleys. 18 inches of annual rainfall made the grasslands productive for cattle herding. Men and boys did most of the herding, and, as among the Zulu, cattle were a source of wealth. Rain rose to more than 50 inches a year in the mountains, producing denser vegetation where the Swazi could graze goats and hunt game. Taking advantage of the riverine alluvium, Swazi women cultivated native sorghum and millet and introduced New World crops such as peanuts, pumpkins, and maize, or Indian corn. Among the important crafts was iron working, which produced both weapons and agricultural tools. During Cooper's stay at least 25 clans considered themselves true Swazi, with the Dlamini clan serving as a ruling stratum. At least another 8 clans were made up of people who had already been living in the area when the Swazi arrived. Another 35 clans consisted of Soto and Guni and Tonga people who had been incorporated into Swazi society. Cross-cutting the clans were age classes for young men and women. Just as among the Zulu, the age classes for young men led to military regiments in which sons were separated from fathers and older brothers from younger brothers. The commander of each age regiment was a commoner who had risen through the military. He was appointed by the king but lived at the Queen Mother's homestead. New regiments were inaugurated when old regiments had served for 5 to 7 years and were ready to marry. Normally this took place when men had reached ages 25 to 35. Women's age classes were keyed more to their physiological stages of development than to their absolute ages. Young women in each class worked together in teams to weed crops, thresh harvests, winnow grain, brew beer, and plait ropes. Service ended when a woman was chosen as a bride. Until then she was discouraged from getting pregnant, and, were a girl to do so, her whole family was punished by having one of its animals confiscated and eaten by the other young women in her age class. The Swazi king inherited his eligibility to rule from his father. Which of the eligible princes was selected as the royal heir, however, was often determined by his mother's rank as the principal wife of the harem. The other princes were placed in charge of various provinces of the Swazi kingdom. Once a prince was chosen as king, his mother became the queen mother. This was such an important position that droughts and floods were blamed on quarrels between the king and his mother. The Swazi king was referred to as the lion or the child of his people. The queen mother was referred to as the lady elephant or the mother of her people. The king presided over the highest Swazi court and could pronounce death sentences. One king, in fact, is said to have had his own mother executed for plotting to overthrow him. The Queen Mother presided over the second highest court and could provide sanctuary for men whom the king had sentenced to death. The king was supposed to control the entire Swazi army, but his commander-in-chief lived at the Queen Mother's homestead because that was considered the Swazi capital. Both the king's and the Queen Mother's residences were guarded by age regiments of warriors. The Queen Mother served as one check on the king's power, and the Swazi had other institutions of power sharing. There were 2 councils. 1, the Inner Council, was composed entirely of aristocrats from the Dlamini clan. When the king traveled, these councillors became part of his entourage. There was also a larger general council composed of chiefs from level 3 of the administrative hierarchy, prominent headmen from level 4, and any other adult male who chose to attend. In addition to all his councillors, the Swazi king had 2 special aides called Tinsila, singular, Insila. The Tinsila were chosen from respected lineages of the Mdlili and Mosa clans, and the king was bound to them as a kind of blood brother. Insila is another of those abstract concepts from which other premises flow. Cooper defines it as an essential part of the self which, even when it has been removed by washing or scraping, remains intimately linked with the person. Anyone who gained possession of someone's insila could influence its owner. Before the future king reached adulthood, 2 boys his age were chosen from the true Swazi clans mentioned earlier. At a secret ceremony, a ritual specialist made cuts on the boys' bodies and matching cuts on the future king. These cuts were made on the right side of the Mdlili youth, who was to be the king's right hand insila, and the left side of the Mosa youth, who was to be his left hand insila. The ritual specialist then rubbed blood from the future king's right side into the cuts on the Mdlili youth, and vice versa. The process was repeated for the Mosa youth, using blood from the left side. Once the blood transfer was complete, the king possessed 2 loyal assistants. It was also believed that any danger threatening the king would strike his Tinsila instead. The Tinsila mediated between political factions on behalf of the king, helping to keep the peace. In Swazi logic, the fact that they had exchanged blood with the king allowed them to speak on his behalf. The tinsela ceremony was not the only occasion on which the king exchanged blood, a similar ritual accompanied his first marriage. The king's first two wives were carefully chosen from two true Swazi clans, the Matsbula and Mosa. These women were known as his right-hand queen and his left-hand queen. In the ritual hut of a newly built harem enclosure, special medicine men sliced into the right side of the king and his Matsbula bride, and their blood was mingled. The king married his Mosa queen a few weeks later, accompanied by ritual but without the transfer of blood. Once the king had married, his tinsela were required to wed as well. While the king's first two queens were expected to dominate all others in his harem, he was encouraged to form political alliances by marrying other noble women from neighboring groups. For their part, the princesses born to the Swazi king's wives were given in marriage to allies, including both foreign rulers and the heads of Swazi clans other than the Dlamini. The Swazi had no official state religion. They built no great temples to deities but did conduct rituals honoring their ancestors. Like the Zulu, the Swazi believed that their king had magical powers beyond those of ordinary men. Members of the royal family continually reinforced this belief by carrying out rituals that confirmed their magic. Swazi elites also worked hard to appear generous, confirming the fact that generosity remains a first principle even in monarchies. Some Swazi commoners became wealthy by accumulating cattle, entering into politically advantageous marriages, or winning choice bureaucratic appointments. Such prominent commoners could mobilize their own large work parties, rewarding them with feasts and lavish amounts of beer. Finally there were the Tafunjwe, captives of war. The concept of slavery was foreign to the Swazi, but war captives presented to the king were often assigned as servants to his wives or his most renowned warriors. There were also children in Swazi society known as Tigsalai, whose fathers had been executed as evildoers. These children might be given to foster parents. The Swazi kingdom. Cooper was mainly concerned with the social organization of living Swazi, but she also collected information of use to archaeologists. For example, she diagrammed the administration of the Swazi kingdom and revealed that it had a hierarchy of 4 levels, figure 61. It is worth noting that Cooper outlined the 4-level organization of the Swazi state more than 30 years before archaeologists began to identify similar 4-level state hierarchies in the ancient Near East. At the apex of the Swazi hierarchy were the king and his mother. The king maintained 2 royal homesteads, he placed his mother in one and resided mainly in the other, thereby avoiding friction with her. The settlement where the queen mother lived was considered the capital of Swaziland. The settlement where the king spent most of his time was called the king's village. These 2 settlements occupied level 1 of the hierarchy. Level 2 consisted of a series of royal villages. These settlements were occupied by the princes who oversaw the provinces of Swaziland. Each prince had power over only one province and was kept at a distance from the king to lessen the chance of usurpation. Level 3 and Level 4 settlements were found in every province, and a prince could reorganize his subjects as he saw fit. Figure 61. The Queen Mother's village was considered the capital of the Swazi kingdom. Her village, and the king's, comprised level 1 of the political hierarchy. Below them were royal villages, R, chiefs' villages, C, and commoners' homesteads. This drawing shows both the hierarchical arrangement of levels and the way settlements were spread out on the landscape. Level 3 consisted of chiefs' villages, of which each province had several. Each local chief reported to the prince of his region. In turn, he oversaw a series of umudi, or commoner homesteads. Level 4 consisted of hundreds of these umudi, which were the basic building blocks of Swazi society. Each consisted of the residential compound of an extended family. The household head took multiple wives if he could afford to. His homestead usually consisted of a sibaya, or cattle corral, his indlunkolo, or great hut, the huts of his wives, and a lilao, or bachelor's quarters. There might also be a small hut for ritual activities. Each homestead's grain supply was carefully hidden from outsiders. Commoner homesteads averaged 7.2 occupants, while those of chiefs and princes averaged 22 to 23. polygamy accounted for much of the difference. Some 60% of all married men could not afford a second wife, while King Sobhuza had 19 wives and 30 children in his compound. Cooper's sketch of the Queen Mother's compound at Lobamba provided the template for our figure 62. In Cooper's day Lobamba's population was only 265, providing a striking contrast to the huge cities seen in some ancient kingdoms. The first structure created in any homestead was the cattle corral. The corral at Lobamba was the largest in Sobhuza's kingdom, measuring 180 feet in diameter and facing east toward the rising sun. To either side of the corral were barracks for the senior age regiments of warriors who guarded the capital. A third barracks, filled with more junior warriors, was placed behind the experienced troops as a second line of defense. Protecting the rear of the homestead was a semicircle of more than 30 households, some of which belonged to men of high rank. This semicircle created a barrier that enemy raiders would have had to penetrate. In the center of the homestead was an open yard called the Sibaya, and here the Indlunkolu and the Sigadlo were built. The Indlunkolu in this case was more than a great hut, it was actually a great walled enclosure consisting of 11 huts under the supervision of the Queen Mother. This enclosure included a ritual hut 15 feet in diameter, storage huts for meat and grain, and a platform for the drying of pumpkins. The Sigadlo was the harem for Sobhuza's wives. This harem was deliberately located in the Queen Mother's homestead, because one principle of Swazi behavior was that new wives were supposed to spend time serving their mothers-in-law. This was a departure from the old African hunter-gatherer principle, which required the groom to serve his mother-in-law. Figure 62. Among the Swazi, the Queen Mother's village was considered the capital of the kingdom. Its cattle corral alone was 180 feet in diameter. The Queen Mother occupied the Indlunkolu, a walled enclosure containing 11 huts. The Swazi king's harem was located nearby so his wives could attend the Queen Mother. The village was defended by warriors from several age regiments. Flanking the great enclosure and the harem was an inner circle of huts occupied by men of high rank, whose nobility was acknowledged by allowing them to live near the Queen Mother. To the south lay the household of the chief civil official of the kingdom, the Swazi equivalent of a vizier. To the north lay the household of the military official in charge of age regiments. Cooper's work shows future archaeologists what a royal homestead at the capital should look like and what to expect to find at each level of the administrative hierarchy. But her potential contributions to archaeology did not end there. She also gave archaeologists a way to study inequality by describing differences in the way Swazi nobles, officials, and ordinary commoners were buried. One of Cooper's discoveries was that the color symbolism of black oxen and goats figured prominently in burial ritual. Let us begin with a typical commoner homestead. When the headman of such a homestead passed away, he was wrapped in the hide of a black ox and buried in the corral, accompanied by his personal possessions. His main wife was buried either at the entrance to the corral, if she were a native of that settlement, or at the back of the homestead, if she were from a different settlement. His junior wives were buried behind the huts they had occupied in life, accompanied by their personal belongings. Swazi governmental officials, regardless of clan, were honored by being wrapped in a black ox hide and buried in a royal cave. The Tinsala, bonded as they were to the king by transfer of blood, received special treatment. Were an Insila to die before his king, the Swazi refused to treat him as a dead person, as this would be considered a threat to the king's well-being. Such Tinsala were buried quietly and privately, accompanied only by their personal possessions. Only after the king himself had died could an Insila's own relatives begin to mourn him. As for the princes who ruled the level 2 royal villages, they were wrapped in black ox hides and buried in one of several royal caves. A black goat was buried alive with each of them. The skeleton of this sacrificed animal would be an archaeological clue to the deceased's high rank. The Queen Mother was buried in the cattle corral of her homestead at the capital. She, too, was wrapped in a black ox hide. In addition, a sheep bladder was placed on her forehead, along with other symbolic insignia. Finally we come to the Swazi king. His body was embalmed so that he could lie in state until spring. At that time he was wrapped in a black ox hide and buried in a special royal grove of trees, accompanied by his personal possessions and insignia of office. Before there were Europeans around to object, the king was buried not only with a live, black goat but also with a number of live men. Cooper's descriptions of the type of burial associated with the different ranks of Swazi society did not go unnoticed. An archaeology student named Arthur Sachs eventually wrote a doctoral dissertation on burial ritual that featured Cooper's work. While Sachs's dissertation was never published, it became an underground classic, and photocopies of it are still circulating among archaeologists. There is no evidence that Cooper had any interest in archaeology, nor were there teams of archaeologists working on the origins of the Swazi state during her stay. This is a shame, because the potential for a wonderful collaboration was there. The nature of Swazi inequality. Swazi society had an interesting mix of institutions, some of which had endured from an earlier era of chiefly society and others of which were more typical of kingdoms. Swazi society was organized as a series of ranked clans, which had not yet broken down as they had in many ancient states. The Swazi king controlled numerous homesteads whose occupants filled his storage huts with food, but he owned no private estates. Magic and witchcraft were widespread, but no land was set aside for high gods and temples. Along with long-lived institutions such as lineages, clans, and ancestor rituals, the Swazi displayed some of the multi-ethnic aspects of an empire. Rulership was monopolized by the Dlamini clan, and other true Swazi clans were relied on to provide the Tinsula and the ruler's two principal queens. Ethnic groups already present in the region when the Swazi arrived were treated differently from ethnic latecomers such as the Soto, Nguni, and Tonga. In addition to the hereditary differences in Swazi society, commoners had ways of achieving renown. Some rose as military commanders and were rewarded with female captives or shares of plunder. Others managed to accumulate large herds of cattle. In both cases men of renown took as many wives as they could afford. Each aspired to be buried in the black ox hide that symbolized a man of substance. Archaeologists sometimes infer that they have evidence for a chain reaction in which several kingdoms arose through competitive interaction and strategic marriage alliance. Often this inference cannot be confirmed with historic data. Fortunately, the chain reaction involving the Zulu, Swazi, Mthethwa, Ndwandwe, Soto, and Nguni is historically well documented. It also shows us that a kingdom does not need settlements larger than 265 people to have the multilevel hierarchy of an archaic state. The rise of the Asante. One of the most frequent scenarios for the rise of a second-generation state is for an outlying province to break the grip of its overlords and emerge as a monarchy in its own right. The irony of this scenario is that the rebellious province has usually acquired its knowledge of statecraft by studying those very overlords. Once again, Africa provides us with a historic example. This time the story was played out on the Gold Coast of tropical West Africa, the region known today as Ghana. Archaeologists are still not sure how many early kingdoms succeeded one another in West Africa. For the purposes of this chapter we need only go back to the 8th or 9th century AD. By that time the residents of Igbo-Yakuyo, an archaeological site near the delta of the Niger River, had witnessed the burial of a man who was either a paramount chief or an early king. He was buried in the seated position in a wooden tomb, holding a fan or fly whisk and wearing a copper crown, breastplate, beaded armbands, and copper anklets. His burial offerings included the tusks of several elephants. Off to the west of the Niger lay the Oda and Avin, smaller rivers that flowed south to the Gulf of Guinea. These rivers had a resource the Niger lacked: their alluvium was gold-bearing. Indeed, one stretch of the Avin floodplain came to be known as Suwiri Sika, the flood of gold. Here one could mine soil from either bank of the river and then wash gold from the earth. The region of the Oda and Avin came to be known as Akan, and its gold was sought by both European and North African traders. By 1482 the Portuguese had established their first trading post on the coast of Akan. Multiple kingdoms arose in the region, basing their wealth not only on gold but on ivory, copper, iron, and slaves. Between 1660 and 1690, according to historian Thomas McCaskey, a kingdom called the Denki-Ira was considered the dominant power in Akan. The Denki-Iras spoke a language called Shui. Their ruler, known as the Denki-Ira Heni, maintained his capital at Abankiso on the Oda River. There he welcomed trade emissaries from the Dutch and English, who had by then broken the Portuguese monopoly on Akan gold. Among the neighboring ethnic groups forced to pay tribute to the Denki-Ira were the ancestors of today's Asante. They were Chui speakers who lived to the north of Abankiso, between the Oda and Avin. The proto-historic Asante grew yams and plantains, raised sheep and chickens, and fished in the local lakes and rivers. They also dug for gold in the alluvium and competed with neighboring groups for control of the trading center of Tafo. The 16th and 17th century Asante had 8 major matrilineal clans and a series of hereditary leaders called Abirampan. The most tenacious and ambitious Abirampan, according to McCaskey, eventually institutionalized their wealth in chiefship, converting their economic clients into a political following of retainers. 16th century Asante chiefs used 3 main symbols of authority: a spear, an elephant tail, and a dwa, or carved wooden stool. One strategy used by the Denki-Ira to ensure the obedience of their tribute-paying neighbors was to require each of those groups to send a person of high rank to the court at Abankiso. While treated as a guest, this person could become a hostage if his ethnic group rebelled. During the 1660s or 1670s, according to oral histories, the Asante sent a young man named Osetutu to Abankiso. Osetutu was the son of Manu, a highly ranked woman of the Oyoko clan. Osetutu's stay in Abankiso took place under the Denki-Ira ruler Bomponsam, who reigned for some 40 years. Greatly admired by European observers, Bomponsam is considered by many the most successful Denki-Ira Heni. His court was the ideal place for a young Asante to learn political and diplomatic skills. After a few years at Abankiso, Osetutu traveled east to the Volta River and lived in the court of Ansara Sasraku, the ruler of a powerful group called the Akwamua. There, according to political scientist Naomi Chazan, Osetutu learned the essential features of military formation. Akwamu armies consisted of the following 5 elements: the Twifo, foreguard, Adontan, center, Nifa, right flank, Bankum, left flank, and Kiidum, rear guard. Osetutu now possessed the political and military skills that he would need later. He purchased Western firearms before returning to the Asante. 2 events then changed the course of Akan history. First, the Asante chief Oberai Yebawa was killed by Doma warriors during one of his battles for the gold trading center of Tafo. Second, Bomponsam's death, in or around 1694, left the Denki-Ira in the hands of Antim Gyakari, described by McCaskey as a capricious young man of uncertain judgment. Oberai Yebawa owed his high rank to his mother and could not simply be succeeded by his son. An Asante man inherited his abujua, or blood, from his mother. A chief could not inherit his father's office, because his blood and his father's came from women of different clans. A number of men with highly ranked mothers were eager to succeed Oberai Yebawa, and it proved difficult to decide among them. The matter was placed in the hands of Anaki, a possessed or ecstatic priest. Anaki selected Osetutu and continued to act as his spiritual advisor. Osetutu set for himself the goal of punishing the Doma who had killed Oberai Yebawa. After defeating them, he went on to conquer the neighboring Tafo, Kaz, and Amakam, guaranteeing control of the local gold trade. Osetutu established his capital at nearby Kumas and was named the first Asanteheni, or king of the Asante. There were several keys to Osetutu's military success. First, he adopted the 5-part formation of the Akwamu army. Second, he strengthened his forces by using subordinate Asante nobles as combat officers, giving his whole corps of administrators a stake in his military campaigns. Third, any defeated rival who agreed to be loyal was allowed to attach his forces to Osetutu's. And, finally, at the core of Osetutu's army was a contingent of experienced fusiliers on loan from the Akwamu ruler Ansara Sasraku. While Osei Tutu was rising to power, the Denki Ira kingdom was suffering under Antim-Gyakari. Encouraged by the ecstatic priest Anaki, many of Antim-Gyakari's subjects began to switch their loyalties to Osei Tutu. All were welcomed. Antim-Gyakari was angered by the fact that Osei Tutu had attacked his Doma vassals without permission. He was further irritated by the fact that Osei Tutu was providing sanctuary to groups fleeing Denki Ira rule. In addition, both the Asante and Doma had now stopped paying tribute to the Denki Ira. Antim-Gyakari therefore sent messengers to the Asante with the following list of demands. 1. The Asante were ordered to fill a large brass vessel with gold for the Denki Ira. 2. The Asante were ordered to send Antim-Gyakari a long necklace of precious beads, similar to those worn by the Asanteheni's wives. 3. The Asante king and each of his provincial governors were ordered to surrender their favorite wives to the messengers, who would escort them back to be married to Antim-Gyakari. 4. The Asante king and each of his provincial governors were ordered to surrender their most beloved children to Antim-Gyakari. Osei Tutu rejected all the Denki Ira demands, which was a de facto declaration of war. The Asante and Denki Ira then began 3 tense years of preparation for the final showdown. Anaki advised Osei Tutu that his only hope of victory was to encourage more of Antim-Gyakari's vassals to defect to the Asante. According to legend, Anaki brought about a number of key defections by performing miracles. One by one the Asabi, Anwayanwia, and Ahudao threw in their lot with the Asante. In addition, a Denki Ira man who had been Osei Tutu's personal servant during his years in Bomponsam's court defected and was made a general in Osei Tutu's army. As the Swazi might have expressed it, Osei Tutu let hundreds of immigrants flee to the safety of his armpit. Finally, in 1701, Denira forces under Antim-Gyakari began advancing north from Abankiso. At first the Asante fell back, encouraging the Denki Ira to pursue them to Phadias near the Oda River. Here Osei Tutu's main force was waiting. In the ensuing Battle of Phadias the Asante soundly defeated the Denki Ira, beheading Antim-Gyakari in the process. Some 166 years later, according to McCaskey, Antim-Gyakari's skull was still kept near Osei Tutu's coffin in the Royal Asante Mausoleum. The Asante kingdom was now the most powerful in the region. The Asante had gone from being tribute payers to tribute receivers. Their preeminent position cried out for a miraculous ceremony, one that would reflect the revised ideology of a newly created state. The miracle, orchestrated by Anaki, drew on the principle of the stool as a symbol of authority. In preparation, Osei Tutu buried the stools of all the kings and chiefs he had vanquished. Anaki then selected a day on which the king, the Asante elders, the provincial governors, and the local chiefs should assemble to see the miracle. Anaki put himself into an ecstatic state and then, according to legend, a fabulous golden stool descended from the sky and landed gently in Osei Tutu's lap. In this golden stool, or Sika Dwa, the souls of all the Asante people were said to be enshrined, figure 63. From that point on, the administrative hierarchy of the Asante monarchy would be symbolized as follows. Kingship was associated with the golden stool, the governors of provinces owned silver stools, and local chiefs or headmen owned carved wooden stools. Asante territory now extended 150 to 200 miles from the capital. The time required to reach its limits depended on whether one was traveling through forest or savanna. To facilitate forest travel, the Asante maintained a series of roads analogous to the ones that connected early Maya cities such as Calakmul to their level 2 centers. Unfortunately for Osei Tutu, he did not live to see the Asante kingdom reach its greatest extent. In 1717, 16 years after his victory over the Denki Ira, he died in battle while trying to subdue the Akyem. He was succeeded by Apokaware, a great-grandson of Osei Tutu's mother. Apokaware continued to expand against the neighbors of the Asante. He beheaded numerous rival leaders, 5 of whose skulls were still in the Royal Asante Mausoleum a century later, and increased the size of the kingdom to 100,000 square miles. One of the skulls Apokaware added to the royal collection was that of the Akyem ruler responsible for Osei Tutu's death. Figure 63. The souls of all the Asante people were enshrined in the Sika Dwa, or golden stool. When not in use, the stool was stored on its side, as shown. Here it is accompanied by royal bronze bells, as well as golden figurines of the enemies slain by the king. When an Asante king died, many people were sacrificed to serve him in the afterlife. Some of them were beheaded by an abrafo, or executioner. The Royal Asante Mausoleum was a large, mud-walled structure at the village of Bantama, only a mile from Kumis. There the ritually cleansed and reassembled skeletons of past Asante hens were curated so that their Asamanfo, or ancestral spirits, would continue to protect the Asante people. Near the remains of each ruler were the skulls of the most important enemies he had beheaded. Periodically these skulls were placed in a great brass vessel and displayed to the general populace. Afterward, each was carefully returned to its proper place in the mausoleum. Apokaware was succeeded by a distant cousin, Kuzi Abadam. The fourth Asantehene was Ose Kwadwo, who added more skulls to the mausoleum between 1765 and 1774. The fifth Asantehene, Ose Kwame, contributed still others. By the 1820s the British were attempting to extend their colonial rule to the Asante. The Asante did not take kindly to the idea. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Asante hens, all of whom were siblings, battled to maintain Asante independence. In 1824 Oseya, the 8th Asantehene, delivered to the Bantama mausoleum a skull so valuable that Asante priests did not risk damaging it by carrying it around. This was the head of the unfortunate Sir Charles McCarthy, who up until the moment of his beheading had been the British governor of the Gold Coast. Finally, after a half-century of bitter fighting, the Asante lost their autonomy. Achyeman Prampai, the 13th Asantehene, surrendered to the British and was exiled in 1896. According to oral history, the Asante felt that if they continued to oppose the well-armed British forces, they risked losing their golden stool. There was little question about Asante priorities, they kept the stool and surrendered their king. The elusive stool. Between 1896 and 1901 a number of Asante nobles figured out how to make the most of the colonial system. A prominent man named Kwabena Kuaver made a fortune from the rubber trade. He then used the colonial courts to establish his right to the golden stool. The British appointed him to the stool in 1901, in part because he was the wealthiest man on the Gold Coast. Few colonial administrators fully understood that the sunsum, or collective soul, of the Asante people was enshrined in the golden stool. Nor did most of them understand that Asante stools had gender. A male stool could never be used by a woman, or vice versa. When word came that Queen Victoria wanted to sit upon the golden stool to symbolize her authority, the Asante were scandalized. They hid that priceless male stool and attacked the British at Kumis. When the dust had settled and the British realized the impropriety of their request, the Asante created a female silver stool for Princess Mary as a gesture of goodwill. "We bind to this stool," the Asante are quoted as saying, "all our love of queen mothers and women." There were other aspects of Asante society that colonial authorities understood poorly. One was the reckoning of descent in the mother's line. In Europe a king was typically succeeded by his firstborn son. The choosing of his successor did not revert to his mother's clan. Particularly revealing is a comment made by an Asante elder to Robert Rattray. Rattray, a former British customs officer, had become fluent in Shwi. He became the principal investigator of Ashanti culture, as it was then spelled, in the Gold Coast colony. Rattray's knowledge of Shwi allowed him to grasp the importance of the Queen Mother in Asante society. "Why," he asked one Asante elder, "do you suppose that we British never appreciated her role? The white man," he was told, "never asked us this. You have dealings with and recognize only the men. We supposed the European considered women of no account, and we know you do not recognize them as we have always done." Victorian society, Rattray now understood, was more sexist than Asante society among other things. Rattray became an advocate for the Asante. He argued for the rehabilitation of Asante queen mothers, kings, chiefs, and all the wonderful household organization of an Ashanti court, now crumbling into poverty and decay. He urged the Asante not to barter the wealth of their past, metaphorically and not infrequently in reality, for a coat, a collar, or a tie. The greatest hope for the Asante in the future, he felt, was to follow and build upon lines with which the national sunsum or soul has been familiar since first they were a people. To be sure, Rattray was a civil servant and a product of Victorian England. Fortunately for historians and anthropologists, however, Rattray's command of Chui and his feeling of common humanity with the Asante challenged him to understand how their society had operated before European interference. Pre-colonial Asante society. The supreme creator of the Asante cosmos was the sky god. He had a special set of priests committed to him for life, and every residential compound had an altar where prayers could be offered to him. The sky god was so remote, however, that most tasks were delegated to the Abuzum, a series of lesser supernatural spirits whose actions were more tangible. Many of these lesser spirits, such as Takez and Takora, had mud-walled temples dedicated to them. There were also the Asamanfo, or spirits of the ancestors, who protected Asante society and could be ritually contacted for help and advice. Ancestor ritual was pursued at the family or clan level. State-level religion was based on the premise that the collective soul of the Asante people was embodied in the golden stool, and the ghosts of past kings protected Asante society. The ancestors were honored at ceremonies called Adi, held every 42 days in the courtyard of the king's residence. At these ceremonies the Asante propitiated the spirits of the departed leaders of their major clans. A dramatic feature of the Adi was the oral recitation of Asante history by a specialist who had memorized it. What provided the drama was the fact that an Abrafo, or executioner, stood behind the man doing the reciting. If the oral historian made a mistake, he was led away by the Abrafo. And you think you have job-related stress. The Oyoko clan, headed by the Ahima, or Queen Mother, was the social segment from which the kings and nobles of Asante society came. The Ahima, in consultation with other members of her clan, typically chose each king's successor. Before the new ruler was allowed to sit on the golden stool, she publicly admonished and advised him. The Queen Mother also chose each new king's senior wife. When a king left his court to wage war, the Ahima served as regent in his absence. Even after his return, she sat next to him in court and served as a check on his power. The Queen Mother's personal wooden stool was considered senior to the king's. Neither the king's feet nor his personal wooden stool was allowed to touch the ground directly, as that might bring on famine. The king therefore wore sandals on his feet. He also carried a parasol for protection from the sun. When a prominent king, Queen Mother, or provincial governor died, his or her personal wooden stool was blackened with soot and curated in a stool house. As for the golden stool of the Asante state, which transcended the king's personal property, it was placed on an elephant hide to keep it from touching the ground. Like the Bimba chief, the Asante king had a group of counselors who inherited their positions. The king was also advised by the Asante elders. His court included spokesmen, heralds, minstrels, and drummers. Lower-ranking Asante were organized into Oman, or clans. Each clan controlled its own farmland. The Asante were required to marry outside their clan and expressed preference for what anthropologists call cross-cousin marriage. For example, a man could marry his father's sister's daughter, since the groom had inherited his blood from his mother, and his bride had inherited her blood from the groom's paternal aunt, who belonged to a different clan. On the bottom rung of the Asante social ladder were slaves, usually war captives, who belonged to no clan and inherited nothing. Many slaves were kept alive only until they were needed for sacrifice in a major ritual. Other slaves were employed in gold mining, a dangerous activity in which death from cave-ins was always a possibility. Of all the Asante crafts, gold working has received the most attention. In the Polynesian terms used by Irving Goldman, gold working was the ultimate Asante expression of tohunga, or expertise. Goldsmiths were organized into craft guilds or brotherhoods and were the only Asante commoners permitted to wear gold ornaments. Fathers were allowed to bequeath the tools and skills of gold working to their sons, nephews, or clanmates. This special treatment of goldsmiths was a source of inequality among Asante commoners. Gold was such an important Asante commodity that a standardized system of weights was created. Experts on the Gold Coast suspect that some units of weight were borrowed from the Portuguese and Arab traders who had been active in the Akan region for centuries. Many Asante weights were cast in bronze, often in geometric shapes or the images of animals. Unfortunately, there was so much cheating that it spawned an Asante proverb, "A chief's weights are not the same as a poor man's." Another Asante skill was long-distance communication with talking drums. Only chiefs of a certain rank could own the drums, which were made from a hollow log and the membrane of an elephant's ear. According to Rattray, drum communication depended on the fact that Chui is a tonal language, that is, one in which differences in tone are used to distinguish between syllables or short words that would otherwise sound alike. By varying the tone, Asante drummers created sounds that simulated Chui words. The messages frequently involved information about prominent citizens, reports of danger, or calls to war. Rattray devised a way to use English letters to indicate the various tones, allowing him to record messages. Rattray used his knowledge of both Chui and drum language to give us our most detailed description of an important Asante ceremony, known as the Odwira. This ritual, whose name meant purification, was held each September to honor the Asante kings who had become ancestral spirits. In its pre-colonial form, Odwira involved the sacrifice of 12 men, usually condemned criminals who had been kept alive for the ceremony. Since the British government had by then banned human sacrifice, Rattray got his information from a senior Asante official who had witnessed the pre-colonial ritual. Rattray was told that in the first stage of the ceremony the king and his court, preceded by officials carrying the famous golden stool and the blackened stools of the ancestors, marched to a nearby stream. Sprinkling the golden stool with sacred water, the king asked it to help him behead future enemies, just as his predecessors had done with the Denki Ira, Akiem, Doma, and so on. He prayed that the Asante would find gold to dig and added his hope that I get some for the upkeep of my kingship. Some freshly harvested yams were placed on shrines to the Abuzum, or supernatural spirits, others were offered to royal and noble ancestors. Only after the gods and ghosts had been fed could the king and his people eat. The procession then moved to the royal mausoleum at Bantama. There, with their arms tied behind them, the 12 men chosen for sacrifice were lined up before the great brass vessel. The king entered the mausoleum and visited the skeletons of each Asante ruler in chronological order, beginning with Ose Tutu. Each sacrificial victim was assigned the task of serving one pastis and teheni in the afterlife. From a talking drum came the message, Ose Tutu. Alas! 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 Woe! This was the signal for the executioner to cry, "Off with you to the land of the ghosts to serve Ose Tutu." He then beheaded the first victim. The king next walked to the coffin of Apokaware, where the second victim was given his instructions for the afterlife and decapitated. After all 12 victims had been sacrificed, their bodies were dragged to the forest behind Bantama. The Asante king then returned to his palace, where he was entertained with singers, drums, and reed pipes. This concert ended the pre-colonial Odwira. I was glad, Rattray's informant told him, that I still had my head. Another pre-colonial context in which the Asante performed human sacrifice was the royal funeral. The venue for these funerals was the mausoleum at Bantama, a place where the royal skeletons and their sumptuary goods were guarded by 1,000 warriors. The funeral of an Asantehene was similar to that of the tattooed serpent of the Natchez. Many wives and members of his retinue expected, indeed, volunteered, to accompany him in the afterlife. Included among the sacrificial victims were the usual condemned criminals and prisoners of war. As the king lay dying, he might whisper to the Queen Mother the names of the women he wanted to accompany him in the afterlife. The matriarch was allowed to choose additional women for this privilege, still others volunteered. All of these women dressed in white, the color of celebration, and put on their best gold ornaments. In a ritual reminiscent of chiefly Panamanian funerals, the women were stupefied with palm wine and strangled. Young boys who had served the king as heralds, pages, or shooers of flies had their necks broken on a large elephant tusk, their bodies were smeared with white pipe clay as a sign of joy. Many noble office holders, unable to bear the loss of their ruler, volunteered to be garroted. Some servants chose to flee into the forest, but there were always dozens of war captives available as substitutes. No one dared speak of the Asantehene as having died. Common euphemisms were "a mighty tree has been uprooted," or "the king is absent elsewhere." The royal corpse lay for 80 days and nights in a perforated coffin above a pit. As the liquids of decomposition dripped through the perforations and into the pit, a team of funeral attendants fanned away the flies. By the 80th day, decomposition had reached the point where the king's bones could be removed, cleaned, and rubbed with fat. In pre-colonial times this fat came from a forest subspecies of the African Cape buffalo. Rattray reports, however, that one of the gifts sent by Queen Victoria to the 9th Asantehene was a jar of pomade. From that point on, this exotic pomade, referred to as the Queen's fat, was used on the royal bones. Once the fat had been applied, all the king's suman, or talismans, were attached to the appropriate bones. The major long bones were then re-articulated with gold wire. The partly reconstructed skeleton was placed in a hexagonal coffin, covered with black velvet, decorated with gold rosettes, and placed in the mausoleum. A living woman from an important family was then chosen to bring food to the king's remains for the rest of her life. Known as Sama Nur, the wife of the ghost, this woman dressed totally in white. Wives of the ghosts lived in a special harem, guarded by eunuchs to preserve their virtue for as long as they lived. When one of these women died, she was immediately replaced by another. The nature of Asante inequality. Let us briefly compare the Asante with the Bimba of Zambia and ask this question: was inequality actually greater under an Asante king than under a Bimba paramount chief? To begin with, both societies shared what we now recognize as widespread African social institutions. Both retained the matrilineal clans of earlier societies. Both had male leaders whose legitimacy derived from the blood of highly ranked mothers. In both cases, a chiefly woman or queen mother continued to supervise the ruler throughout his life. Rulers of both societies shared power with a body of hereditary counselors. Both societies used the public recitation of past leaders' accomplishments as a form of oral history. There were, however, differences in scale between the two societies. A Bimba chiefdom typically covered only 22,000 square miles, had no elaborate road system, and displayed a three-level administrative hierarchy. At its peak, the Asante Kingdom covered 100,000 square miles, displayed 4 administrative levels, and had a concentric pattern of inner and outer provinces linked by carefully maintained roads. Although Bimba chiefs raided their neighbors for slaves and booty, their subjects were overwhelmingly Bimba by ethnicity. The Asante Kingdom contained an empire-like assortment of subordinate ethnic groups such as the Doma, Tafo, Amakam, Denki-Ira, Akwamua, Ganja, and so on. Military regiments from these groups were often incorporated into the Asante army. While the Bimba were content with shrines and informed ritual specialists, the Asante built actual mud-walled temples dedicated to specific deities and staffed by full-time priests. They also had an official state religion, centered on a golden stool. The Bimba chief had a retinue. The Asante king maintained an actual court, like that of the Denki-Ira kingdom visited by Ose Tutu. Both the Kitamyakolo of the Bimba and the Asantehene of the Asante had the power of life and death over their subjects. The Bimba chief was often buried with sacrificial victims. Many more people, including wives, officials, servants, slaves, and condemned criminals, were killed at an Asante ruler's funeral. The bones of the Asante king himself, however, were placed in a special coffin in a royal mausoleum, surrounded by the curated remains of earlier kings. For the vast majority of commoners, inequality under an Asante king was probably only marginally greater than under a Bimba paramount chief. One interesting difference between the two societies lay in the Asante reverence for the golden stool. In 1896 the Asante revealed that they were more concerned with retaining their golden stool than their Asantehene. The Asante king, for all his prestige, was not considered the equal of that item of sacred furniture. This should not surprise us. There are almost certainly U.S. citizens who would rather surrender a sitting president than give up Mount Rushmore or the Statue of Liberty. To be sure, more than a half-century of colonial rule broke down many institutions of Asante society. After an abortive Asante uprising in the late 19th century, British authorities burned down the royal mausoleum at Bantama. Fortunately, by that time the Asante priests had quietly removed everything of value. The British then torched the entire village of Bantama. And a splendid blaze it made, wrote Sir Robert Baden-Powell in his 1896 memoirs. In 1957 the Gold Coast was awarded its independence from Britain, leaving the Asante in command of their own future. The term Ghana, or Warrior King, was chosen as a name for the new nation. In 1960 it became the Republic of Ghana. The Royal Asante Mausoleum may be gone, but the golden stool and the collective soul of the Asante people live on. 21. The Nursery of Civilization. Of all the world's first-generation states, none were earlier than those of the Near East. They formed at a time when it was still not certain that Hierakonpolis would emerge triumphant in Upper Egypt. They formed at a time when permanent villages had yet to appear in Mexico and Peru. 30 years ago, southern Mesopotamia was considered the cradle of civilization. Today we know that proto-states were also forming in northern Mesopotamia and southwest Iran at about the same time, figure 64. These three regions were all in contact with each other, providing us with another example of a chain reaction, the rise of multiple early states in response to the first aggressive one. The title of this chapter reflects our belief that when you have three cradles, it is a nursery. The Ubaid IV period ended about 5,700 years ago. During the subsequent Uruk period, 5,700 to 5,200 years ago, states formed in both Iran and Iraq. The first political hierarchy with 4 administrative levels may have appeared in Iran, but the early state in Iraq was larger. Our use of the generic term state reflects the fact that some of these societies were more oligarchy than monarchy. The Sujana Plain. The Sujana Plain is southwest Iran's version of the Great Mesopotamian Plain. It lies between the Karka and Kurun rivers at an elevation of 130 to 550 feet and covers roughly 1,000 square miles. Figure 64. One of the world's earliest cases of chain reaction state formation involved northern Mesopotamia, southern Mesopotamia, and the Sujana region of southwest Iran. Once leaders began to expand aggressively, encouraging their subjects to cluster together in defensible cities, their neighbors had to follow suit or lose their independence. On this map the distance from Uruk to Hasanibi is 780 miles, and dotted lines mark the approximate limits of the alluvial lowlands. While Sujana is sometimes described as a smaller version of Mesopotamia, there are two significant differences. Because the Sujana Plain was formed by outwash fans from the nearby Zagros Mountains, it has an underlying layer of gravel that reduces the problems of water logging and salinization that accompany irrigation. It also receives more rain than southern Mesopotamia, and this complements canal irrigation from rivers such as the Shaour, Des, Shur, and Karun. There has been more than a century of archaeology in Sujana. Some of that work has included surveys for ancient sites, as well as attempts to answer social and political questions with archaeological information. The archaeologists carrying out this work include Robert M.C.C. Adams, Frank Hole, Henry Wright, Gregory Johnson, and James Neely. Let us pick up the story some 6,400 to 6,200 years ago, a time equivalent to the Ubaid III period in southern Mesopotamia. In southwest Iran, this period is known as Sujanati. There were between 85 and 90 villages on the Sujana Plain at that time. At least 20 of these villages lay within an easy walk of Coamish, a 27-acre chiefly center on the Shur River floodplain. Excavations at Coamish by Pinhas de Logez and Helene Cantor suggest that the family of its Khan, Persian for chief, lived in a mud brick building greater than 48 by 32 feet in size. This building, which may have had a second story, was protected by exterior walls 3 to 6 feet thick. One interior room was dedicated to converting flint nodules into blades such as those used for sickles. Another room seems to have been used by potters, who left it filled with carefully stacked storage jars. The community of Coamish grew bread, wheat, barley, oats, peas, and lentils, and flax whose seeds were in the size range associated with irrigation. Families at Coamish collected pistachio nuts and caper fruits and harvested clover, perhaps as fodder for their sheep, goats, and cattle. At least one young woman buried at Coamish displayed cranial deformation. Her skull had been bound shortly after birth, leaving her head elongated as a sign of rank or beauty. Unfortunately, about 6,200 years ago, the Khan's enemies torched his house. The fire preserved the walls of the building to the height of the ceiling and temporarily ended Coamish's role as the dominant chiefly center on the Sujana plain. The chiefly center that took over from Coamish, and might be implicated in the burning of the Khan's house, was Susa on the Shaoyu River, 18 miles to the west. Between 6,200 and 6,000 years ago, Susa grew to cover 37 acres and seems to have had at least 20 satellite villages. This growth took place during the Susa A period, equivalent in time to Ubaid IV in Mesopotamia. During Susa A, the villages of the Sujana plain began to decrease in number and increase in average size. Of the 85 to 90 villages occupied in the previous period, only 60 were still occupied, and that number would drop to 30 over the next few centuries. New villages sprang up, but not in sufficient numbers to counteract the trend, which almost certainly reflects the need to concentrate people in larger settlements for defense against raiding. By the end of Susa A, the leaders of Susa had erected a mud brick platform 225 feet on a side and 30 to 35 feet high. Unfortunately, the public buildings on this platform were too eroded to excavate. Near the platform was a cemetery with more than 1,000 burials. These burials reflect a wide range of social ranks. At one extreme were people buried with hoards of copper and masterpieces of painted pottery, at the other extreme were people buried only with cooking pots. At some time during its period of use, the huge brick platform at Susa suffered the same fate as the Khan's house at Coamish. It was so destroyed by fire that its facade collapsed. Sujana, like northern Mesopotamia, was a region where archaeologists should expect to find evidence for chiefly cycling, endemic warfare, and an individualizing hereditary elite who made use of sumptuary goods. The Uruk period. Roughly 5,700 years ago, societies in the Sujana plain entered the Uruk period. The name of this period is borrowed from the ancient city of Uruk in southern Iraq. It is revealing that the pottery of southern Mesopotamia and southwest Iran was so similar at this time that archaeologists feel comfortable using the term Uruk for both areas. When the pottery of two regions displays such similarity, it suggests that their societies were actively involved with each other. While the people of Sujana and southern Mesopotamia clearly interacted, they almost certainly belonged to different ethnic groups. We find this likely because of differences in the writing that the two regions later created. The writing in Sujana reflects an early form of the Elamite language. The writing in southern Mesopotamia reflects an early form of the Sumerian language. Elamite and Sumerian do not even belong to the same language family. As a result, many community leaders and traders were probably bilingual. It was during the Uruk period that first-generation states formed in both regions. In order to document all the steps in this process, the archaeologists working in Sujana have subdivided the period into early Uruk, 5,700 to 5,500 years ago, middle Uruk, 5,500 to 5,300 years ago, and late Uruk, 5,300 to 5,100 years ago. The early Uruk period was one of social and political reorganization. During the preceding period, both of Sujarna's most powerful communities, Coamish and Susa, had been attacked and burned. One result was a temporary loss of population. Susa rebounded before Coamish did. It grew to 30 acres and emerged as the lone level 1 community in a political hierarchy of 3 levels. There were 2 15, 17-acre villages in level 2 and more than 45 level 3 villages covering less than 8 acres each. Gregory Johnson was curious to see how much of the population of the Sujarna Plain might have been directly or indirectly controlled by Susa. He answered this question by dividing all early Uruk settlements into 3 groups: those near Susa, those near the 17-acre community of Abu Fanjaway, and those in the area formerly dominated by Coamish. He then ranked the settlements of each group in order of size. We will not dwell here on the mathematical details of Johnson's study. To understand what he discovered, we need only consider the following ideas. Geographers have found that many ancient and modern systems of settlement are characterized by a pattern in which the population of the largest settlement is about twice that of the second largest, 3 times that of the third largest, 4 times that of the fourth largest, and so on, down to the smallest settlement. Even geographers are not sure why this ideal pattern forms, but they suspect that it reflects a well-integrated society. Geographers, of course, also encounter regions where the rank order of settlements deviates from the ideal. In some cases a region's largest settlement is many times larger than the second, third, and so on. For example, Monte Alban, the capital of Mexico's Zapotec Kingdom, was 7 to 15 times the size of its level 2 administrative centers. Such regions tend to be ones in which the capital city has not only integrated its hinterland but also monopolized its region's political and economic interaction with the outside world. At the opposite extreme are regions in which the second, third, and fourth settlements, and so on, are larger than expected. Geographers suspect that this happens when a region is only weakly integrated, or when the smaller settlements in the region belong to politically independent societies. What Johnson's discoveries indicated was that Susa was many times larger than the ideal. The region once subject to Coamish, on the other hand, seemed to include a group of independent, or only weakly integrated, societies. Johnson eventually estimated that the early Uruk population of the Sujarna Plain was roughly 19,000, of which 9,800 people probably considered themselves subjects of Susa. The Middle Uruk period and the creation of a first-generation kingdom. The Middle Uruk period, only 2 centuries long, was a crucial time for Sujarna. At the start of this period Susa grew to cover 60 acres. Taking advantage of Coamish's decline and Abu Fanjaway's smaller size, Susa extended its political control to the entire Sujarna Plain. The result was a kingdom with a political hierarchy of 4 levels. Susa remained dominant, even as Abu Fanjaway and Coamish began to grow. This Middle Uruk state was the first in southwest Iran, and possibly the first in the world. Level 1 of the hierarchy included Susa, followed closely by Coamish and Abu Fanjaway. Level 2 consisted of 4 administrative centers in the 10 to 17 acre range. Level 3 included 17 villages of 5 to 7 acres. Level 4 consisted of all the remaining villages in the region, most of which covered less than 3.5 acres. In 1975 Wright and Johnson, drawing on this Sujarna evidence, became the first archaeologists to point out that the appearance of a 4-level political hierarchy might be one clue to the creation of a first-generation kingdom. The Sujarna Plain of 5,500 years ago thus provides an analogy for what happened in the Oaxaca Valley some 3,500 years later. Both regions had formerly been occupied by rival chiefly societies. The largest of these societies sought to take over the territories of the others, and eventually succeeded. The result in both cases was an early kingdom. Both of these early kingdoms, to continue the analogy, remained strong until key districts decided to break away from the capital, seeking control of their own territory, tribute, and external relations. This did not happen to Monte Alban until 6 or 7 centuries after it became the capital of a kingdom. It would happen to Susa, however, at the start of the late Uruk period. Sacred authority seems to be implicated by the fact that the Middle Uruk leaders built temples at most of their level 1 and 2 communities. We know this because the Uruk architects had developed a new way of decorating temples. Recall that earlier villages such as Eridu and Tepe Gora had relieved the monotony of their temple facades by giving them recessed piers, pilasters, and wall niches. The Uruk architects added thousands of ceramic cones that could be set into the wall. The exposed end of each cone was colored white, black, or red. By carefully inserting the cones in the wall before the plaster had set, the masons gave each temple's exterior a series of multicolored geometric designs. When archaeologists encounter loose ceramic cones on a tell, or mounded ruin, they conclude that there is an eroded temple somewhere beneath the surface. The ruins of Susa, Coamish, and at least 6 other communities had such cones lying on their surfaces. The Middle Uruk settlements also produced thousands of artifacts related to the administrative duties of the state, seals and seal impressions, buli and tokens, and beveled rim bowls. To be sure, seals had already been used 1,500 years earlier at villages of the Halaf period. By Middle Uruk times, however, both the stamps and the clay blobs into which they were pressed had become more varied. Many Uruk seals were shaped like cylinders, carved in such a way that when they were rolled out over wet clay a complex scene was left behind. Seal impressions, no longer limited to the blobs that surrounded knots, now included clay casts of the wooden locks on storeroom doors. Uruk officials had also invented the prehistoric equivalent of a bill of lading, a lightly baked clay sphere, filled with small tokens. Archaeologists have borrowed the Latin term bulla, plural, bulli, for these spheres, a reference to the ball of sealing wax attached to a papal bull. It is believed that the tokens, which came in many shapes, reflected the items in a shipment. The recipient would break open the bulla to make sure the tokens matched the items he had received. Beveled rim bowls, which were created during the early Uruk period and became more widespread and numerous with time, may be the least attractive pottery vessels ever made. They were mass-produced by the thousands, the Uruk equivalent of a disposable styrofoam cup. These bowls appear to be mold-made, and the characteristic beveled rim was produced by trimming excess material from the edge of the mold with a finger. At some Uruk sites in Sujana, beveled rim bowls were discarded at a rate 11 to 47 times greater than that of any other pottery vessel. Archaeologist Hans Niesen, drawing on what he knew from later periods in Mesopotamia, has suggested that these eminently disposable vessels might have been ration bowls, used to provide workers with their daily allotment of barley. We know from texts written in the later Akkadian period, roughly 4,200 years ago, that state workers of that era received such rations. The standard Akkadian unit was the sila, estimated to be 0.842 liters, 0.889 quarts. Intrigued by Niesen's suggestion, Johnson measured hundreds of beveled rim bowls from Sujana and found that they came in 3 modal sizes, 0.90 liters, 0.65 liters, and 0.45 liters. This strongly suggests that they were indeed ration bowls, produced in sizes corresponding to 1 unit of barley, 2/3 of a unit, and half a unit. The crudeness of the bowls likely reflects the fact that they were made quickly and cheaply, used once, and then discarded. Here, then, is another analogy with Oaxaca's first kingdom. We have seen evidence that Monte Alban used griddles to mass-produce tortillas for its workers. The Middle Uruk equivalent was a bowl for barley rations. Although both artifacts may have been invented to solve the problem of feeding urban workers, they eventually spread to smaller communities. Some workers took their beveled rim bowls back to their home villages, where they were put to other uses. For their part, tortilla griddles eventually spread to virtually every household in highland Mexico. Conflict and colonization in the late Uruk period. As the Sujana plain entered the late Uruk period, conflict broke out again between Susa and Coamish. Hostilities in the area may have erupted when Coamish decided to break away from Susa, re-establishing its control of the Shur River district. There were several consequences to this power struggle. In the late Uruk period, Coamish grew from 20 acres to nearly 45 acres. Susa, on the other hand, shrank from 60 acres to 22 acres, about half the size of Coamish. One of the most dramatic late Uruk developments was the establishment of a no-man's land between these two large communities. A buffer zone 8 or 9 miles wide appeared in the center of the Sujana Plain, leaving the productive Des River floodplain virtually devoid of villages. Some 16 of Susa's satellite communities, representing an estimated 4,500 people, were abandoned. Perhaps 19 villages in the Coamish area, representing an estimated 6,600 people, were also abandoned. The villagers of the Coamish area may have taken refuge in Coamish itself, accounting for its size increase. On the other hand, exactly where the villagers in the Susa district went is not clear. Johnson wonders if some of them left Sujana and emigrated to southern Mesopotamia, a possibility to which we return later. During this period the scenes carved on cylinder seals became increasingly militaristic. One seal impression from Coamish shows a ruler traveling by boat. He holds a mace in one hand, in the other, he holds a cord attached to what may be a pair of prisoners. Another seal impression shows an archer, with his weaponry rendered in great detail, and yet another shows a group of men marching in close formation. Seal impressions from Susa display similar themes. One shows a line of captives with their hands tied behind their backs. Another depicts a bearded figure armed with a bow and arrow, in front of him are 3 men with arrows protruding from their bodies. Johnson suspects that these conflicts reduced Sujana's political hierarchy from 4 levels to 3. He points out that as the result of widespread abandonment, villages measuring 5 to 7 acres, which had constituted level 3 during the Middle Uruk period, no longer stood out as a separate level. Despite this reduction of administrative levels, other lines of evidence suggest that Coamish's seizure of power had not demoted Sujana from a kingdom to a rank society. Seals and seal impressions, buli, tokens, and beveled rim bowls all indicate that the state bureaucracy had survived, and workers continued to receive their rations. In addition, some late Uruk administrators were beginning to keep their accounts by impressing numbers on clay tablets with a stylus. We would know more about these accounts were it not so difficult to read the earliest writing. The fact that the apparatus of the state could survive wars, and perhaps the temporary loss of a 4-level hierarchy, should not surprise us. We have seen that Maya cities such as Calakmul and Tikal could attack each other, seize each other's level 2 centers, and even capture royal family members, all without destroying the institutions of the state. Coamish's seizure of power from Susa 5,300 years ago may simply have been analogous to Tikal's seizing of power from Calakmul 4,000 years later. Neither conflict eliminated social stratification and monarchy. Further evidence of Susa's continued vigor comes from an upper tributary of the Karkar River. It appears that one of Susa's late Uruk rulers placed a trade outpost in the Kangavar Valley of the Zagros Mountains, 150 miles north of Susa and more than 4,000 feet above sea level. There, at the community of Godantip, archaeologists T. Coiler Young and Louis Levine found a fortified enclave of the late Uruk period. This outpost was surrounded by a much larger community of local Kangavar families. The architecture of the fort was local in style, as was half of its pottery. The other half of its pottery, which included beveled rim bowls, was late Uruk in style, as were the cylinder seal impressions. The Gadan enclave also included administrators who kept their accounts on clay tablets. The style of notation on the tablets resembles that of Susa. The fort at Godantip controlled a key pass along one of the Near East's most important trade routes, the Khorasan Road, which led from the Tigris River into the Zagros Mountains and onto the Iranian plateau. This road would lead donkey caravans to sources of copper, turquoise, and lapis lazuli. Southern Mesopotamia. When we last looked at southern Mesopotamia we were trying to reconstruct the society of the Ubaid IV period. We concluded that it was a rank society, but near the group-oriented end of Colin Renfrew's continuum. Some 5,700 years ago, southern Mesopotamia entered the Uruk period. It would soon witness the rise of a first-generation state, one supported by irrigation canals from the lower Euphrates River. Fortunately, the area between the lower Euphrates and Tigris has been the scene of one of archaeology's greatest surveys. During most of 3 decades, Robert M.C.C. Adams surveyed a strip of Mesopotamia more than 150 miles long. His survey included such ancient Sumerian cities as Sippar, Kish, Nippur, Adab, Shuruppak, Zabalam, Bad Tibra, and Uruk itself. Ancient Uruk. Near the modern Iraqi city of Nasiriyah, the Euphrates runs east on its way to join the Tigris. Just north of the river lies the huge archaeological mound of Tel Warqa. Occupied as long ago as 7,000 years, Warqa had once consisted of a pair of mounds called Iana and Kulaba. These twin mounds were swallowed up as Warqa grew to become the ancient Sumerian city of Uruk. The Euphrates Channel at this point is 500 to 650 feet wide and easily navigated. The river has entered its delta and flows only 10 feet above sea level, discharging more than 3,000 cubic feet per second during the September dry season. Uruk is surrounded by good alluvial soil that can be irrigated with canals from the left bank of the Euphrates. Adams's survey of the Uruk region covered some 300 square miles. During the Ubaid I period, about 7,000 years ago, there were only 3 villages in the survey area. During Ubaid II, about 6,500 years ago, the number had increased to 7. The number of villages remained steady at 7 through Ubaid III, 6,400 to 6,200 years ago. About 6,000 years ago, during Ubaid IV, the number of communities in the survey area rose to 11. The largest were towns in the 25-acre size range, the smallest were 2 to 3 acre villages. A significant jump in population took place during the Uruk period. The number of communities rose to 18 in the early Uruk period and surged to 108 by the late Uruk period. This increase was so rapid that Adams suspects it included actual immigration from elsewhere. Late Uruk, of course, is exactly the period when Johnson suspects that thousands of families fled Sujanna for southern Mesopotamia. Future archaeologists may be able to use DNA and bone chemistry to determine whether Sujanna was indeed the place from which the immigrants came. Perhaps the most spectacular growth during this period took place at Uruk itself. It grew to 170 acres in the early Uruk period and reached 250 acres in the late Uruk period. This growth, too, implies immigration. Johnson believes that a political hierarchy of 4 levels appeared in the late Uruk period. The city of Uruk, 250 acres, was all alone in level 1, level 2 consisted of 8 towns measuring 20 to 35 acres, level 3 included all villages in the 7 to 15 acre range, and smaller villages constituted level 4. Adams is less convinced that a 4-level hierarchy was present in the late Uruk period. He has no doubt that it was present during the subsequent period, known as Jemdet Nasr, 5,100 to 5,000 years ago. By that time Uruk surely exceeded 300 acres. 2 smaller cities, less than half the size of Uruk, made up level 2, level 3 consisted of 20 towns, some of which had reached 50 acres in extent, and roughly 124 villages made up level 4. For our purposes here, it is not crucial to know whether Uruk's 4-level hierarchy emerged during the late Uruk or the Jemdet Nasr period. Let us instead consider the following points. 1. As far as one can tell from the archaeological record, the context in which Uruk's leaders created a state does not seem to have involved a local conflict such as the one between Susa and Koamish. 2. The Sujanna plain lost thousands of families during the late Uruk period. The Uruk region gained thousands of families during the late Uruk and Jemdet Nasr periods. 3. Thus we might not be dealing with 2 independent cases of state creation, one at Susa and one at Uruk. We might be dealing, instead, with a chain reaction such as the one involving Monte Alban, La Providencia, Monte Negro, Cerro Jasmine, and Huamalulpan in Oaxaca, Mexico. 4. The available information suggests that Susa's crucial growth came first, during the Middle Uruk period, and allowed Susa to dominate both Coamish and Abu Fanjaway. Uruk's crucial growth came slightly later, during the late Uruk and Jemdet Nasr periods. The scale of every process in the Uruk region, however, was greater than its counterpart in Sujana. 5. Archaeologists, as mentioned earlier, once referred to Uruk as the cradle of civilization. Such Uruk-centrism now appears to be an oversimplification. Mesopotamian civilization is more likely to have been the product of the dynamic competition and alliance building among several urban societies. One of the best ways to preserve one's autonomy is to become huge. Once communities such as Susa, Coamish, and Uruk had become cities, the chain reaction was on. 6 examples of intercity competition include the following. During the late Uruk period, according to Adams, Uruk seems to have suppressed the growth of other towns within a radius of 9 or 10 miles. During the Jemdet Nasr period, a newly irrigated area with several large communities appeared about 20 miles northeast of Uruk. Later, however, all these communities were abandoned, possibly because their populations were drawn into the rival city of Umma, 25 miles from Uruk. 7. Some 5,000 years ago, at the start of the early dynastic period, Uruk grew to cover an unprecedented 1.5 square miles. Adams believes that much of its growth came from rural families taking refuge in the city. One motivation for such immigration may have been widespread violence. It is significant that Uruk built a defensive wall nearly 6 miles in length. Hans Niesen reveals that this wall had watchtowers at regular intervals and at least 2 gates into the city. 8. The chain reaction of urban development did not end there. Some 4,700 years ago, perhaps 5 other cities Umma, Shurapak, Zabalam, Bad Tibra, and possibly Larsa had grown to the point where they could dilute Uruk's influence over southern Mesopotamia. From that point on, Mesopotamian cities would experience cycles of dominance and decline such as those already described for the Maya. The monumental building program at Uruk. The ruins of Uruk have been excavated repeatedly since the 1850s. No city has produced a more spectacular series of early public buildings. In fact, the pace at which the city's architects worked makes it hard to determine the function of a given building, so often were they torn down and replaced. Recall that Uruk once consisted of 2 mounds, Kulaba on the west and Iana on the east. Hans Niesen considers Kulaba, buried today beneath the remains of later epochs, the kernel of the whole great settlement of Uruk. The oldest recognizable public building on Kulaba was a Nubaid IV temple, resembling those found at Eridu and Tepe-Gora. This temple stood on a high artificial terrace. During the Uruk period this terrace was continually enlarged and raised, eventually becoming a truncated pyramid more than 30 feet high. The White Temple on its summit was visible from a great distance. The White Temple measured 72 by 57 feet and had the typical central cella, podium, burnt offerings, rows of smaller rooms, and multiple entrances, figure 65. The temple's nickname was inspired by the layers of gypsum whitewash that covered its walls. The corners of the White Temple faced the cardinal directions. The building was dedicated by burying a leopard and a lion below its eastern corner. The sequence of buildings from Iana, east of Kulaba, was even more complex. According to Niesen, the oldest levels in the Iana sector included the remains of mud-plastered reed huts. This discovery suggests that prehistoric Uruk, like Eridu, had both neighborhoods of mud brick houses and neighborhoods of reed buildings. By the start of the late Uruk period, Iana had become the scene of a prolonged and ambitious public building program, set off from the rest of the city by an enclosure wall. If we knew the function of every structure, we would have a better picture of the secular and religious hierarchies of Uruk society. Some examples include the following. Figure 65. The variety of public buildings at the city of Uruk was impressive. Here we see a white plastered temple, a temple covered with colored cone mosaics, a nave and apse temple, and a building that may have been a secular place of assembly. The dimensions of these buildings are given in the text. 1 easily recognized temples. One of the largest of the Iana structures was Building D. It had the temple layout with which we are now familiar, a cella, flanking rooms, wall niches, and pilasters. Unfortunately, Building D was incomplete when discovered. Its original length would have been greater than 175 feet. Some distance away lay another temple, within its own separate enclosure. Its walls were of limestone blocks. The floor had been paved with a layer of white gypsum, laid over limestone slabs set in natural asphalt. Similar to other temples, its recessed and pilastered walls were decorated with colored cones. These were not, however, the usual pottery cones. They were labor-intensive cones of cut and polished stone, whose colors came from the raw material used: red limestone, black limestone, and white alabaster. The colored cones had been set in gypsum plaster to form mosaic zigzags, chevrons, diamonds, or lozenges. This decoration gave the building its nickname, the Mosaic Temple. 2 nave and apse temples. Several of Iana's public buildings, while sharing the standard temple's central cella and rows of smaller rooms, had a different overall shape. Building C is the most complete example. An impressive 175 feet long and 72 feet wide, Building C had the look of 2 conjoined temples. 2/3 of the building had its cella oriented northwest-southeast. 1/3 had its cella running northeast-southwest. Analogous to a cathedral, 2/3 of Building C was a nave and 1/3 an apse. We wonder if this building's floor plan might not reflect a small, highly sacred sanctuary reached by a longer, and less highly sacred, ritual space. Everyone in a cathedral is allowed in the nave, but only the priests get to use the apse. Building C was not unique. An earlier and larger version, called the Limestone Temple, also had an apse-like section whose long axis was at right angles to a longer, nave-like section. While this building had been destroyed down to its floor of limestone slabs, the excavators estimate it to have measured at least 247 by 98 feet. 3 colonnaded halls. Just north of Building C was the Hall of Pillars, a structure from which little but the facade had survived. The entrance to this building was a portico with 2 rows of columns 8 or 9 feet in diameter. The columns were made of small bricks, set like the radii of a circle, and had been decorated with red, white, and black cones. This building looks more like an audience hall than a temple. 4 assembly halls. In the same part of Iana lay Building E, which looks to us like a secular place of assembly. It consisted of an open court 100 feet wide, flanked by 4 complexes of large and small rooms that gave it the shape of a plus sign. The sheer number and variety of Uruk buildings invite us to reconstruct the society that created them, but we need help. That help comes from 2 sources. The first is a series of socio-political terms written on clay tablets of the late Uruk and Jemdet Nasr periods. The second source is information from a later period called the Early Dynastic. Let us begin with the Early Dynastic period, 5000 to 4350 years ago. Early dynastic society was an oligarchy whose rulers shared power with other aristocrats. One power-sharing institution was an assembly of elders, analogous to the noble councillors of the Bimba, the 70 aristocratic advisors of the Marina king, or the Marika of the Hunza. Another early dynastic institution was a public assembly, where commoners could air their concerns. Although not divine, early dynastic rulers were supposed to be pious. Their dreams were considered encrypted instructions from their city's patron deity. That god needed his own temple, and so did the goddess who was his wife or consort. Add a few minor deities and it becomes clear why the cities needed multiple temples. Let us turn next to the clay tablets of the late Uruk and Jemdet Nasr periods. Because writing was still in an early stage, these tablets are difficult to read. Some of the signs on them, however, can be recognized as prototypes for early dynastic terms. Among the recognizable words are n, lord or spiritual leader, nun, great nobleman, abbe, elder, and ukin, assembly. It sounds as if early versions of an oligarchy, council of elders, and public assembly may have existed in the late Uruk and Jemdet Nasr periods. Building E and the Hall of Pillars represent the kinds of buildings in which councils and assemblies might have met. Standard temples such as Building D and the Mosaic Temple, as well as nave and apse temples such as Building D and the Limestone Temple, suggest that various gods and goddesses were honored at Uruk. Thus the best interpretive guide to late Uruk society, not surprisingly, may be early dynastic society. Offices and professions in late Uruk and Jemdet Nasr society. The vocabulary of the early dynastic period reflected both bureaucratic offices and craft specialties. Many of these terms, as Adams points out, were already present on late Uruk and Jemdet Nasr tablets. Among the bureaucratic terms were Sangha, accountant, Laga, servant/official, Dubsar, scribe, Bugula, steward, Sukal, messenger, and Nubanda, overseer. Another important term on the early tablets was Damgar, meaning temple agent in charge of procurement. It is significant that this term eventually came to mean merchant, suggesting that entrepreneurial trade branched off from the more supervised economy of the temple. As we have seen, something similar happened in Egypt. There are hints that Uruk/Jemdet Nasr society already had a wide range of professions and craft specialties for commoners. Recognizable terms on the clay tablets include simig, smith or metal caster, as well as simig gal, head smith or foreman of the smiths. The presence of smiths is confirmed by a metal foundry and piles of copper ore in the ruins of Uruk. Additionally, there are a number of occupational terms in early dynastic texts that may be a legacy from earlier times. Benno Landsberger, an expert on early dynastic writing, felt that the terms for urban craftsmen such as potters, masons, carpenters, weavers, leatherworkers, launderers, and cooks might fall into this category. For the rural professions he listed fishermen, shepherds, plowmen, gardeners, and fatteners of oxen. The Uruk/Jemdet Nasr tablets also have terms for servants, zur, and slaves. The signs for both male and female slaves indicate that they were from the mountains, that is, from a foreign land. This fact suggests that, as in so many other societies, slavery in Mesopotamia began with captives from other regions. Stratified societies to the north. We have now looked at two cradles of civilization, one in southwest Iran and the other in southern Iraq. Today many archaeologists would argue that there was a third cradle, this one in northern Iraq and adjacent parts of Syria and Turkey. Between 6,000 and 5,500 years ago, a number of societies in Turkey, eastern Syria, and northern Iraq began to show signs of social stratification, urban life, and administrative bureaucracy. Some of these stirrings in the north took place before the formation of the late Uruk state in the south and were clearly indigenous developments. One could make the case, in other words, that if left alone the north was on course to develop its own cities and multilevel hierarchies. As it happens, the north was not left alone. At the start of the late Uruk period, southern Mesopotamian societies began to interfere with a number of northern societies. Archaeologist Marcella Frangipan believes that she can recognize four alternative scenarios for this period, which we paraphrase as follows. 1. Some northern communities continued to develop on their own terms. 2. Others borrowed individual strategies from southern Mesopotamia, including accounting practices, but essentially created their own distinctive political centers. 3. Some northern communities were actual colonies of southern Mesopotamian people, founded from scratch in formerly unoccupied places. 4. In some cases people from southern Mesopotamia directly interfered in the lives of established northern communities. This interference varied from placing a trade enclave in the midst of a settlement to taking over by military force a northern community. We are struck by how similar these alternatives are to the scenarios we saw in the highlands of Oaxaca. Early Zapotec rulers sent colonists into sparsely occupied valleys, conquered some neighboring regions by military force, and annexed other regions through peaceful alliance. Throughout this process a series of Mixtec rulers, who were already on a course toward monarchy, borrowed individual strategies from the Zapotec but essentially created their own powerful urban centers. The people of northern Mesopotamia, like the Mixtec, were not the passive recipients of someone else's civilization. They were part of a chain reaction in which no ruler wanted to be somebody else's subordinate. Northern societies that marched to the beat of their own drummer. Tepe Gora, levels 11, 8. When we last looked at Tepe Gora, the village of level 12 had been attacked and burned. After a period of abandonment, the summit of the mound was reoccupied. By that time, northern Iraq had entered a period known as the Goran, or northern Uruk. An estimated 5 to 7 villages were built, one above the other, at Gora during this period. We cannot be more precise than that, because some buildings were renovations of pre-existing structures. We limit our comments to levels 11, 8. The community of level 11 began as a village of large, extended family houses, accompanied by a temple 27 feet on a side. At some point the occupants of level 11 began to perceive an external threat. While the commoners arranged their houses so as to present blank walls to the outside world, the community's elite ordered the construction of a circular stronghold, more than 60 feet in diameter, in the center of the village. Included within the defensive wall were granaries large enough to allow the occupants to survive a siege. The level 11 village had watchtowers, heaps of sling missiles, and mud brick tombs with sumptuary goods. Levels X and 9 were closely related. Gora at this time lacked defensive works but had streets, a large, secular public building, and at least one centrally located temple. Many of its estimated 185 to 198 residents were involved in craft activity, or the marking of trade shipments with stamp seals. In addition to multiple temples, Gora's level 8 had several important secular buildings. 1, described by N. Perkins as a large vaulted hall, may have been a place of assembly. Another is reconstructed by Mitchell Rothman as an 8-room warehouse of some kind. In addition to the usual stamp sealings and evidence for craft activity, Gora seems to have served as a point of transshipment for volcanic glass from sources in Turkey. The population of Gora may have dropped below 100, at this point arguably too low for a community with so many important public buildings. We therefore suspect that Gora was serving the needs of a wider region. Level 8 had no defensive works, but it probably should have, because it was eventually attacked and burned. Rothman was impressed by the escalating richness of Gora's elite burials. By level 8 they looked like the burials of a stratified society, with gradations of rank within each stratum. The simplest burials in levels 11, 8, 85 out of a total of 301, had been placed directly in the earth. Some of these individuals had little or nothing in the way of grave goods. Others wore bracelets or necklaces of rock crystal, obsidian, turquoise, mother of pearl, carnelian, or even gold. Another 78 burials, however, had been placed in mud brick tombs. Many of these individuals were buried in garments from which only the golden studs, ribbons, and rosettes had survived. Some had ivory combs or ivory inlaid pins for their hair. Meals for their afterlife had been placed in vessels carved from marble, serpentine, or obsidian. Some people in the tombs wore necklaces, bangles, and other ornaments of gold, silver, copper, turquoise, and lapis lazuli. Among their possible symbols of office were mace heads and stamp seals. Among those given their own mud brick tombs were youths, children, and infants. One such infant, burial 12, was accompanied by 331 beads and other ornaments. Among the raw materials used were gold, turquoise, lapis lazuli, ivory, and carnelian. While the individuals in brick tombs at Gora received the most impressive sets of stone vessels and symbols of office, personal ornaments of exotic material were not restricted to the tombs. A possible analogy for this situation can be found in 16th century Colombia and Panama, where the wearing of gold was not restricted to members of the most highly ranked families. Gora knew about the southern Uruk cities but seems to have created its own stratified society. It did just fine without cylinder seals, cone mosaic temples, or clay accounting tablets. Most importantly, it continued northern Mesopotamia's tradition of individualizing leaders who made flamboyant use of prestige goods. Arslantepe. On Turkey's Malatya Plain, a well-watered region in the headwaters of the Euphrates, lies the archaeological mound of Arslantepe. Founded more than 6,000 years ago, Arslantepe went on to become the civic and ritual center of an indigenous highland society. According to excavator Marcella Frangipan, Arslantepe had several different kinds of public buildings. Building XXIX, perhaps contemporary with the Middle Uruk period, appears to have been a hall for public assembly. It stood on a platform of huge stone slabs and mud bricks, its walls were 5 feet thick, and its main hall was almost 60 feet in length. Not far away lay another massive building whose rooms contained scores of seal impressions, mass-produced ceramics, and other traces of craft activity. At a time equivalent to the late Uruk period, Arslantepe featured several temples, each accompanied by a series of storage units. Temples A and B, despite having been built between 5,300 and 5,100 years ago, do not resemble typical Uruk temples. Instead of a central cella, each has an inner room 30 by 15 feet in size, entered from a much smaller outer room. Lacking the complex pilasters and wall cones of Uruk temples, these buildings were clearly the product of a local highland tradition. Frangipan reconstructs Arslantepe society as stratified, with the ruling class and commoners. The rulers occupied a palatial residence with polychrome wall paintings. Their staff made use of corvée labor, oversaw the flow of commodities, and intensified wool and mutton production. Their temple staff could draw on storerooms full of grain. Arslantepe was in contact with Uruk peoples but had become a proto-state in its own right rather than an Uruk enclave. Northern communities clearly founded by immigrants from southern Mesopotamia. We last looked at the Great Bend of the Euphrates while describing the early village of Abu Huraira. The Great Bend was also home to two later settlements, Jebel Arida and Habuba Kabira South, which look as if they had been built by people from southern Mesopotamia. Jebel Arida. The community of Jebel Arida covered 7 or 8 acres of a steep bluff overlooking the Euphrates. The center of the community was a walled precinct with at least 2 late Uruk temples. To either side of this precinct a Dutch archaeological team found extensive residential neighborhoods that included elite families. In one storeroom at Jebel Arida the excavators found 8 copper axes of roughly equal weight which, according to Guillermo Algaze, almost certainly served as ingots. Habuba Kabira South. Only 5 miles south of Jebel Arida was an even larger late Uruk settlement. This was Habuba Kabira South, which may have covered more than 50 acres. Habuba Kabira was naturally defended on the east by the 25-foot bluffs of the Euphrates. On the west it was defended by a wall with regularly spaced watchtowers. Its German and Belgian excavators discovered that Habuba Kabira was a fortified city with streets, residential neighborhoods, artisans' wards, bureaucrats who kept accounts on clay tablets, and an acropolis with public buildings. The metalsmiths at Habuba Kabira had facilities for extracting both lead and silver from the same mineral ore. Jebel Arida and Habuba Kabira were not embedded in a pre-existing city. They were newly founded in the late Uruk period, lasted 100 to 150 years, and were abandoned at the end of the late Uruk period. According to archaeologist Joan Oates, the identity of material culture, ideology, accounting practices, use of space and building techniques render inconceivable any interpretation other than that the settlements at both Habuba and Jebel Arida were built and lived in by South Mesopotamians. That having been said, archaeologists are not in agreement regarding the motivation behind these southern Mesopotamian forays into the Great Bend. Were they placed there by Uruk itself, to serve as middlemen in its trade with Turkey and the Mediterranean coast? Or were they founded by members of noble Uruk lineages who saw no political future for themselves in the south? We have seen that both primogeniture and ultimogeniture could force some elite sons and their followers to seek new territories. Resolving these issues will be difficult, but not hopeless. It requires the tracing of any obviously imported pottery vessels to their southern Mesopotamian clay sources and the use of DNA and bone chemistry to find out from which urban center of southern Mesopotamia the immigrants came. Archaeologists can then ask whether that urban center was growing, losing population, or experiencing upheaval during the late Uruk period. Northern societies whose lives were changed by southern Mesopotamian immigrants. Hasanibi. The village of Hasanibi occupied a defensible limestone bluff above the Euphrates in southern Turkey. To the north lay the Taurus Mountains, to the south lay the northern Mesopotamian steppe. Founded more than 6,000 years ago, Hasanibi grew to cover 8 acres. During its first 2 or 3 centuries of occupation, Hasanibi belonged to a society in which large villages were surrounded by small satellite villages. Excavator Gilstein recovered modest evidence of inherited rank. One infant at Hasanibi, buried in a jar, was accompanied by 2 silver earrings and a copper ring. Between 5,500 and 5,300 years ago, at a time equivalent to the Middle Uruk period in southern Mesopotamia, an apparent Uruk enclave established itself in the northern part of Hasanibi. In light of the earlier Ubaid IV trade enclaves at places like Degermentep and Tel Abridged, this Uruk enclave was not without precedent. It did, however, lie an impressive 780 miles north of the city of Uruk. For hundreds of years the families of the Uruk enclave continued to maintain a lifestyle as much like that of their homeland as possible. For example, even though flint was available near Hasanibi, they used over-fired clay sickles like those of southern Mesopotamia. They ate more sheep and goats and fewer cattle and pigs than the local Hasanibi families. The Uruk enclave used both stamp seals and cylinder seals. They received their own shipments of goods, accompanied by clay bouilli covered with seal impressions. They made their own beveled rim bowls from local clay. Scattered through their refuse were ceramic cones like those used to decorate Uruk temples. Relations between the Uruk enclave and the Hasanibi people seem to have been peaceful. Stein found no defensive wall, such as the one encircling the Uruk outpost at Gaziantep. Hasanibi, therefore, continues the tradition of conflict-free enclaves that began in the Ubaid period. Tel Brak. The Khabur River is the last major tributary feeding the Euphrates on its journey south. Its upper tributaries cross the northern Mesopotamian steppe, homeland of the rank societies of the Halaf period. At least 2 communities in this region may have grown to the size of cities before Uruk developed its 4-level hierarchy. They were undoubtedly part of a widespread chain reaction, but their initial growth cannot be explained by immigration from southern Mesopotamia. One of those early cities was Tel Brak on the Jak tributary of the Khabur. First excavated by Max Mallowan in the 1930s, Brak was already occupied in Halaf times. It had grown to more than 100 acres by the northern Mesopotamian equivalent of the Middle Uruk period, at which time it was surrounded by satellite communities. During the late 20th and early 21st centuries, Joan and David Oates carried out new excavations at Tel Brak, sometimes collaborating with Geoffrey Emberling, Henry Wright, and others. It appears that during a time equivalent to the early and middle Uruk periods, Brak took a backseat to no one. Some 5,800 to 5,500 years ago, it already had a wall with a monumental city gate. Within the next few centuries it achieved its maximum urban size of 106 acres. The rulers of Brak commissioned a huge temple that would undergo 3 subsequent rebuildings. Its final stage was completed approximately 5,300 to 5,100 years ago. The final stage of this temple is estimated to have measured 97 by 81 feet. There is no question that its builders were familiar with Uruk temples, since they gave it the usual cone mosaic decoration, niches, and pilasters. Look closely at the temple, however, and you will see local features, almost suggesting a kind of ethnic resistance to southern Mesopotamia. To begin with, the temple's sides, rather than its corners, were aligned to the cardinal directions. This situation reminds us of Tilcaget's choice of an astronomical orientation different from Monte Alban's. Second, the temple's central cella is shaped like a Latin cross rather than a long, narrow rectangle. Third, the builders of the temple made abundant use of metals from the nearby mountains. The walls of the cella were given copper paneling impressed with a human eye motif. This motif has given the building its nickname, the Eye Temple. During a time equivalent to the late Uruk period, Tel Brak began to show more signs of southern Mesopotamian interference in the lives of its occupants. Cylinder seals, seal impressions, buli, and tokens became more and more common, as did houses built with the small, distinctive type of brick used extensively at Uruk itself. This period of increased Uruk contact, however, does not seem to have been beneficial to Brak. Some 5,300 to 5,100 years ago it shrank steadily, as if its population, resources, and tribute were being siphoned off. Tel Hamakar. On an eastern tributary of the Khabur River, barely 5 miles from the modern border between Syria and Iraq, lay Tel Hamakar. Already occupied in early Uruk times, Hamakar had grown to 32 acres and erected a defensive wall by the Middle Uruk period. Excavators McGuire Gibson and Muhammad Maktash found that during the Middle Uruk period, Hamakar had abundant stamp seals and seal impressions but no tablets with early writing. Within Hamakar's city walls they found evidence for beveled rim bowls, domed ovens, a bakery, and a brewery. Apparently wheat, barley, and oats were being converted into meals for large work crews. Then suddenly, at the end of the Middle Uruk period, Hamakar was the scene of a massive attack. Thousands of sling missiles, many of them blunted by impact, were found in a layer of debris from burning and destruction. By late Uruk times, a colony of people using southern Mesopotamian pottery and artifacts had settled into Hamakar. The Hamakar case allows us to make 2 points. First, indigenous processes of urbanization and state creation were underway in the north by Middle Uruk times. Second, by the late Uruk period, southern Mesopotamia evidently had a military advantage over the north. The south did not create the cities of the north, but it had the power to destroy them. In the words of Gibson and Maktash, this was not a case of a more developed southern core expanding its influence into an underdeveloped northern periphery, but of equally matched areas in cooperation and competition over a long time, with the south eventually colonizing parts of the north. Why cluster together in cities? Some 5,000 to 4,750 years ago, as pointed out by Guillermo Algaiz, none of the surviving settlements in northern Mesopotamia were large enough to be called cities. Some archaeologists take this as a sign of promise unfulfilled, as if the creation of cities was a lofty goal to which all societies should aspire. We cannot agree. Our earliest ancestors lived in small-scale societies where everyone knew his or her relationship to everyone else. Nothing could be further from Rousseau's state of nature than a city. Short of living in a space station, one could hardly imagine a more artificially created environment. Why, then, would people cluster together in cities? We favor Robert M.C.C. Adams's explanation of urbanization in Sujanna, which involves the drawing together of the population into larger, more defensible political units. Many rural populations of the Uruk period felt exposed and vulnerable, they left their fields and corporate kin groups for the security of the city wall. Still other people fled wounded cities such as Susa, emigrating to regions where they had no traditional right to farm the land. Those with craft skills found work in the city. Those without skills became sharecroppers on the estates of temples or wealthy families. Still others performed manual labor in return for rations of barley and beer. The rulers of emerging cities were evidently willing to accept as many refugees as they could get. The larger their labor pool and military force, the grander their buildings and the smaller the likelihood that they would lose their autonomy to another urban society. For every commoner who found security and employment in the Uruk city, however, there were probably several who considered it the lesser of two evils. Many Mesopotamian commoners had traded village life in Mayberry, where people never locked their doors, for life behind 3 deadbolts in a South Bronx tenement. The dynamics of competitive interaction. Previous generations of Mesopotamian archaeologists left us a legacy of brilliant, large-scale excavations. They also left us a lot of folkloric beliefs. One is the notion that civilization began in one spot, like an oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, and spread until it was washing up on distant shores. Another is the notion that the first city was the creation of visionaries who somehow knew in advance that urban life would be superior, a more efficient way to organize crafts and labor, a more exciting place to live, and a magnet for rural people. How you gonna keep 'em down on the farm, after they've seen you ruck? The fact is that there is nothing inherently superior about urbanization. In Mesopotamia it was all about power building and responding to real or perceived threats. The Khan of Koamish did not want his house burned by his rival at Susa. The leaders of Uruk did not want to see Umma grow at their expense, drawing away the rural populations that grew barley for them. Tel Hamakar did not want to be taken over by people from the south. One way to prevent those things from happening was to get bigger. Competitive interaction is one of the most important forces driving social and biological evolution. It determines which species leaves behind more offspring, which chimpanzee becomes the troop's alpha, which of the chief's sons succeeds in unifying Hawaii, which company gets the biggest market share, and which team wins the World Cup. Many of the ingredients of Mesopotamian city life preceded the Uruk period. Tel Makzalia had a defensive wall 8,500 years ago. Tel Es Sawan had walls, ditches, sling missiles, and irrigated fields 7,300 years ago. During roughly the same period, Koamami had residential wards walled off from the rest of the village. Samarran pottery was produced by artisans who signed their work. Arpachia had streets 7,000 years ago and, like many Halopsites, monitored shipments of goods by pressing seals into clay. As early as the Ubaid I period, Eridu had created a ritual precinct where temples would be built for centuries. Between 6,000 and 5,600 years ago, Tels Ao Ai and Okir had secular public buildings, one of which had the capacity to store tons of grain. Tel Abeda had 2-story houses for highly ranked families, Eridu had reed and clay houses for fishermen. By Ubaid 4 times, there were already trade enclaves embedded in the Euphrates headwaters. Whatever its timing, we doubt that city life began at one community and spread like an oil slick. It likely grew out of long-term competitive interaction, not only between neighbors such as Susa and Koamish but among regions such as Sujana, southern Mesopotamia, and northern Mesopotamia. Competitive interaction drives ambitious leaders to take unprecedented measures. In addition to transforming whole societies, of course, it produces winners and losers. We flock to the winners like paparazzi, forgetting that the competition itself was the real engine of change. 22. Graft and imperialism. They called themselves the black-headed people, a likely reference to raven hair. During the early dynastic period, 5,000 to 4,350 years ago, they dominated southern Mesopotamia. For 2 centuries, 4,350 to 4,150 years ago, they lost their autonomy to people speaking a different language. During the Third Dynasty of Ur, 4,150 to 4,000 years ago, they returned to power, only to be ravaged by invaders and internal revolt. We call the land of the black-headed people Sumer. While that land has seen extensive archaeological survey and excavation, much of what we know about the Sumerians is the product of epigraphy, the meticulous translation of their own written texts. Some of these texts allow us to assign the reigns of Sumerian rulers to specific years in our 21st century calendars. Sumerian society was, in the words of epigrapher Igor Diakonov, an aristocratic oligarchy in which both the ruler and the oligarchs struggled for supremacy. The Sumerians may have been the first people on earth to privatize land. The relentless purchase of land by noble families, combined with the charging of high interest on loans, created both private wealth and a body of landless serfs. The bureaucratic state. While the Sumerians are usually credited with creating the first bureaucratic state, a great deal of the groundwork was laid by their late Uruk/Gemdet Nasr ancestors. We know a lot about inequality in the early dynastic state because the Sumerians wrote so much, and because the writing of that period, referred to as cuneiform because of its wedge-shaped stylus marks, is easier to read than that of the Uruk period. Many early states had strong, highly centralized governments with a professional ruling class. Politically based social units began to replace the clans and ancestor-based descent groups of earlier societies. One can still detect clan-like units in Sumerian society, but many people in the cities were beginning to live in residential wards based on shared occupation or social class. One of the most dramatic innovations of states is that the central government monopolizes the use of force, dispensing justice according to rules of law. Achievement-based and rank societies tended to respond to theft or assault at the level of the individual, family, clan, or village. For the Sumerians, most crimes were treated as crimes against the state. It then became the state's responsibility to implement one of a series of punishments, which were codified in order to give the appearance of fairness. This required a system of judges and bailiffs, who were also called upon to decide disputes. While individuals in Sumerian society were constrained from violence and revenge, the state had the right to draft soldiers and wage war. During the early dynastic period, commoners were rounded up to serve as foot soldiers when needed. The artists of that time depicted rulers driving war chariots, followed by soldiers with helmets, spears, and bows and arrows. By the time of the Third Dynasty of Ur, the horse, first domesticated on the steppes of Central Asia, was replacing the donkey as a puller of chariots. Bureaucracies are expensive to maintain, and one Sumerian solution was to levy taxes. Every official transaction had to be witnessed and archived, and an official took his cut. While rations of barley, wool, and beer were still supplied to state employees, the Sumerians turned to standardized units of silver for many taxes, fees, and fines. A lot of lower-level officials were commoners, and as we will see later, some abused their offices. The distinction between officials and non-officials enhanced inequality within the commoner stratum. I can now overcharge you, and your only recourse is to bitch. Finally, the Sumerian state supported what amounted to an official religion. Each city had a patron deity whose temple was larger than that of any other. Temple activities and staff were supported by an estate on which crops were grown, livestock was raised, and artisans labored. The wealth of the largest estates was staggering. Many economic historians see in the temple estates the germ of a capitalist society. Early dynastic temples were profit-making, surplus accumulating, money-lending, interest-charging corporations, and foreclosure on loans may have driven thousands of needy farmers into servitude. Temple managers unwittingly showed the Sumerian aristocrats how to do the same thing. One other aspect of Sumerian religion deserves mention. On a continuum from tolerant to authoritarian, Sumer lay toward the authoritarian end. Hundreds of rules of social behavior had allegedly been established by the gods. Human priests, judges, and bailiffs were there to make sure that they were followed. The state decided what men were allowed to do, what women were allowed to do, who could marry, who could divorce, who could strike whom, and so on. The penalties included fines, corporal punishment, and even death by stoning. Cosmology. The Sumerians themselves, of course, did not know that their state had been created out of less complex societies, because for them the world had begun in the chaos of a mythological past. Out of the clouds and mist of the cosmos appeared Ki, the earth, floating on a great freshwater sea called Abzu, the Mesopotamian counterpart to Egypt's Nun. The mating of Abzu with Tiamat, the ocean, produced the high god Anu, sky. Celestial bodies such as Utu, sun, and Nana, moon, as well as powerful forces such as Enlil, Lord Wind, crossed the sky from horizon to horizon. The mating of these high gods, some of which were incestuous, gave rise to other deities. Among these were Enki, Lord Earth, Ninhursag, Mother Earth, and Inanna, Queen of Heaven. For his part, Enlil gave rise to Antan, the farmer, and Imesh, the shepherd, the work-horses of Sumerian society. Obedience was a prime Sumerian virtue. The human ruler obeyed his city's patron deity. In the case of Eridu, that was Enki, at Nippur, Enlil, at Ur of the Chaldees, Nana, at Larsa, Utu, and at Uruk, Anu and Inanna. The rest of human society obeyed the ruler. Only a ruler was powerful enough to have a direct relationship with his city's patron deity. A commoner interacted only with his tutelary god, a lesser deity who had taken an interest in him. As with the big man of Bougainville, who benefited from the love of a demon, a Sumerian's success was explained by his having acquired a deity who would intervene on his behalf. Deities loved gifts, and a lot of rituals called for pouring libations of beer and making offerings of food. Wealthy citizens could commission small statues that portrayed them praying. Each statue would be stored at the temple and, for a fee, brought out at the right time to stand in for the worshipper. The gods were the alphas of two dominance hierarchies, one human and one divine. In the city of Lagash, for example, there was a great temple called Enenu, considered the manor house of the god Ning-Ursu. It had two temple staffs, one visible and one invisible. The invisible staff began with a doorkeeper and butler, both minor deities. Below them were a divine chamberlain, counselor, and bailiff, and still further down the list a divine charioteer, gamekeeper, inspector of fisheries, and goatherd, as well as musicians, singers, and errand boys. The visible staff began with the high priest and continued with human counterparts for all the divine officials. The city's ruler was ex officio head of the church and determined what Ning-Ursu wanted by having his dreams interpreted. For example, a long narrative poem from Lagash tells us that Gudea, who ruled that city from 2141 to 2122 BC, was troubled by a vivid dream. He knew that the goddess Nanshi, patron deity of Nina, a level 2 center in the hierarchy below Lagash, was skilled at interpreting dreams. Gudea made a pilgrimage to Nina, praying for guidance at other temples along the way. Nanshi revealed the dream to be a sign that Ning-Ursu wanted an Enenu rebuilt. Upon his return to Lagash, Gudea ordered the work done. This act of piety was described hyperbolically in the aforementioned poem, which was inscribed on 2 clay cylinders found at Lagash. Social class and land. So closely tied were land and people in Sumer that social classes can almost be inferred from the archives of land use. Rulers, upper-level administrators, high priests, and judges of the Supreme Court were drawn from the hereditary aristocracy. Individual aristocrats, or their families, owned large estates whose fields were worked for them by commoners and slaves. Considerable land had been privatized, and wealthy families could acquire more over time, leaving less and less for everyone else. Many free commoners still belonged to corporate social units called imrua, clans. These units owned communal land that was supposedly inalienable, but it appears that parts of it could be sold, as long as everyone in the unit agreed. Robert M.C.C. Adams has concluded that most free commoners lived in nuclear family households. There are suggestions, however, that families might have been grouped into larger units called dumudumu, extended families or lineages, which in turn were grouped into the clans mentioned earlier. For example, one early dynastic text mentions 539 dumudumu grouped into 7 imrua, some of which were named for deities, animals, or professions. It appears that, over time, these traditional clan-like segments gave way to politically organized units, based on residence or profession within the city. Sumerian descent was reckoned in the male line, although elite women were mentioned in the genealogies of aristocrats, and women could hold high office. Sumerian kings, like the monarchs of other societies, were allowed multiple wives. Royal polygamy was not just a perquisite of office but a diplomatic strategy, allowing rulers to forge marriage alliances with the aristocracy of other cities. Commoner marriage, with few exceptions, was limited to one man and one woman. Divorce was allowed, but bigamy and adultery were punished, often severely. One inscription discovered at Lagash states that the women of former days used to take 2 husbands, but the women of today, if they attempted this, were stoned with stones upon which was inscribed their evil intent. What evil intent? Most of the societies discussed in earlier chapters saw no harm in polygamous marriage. For societies that believed in reincarnation, paternity was not a concern. Babies were seen as recycled ancestors, and all children born into a polygamous marriage were considered full siblings. The logic of Sumer was different. Men were seen as planting a seed in the woman, and because of the male-oriented system of inheritance, the origin of the seed was a major concern. A woman who lost her virginity before marriage, committed adultery, or took 2 husbands had created intolerable doubt about paternity. The state intervened to protect what it saw as a husband's rights, but phrased it in terms of good and evil to make it appear that it was carrying out the will of a deity. The term for father's brother appears in Sumerian cuneiform texts. This suggests to Adams that one of the preferred types of marriage might have been between a man and his father's brother's daughter. Anthropologists call this patrilateral parallel cousin marriage, and it is still common today in parts of the Near East. Sumerian marriages, like those of the less complex societies seen in earlier chapters, required gifts between the bride's and groom's relatives. Exchanges of gifts could go on for months. Marriage was considered a legally binding contract, and divorce could cost the husband a fee in silver. Owing to sexism, it was harder for women to get a divorce. It is probably from the Sumerians that later Near Eastern societies, including the Aramaic-speaking authors of the Old Testament, got the notion that marriage should be restricted to 1 man and 1 woman. The flexible marriage partnerships of egalitarian societies, which came in 6 or 7 varieties, had been arbitrarily reduced to a legal contract between a man and a woman. Nothing could be allowed to make a man worry that his male heir was the result of someone else's seed. Let us return now to the relationship between social groups and land. Among the wealthiest landowners were the temples, of which there were several in each city. One category of temple land, called Ngnna, was cultivated by temple employees. Its products were, 1. Distributed as rations or wages to the plowmen, millers, weavers, cooks, and brewers who worked for the temple. 2. Stored as a safeguard against droughts or famines. 3. Traded by the damgar, or temple agents, for imported goods, and 4. Used to feed the priests, scribes, and other officials of the temple. 2 other categories of temple land were Ganchakara, or prebend, a British term for the land set aside to support the staff of a cathedral, and Ganapan law, or tenant fields. The latter were lands sharecropped by commoners, who turned over to the temple a percentage of the harvest. Thousands of people in Sumer, of course, were landless, and their numbers grew as time went on. Sometimes referred to as Garush, or serfs, at least some of these people were fugitives from other districts or regions. Others had simply lost their land through debt or misfortune. As aristocratic families acquired more and more land, serfs increasingly sharecropped or worked for standard rations. Finally, there were the slaves owned by rulers, temples, and private citizens. Slave women, more numerous than their male counterparts, worked mainly at spinning, weaving, cooking, and brewing. Male slaves were used as farm laborers and burden carriers. Most slaves were war captives, but late in Sumerian history, some impoverished families resorted to selling their children into slavery. Slaves could engage in business, borrow money, and even buy their freedom. On the other hand, if they tried to escape, they could be branded, flogged, or even killed. Some, in fact, had already been blinded when they were captured in combat. Rules, order, and ritual purity. In the language of every society there are abstract terms that underlie many of the logical premises. The Polynesians had mana, the Marina Hasana, and the Egyptians Ma'at. For their part, the Sumerians had Mi and Nam. Mi, sometimes translated as order, referred to the rules that the gods had established so that society would run smoothly. In the words of epigrapher Benno Landsberger, me emanated from gods and temples in a mystic manner, was imagined as a substance, was symbolized by emblems, and could be transferred from one god to another. The task of a human ruler was to make sure that the rules of his city's god were obediently carried out, and that the society he commanded was sufficiently orderly. Much of the order was achieved by appointing overseers for every activity and keeping extensive written documents. Nam has been translated as fate, but its meaning was more subtle than that. In earlier chapters we learned that names could be magic. In Sumer, Landsberger explains, the name defining the essence of a thing determined its life trajectory and destiny. Temples, people, animals, plants, and bodies of water had names and, ultimately, fates pronounced by the gods. In contrast to Egypt, where rulers were divine, the early dynastic ruler was essentially an aristocratic mortal who did his god's bidding. Whether or not he was a relative of the previous ruler, he found it difficult to succeed without the support of the council of elders and the other aristocrats. Even at the peak of his power, an early Sumerian ruler did not claim descent from a deity. His inscriptions might portray him as beloved by a series of major and minor deities, he might even claim that the city's patron god had chosen him to rule. But not until the reign of a ruler named Naram-Sin did Mesopotamian kings begin regularly to portray themselves as divine. The need to please the gods made ritual purity a major concern in Sumer. As early as the Uruk period, some temple precincts had been walled off from the secular parts of the city. Before entering the temple, even a Sumerian ruler had to perform ritual ablution, washing away the pollution of the secular world. Perhaps no archaeological discovery reveals more clearly the importance of ritual purity than the oval temple enclosure at the ancient city of Tudub. During early dynastic II, Tudub was one of two major cities on the Diyala River between the Tigris and the Zagros Mountains. Its ruins today are known as Tel Kefah. Excavations by Pinhas de Logaz determined that occupation at Tudub began at least 5,100 years ago. Over the centuries, house upon house, street upon street, the remains of secular human settlement accumulated. By early dynastic II, the mounded debris stood 26 feet high. At this point the ruler of Tudub, perhaps in response to a divine order encrypted in a dream, decided to build a great temple. This mansion of the god was to occupy an oval precinct, walled off from the secular part of the city. There was just one problem: the place chosen for the temple had been polluted by centuries of secular houses and human waste. The ruler's solution was to have his workers dig down 26 feet to the underlying sterile soil, removing all traces of human settlement over an area of 7.4 acres. This excavation was then filled with 64,000 cubic meters, 2,260,160 cubic feet, of clean sand. Now it was sufficiently free of pollution to support a temple. The temple oval of Tudub was given two concentric walls, figure 66. The high priest's residence, tucked into a corner between the inner and outer walls, resembled a palace. Roughly 130 by 98 feet in extent, it was entered by a small door that led the visitor past a guard room to a narrow corridor. Off this corridor were two antechambers. One was flanked by a bath and toilet, where the priest and his visitors could purify themselves before proceeding further. Once their ablutions were complete, they could enter the building's central court, perhaps pouring libations at its offering table. The central court was a hub for traffic within the residence. To its south lay the priest's reception room, complete with a divan on which he could receive his visitors. Behind the reception room were his archive for cuneiform tablets and his dressing/sleeping room. East of the court was a dining room and behind it a pantry with access to the servants' quarters. To the north of the central court lay a storage room and the priest's private chapel. Just as the British monarch is titular head of the Church of England, Sumerian rulers were keepers of the faith. The me, or divine rules of society, however, were established by gods and not by kings. The ruler's duty was to see that a pious and orderly society was maintained. Figure 66. Ritual purity was very important in early dynastic Sumer. Before this oval temple enclosure at ancient Tudub could be built, workers had to remove the impure debris of human settlement from an area of 7.4 acres and replace it with clean sand. The high priest's residence, shown in detail below, was tucked into a space between the inner and outer enclosure walls. Political hierarchy. Like ancient Egypt, Sumer was made up of numerous provinces. These provinces, each of which had a capital city and a hierarchy of towns, large villages, and small villages, have been compared by Diakonoff to nomes, the Greek word for the Hespes of Egypt. The comparison is apt in the sense that each Sumerian province had a governor, like the nomarchs of Egyptian nomes. While the nome is not a perfect analogy, we prefer it to the term city-state, which has often been applied to Sumerian provinces. This term strikes us as an inappropriate comparison to the classical Greek city-state, or polis. We are not convinced that the polis, whose leaders were elected by the populace, closely resembles any other society of the ancient world. During the early dynastic period, the capital cities of Sumerian provinces fell into three clusters. In the south were Ur, Eridu, Larsa, Bad Tibra, Uruk, Umma, and Lagash. Farther upstream were Nippur, Adab, and Shuruppak. And still farther upstream, where the Tigris and Euphrates more closely approach each other, Lachish and Akshak. While the Sumerian language was dominant from Nippur to Ur, there are words in the cuneiform texts of Kish that reflect a second language, Akkadian. Early epigraphers recognized Akkadian as a Semitic language, part of the family to which later languages such as Hebrew and Arabic belong. Semitic languages apparently extended from the Mediterranean Sea to northern Iraq. Some speakers of Semitic languages lived in settled communities, others were pastoral people, who spread their language widely while traveling with their herds. We have one long, largely mythological list of early Sumerian kings, plus shorter king lists from individual provinces. Obviously we know much more about those provinces where thousands of cuneiform tablets are available. One of the best documented provinces was headed by the city of Lagash, which lay not far from the Persian Gulf. The population of the province of Lagash has been estimated at 100,000 free citizens, that is, excluding slaves. Some 36,000 of those free citizens may have lived at Lagash itself. The ruins of Lagash, known today as Tel al-Hiba, cover 1,284 acres. In level 2 of the administrative hierarchy below Lagash were two smaller cities, Gursu and Nina. Gursu, whose ruins are known as Tel Luh, covered 914 acres and may have been home to 19,000 free citizens. Nina, whose ruins are known as Tel Shurgal, covered 370 acres. Both Gursu and Nina were already occupied 6,000 years ago. Lagash became large in the early dynastic period and eventually subordinated the two smaller cities. In level 3 of the hierarchy were settlements with names like Uru, Eninmer, Kainanir, and Guaba. We do not know the names of the level 4 villages. We also do not know the full extent of the province of Lagash, but its irrigated fields alone covered 772 square miles. A 28-mile-long stretch of irrigated land on the border between the provinces of Lagash and Umma was, as we shall see, under dispute for centuries. Lagash featured at least 10 temple estates, the largest of which belonged to the patron deity Ning-Ursu and his divine wife, Bao. Among the smaller temple estates were those dedicated to Utu, Sun, and Nanshi, that skilled interpreter of dreams. Temple estates may have covered more than 200 square miles of the province and employed 5,000 to 12,000 free citizens. At the apex of a province's political hierarchy was its king, for whom two Sumerian words existed. One of those words, Ensi, is the older, and it incorporates the word En, Lord or spiritual leader. This derivation of the word may reflect the fact that early Sumerian rulers had a degree of ritual authority. A second word, Lugal, from Lu, man, and Gal, big, appeared later, and in several contexts it seems to outrank Ensi. Diakonov notes that one Ensi of Lagash changed his title to Lugal when he embarked on an ambitious campaign of conquest. Rulers claiming control of more than one province sometimes referred to themselves as Lugal of the land or Lugal of the universe. Few rulers, Diakonov feels, would dare to assume the title of Lugal if their own province was claimed by a Lugal of the universe. Unlike a typical Ensi, a powerful Lugal may have felt that he could ignore the Council of Elders and the popular assembly. This, according to Diakonov, made him a forerunner of the more despotic kings of later times. A Lugal's level 2 cities were usually run by Ensis. For his part, the Ensi delegated many tasks to a vizier like that of Egypt. The temple estates of the province were run by overseers called Sangha. In the complex hierarchy of Sumer, aristocratic administrators supervised commoner foremen, who in turn supervised gangs of plowmen, weavers, and burden carriers. Wages and products were listed by scribes on clay tablets, to be stored eventually in archives. Kings, palaces, and royal tombs. The Sumerians believed that kingship had descended from heaven during mythological times. The first two kings of Eridu are said to have ruled for a total of 64,800 years. Three later kings of Bad Tibur ruled for 108,000. In Shuruppak one king ruled for 18,600. After a total of 8 mythical rulers came a giant flood that covered the earth. Kingship then had to descend from heaven for a second time, and it now centered on Kish. They evidently were not making rulers the way they had before the flood, because the first king of Kish ruled for a mere 1,200 years. Even the kings of early dynastic I remain shadowy figures. One monarch, Aetna of Kish, is described as he who stabilized all the lands, implying that his influence extended beyond his own province. Finally, during early dynastic II, inscriptions from places as widely separated as Nippur, Adab, Gursu, and the Diyala River basin began to mention rulers of Kish who are likely to have been flesh and blood. One of these early dynastic rulers was Mesalim of Kish. His inscriptions indicate that he controlled provinces beyond his own, and his political influence extended further still. As we shall see later, Mesalim was once called upon to mediate a border dispute between the rival provinces of Umma and Lagash. Given the importance of the kings of Kish, it is no surprise that archaeologists have found two impressive palaces there. Palace A, built at no great distance from the city's temples, consists of at least two architectural units covering an area 300 by 200 feet. The larger of the two units was surrounded by a massive, buttressed defensive wall. Its royal residential quarters were embedded deep in the western portion of the building. The monumental entrance to the palace lay to the southeast and led to offices and archives that had only indirect access to the royal apartments. The smaller of the two architectural units was separated from the larger by a narrow corridor and had the appearance of an annex. Deep in its interior was a decorated reception hall with columns. A second early dynastic palace at Kish, known as the Plano-Convex Building, had a triangular ground plan like the well-known Flatiron Building in New York City. It lay more than a mile from Palace A, underscoring the fact that each Mesopotamian king preferred to build his palace in a new area, designed to his own specifications. During early dynastic III, a greater number of Sumerian kings made the transition from legend to history. One such ruler was Mesanipata, alleged founder of the first royal dynasty of Ur. This dynasty is of interest because the most spectacular early dynastic tombs ever discovered come from the city of Ur. During the period 1927 to 1928, archaeologist C. Leonard Woolley discovered an early dynastic III cemetery at Tel al-Mukayyar, the ruins of the ancient city of Ur. The 1,800 graves he excavated almost certainly include the remains of well-to-do commoners, government officials, minor nobles, and members of royal families. The 16 graves Woolley considered royal provided a contrast to the graves of commoners. Many commoners were simply wrapped in matting or given a coffin of basketwork, wood, or clay. They were accompanied by their personal belongings, which in the case of some bureaucrats included their administrative seals. The most spectacular pair of tombs, graves 789 and 800, belonged to a king, possibly named Abaragi, and his queen, Puabi. The king's tomb had been broken open and plundered, but the queen's was intact, figure 67. The Queen of Ur had been laid to rest on a raised platform, or bier, inside a limestone and mud brick tomb measuring 14 by 9 feet. She wore an elaborate headdress of gold leaves and ribbons, carnelian rings, lapis lazuli beads, and a golden comb decorated with lapis lazuli flowers. A huge pair of crescent-shaped golden earrings adorned her ears, and the entire upper part of her body was covered with gold jewelry and semi-precious stones. 3 lapis lazuli cylinder seals were found at the queen's right shoulder. One was inscribed with the name Puabi and the title Nin, Lady. Another seal bore the name Abaragi and is presumed to refer to her husband. 2 additional skeletons were found on the floor near the queen's bier. Their headdresses suggested that they had been ladies in waiting. A third skeleton is believed to have been that of a male attendant. Just outside the queen's tomb began grave 1237, an associated chamber covering more than 500 square feet and described by Woolley as the Great Death Pit. In it were the remains of an estimated 74 sacrificial victims, mostly young women. There were also 2 wagons, drawn by oxen and attended by drivers and grooms. All the animals, drivers, and grooms had apparently been sacrificed in place. Along the wall of the death pit, closest to the king's tomb, were the skeletons of 9 women with headdresses of gold, carnelian, and lapis lazuli. These women were accompanied by the disintegrating remains of 2 harps. Elsewhere Woolley found the remains of lyres. These musical instruments had likely been used to accompany the laments that we know were sung at Sumerian funerals. Figure 67. During the early dynastic period, some funerals of kings and queens at the city of Ur included human sacrifice. This drawing shows the tombs of King Abaragi and Queen Puabi. More than 70 attendants, including soldiers, ladies-in-waiting, grooms, ox cart drivers, and musicians, had apparently been sacrificed to accompany their rulers in the afterlife. Between the skeletons of these women and the 2 wagons were the remains of men with bundles of spears. Leading upward from the death pit was the ramp down which the wagons had been led. This ramp was still guarded by the skeletons of 6 soldiers with helmets and spears. Woolley saw no evidence for violent death in this part of the cemetery. In his scenario, all the soldiers, musicians, grooms, attendants, and ladies-in-waiting went to their death willingly, perhaps by taking poison. Woolley's scenario is plausible, but it is currently being re-evaluated by Mesopotamian scholars. What is intriguing about the royal tombs of Ur is that they show us a level of human sacrifice as great as that of Peru's Moche tombs, or the burials of Panama's Cockle chiefs. While these sacrifices allow us to compare early dynastic Sumer to Moche and Cockle societies, such behavior is considered atypical for the Sumerians and apparently did not continue into later periods. Corruption and malfeasance in office. The Sumerians left the world an amazing legacy of urban civilization. Unfortunately, they also created a legacy of bureaucratic corruption that even today's politicians must work hard to equal. The chiefs of rank societies expected to receive tribute from their subjects. The thigh-eating chiefs of the Kachin, for example, accepted a hind limb from every animal sacrificed. Such tribute was rationalized by the belief that Kachin chiefs were descended from celestial spirits, who would consume the animal's essence. In Sumer, however, even officials with no celestial ancestors began to demand exorbitant fees for every bureaucratic transaction. As for the rulers themselves, some began to covet the wealthy temple estates. The early dynastic texts of Lagash describe growing corruption and malfeasance, interrupted by occasional reform. For some examples, let us look at the period covered by the reigns of Entmina, Inannatum II, Enantarza, Lugalanda, and Urukagina, who ruled Lagash between 2404 and 2342 BC. We have seen that the 2 largest temple estates in Lagash were those of the city's patron deity, Ning-Ursu, and his wife, Bao. Bao's estate alone has been estimated at 25 square miles, some 17 of which consisted of agricultural fields. Every temple estate, while considered the property of a deity, was run by a human overseer known as a Sangha. Under the Sangha, the estate was treated like a profit-making corporation, producing a surplus, engaging in foreign trade, extending loans to private citizens, calculating the long-term impact of interest rates, and foreclosing on debts. At the start of the early dynastic period, there were checks on the avarice of the Sangha, his accounts were kept by scribes, and he had to answer to his community. Little by little, however, the Ensis of Lagash began to confer the title of Sangha on their eldest son and heir. The ruler Antmina, for example, made his son Enantarza the Sangha of the temple estate of Ning Ursu. After the brief reign of his uncle, Inanadam II, Enantarza acceded to the throne of Lagash. What Enantarza then did reveals two interesting changes in the logic of Lagash society. First, in the words of Diakonov, the temple estate of Ning Ursu came to be regarded as the property of the Ensi. Enantarza, who had overseen the estate for years, simply retained control of it when he left for the palace. Second, by logical extension, the temple estate of the god's wife came to be regarded as the property of the Ensi's wife. Enantarza's wife, therefore, assumed control of the Bao estate. This privatization of what had been the god's land continued under the ruler Lugalanda and his wife, Barnamtara. Epigrapher A.I. Tyamina's description of the Bao estate makes it clear why a ruler's wife might find the property desirable. At one point in time the estate employed an estimated 1,200 persons, 250 to 300 of whom were slaves. The products of its 17 square miles of fields were kept in 30 storehouses, one of which held 9,450 tons of barley. At least 205 female slaves worked in a centralized weaving establishment, while others brewed beer and cooked for the work gangs. Administrators and professional plowmen at Bao received rations, while other residents of the estate were sharecroppers. The temple estate of Ning Ursu was presumably even larger than Bao's, but we cannot estimate its size because fewer texts from its archives have come to light. Other aristocrats, observing the embezzlement of the temple estates, used the Ensis as role models. They possessed themselves of more and more land, often by making loans on which they eventually foreclosed. For their part, the commoners who held bureaucratic positions began to line their pockets as well. Eventually the citizens of Lagash began to complain that the Ensi and his wife had appropriated the temple estates. They also complained that the Ensi was using the temple's oxen to plow his personal onion fields. The Sangha, they added, was raiding the orchards set aside to support indigent mothers. As if that were not enough, rich men were stealing fish from poor men's ponds. Corruption was rampant among appointed officials. The overseer of boatmen claimed the best boats for himself. The overseer of fisheries preempted the best fishing locations. The NCS officials hired blind men to draw water from wells and then fed them only table scraps. When shepherds arrived at the shearing station with valuable white sheep, they were charged an exorbitant 5 shekels of silver to have them shorn. Men who wanted to divorce their wives also had to pay 5 shekels. The official whose job it was to deliver a corpse to the cemetery was charging the deceased's family 420 loaves of bread and 7 pitchers of beer. Priests were often shortchanged on their barley rations. The Gishkinti, or temple craftsmen, reported having to beg for the bread they were owed. Many of these abuses drove ordinary Sumerian families further into debt. And finally, epigrapher Samuel Noah Kramer reports, there was this widespread complaint, from the borders of the estate of Ning Ursu to the sea, there was the tax collector. In this atmosphere of corruption, a noble named Urukagina began to curry favor with influential priests, promising reforms. Many other aristocrats, aware of the commoners' complaints, agreed that reforms would be necessary. Urukagina became Ensi of Lagash in a coup in 2351 BC, promising to return the house of the ruler Ning Ursu, the house of the woman Bao, and the house of the children the divine offspring of Ning Ursu and Bao to their rightful owners. Urukagina also freed priests from taxation and cancelled many of the commoners' outstanding debts. His may have been the first government bailout. Urukagina claimed in his royal inscriptions that he had been given the kingship of Lagash by Ning Ursu himself. He prohibited officials from short-changing priests' rations, seizing the best boats, and occupying the best fisheries. He prohibited bailiffs from charging 5 shekels to shear white sheep. He lowered the fee for delivering a corpse to 80 loaves of bread and 3 pitchers of beer. Aristocrats were forbidden to take fruit from the orchards set aside for indigent mothers. No longer would temple craftsmen have to beg for their rations. No longer would the wealthy take advantage of widows, orphans, and the blind. Unfortunately, Urukagina's return of the temple estates was largely cosmetic. Records from the Bao estate show that it was still being managed for Urukagina's wife, Shag Shag, by an overseer named Enigal, who had previously managed it for Lugalanda's wife, Barnamtara. Who knew that the politicians of 4,350 years ago would not fulfill their campaign promises. Conflict between provinces. Along the border between the provinces of Umma and Lagash lay a 28-mile-long tract of land called Guidna, irrigated by a canal from the Euphrates. For 150 years, through the reigns of at least 10 rulers of Lagash, both provinces quarreled over Guidna. During the reign of Lugal Shahangur of Lagash, the rulers of both provinces called upon the great Mesalim of Kish to adjudicate the dispute. Mesalim made the 90-mile trip and erected a stela, or freestanding stone monument, at the disputed border. According to epigrapher Gerald Cooper, Mesalim's version of events was that the god Enlil himself had established the boundary between Ning Ursu, patron deity of Lagash, and Shera, patron deity of Umma. Mesalim was thus simply carrying out divine orders. Umma felt that the settlement favored Lagash, so the dispute continued. During the reigns of Ornanshi and Akurgal of Lagash, there were acts of defiance by Umma. At one point the border stela was ripped out, and Umma began to grow barley on land claimed by Lagash. Eannatum of Lagash, 2454–2425 BC, attacked and defeated Umma and established a new border treaty with its ruler Inequality. He improved the canal that irrigated Guidna and, to lessen the likelihood of war, established a no-man's land on Umma's side of the frontier. To sanctify the new agreement, Eannatum built chapels to the gods Enlil, Ninhursag, Ning Ursu, and Utu. He also forced Inequality to swear oaths on several deities, agreeing that any barley Umma had managed to grow at Guidna would be considered an interest-bearing loan from Lagash. The Ensi of Umma also had to swear that his people would not trespass on Guidna, destroy the new border stela, or modify the course of the canal. At the city of Gursu, a level 2 center in the province of Lagash, Eannatum erected a great stone stela to commemorate his victory over Umma. One side depicted Eannatum and his troops marching over the bodies of his enemies, while vultures made off with portions of the victims' corpses. This scene has given the monument its name, the Stela of the Vultures. The opposite side of the stela featured a metaphoric scene in which Eannatum cast the great net of Enlil over the men of Umma. Despite the fact that Eannatum was wounded by an arrow, he claimed that his army killed 3,600 enemies, so many that their heaped-up corpses required 20 funerary mounds to cover. It should be noted that calculations in Sumerian math were based on units of 60, so any claim of 3,600, 60 times 60, is probably an idealized number. Eannatum's victory did not end the dispute over Guidna. Urluma, a later ruler of Umma, began to divert water from the Guidna canal in violation of his predecessor's oaths. Urluma is said to have recruited foreign mercenaries to smash the boundary stela, destroy the chapels Eannatum had built, and invade what Lagash regarded as Ning Ursu's land. The new ruler of Lagash, Eannatum I, 2424–2405 BC, went to war against Urluma. The latter fled the battlefield but was tracked down and killed in Umma. Finally, after decades of being soundly thumped by Lagash, Umma had its moment in the sun. While Urukagina of Lagash, 2351–2342 BC, was busy implementing his reforms, new rulers arose in Umma. The son of one Ensi of Umma, a man named Lugulzijsi, had ambitions beyond his native city. Lugulzijsi came to power in 2340 BC. He managed to conquer Gursu, which allowed him to seize Guidna and move the frontier closer to Lagash. One byproduct of Umma's victory was that its engineers were able to divert water from the canal watering Guidna. According to Robert M.C.C. Adams, this diversion of water interrupted the flow to the city of Lagash itself, which was an even greater tragedy than the loss of barley. In desperation, Lagash tried to dig an alternative canal from the Tigris, which was not a viable long-term solution. For his part, Lugulzijsi extended his conquests. He soon added Ur and Uruk to his possessions, virtually isolating Lagash, and went on to be considered irresistible in all lands. An inscription at Nippur, far to the north, claims that the god Enlil had made Lugulzijsi king of all Mesopotamia, from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. Here, then, is another legacy of the Sumerians. Once a piece of land is disputed by two Near Eastern groups, the conflict never really ends. No oath taken in the name of a deity, no ceasefire, no mediation by a third party, and no amount of bloodshed is enough to convince either party to let the matter drop. Steps in the creation of empire. See if this story sounds familiar. No one knows who his parents were, though his mother is rumored to have been a priestess. To conceal her pregnancy, she gave birth to her son in secret. She placed him in a wicker basket, waterproofed it with pitch, and set it afloat in a river. A gardener drawing water from the river noticed the basket, rescued the little boy, and raised him as his own. Working his way up the social ladder, the boy rose to become a major historic figure. An alternative version of Moses's birth? No, it is the legendary origin of Sargon of Akkad, the ruler most often credited with unifying all of Mesopotamia. Just as the Sumerians had the myth of a great flood long before the authors of the Old Testament, they also had the legend of the boy in the basket before it was applied to Moses. The fact that we have no plausible account of Sargon's birth suggests that he may have been a usurper. Epigraphers are sure that his native tongue was Akkadian, but they cannot tell us his actual name. Sargon is simply our version of the title Sharukin, the true king. He claimed to be from Ashuparenu, a city on the banks of the Euphrates, but no archaeologist knows exactly where that is. Because much of Sargon's early life was spent in Kish, we assume that his home city must lie somewhere nearby. It was allegedly a gardener named Aki who fished baby Sargon from the Euphrates, sometime around 2300 BC. Following in his adoptive father's footsteps, the boy became an apprentice gardener. He showed enough talent and intelligence to lift himself up by his own sandal straps. Eventually he was appointed cupbearer to Ur-Zababa, the king of Kish. Cupbearer was a position of trust, one that placed young Sargon in close proximity to the ruler. One night, or so the legend goes, Sargon had a terrifying dream in which he saw the goddess Inanna, or Ishtar, as she was called in Akkadian, drowning Ur-Zababa in a river of blood. Ur-Zababa heard Sargon cry out in his sleep and asked him to describe the dream the next day. A cuneiform tablet from Uruk, translated by Gerald Cooper and Wolfgang Haempel, explains what happened next. Ur-Zababa's interpretation of Sargon's dream was that the goddess Inanna was planning to replace him with Sargon. The author of the tablet describes Ur-Zababa's fear in colorful terms. King Ur-Zababa, he was frightened in that residence. Like a lion, he was dribbling urine, filled with blood and pus, down his legs. He struggled like a floundering saltwater fish, he was terrified there. Distressed that Inanna was planning to replace him, Ur-Zababa asked his chief metalsmith to assassinate Sargon. But Inanna protected Sargon from harm, forcing Ur-Zababa to try an alternative strategy. He dispatched Sargon to Uruk with a sealed letter to Lugulzijsi, the mightiest king of Mesopotamia. The letter implored Lugulzijsi to kill Sargon. Once again, the goddess intervened and Sargon was spared. Legend aside, it does appear that Sargon usurped the throne of Ur-Zababa at roughly 2270 BC. Sargon later moved his capital to a city called Akkad, which has given its name to his native language. Unfortunately, archaeologists do not know which ancient mound represents the ruins of Akkad, although they suspect that it lay not far from Kish. With all due respect to the goddess Inanna, it is unlikely that the adopted son of a gardener could have usurped the throne of Kish without support from the high priests and many other influential aristocrats. No currently available inscription reveals what Sargon did to deserve such support. The 20 years leading up to his usurpation are a blank. Some anthropologists, however, are willing to bet that Sargon actually rose through the military, and that the tales of support from Inanna were simply an attempt to legitimize him after the fact. Sargon's later conquests display a military expertise uncharacteristic of gardeners and cupbearers. Ur-Zababa's fear of Sargon makes the latter seem more like a renowned warrior than a palace attendant. Whatever the case, we know that Sargon set out to bring all of Mesopotamia under his control. He was not, of course, the first ruler to attempt this. Whoever pulled off southern Mesopotamia's conquest of Tel Hamakar in the late Uruk period was attempting to unify several provinces. The early dynastic ruler Mesalim of Kish exercised hegemony beyond his own province. Royal inscriptions were left by the kings of Kish at distant places such as Adab, Gursuk, Nippur, and the Diyala Basin. Ur-Nanshi, who ruled Lagish between 2494 and 2465 BC, defeated the ruler of Ur and captured Pabil-Galdik, the ruler of Umma. According to Cooper, Eanadam of Lagish also assumed the kingship of Kish. Then came two rulers who desired nothing less than the total unification of Mesopotamia. A man named Enshakushana, calling himself king of Sumer, came close to unifying the entire region between 2432 and 2403 BC. He conquered Kish and Akshak and dedicated war booty to the god Enlil at Nippur. Some 63 years later, as we have already seen, Lugalzijsi claimed to have controlled all of Mesopotamia from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. Truth be told, his may have been Mesopotamia's first empire. Had Lugalzijsi put Sargon to death, as Ur-Zababa is said to have requested, there might have been no Akkadian Empire. Instead, Sargon wound up leading an army against Lugalzijsi, whose capital was now Uruk. Sargon conquered Uruk and claimed in his inscriptions that he brought Lugalzijsi back with his neck in a stock. Now it was Sargon's turn to expand his territory. Most accounts of Sargon's imperialism were written long after his death. While we do not have many details, we know what some of his policies were. For one thing, he made Akkadian the official language of his realm. For another, he sent an Akkadian governor to rule each province of Sumer after he had conquered it. Another of Sargon's policies was to create a council of diplomats and military officers, described as numbering 5,400, who ate bread before him. The figure 5,400 may be another exaggeration based on units of 60, but archaeologist J. Nicholas Postgate argues that it constitutes Mesopotamia's first mention of a permanent military establishment. Sargon's armies moved south through Uruk, Ur, Umma, and Lagish. He then made a point of washing his weapons in the waters of the Persian Gulf, symbolizing his total conquest of Sumer. Sargon, however, was just getting warmed up. By the 11th year of his reign, according to one account, his conquests had reached the Mediterranean coast. Akkadian armies marched to the cedar forests of Lebanon and the copper and silver mines of Turkey. Sargon expanded east into Elam, making the king of Susa his vassal. He boasted that he was now the lord of the four quarters, Subartu, north, Sumer, south, Elam, east, and Martu, west. Sargon allegedly ruled until 2215 BC, at which point some scholars estimate that he would have been 85 years old. In the 55th year of his life, when his enemies assumed that his grip would be weakening, many territories rebelled against him. Sargon, however, put down every revolt. Toward the end of his life, he took stock of his career and asked whether any future ruler could equal his conquests. Whatsoever king shall be exalted after me, let him govern the black-headed peoples, mighty mountains with axes of bronze let him destroy, let him ascend the upper mountains, let him break through the lower mountains, the country of the sea let him besiege 3 times, Dilmunbarane let him capture. Clearly, Sargon considered himself the greatest ruler of all time. About the only thing he did not claim is that he could float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Sargon is generally credited with creating Mesopotamia's first empire, that is, a macro-state, each province of which had once been a kingdom in its own right. It would be wrong, however, to ignore the possibility that earlier rulers such as Mesalim and Jakushina and especially Lugalzijsi established the agenda for Sargon. We have previously seen that Kamehameha received credit for the unification of Hawaii, although it was begun by Umi and Alapai. For his part, Shaka received credit for the unification of Natal begun by Dingiswayo. The story of Sargon is analogous. His unification of Mesopotamia was spectacular and significant, but it may simply have been the most successful attempt in a long sequence that began with the assault on Tel Hamakar. Cycling in Mesopotamian states. The dynasty established by Sargon of Akkad lasted nearly 200 years. Sargon was succeeded by his sons Remush and Manishto and then by his grandson Naram-Sin, perhaps the first Mesopotamian ruler whose monuments portray him as divine. As so often happens, however, later Akkadian rulers lacked the talent and motivation of the dynastic founder and found it impossible to deal with recurrent famines and rebellious provinces. Eventually many of Sargon's territories were overrun by swarms of Gushans from the Zagros Mountains, people regarded by the Akkadians as barbarians. What followed was a half-century dark age for which written documentation is inadequate. If the states created in the late Uruk period were first-generation states, any new state of the early dynastic period could be considered a second-generation state, making Sargon's empire a third-generation state. Sargon's realm differed from a first-generation state in that it was created not from a group of rank societies but from a group of pre-existing kingdoms, including Lugalzijsi's expansionist state. And there would be a fourth-generation state, out of the ashes of the Dark Age brought on by the Gushans. A Sumerian-speaking ruler named Ur-Nammu would rise to power in 2112 BC. His state, modeled on those of earlier rulers, would be known as the Third Dynasty of Ur. Unfortunately, this fourth-generation state would suffer a fate similar to that of its predecessor. Its later kings would have trouble hanging on to the territory put together by Ur-Nammu. The problems facing Ur were both external and internal. External pressure came from a foreign ethnic group known as the Amurru, or Amorites. The Amorites spoke a Semitic language, and their homeland seems to have been in the arid region west of the Euphrates. Ur-Nammu's successor, King Shulgi, invested in a 150-mile wall to keep out the Amurru. This wall proved ineffective, giving rise to prophecies of doom for the people of Ur. The fifth and last king of the dynasty was a man named Abi-Sin, who ruled from 2028 to 2004 BC. His many problems are reflected in the cuneiform tablets of his reign, including actual palace documents. Abi-Sin faced not only Amorite invasions but disloyalty and usurpation among his own subjects. Mark van de Meerup, who has analyzed the available texts, points out that the Amorites were far more than a horde of nomadic barbarians. Many Amorites were urban. They lived in a number of Sumerian and Akkadian cities while retaining their ethnic identity. Some had even worked their way up as bureaucratic officials in Ur's Third Dynasty state. In van de Meerup's words, however, some cuneiform texts portray the Amorites as a loathed ethnic group. This may be another case of pejorative stereotyping, the kind we witnessed in kingdoms such as Egypt and the Zulu. In the 5th year of his reign, Abi-Sin realized that Ur was running out of grain. He needed shipments from the northern fields of his kingdom, a task for which he would have to dispatch a royal official. The man chosen for the journey was Ishbi-Era, an Amorite born in Mari, a city far up the Euphrates from Ur. We do not know how Ishbi-Era came to be a royal official. Had he been a person of some rank in Mari? Or was he a talented commoner who had worked his way up the bureaucratic ladder like Uni had in ancient Egypt? Either scenario is possible since, according to Van de Meerup, individuals with Amorite names were present in all classes of Third Dynasty society. Ishbi-Era collected the grain. He then claimed, however, that marauding nomads made it impossible to deliver the shipment to Ur. As a result, he stored the grain at the city of Isin and then suggested that he be put in charge of defending both Isin and the neighboring city of Nippur. According to Van de Meerup, Ibisen sensed treason coming but felt compelled to grant Ishbi-Era's request. Ibisen's worries were well founded. Ishbi-Era soon established his own dynasty at Isin, a feat suggesting that his background may indeed have been aristocratic. His control of Nippur, the religious capital of Mesopotamia, gave him the clout to establish links to Uruk and Larsa. Ishbi-Era's army conquered Kish and penetrated the Diyala River region as far as Eshnunna. While he was unable to conquer Ur, he received what amounted to protection money from that city. Impoverished by his loss of land and tribute, Ibisen was forced to raid the temple treasuries of Ur to buy provisions from other cities at inflated prices. He cut all barley rations to his palace staff, but famines became more frequent and thus many laborers fled his kingdom. In the final decade of Ibisen's reign, his kingdom was under attack from both Amorites and Elamites. Archaeologist J. Nicholas Postgate has described the growing famine that gripped Ur in its final days, as its enemies cut off its supplies of barley, fish, and oil, and inflation soared from 5-fold to 60-fold. It was a cruel way for prices to begin reflecting supply and demand instead of bureaucratic guidelines, and it sped the collapse of the venerable old city. As dust blew in the empty streets of Ur, an anonymous poet wrote a lament that has survived more than 4,000 years. Elamites from Sujanna, taking advantage of the chaos brought on by Amorite raids and internal revolts, had just sacked Ur and carried off King Ibisen. Many of Ur's temples lay in ruins, and it was to the goddess Ningal that the poet began his lament. O Ningal, how has your heart led you on? How can you stay alive? Your house has become a house of tears. How has your heart led you on? Your city has been made into ruins. How can you exist? Ur, the shrine, has been given over to the wind. How now can you exist? Obviously we must credit the Sumerians with one additional legacy. They gave birth to the blues. The collapse of Ur was followed by a fifth-generation state, led by the cities of Isin and Larsa. The sixth-generation state for the region would be the one created by Hammurabi of Babylon, 1792 to 1750 BC. The latter was an empire virtually as large as Sargon's, and by that time, Sumerian was well on its way to becoming a dead language. Some authors choose to portray Mesopotamia as a land of petty kingdoms or city-states, only briefly consolidated into expansionist states or empires. Other authors, including Postgate, portray that part of the world as going through repetitive cycles of strong centralization, separated by political breakdown and regional autonomy. We find the latter portrayal more convincing. Rather than making Mesopotamia unique, it makes it comparable both to Egypt, with its cycles of centralized kingdoms and decentralized intermediate periods, and to ancient Mexico and Peru, whose cycles we describe later in this book. At the heart of all these cycles is a principle with which we are already familiar: for every leader seeking greater territory and power, there are others seeking to bring him down. The social contract. In Rousseau's scenario for mankind's past, the archaic state represented the final stage. It was in societies like that of Sumer that the poor had signed the social contract, agreeing to inequality forever. Rousseau did not know as much about ancient Mesopotamia as today's archaeologists and epigraphers, but Sumerian society comes as close to matching his hypothetical final stage as any we know of. Sumer was, in fact, a society of signed contracts. The Sumerian ideal was order, and the method for achieving order was obedience to hundreds of or rules, interpreted for the poor by the aristocracy and the priests. All but the lowliest Sumerians signed multiple contracts in the course of their lives, and all understood the penalties for default. Many signers, who put up their personal liberty as collateral for a loan, were in the long run signing a contract for inequality. Rousseau could not possibly have known that in 1753, but his instincts were correct. Bureaucratic micromanagement of Sumerian society resulted in huge archives of cuneiform tablets, equivalent to today's red tape or paperwork. The intervention of an authoritarian government into commoners' private lives reduced the variety of marriages to one. The Sumerians created harsh punishments for behavior that other societies would merely have gossiped about. Many societies had hereditary aristocracies. Prior to Sumer, however, few created such economic inequality within the commoner stratum. The growing privatization of land, combined with the charging of high interest on loans, undercut the safety net provided by the traditional descent groups of earlier societies. The Sumerian government seems to have been aware of what was happening and thus periodically slowed the process by cancelling debts. Unfortunately, it could not reverse it. We have seen that Hawaii's paramount chiefs eliminated the landed gentry by placing all garden land under chiefly control. In contrast, the Sumerians swelled the ranks of the landed gentry and turned thousands of commoners into sharecroppers. Debt slavery was widespread in rank societies. Private ownership of land was not. It was a defining feature of Mesopotamian society, one that might even have begun during the late Uruk period. The first step was to remove land from circulation and assign it to the city's most important temple. Late Uruk temples were impressive, early dynastic temples were grander still. Sumerian kings often claimed to be loved by a patron deity. Appointing their heirs to take care of the gods' estates was thus only logical. After spending years as Sangha of such an estate, the royal heir knew just how valuable a property it was. On his ascent to the throne, he held on to the god's estate and then provided his wife with the estate of the god's wife. It was on such temple estates that Sumerian record-keeping, standard weights and measures, the renting of land at interest, and the accumulation of capital for use by temple merchants were perfected. The lessons were not lost on the aristocracy, which soon established its own private estates. We have seen that the Chumash of California learned how to create a fourfold increase in the value of shell beads. Sumerian accountants learned how to calculate the wealth-producing effects of long-term interest rates. And the skilled merchants who carried out trade for the Sumerian temples inspired others to become private entrepreneurs. Economic historian Michael Hudson considers the Sumerian temple the forerunner of the corporation. The wealth of the palace estates encouraged other aristocrats to see how much land they could pry away from commoner descent groups. Lacking the clout of the royal family, the aristocrats relied on extending loans at interest rates of up to 33 1/3%. As we have seen, many commoners used their personal freedom as collateral and wound up becoming serfs. Reform-minded rulers tried to prevent this from happening, but as Hudson points out, private wealth eventually grew strong enough to undermine royal power. One outcome was real estate as we know it. Although Mesopotamian economic behavior looks capitalistic, it was not yet laissez-faire capitalism. As late as the period of the Isin-Larsa dynasties and the First Dynasty of Babylon, the government was still attempting to micromanage prices. While the economy had some elements of a market, bureaucrats set guidelines for the exchange of goods. Silver was used as a standard of value, but it was not yet an actual medium of exchange. The state was especially interested in long-distance trade, such as the movement of copper from Turkey to Mesopotamia. The price of copper, however, was not allowed to fluctuate with supply and demand. Instead, guilds of merchants traveled to the highlands of Turkey and, by negotiating with the local princes, established a long-term price for copper. The merchants then purchased specific amounts of copper on consignment and received a commission on their return to Mesopotamia. Their profits depended on the high volume of trade, and their business was low risk because the price of copper had been fixed. The rarity of laissez-faire market systems in early civilizations has fueled a long-standing debate between two kinds of economists, formalists and substantivists. Formalists believe that the laws of supply and demand usually determine what societies do. Substantivists, as exemplified by economic historian Karl Polanyi, believe that, On the contrary, the economy is embedded in society and constitutes a special form of social relations. Indeed, many substantivists would argue that economics began with the reciprocal gifts exchanged by hunters and gatherers and grew from there. We once had the pleasure of dining with a formal economist who spent most of the evening telling us how silly archaeologists were for believing that prehistoric behavior was determined by anything but supply and demand. As he finished his dessert, he took out a fine cigar and asked if we minded his lighting up. We knew better than to deny him that pleasure. He then complained that it was no longer possible to get his favorite brand of Havana cigar. It never occurred to him that the cultural values and social policies of the United States had prevented Cuba's supply from getting together with his demand. Perhaps the best way to leave the debate is this: substantivists can cite dozens of anecdotal cases in which cosmology, religion, or cultural values restrict the operation of supply and demand. The formalists, however, have produced all the sexy equations that might win you a Nobel Prize. 23. How new empires learn from old. An empire is a kind of macro-state and has its own social and political logic. In many parts of the world we can point to multiple generations of kingdoms and empires. This allows us to observe third and fourth generation states borrowing strategies from their predecessors. Two New World societies can serve as examples. The Aztec belonged to the fifth generation of states in central Mexico. The Inca constituted the fourth generation empire in the Andes. Both used the logic of their predecessors as templates. Central Mexico's first state. The Basin of Mexico lies 7,200 feet above sea level and occupies 3,700 square miles. When the Spaniards arrived in 1519, they found a series of interconnected lakes covering 400 square miles. The most productive farmland lay in the southern part of the lake system, where the annual rainfall exceeded 40 inches and the lake margin was swampy. The central part of the lake system was brackish. The northern basin received less than 24 inches of rain and required irrigation. This dry northern region, however, had a unique environmental feature. At a place now called San Juan Teotihuacan, 80 permanent springs brought more than 1 billion cubic feet of water to the surface annually. Today this water is collected by a canal system irrigating more than 10,000 acres. 2,000 years ago, the water supported Teotihuacan, one of Mexico's earliest and largest cities. Archaeologists are not yet sure whether the state headed by Teotihuacan was a monarchy or an oligarchy. 1,500 years ago, Teotihuacan had an estimated population of 125,000. One of the ways that it grew so large was by drawing most of the rural population of the Basin of Mexico into the city. This deliberate relocation of the rural population was so extensive that no serious candidates for Level 2 administrative centers were left within the basin. Teotihuacan's impact can be seen at distant settlements, from the Mexican states of Hidalgo in the north and Veracruz in the east to the Republic of Guatemala in the south. Let us look at some of the Teotihuacan behaviors that were emulated by later states. 1. The capital was divided into quadrants and had major roads leading into and out of the city. 2. Craft specialists of various kinds lived in their own residential wards. Teotihuacan had more than 2,000 large, multifamily apartment compounds, surrounded by high walls and separated from other compounds by narrow alleys. At least 500 of these compounds were involved in craft activity. Some produced artifacts of obsidian, some made pottery of a specific type, some produced mold-made figurines, others produced masks for rituals or funeral bundles, and so on. 3. Some compounds may have been occupied by hundreds of people, suggesting that a social segment with clan-like properties may have been involved. These large, possibly corporate social segments may have served as an archetype for the Calpulli of the later Aztec. 4. There were enclaves of people from foreign ethnic groups. For example, Zapotec immigrants from Oaxaca lived in one part of the city and traders from the Gulf Coast in another. Some of these enclaves may have supplied Teotihuacan's craftsmen with raw materials from distant regions. 5. At least 2 of the supernatural beings represented in art at Teotihuacan were the forerunners of Aztec deities. These were the feathered serpent, called Quetzalcoatl by the Aztec, and a goggle-eyed personification of lightning or rain, called Tlaloc by the Aztec. 6. Beneath a temple pyramid with depictions of these supernatural beings, the officials of Teotihuacan sacrificed and buried people who appear to have been military captives. Several centuries after reaching its peak population, Teotihuacan began to decline. By AD 800 it had lost many of its craftspeople. By 1000 it was barely a city at all. The second generation of states. It appears that during the height of its power Teotihuacan was able to inhibit the growth of nearby urban centers, much as Uruk did for a time in early Mesopotamia. Once Teotihuacan began to decline, however, its hinterland broke up into a series of kingdoms or political confederacies. It is likely that many of these small kingdoms had once been part of an inner ring of subject provinces, extending out 75 to 100 miles from urban Teotihuacan. Some of the second-generation kingdoms that took advantage of Teotihuacan's decline were Cantana to the east, in the state of Puebla, Cacaxtla to the southeast, in the state of Tlaxcala, and Xochicalco to the south, in the state of Morelos. The capitals of these kingdoms achieved their greatest growth between AD 600 and 900. Many second-generation kingdoms were preoccupied with defense from hostile neighbors. Xochicalco, for example, was set on a rugged mountaintop. The city was defended by a series of dry moats and walls and could only be entered by 3 narrow causeways. Its summit had a plaza with several temples, a royal acropolis with storage rooms, residential areas for lesser nobles, facilities for sweat baths, and several courts for playing ritual ball games. One temple platform was decorated both with feathered serpents, like those of Teotihuacan, and hieroglyphs referring to a series of subject territories. Some of the hieroglyphs depict open jaws holding an ancient symbol for tribute, a circular cake of cacao or chocolate, divided by incisions into 4 quadrants. Archaeologists suspect that Xochicalco's eventual collapse was brought on by factional or ethnic rivalry. In its last days, Xochicalco's royal lineage turned the Acropolis into a mini-fortress by dismantling its access stairways. During a final conflagration, women and children were trapped under falling roof beams along the escape route. In the pine-forested highlands east of the Basin of Mexico lies another city whose concern with defense was obvious. Cantana occupied the summit of a lava hill so rugged and abrasive as to shred the sandals of anyone attempting to scale it. The builders of Cantana added a dry moat and restricted traffic to a series of narrow causeways monitored by guard rooms. Archaeologists believe that Cantana was built by a confederacy of petty kingdoms that, by pooling their manpower, created a virtually impregnable city. One reflection of this confederacy can be seen in the 24 ball courts scattered throughout Cantana. These courts varied significantly in size, architectural style, and astronomical orientation, as if each participating group had its own version of the ball game. Still another second-generation city was Cacaxtla, which occupied a defensible hill in Tlaxcala. Cacaxtla lacked the impressive moats and walls of Xochicalco, but its murals depicted battles, captive taking, and the names of subjugated towns. One prominent mural, more than 60 feet long, shows a battle scene in which nobles wearing bird helmets are menaced by warriors wearing jaguar pelts and carrying spears. One stairway at Cacaxtla, called the captive stair, was given several coats of stucco. On the tread, Cacaxtla's artists painted images of prisoners whose skin and bone corpses leave little doubt that they had been deliberately starved, figure 68. On the riser of the same step they painted the hieroglyphic names of subjugated towns, presumably those from which the captives had come. Another community founded during this period was Tula in the state of Hidalgo. There can be little doubt that the region of Tula had once been subject to Teotihuacan, the earlier administrative center for the region. An archaeological site called Ching featured an unmistakable Teotihuacan architectural style. Ching's abandonment coincided with Tula's growth. By AD 900 Tula had become a city covering more than a square mile. Figure 68. The captive stair at Cacaxtla, a hilltop citadel in Tlaxcala, Mexico, was painted with polychrome images. On the tread were the corpses of prisoners who had been starved until they were literally skin and bone. On the riser were hieroglyphs referring to places subjugated by Cacaxtla. Such militarism was typical of second-generation states in central Mexico. Many of central Mexico's second-generation states declined after 900, often because the confederacies that built them had dissolved. Tula was an exception, its greatest days still lay ahead. The third generation of states. In 1577 King Philip II of Spain asked every colonial administrator in Mexico to fill out a questionnaire on the province under his command. The result was a series of documents called Relaciones Geográficas, kept in an archive in Seville. These documents are a gold mine of information on the Indian societies of Mexico, but they are only the tip of the iceberg. In addition to the authors of the Relations, highly motivated Spanish missionaries, soldiers, and officials interviewed Indian leaders about their history, customs, religious beliefs, kings, and conquests. It is from such documents, augmented by archaeological data, that we learn much of what we know about the Aztec. But the legendary histories go back farther than that. They speak of a pre-Aztec people called the Toltec, who ruled central Mexico between AD 900 and 1200. The Toltec spoke Nahuatl like the later Aztec. Thanks to historian Wigberto Jimenez Moreno, we know that the archaeological site of Tula, roughly 35 miles north of Teotihuacan, was the Toltec capital. We also know that the Toltec created not merely a third-generation state but a multi-ethnic empire. Tula was already occupied in 700, but its influence at that time did not extend far outside its immediate region. The city lay along both banks of the Rio Tula, the main source of irrigation water for a dry basin 7,000 feet above sea level. According to Jimenez Moreno, Tula's later growth reflected an influx of at least two major immigrant groups. From the arid north and west came the Toltec proper. From the south and east came the Nono Alca, a collection of ethnic groups whose emigration was prompted by the decline of earlier central Mexican cities. Now take a large grain of salt and listen to one of the romanticized native accounts of the Toltec rise to power. The story begins with a leader named Mixcoatl, Cloud Serpent. He led a great horde of people from the north into the basin of Mexico, where he battled with an ethnic group called the Otomi. In the process, Mixcoatl was assassinated. His son, Ceacatl, one reed, avenged his father's death and then led his people north to the less bitterly contested region of Tula. The date given for his arrival at Tula corresponds to AD 968 in our calendar. One reed then assumed two honorific titles, Topiltzin, the equivalent of Lord or Sir, and Quetzalcoatl, Feathered Serpent. The latter title suggests an attempt to legitimize his rulership by associating himself with an important deity. Tula eventually grew to cover 5 square miles. While it lacked the large traffic arteries of Teotihuacan, its layout suggests that much of its growth was planned. Tula's artisans did not live in large compounds like those of Teotihuacan, but their crafts were just as well developed. 2 huge workshops turned volcanic glass into thousands of lancets, blades, and knives. The enormous numbers of spindle whorls, or flywheels for spinning fiber, suggest large-scale production of cotton textiles. Since cotton cannot be grown at 7,000 feet, it must have been imported from the lowlands on a grand scale. In fact, the evidence for long-distance trade is so great as to suggest that Toltec society included forerunners of the Aztec Pochteca, a guild of special entrepreneurs that led trade missions to far-off regions. One residence at Tula had storerooms with plum-bade pottery imported from the Pacific coast of Guatemala and Papagayo polychrome pottery from Costa Rica or Nicaragua. The temple precinct at Tula was separated from the secular parts of the city by a wall, analogous to the walls that surrounded the sacred precincts of some Sumerian cities. In Tula this structure was a Cotepantli, or serpent wall, decorated with undulating rattlesnakes. The later Aztec would borrow the concept of the serpent wall from the Toltec. Another Toltec creation adopted by the Aztec was the Chicmul. This was a sculpture depicting a reclining man holding a receptacle on his abdomen, figure 69. According to oral histories, the receptacle's purpose was for the placement of offerings, including the hearts of sacrificial victims. The final resting place for the heads of many victims was at Tzompantli, or skull rack, many layers high. The peak of Toltec influence occurred in the 12th century AD. The extent of their trade network was impressive indeed. To the south they had access to the products of Nicaragua and Costa Rica. To the north they had access to turquoise, mined either in the U.S. Southwest or in northwest Mexico. Archaeologist Patricia Crown and chemist W. Jeffrey Hurst have found residue from chocolate inside a series of painted beakers at Pueblo Bonito in New Mexico. The vessels were locally made, but the chocolate must have come from Mexico. The beakers date to the period when the Toltec were importing a lot of turquoise from regions to the north, perhaps offering chocolate beans in return. After centuries of expansion, the Toltec succumbed to internal conflict. Once again their oral histories romanticize the story, attributing it to competition between two deities. According to legend, conflict arose between Quetzalcoatl, a deity associated with creativity, arts, and crafts, and Tezcatlipoca, smoking mirror, a deity associated with militarism and human sacrifice. Tezcatlipoca is alleged to have tricked Quetzalcoatl into public drunkenness, an act so scandalous that the latter was forced to leave Tula. Figure 69. This Toltec sculpture, called a Chicmul, occupied a place of honor at Tula in the state of Hidalgo, Mexico. The sculpture is a bit over 2 feet tall and depicts a priestly attendant, with a sacrificial knife tucked into his armband, holding the basin in which a victim's heart would be placed. The carving of such figures was one of the Toltec practices borrowed by the later Aztec. This legend is probably the romantic version of a conflict between two royal families or political factions, each with a different patron deity. Tula eventually went into a downward spiral from which it never recovered. Huamac, the last Toltec ruler, is said to have left the city in AD 1156 or 1168, moving to the basin of Mexico. There the old Toltec elite took up residence on the lake system, occupying places with Nahuatl names like Azcapotzalco, Texcoco, Tlacopan, and Calhuacan. As it shrank in population, Tula became vulnerable to attack. A series of ethnic groups from the north and west, known to the Toltec by the derisive term Xiximec, or dog people, entered and burned parts of Tula. One of these Xiximec groups claimed to have come from an island within a lagoon, a place called Aztlan, place of the heron. People from such a place would be referred to as Azteca, which is the origin of the word Aztec. During their migrations, however, these people changed their name to Mexica, from which we get the word Mexico. The fourth generation of states. Between AD 1200 and 1300, a fourth generation of states arose in central Mexico. None reached the status of empire. Most were petty kingdoms, forced to form alliances with their neighbors in order to avoid being taken over by ambitious rivals. Archaeological surveys suggest that some small kingdoms of this era had an administrative hierarchy of no more than 3 levels. Having previously crossed the Rubicon to monarchy, however, these societies had no intention of giving up the trappings of kingship. Each attempted to maintain its own royal lineage, however modest its territory. Each of these petty kingdoms was referred to as an altepetl, a word that combined the Nahuatl terms for land and water. On average, an altepetl had an estimated 10,000 to 20,000 people, several thousand of whom resided at the capital. While legendary histories describe the ethnic groups of this era as arriving in the basin of Mexico and settling in specific localities, the archaeological record shows that many of those localities had already been occupied for centuries. We suspect that such long-term occupations reflect the presence of Nahuatl-speaking commoners, who farmed the land and provided long-term stability for each community. The migrations referred to in the legends were probably those of royal lineages who, like the great Ang families of the Cognac Naga, moved from place to place as older lineages declined and communities were left leaderless. Such a scenario is supported by the later actions of the Mexica, who, as we shall see, repeatedly asked other communities to send them a leader of royal blood. According to their own oral history, Mexica leaders were not sufficiently elite to rule their own Altepetl. From 1250 to 1298 they lived as vassals of Azcapotzalco. Then, from 1299 to 1323, they became vassals of Culhuacan. Eager to establish their own royal lineage, the Mexica asked the ruler of Culhuacan to give them his daughter, claiming that she would be both their sovereign and the bride of their main deity. Keeping one's vassals happy often involved sending them a noble marriage partner, so the Mexica got their princess. If the oral histories are to be believed, however, the Mexica then committed an incredible faux pas. They decided to honor the princess by deifying her. This ritual involved dressing the princess as a goddess, sacrificing her, skinning her corpse, and having a priest dance in her skin. The ruler of Culhuacan was invited to the dance, recognized his daughter, and was horrified. Soon the Mexica were forced to flee, taking refuge on a pair of swampy islands in the central lake. These islands lay in a buffer zone between the territories of Azcapotzalco, Texcoco, and Culhuacan, a familiar venue for the founding of a new rank society. The Mexica named one island Tenochtitlan, place of the prickly pear cactus, and the other Tlatlalco, where there are earthen mounds. Would this be the end of the Mexica? Not a chance. The Aztec, a fifth-generation state. According to Mexica legend, the most important moment in their migration from Aztlan was their discovery of an idol in a cave. The idol was that of Huitzilopochtli, hummingbird on the left, the patron deity who told them to call themselves Mexica. Huitzilopochtli's mother was the widowed goddess Coatlicue, she of the serpent skirt. One day as she swept the earth on Coatepec, a mythical serpent hill near Tula, she was miraculously impregnated by a ball of feathers. Her daughter Coyolxauhqui, the embodiment of the moon, was angered by her mother's licentious behavior. Coyolxauhqui encouraged her 400 brothers, the stars of the southern sky, to decapitate their mother. This event would later be commemorated in a colossal statue of the beheaded Coatlicue, with blood gushing from her neck in the form of serpents. The statue portrays Coatlicue as a bruiser, an offensive tackle in a rattlesnake skirt, a goddess only a ball of feathers could love. Her most winsome accessory was a necklace of severed hands and hearts. Despite her beheading, Coatlicue gave birth to a warrior son, Huitzilopochtli, who emerged from his mother's womb fully armed. He chopped his sister Coyolxauhqui into pieces, hurled her remains to the base of Coatepec Hill, and drove his 400 brothers from the sky. This myth is believed to symbolize the sun's daily banishment of the moon and stars. The Mexica survived through deal-making and hard work, including the reclamation of farmland from swampy lakeshore. By 1376, enough time had elapsed so that their sacrifice of the Culhuacan princess had been forgiven. The occupants of Tenochtitlan petitioned for, and received, a prince from Culhuacan named Acamapictli, 1376 to 1395. Tlatlalco, for its part, received a prince from Azcapotzalco. The two new royal lineages thus created were, of course, considered junior, and therefore subordinate, to the ones from which they had been derived. One of the major political trends of this period was the growing power of Tezozómoc, the king of Azcapotzalco. Soon he moved aggressively on Texcoco and drove its ruler, Nezahualcóyotl, into exile. Nezahualcóyotl, considered the most eminent sage and poet of his time, sought refuge with allies in Puebla and Tlaxcala. As he fled, he composed a poem as touching as the lament written by the Sumerians in response to the destruction of Ur. I am bent over, I live with my head bowed beside the people. For this I am weeping, I am wretched. I have remained alone beside the people on earth. How has your heart decided, giver of life? Dismiss your displeasure. Extend your compassion. I am at your side, you are God. Perhaps you would bring death to me? Sometime between 1426 and 1428, Tzazamuk of Oskapotsalko was succeeded by Maxtla, who apparently had no love for either Tenochtitlan or Tlatelolco. One of his first acts was to arrange the murders of both islands' rulers. These political assassinations brought to a boil years of simmering resentment of Azcapotzalcan despotism. The leaders of Tenochtitlan and Tlatelolco sent messengers to Nezahualcoyotl, Texcoco's ruler in exile, plotting revenge. They were joined by Tlacopan, an altepetl just south of Oskapotsalco, whose people felt special antipathy for Maxtla. Soon the conspiracy spread to kingdoms in Puebla and Tlaxcala, well outside the basin of Mexico. One of the first acts of the rebels was to restore Texcoco's exiled ruler to power. The allies then began taking away some of Oskapotsalco's subject territories and encouraging others to defect. By 1428 they had effectively isolated Oskapotsalco and defeated Maxtla. While different in detail, the overthrow of Oskapotsalco was analogous to the overthrow of the Denki-Ira by Osei-Tutu's Asante-led alliance. The Mexica ruler who played Osei-Tutu's role was Izicotl, Obsidian Serpent, who succeeded the murdered ruler of Tenochtitlan. Izicotl did not create a golden stool to celebrate his winning of independence for Tenochtitlan. He did, however, discard his official seat of reed bundles for a throne made of woven mats, and he directed his prime minister to burn all the old Mexica picture writings so that he could give his people a more glorious, albeit revisionist, history. The large towns of Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan now decided that as long as they maintained their political and military alliance, no other altepetl could resist them. They therefore embarked on their own campaign of political expansion. In the course of their conquests, the spoils of war were divided into 5 equal portions. Tenochtitlan and Texcoco provided the bulk of the warriors and received 2 portions each. Tlacopan received 1 portion for transporting provisions to the battlefield. It was only at the level of this triple alliance between Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan that an Aztec empire could have been created. No single altepetl had the political and military power to succeed on its own. It would have suffered the same fate as Oskapotsalco. In order to cement their alliance, the royal houses of Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan began to intermarry in such a way that their rulers would be related as uncles, nephews, or cousins. Over the next century the population of the Basin of Mexico grew to an estimated 1.5 million. This estimate is based on 2 sources, colonial Spanish documents and a fine-scale archaeological survey of the Basin of Mexico by William Sanders, Jeffrey Parsons, and Robert Sandley. By the time of the Spanish conquest, the Basin of Mexico had at least 60 altepeme, the plural of altepetl, with average populations of 15,000 to 30,000. Each altepetl included a town of about 3,000 people and a series of smaller rural communities. These towns and villages provided the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels of the Aztec administrative hierarchy. The Triple Alliance constituted level 1. Texcoco and Tlacopan had populations of about 25,000 each. Estimates for the population of Tenochtitlan range from a low of 60,000 to a high of 300,000. The islands of Tenochtitlan and Tlatelolco, once thought of as refuge areas, were now connected to the mainland by 3 major causeways and thousands of canoes. Aztec society. By the time the Spaniards arrived, the Mexica had possessed their own royal house for 152 years, and their society was as highly stratified as that of their Toltec predecessors. Anyone born into the ruling stratum was known as a pillai, or hereditary noble. The Pipiltin, the plural of pillai, received special education in an elite school called Icalmacac, where they learned how to behave as aristocrats. Pipiltin wore sandals in public and were allowed to wear cotton mantles extending below the knee, figure 70. Some Pipiltin rose by achievement and public service to become Tecatan, or major nobles. Judges, governors, the rulers of conquered cities, generals of the army, and highly ranked civil officials were all Tecatan. They paid no taxes and were given official residences, subsisting on income from lands set aside for their office. By right of membership in a noble family, the Tecatan also had access to the products of other fields. The Mexica ruler was known as Tlatoani, he who speaks for us. He was chosen from among the eligible Tecatan by a council of 100 noble electors. In theory, the council could choose the best person available. As time went on, however, rulers tended, increasingly, to be brothers, cousins, or nephews from the same family. The Tlatoani of Tenochtitlan was the de facto commander-in-chief of the Triple Alliance. The Mexica ruler built his palace in downtown Tenochtitlan, where he maintained guest quarters for allied rulers. The Tlatoani appeared in public only on special occasions and traveled in a litter carried by other nobles. Below the Tlatoani was a prime minister who, like the vizier of ancient Egypt, attended to the everyday running of the state. This minister was deputy ruler in the king's absence, chief justice of the Supreme Court, and chair of the Council of Noble Electors. The Aztec ruler was not considered a god. He was simply the most powerful and respected of all the Tecatan, sometimes described as a great tree whose branches sheltered all the Aztec people. Nor did the Tlatoani have to be descended from his father's most highly ranked wife. Oral history suggests that Izicotl, who won independence for the Mexica, was the politically savvy offspring of a nobleman and a woman of lowly rank. The Macehualtan were commoners who belonged to corporate groups called Calpultan, the plural of Calpuli. Each of the Calpultan claimed descent from a remote ancestor. Some of these ancestors were alleged to have lived during the time of the Toltec Empire. Calpultan might consist of 150 to 200 families. Each Calpuli held corporate rights to specific resources, which could include agricultural land in rural settings or the raw material for crafts in urban settings. Some Calpultan were more prestigious than others, as were some families within each Calpuli. People maintained their rights to resources by marrying within their Calpuli, and many positions of authority descended through family lines. Figure 70. The Codex Mendoza is a 16th-century picture book, painted by Aztec artists at the request of their Spanish conquerors. Its images include people from all levels of Aztec society. On the left we see a pillai, or hereditary noble. In the center is a commoner at work. On the right we see two slaves with their necks in stocks. The hairdo of the slave at upper right identifies her as a woman. The head of a Calpuli was elected for life. He took several wives, enjoyed numerous privileges, and represented his Calpuli to the outside world. It was his duty to collect taxes from the families in his Calpuli and pass it on to the ruler of his Altepetl. He himself paid no taxes, because he was expected to entertain visitors and provide food and pulque, agave cider, at ceremonies. Early in Aztec history, the Tlatoani was advised by councils of Calpuli heads. As time went on, however, such power-sharing institutions were bypassed. Not all commoners belonged to Calpultan. An estimated 30% were Mayaki, or landless serfs. Mayaki could be foreign immigrants, freed slaves, or commoners who had lost their land as a result of crime or debt. Some documents suggest that just as the Sumerians created debtors by charging high interest rates, Aztec rulers sometimes created debtors by overtaxing their subjects. Mayaki worked the lands of others and could easily be distinguished from nobles because they were permitted only knee-length mantles of agave fiber. It was not only the difference between cotton and agave garments, of course, that separated nobles from commoners. When the Aztec organized hunting parties, the venison went to the nobles. The commoners, who usually beat the brush to drive out the game, contented themselves with rabbits, pack rats, and lizards. Some subject provinces paid their tribute to the Aztec in slaves, in lieu of any other desirable resource. Other slaves were prisoners of war. An average slave could be purchased for 20 cotton mantles, an exceptional dancer might be worth 40. Male slaves were used as field laborers, domestic servants, or burden carriers. Female slaves worked in kitchens and textile workshops. Slaves were allowed to acquire land, property, and even slaves of their own. Some worked their way up to positions of responsibility or married free citizens. Some neighborhoods at Tenochtitlan, like those seen earlier at Teotihuacan, featured immigrants from other ethnic groups. Many were artisans who transformed gold, copper, silver, jade, turquoise, and rock crystal into sumptuary goods, made cloaks from the feathers of macaws, cardinals, quetzals, and hummingbirds, produced polychrome ceramics for the tables of nobles, and wove multicolored mantles that the Tlatoani, like a film star in a Versace gown, is said to have worn in public only once. Long-distance trade was in the hands of a special guild of wealthy commoners called Pochteca. The Pochteca lived in more than a dozen altepime, concealing their wealth behind high walls and coming and going by night. They used slaves as porters and, because they often traveled through hostile territory, had their own armed guards. One of their favorite destinations was Zacalango, a port of trade on a coastal lagoon in the Mexican state of Tabasco. There the Pochteca exchanged highland products such as gold, rock crystal, obsidian, polychrome pottery, and fine textiles for lowland products such as quetzal feathers, jaguar pelts, chocolate, coral, and seashells. Many of these lowland items were considered sumptuary goods by the Tlatoani and Tecatan, who frequently invested in the Pochteca for personal gain. They also encouraged the Pochteca to act as spies, debriefing them on the defenses and military strength of foreign peoples. Zacalango, of course, was not the only important market of that period. Tenochtitlan's sister island, Tlatelolco, maintained an open market whose size impressed even the 16th century Spaniards. There, thousands of market women displayed their wares, while vigilant officials settled disputes and collected the equivalent of sales taxes. The Aztec market, or tianguis, was an institution for which the Inca had no counterpart. Along with tribute, slave labor, and the efforts of Pochteca entrepreneurs, it was one of the pillars of the Aztec economy. Another of those pillars was intensive agriculture, including the system of swamp reclamation known as chinampa gardening. Over thousands of acres of the southern lake shore, organic mud was brought to the surface and piled in long parallel ridges. Each fertile ridge was bracketed by narrow canals that allowed canoes to enter and depart. Some chinampas were so productive that 3 or more vegetable crops could be harvested every year. Add thousands of square miles of irrigated fields and hillside terraces producing corn, and it is no surprise that the Spaniards were impressed. Downtown Tenochtitlan. Spanish eyewitnesses described a sacred precinct in downtown Tenochtitlan, part of which featured a truncated pyramid whose twin temples were dedicated to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc. This pyramid represented Coatepec, the sacred hill where Coatlicue was impregnated, and a stone monument found near its base depicted her dismembered daughter, Coyolxauhqui. One temple was equipped with a chicmul to receive the hearts of sacrificial victims. Archaeologists such as Eduardo Matos Moctezuma and Leonardo Lopez Lujan have labored for years to expose the great temple complex, which had been enlarged and renovated many times. To the south was a temple to Tezcatlipoca, to the west lay a temple to Quetzalcoatl. Other institutions borrowed from the Toltec included a serpent wall and a giant skull rack, built from the heads of sacrificed captives. There was also a court for the ritual ball game and a school for the children of nobles. It is significant that the palace of the ruler was built on secular ground, outside the sacred precinct. The logic of Aztec imperialism. For roughly 90 years the Triple Alliance worked to acquire new territory, exact tribute from it, and keep it from breaking away. We list here some of the principles the Aztec followed. 1. Military prowess became an increasingly important criterion for selecting the Tlatoani. Some candidates were asked to demonstrate their skills by bringing back 40 captives to be sacrificed at their inaugurations. 2. Exceptional warriors were rewarded with special costumes, reflecting the number of captives they had taken. 3. Like the Zapotec before them, the Aztec maintained détente with their most powerful neighbors while conquering weaker ethnic groups. They subjugated people on all sides of Tlaxcala but never the Tlaxcalans themselves. The Tarascan people of West Mexico put up such resistance that their frontier with the Aztec became a buffer zone between 2 lines of forts. 4. When a community on the border of their empire proved rebellious, The Aztec pacified the area by slaughtering the adults and replacing them with loyal, Nahuatl-speaking immigrants. The children of the slaughtered rebels were then brought back to the basin of Mexico and raised to be Aztec. 5. What the Aztec sought as tribute were goods, including corn, cotton, chocolate, vanilla beans, tropical fruits, gold and precious stones, rubber, the pelts and plumage of exotic animals, and slaves. This stands in contrast to the Inca, who preferred corvée labor as tribute. 6. The Aztec wanted to integrate other ethnic groups into their society, so they brought back foreign idols and built temples to foreign gods in Tenochtitlan. One of the reasons the Aztec had such an extensive pantheon, in fact, was that it grew by accretion as more and more deities were added. It was only logical to the Aztec that each society would have its own deities and ancestors. There was no forced conversion in Mexico until the Spaniards arrived, bringing with them the Inquisition. 7. Aztec war had its protocols, its pre-Hispanic equivalent of the Geneva Convention. For example, major campaigns were never fought until the corn harvest was in and the dry season had begun. The logic behind this rule was that commoner foot soldiers, who were drafted as needed, should not be prevented from producing their crops, as this would impoverish even the victors. The later Aztec kings. At the request of the Spaniards, the Aztec recounted the exploits of their past kings, both through oral histories and through carefully painted picture writing. From these histories we learn that Izicotl, 1427–1440, first head of the Triple Alliance, sent his armies southwest to subjugate towns in what is now the Mexican state of Guerrero. He was succeeded by Montezuma I, 1440–1469, who had been a highly ranked general. Montezuma solidified Aztec control of Morelos and Guerrero and then began a series of eastern campaigns against the Huastec people to the east. During this campaign the Aztec never strayed more than a one-day or two-day march from a friendly town that could supply them with food. This contrasted with the strategy of the Inca, who created their own extensive system of roads and imperial storehouses. Montezuma I was succeeded by his son, Axayacatl, 1469–1481. The latter's pre-inaugural campaigns had taken him to the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, and he went on to conquer Huatulco on the Pacific coast of Oaxaca. He was forced to reconquer Guerrero and the Huastec region. Axayacatl was succeeded by Tizoc, 1481–1486, the first Aztec king to be considered a military failure. Tizoc's problems began during his pre-inaugural campaign. In a region called Metztitlan, Tizoc's troops were defeated but took the requisite 40 prisoners to be sacrificed at his inauguration. Upon his return to Tenochtitlan, Tizoc therefore commissioned a stone monument that depicted him taking captives. This monument was Tizoc's version of a mission accomplished banner. It failed to mention that the battle had cost him 300 of his noble officers. Tizoc continued to disappoint his supporters. 2 years later, he proved unable to prevent the people of Metztitlan from killing an Aztec tribute collector. After less than 5 years on the throne, Tizoc died, allegedly poisoned by people he trusted. Tizoc was quickly replaced by his more aggressive brother Ahuitzotl, 1486–1502. Ahuitzotl put down regions that had resisted Tizoc and conquered, or reconquered, parts of Guerrero, Puebla, and Veracruz. According to one account, he wiped out several rebellious communities and repopulated them with 9,000 loyal, Nahuatl-speaking married couples, 600 of whom came from the cities of the Triple Alliance. In the process, the thousands of orphans he created were relocated to other parts of the empire. One of Ahuitzotl's major accomplishments was his annexation of Coconacco, a chocolate-growing region on the Pacific coast of Guatemala. The most direct route to Coconacco was through Zapotec territory, but the Zapotec refused to allow the Aztec free passage through the Oaxaca Valley. Ahuitzotl therefore attempted to open a route by conquering Zapotec communities. Under pressure from the Aztec, the Zapotec ruler Cosayosa, 1487–1529, moved his army from the Oaxaca Valley to a fortified mountaintop in the tropical Isthmus of Tehuantepec. The Zapotec troops were joined at Tehuantepec by a contingent of Mixtec-speaking allies from a kingdom called Acautla. Soon Ahuitzotle's army was under attack from two sides. The Aztec received reinforcements 3 times in 7 months but made no inroads into the Zapotec and Mixtec defenses. Finally, Ahuitzotle, his troops weakened by casualties and demoralized by the tropical heat, realized that his best strategy was to arrange a truce. The key ingredient of the truce was a political marriage. The Aztec princess Coyolacatzin, Cotton Flake, daughter of Ahuitzotl, was betrothed to the Zapotec ruler. To make this union palatable to both ethnic groups, a romantic legend was created. It was alleged that Cosayosa came upon Cotton Flake bathing in a mountain pool and was instantly smitten. Note how similar this is to the Hawaiian legend of Liloa and Akahi, the parents of Umi. Ahuitzotl was succeeded by Motikazoma II, 1502–1520, who solidified the conquests of his predecessors and added new territories. Unfortunately for Motikazoma, he happened to be on the throne when the Spaniards arrived in 1519. Although outnumbered, the Spaniards had cannons, blunderbusses, crossbows, horses, and armor. They were joined by troops from Tlaxcala, skilled warriors who had a vested interest in seeing the Aztec defeated. The Spaniards also took the Aztec by surprise by attacking during the agricultural season, a breach of pre-Hispanic protocol. European diseases for which the Aztec had no immunity preceded each Spanish advance. In a relatively short time, Mexico's last indigenous empire had collapsed. Peru's second-generation empires. When we last turned to the Andes, it was to describe the Moche Empire, which spread over 15 valleys on Peru's north coast. The Moche were one of Peru's earliest monarchies. Another was the Nazca Kingdom of Peru's south coast. Even before the decline of the Moche and Nazca, 2 new expansionist states had begun to form. In contrast to the Moche and Nazca, both of which were centered on the Pacific coast, these second-generation states arose in the Andean highlands. Both would create institutions that were adopted by the later Inca. Wary. We have identified the southern highlands of Peru as a place where the long-term gathering of tubers and hunting of guanacos led to farming and herding. The rugged Ayacucho Basin, averaging more than 9,000 feet above sea level, is embedded in this region. At the moment we do not understand the early history of the Ayacucho Basin well enough to explain why the capital of a new expansionist state would arise there. We do know that between 200 BC and AD 200, perhaps half a dozen communities in the basin had temples and elite residences. Archaeological surveys show that a place called Wari was already a large village with public buildings at that time, but it was not the most important community in the basin. That distinction belonged to Nahuinpucio, a hilltop civic ceremonial center that continued to grow for the next 500 years. There is no evidence, however, that Nahuinpucio's influence extended beyond the southern part of the basin. Sometime between AD 500 and 700, Wari began to grow. It eventually came to cover a square mile of volcanic plateau, swallowing up smaller communities as it expanded. At least 5 towns that may have been level 2 centers in Wari's administrative hierarchy arose to the west. At Wari's peak, AD 600 to 900, many of its residents lived in large rectangular compounds, surrounded by stone walls 20 to 40 feet high. Some of these compounds had 3 stories and measured more than 900 by 400 feet. Craft activities were well developed, with mass production of mold-made pottery. The bones of llamas, raised as burden carriers, and alpacas, raised for their wool, have been found in the refuse at Wari. Water was brought to Wari by a long canal that tapped into high-altitude sources. This main canal fed secondary canals that irrigated thousands of hillside terraces. The style of agriculture used at Wari anticipated, and perhaps provided a model for, later societies such as the Inca. While potatoes and other Andean tubers were among the staple crops, hundreds of terraces at lower elevations were used to grow corn for chicha, or maize beer. Chicha was used by the Wari both as a ceremonial beverage and as a reward for labor gangs. The wari drank it from special beakers called kuros, a tradition carried on by later Andean peoples. Wari administrators kept elaborate accounts, using a system of knotted cords called kipu or kipu. This technology was also adopted by later societies such as the Inca. The number and spacing of knots in the cords of a kipu allowed its owner to keep count of numbers of animals or units of commodities. It was, in other words, analogous to an abacus. There have been attempts to argue that kipu information was a kind of writing, but we find this unconvincing. In writing, there is a relationship between a set of symbols and the grammar of a spoken language. The mathematical relationships of knots do not meet this definition, and the information being recorded on one person's kipu would not necessarily have been clear even to another person speaking the same dialect. Wari imperialism. Wari extended its political control over the entire Ayacucho basin, bringing about the disappearance of earlier population centers such as Nahuinpucio. It then began establishing colonies in more distant regions. Wari affected places as far away as Viracacapampa, 480 miles to the northwest, and Cerro Bal, 420 miles to the southeast. At the same time, it is not always clear whether Wari controlled, or merely influenced, these distant places. Wari colonists often built high-walled rectangular enclosures with a central patio and long, narrow galleries. These enclosures, along with Wari-style pottery, provide clues to Wari expansion. In some places the expanding empire co-opted existing settlements, in other cases, it built brand new settlements from scratch. One of Wari's newly created colonies was the 495-acre settlement of Picolacta. Picolacta was built only 20 miles from the Cusco Basin, the region that later gave rise to the Inca. The Cusco Basin was occupied by a distinctive local society at that time, and the Wari chose not to confront it directly. Instead, Wari colonists chose a large mountain shelf above Lake Lucre, near the confluence of the Vilcanota and Huatanay rivers. The centerpiece of Picolacta was a walled enclosure with a series of multi-room buildings that, when seen from the air, resemble giant ice cube trays. The colonists also built irrigation canals and terraces, bringing large tracts of previously marginal land into agricultural production. It is possible that Wari administrators found the Cusco society of that period too uncooperative or underdeveloped for their purposes, so they built their own administrative center and staffed it with Wari officials. Archaeologists are convinced, however, that the inhabitants of the nearby Cusco Basin watched every move the Wari colonists made and learned a great deal of statecraft from them. As we saw earlier, most public constructions were built by rotating labor gangs. The construction of Picolacta seems to have been similar. The great walls enclosing the centerpiece of the community were made up of sections, built in slightly different styles. This architectural variation reflects a pattern of construction by multiple gangs. Such a pattern conforms to the Andean ideal of rotating responsibility, but it is less than ideal from the standpoint of architectural strength. The seams between sections eventually become weak points. After occupying the Lucre Basin for an estimated 200 years, Picolacta was eventually abandoned. Sometime later it was burned, presumably by the local inhabitants of the region. Picolacta's abandonment was part of the general decline of the Wari Empire, whose causes are not fully understood. With this imperial presence removed, the societies of the Cusco region could now begin their own trajectory toward statehood and empire. Tiwanaku. While Wari was expanding over the central highlands of Peru, a rival second-generation empire was emerging in the Titicaca Basin on the Peru-Bolivia border. One of the highest large bodies of water in the world, Lake Titicaca lies more than 12,000 feet above sea level. This altitude rules out many frost-sensitive crops. However, fields of quinoa and root crops such as potatoes, Oca, Oxalis sp, Mishwa, Tropilum sp, and Aluku, Ullucus sp, could be grown on the slopes near the lake. The region could also support herds of llamas and alpacas. Archaeologist Charles Stanish has provided us with a scenario for the consolidation of the Lake Titicaca Basin into one centralized, state-level society. This scenario begins around 500 BC and involves the emergence of an urban kingdom out of a group of competing chiefly societies. At 500 BC, the Titicaca Basin, stretching more than 200 miles from northwest to southeast, was occupied by at least 6 or 7 rank societies. The largest of these were Kalyuyu in the northwest and Chiripa in the southeast. Within 500 years, the Northwestern Society, with its paramount center at a place called Pucara, had expanded to control an area 90 miles in diameter. Its relations with the smaller Southeastern Society, whose center was Tiwanaku, were hostile. Between AD 200 and 300, Pucara society underwent a rapid decline, perhaps owing to depredations by its aggressive neighbors. This gave Tiwanaku an opening to grow unimpeded, and by AD 600 it had no rival in the basin. At its height it had an estimated population of 30,000 to 60,000, living in a city covering 2 square miles. The city's core was a planned complex of plazas and public buildings. Beyond this were commoner neighborhoods of artisans and laborers. Agriculture was intensified by the deliberate construction of raised field systems, and communities of llama and alpaca herders extended well into the mountains. The residences of Tiwanaku's rulers covered the summit of the Akapana, a terraced pyramid whose summit rises to 55 feet and whose base measures 835 by 640 feet. Adjacent to the north face of the Akapana was the Kalasasaya, a ritual enclosure 400 feet on a side. Multiple generations of archaeologists, from Carlos Ponsanguines to Alan Kalata and Juan Albarracin Jordan, have worked to increase our understanding of urban Tiwanaku. The Tiwanaku state expanded far beyond Lake Titicaca, though it is not always clear which regions it controlled and which ones it merely influenced. Tiwanaku-style pottery has been found within 20 miles of the Wari colony at Pikalacta. To the south, settlements with Tiwanaku pottery were placed within sight of Cerro Ball, a fortified Wari outpost in the Moquegua Valley, figure 71. In other words, the Wari and Tiwanaku empires expanded until they literally came within a few miles of each other. At such meeting places they seem to have coexisted without bloodshed, perhaps realizing that an all-out war would not have been good for either empire. Like the Wari, Tiwanaku established a number of patterns that were borrowed by the later Inca. Tiwanaku public structures were often built of stones so tightly fitted together that one could not have inserted a razor blade between them. Tiwanaku also built roads through the highlands that anticipated the later Inca imperial roads. Like the Wari, Tiwanaku nobles drank chicha from curros. A number of imperial strategies served to communicate Tiwanaku's subjugation of neighboring peoples. Its architects decorated a sunken court in the Kalasasaya enclosure with carved stone versions of trophy heads. Tiwanaku also captured and removed the stone monuments of the foreign groups it subjugated. For example, the so-called Thunderbolt stela at Tiwanaku has turned out to be the upper half of a stone monument from Arapa, a community 150 miles to the northwest. This monument, carved before the rise of Tiwanaku, had been deliberately broken. Half was left at Arapa and the other half taken to Tiwanaku. Such monument capture was a strategy borrowed by the later Inca. After centuries of expansion, Tiwanaku finally declined. By 1200 the Titicaca Basin was decentralized, broken down into a dozen or more small societies whose elites sought refuge in pucaras, or fortified settlements. Between 1450 and 1475, the Inca moved into the Titicaca Basin. The third-generation Andean Empire. In Peru, just as in Mexico, Spanish officials produced manuscripts on the Native American societies they encountered. While a high percentage of these documents deal with the Inca, some record tales of a pre-Inca people called the Chimu, who ruled the north coast between AD 850 and 1460. The Chimu are named for the kingdom of Chimur, whose capital lay in the same valley that gave rise to the earlier Moche. The Chimu state eventually became an empire stretching 600 miles along the coast. Figure 71. Some 1,400 years ago, two empires spread over the Andean highlands. The Wari Empire's capital was in the Ayacucho basin of Peru, the Tiwanaku Empire's capital was in the Lake Titicaca basin of Bolivia. The two empires met at Cerro Bal in southern Peru. There, Tiwanaku-influenced villages coexisted with a fortified Wari colony in what seems to have been an atmosphere of détente. On this map, the distance from Moche to San Pedro de Atacama is 1,250 miles. The rise of the Chimu was facilitated by the gradual collapse of the Moche Empire. At its peak, this empire had been divided into northern and southern regions. Collapse began in the southern region, where valleys such as Virua, Santa, and Napina achieved independence from their Moche overlords. In the northern region the Moche shifted their capital from the Huacas de Moche to the site of Pampa Grande in the Lambayeque Valley. The task of administrating the Moche Valley was left to Galindo, 12 miles inland from Huacas de Moche. Galindo was a planned urban center covering more than 2 square miles. Some of its architecture anticipated that of the later Chimu. Chan Chan. By 1000, Galindo was in decline, and the center of political power in the Moche Valley had shifted coastward to a place called Chan Chan. There the water table was so high that communities could create extensive mahamas, or sunken fields, for gardening, as well as walk-in wells for drinking water. Chan Chan became the capital of the kingdom of Chimur. In the world of legend, the first Chimu king is said to have been a noble named Takanamo, who sailed to the Moche Valley on a balsa raft. In the world of political reality, the Chimu state is likely to have been created by a junior royal lineage that split off from a senior lineage somewhere on the north coast. At its peak, the urban core of Chan Chan covered 2.3 square miles and had an estimated 60,000 inhabitants. Excavator Michael Mosley estimates that 6,000 of these inhabitants were nobles who lived in large adobe-walled residential compounds. The 10 largest of these compounds, known as ciudadelas, are thought to have been built by a succession of royal families, while the lesser nobles lived in 30 smaller compounds. An estimated 26,000 craftspeople lived in their own quincha, or cane and clay houses. 3,000 commoners lived immediately adjacent to the royal compounds. Oral histories report that the Chimu kings practiced a strategy called split inheritance. Upon the death of a ruler, his residential compound and any territory he had conquered were retained in his name and administered in perpetuity by a special bureaucracy. The new ruler inherited his office but not his predecessor's property, he was therefore forced to build his own compound and conquer new territory, which would in turn be administered in his name. Just as the need to take captives for his inauguration forced an Aztec ruler to extend his conquests, split inheritance forced a Chimu ruler to add lands to Chimur. Figure 72. Chimu emperors lived in huge royal compounds with patios, kitchens, servants' quarters, storerooms, walk-in wells, royal burial platforms, and overseers' rooms called audiencias. Lesser nobles lived in smaller versions of these compounds. Chimu commoners lived in neighborhoods of small room complexes. On the left we see a royal compound from Chan Chan, roughly 1,770 feet in length. On the right we see two adjoining complexes of rooms for commoners, totaling 75 feet in length. No two ciudadelas were identical in plan, though all shared a number of elements. Walls more than 30 feet high ensured privacy for those who lived and worked there. Traffic flow inside the compound was strictly controlled. Workers, who entered during the day and went home at night, were monitored by officials sitting in U-shaped rooms, referred to by Spanish speakers as audiencias. There were open courts for craft activity and innumerable storage units to be filled. Thick walls separated the residence of the royal family from the rooms where their commoner staff worked. Figure 72. One part of each compound was set aside for a massive adobe platform, where the ruler's body would be hidden after death. The royal burial chamber was surrounded by subterranean cells for family members, sacrificed humans and llamas, and offerings of precious metals, pottery, fine textiles, and spiny oyster shells. The logic of Chimu imperialism. Archaeologist Carol Mackey has provided us with insight into the way the Chimu turned their kingdom into an empire. For roughly 250 years, from AD 1050 to 1300, the Chimu consolidated power in their heartland, which consisted of the adjacent valleys of Mosh, Shikama, and Viruk. Then, from roughly 1300 to 1450, they expanded south to the Kasma Valley and north to the Lecce Valley. During their expansion, the Chimu established three large, Level 2 administrative centers. One was Farfan in the Jikwatepeki Valley, 70 miles north of Chan Chan. According to oral history, a Chimu general named Paketnamu subdued this valley after a fierce battle. A second Level 2 administrative center was Manchan in the Kasma Valley, 180 miles south of Chan Chan. The last of the Level 2 centers to be established was Tukyum in the Lecce Valley, 150 miles north of Chan Chan. This 370-acre city had been occupied by a rival group since 1100, and it proved difficult to conquer. In addition to Farfan, Manchan, and Tukyum, the Chimu maintained Level 3 centers, such as Talambo in the Jikwatepeki Valley and Cabrata Kechui in the Mosh Valley. Below these smaller centers were thousands of villages, some of which Mackey believes had been newly created to produce agricultural staples for the Chimu state. This suggestion of an economy planned from the top down anticipates the later Inca. All of the Level 2 centers of the Chimu Empire were communities that had been previously occupied. At each place, in Mackey's words, the Chimu altered the infrastructure, either by constructing anew or rebuilding, with the result that Chimu state presence was highly visible. She identifies the following four Chimu imperial policies, from which we can infer the logic of subjugation and administration. 1. Level 2 centers were provided with large public areas and stored enough food to host state-sponsored rituals and feasts. Such feasts were designed to communicate the generosity of Chimu overlords. 2. Level 2 centers were also located near long-established routes for the acquisition of valued resources, including the ores needed for making metal tools and sumptuary goods, as well as the spiny oyster shells used in so many rituals. 3. In 2 of the Level 2 centers, Manchan and Tukyum local nobles and Chimu provincial lords seem to have lived side by side, using residential compounds built in different styles. This strategy of joint rule was borrowed by the later Inca. 4. Level 3 centers show much less imperial interference, perhaps because the Chimu believed that indirect rule was less likely to disrupt the productivity of the local population. The Chimu Empire lasted until roughly AD 1460. Unlike the earlier empires discussed in this chapter, it did not collapse as the result of internal factionalism or the revolt of its colonies. It was conquered by Peru's fourth-generation empire, the Inca, who expanded out of the southern highlands. The rise of the Inca. The heartland of the Inca state was a network of mountain valleys inhabited by speakers of the Quechua language. Lying at an average elevation of 11,000 feet was the basin of Cosco, Hispanicized Cusco. To the north was the valley of the Vilcanota River, some 9,000 feet above sea level. To the east was the basin of Lake Lucre, where the Wari Empire had built Paicalacta. The Wari eventually withdrew from Paicalacta, having given local leaders no end of ideas about how to create their own empire. Our two main sources of information on post-Wari developments consist of indigenous historical accounts and intensive archaeological surveys. Because Peru did not have hieroglyphic texts or picture writing like the Aztec of Mexico, the accounts are purely oral histories, like those memorized and recited by Asante specialists. The intensive surveys are the work of archaeologists Brian Bauer, R. Allen Covey, and their associates. Surveys show that from AD 400 to 1000, even during the peak of the Wari Empire, there was no settlement in the Vilcanota Valley larger than a village. The Wari colony at Paicalacta seems to have had minimal impact on this area. During the post-Wari era, however, the Vilcanota Valley gradually developed its own four-level hierarchy of settlements. Many of these settlements seem to have chosen defensible localities. According to Covey, the site of Pucará in the Vilcanota Valley grew from village to civic ceremonial center by 1400. An emerging ruling class built royal estates at Laripa in the Cusco Basin and Capacancha on the southern rim of the Vilcanota Valley. Eventually Cusco became the capital for the region, while Pucará was reduced to a level 2 center. The Inca took advantage of altitude differences that allowed them to produce corn at lower elevations and potatoes at higher elevations, accompanied by the herding of llamas and alpacas. Like the Wari before them, they dug irrigation canals and turned mountain slopes into thousands of agricultural terraces. The royal estates mentioned earlier were used to produce surplus food for the rulers, enabling them to host neighboring elites and impress workers with their generosity. In the Cusco dialect of Quechua, the word Inca was used for the ruler. To avoid confusion, we use Inca, with AK, to refer to the emperor, and Inca, with AC, to refer to the society. Oral histories have given us the names of 12 Incas, the earliest of whom may be partly legendary. The list begins with Manco Capac, whose principal wife is said to have been his sister or half-sister. If true, this claim suggests that the rulers of Cusco had suspended the usual incest taboos in order to ensure that their heirs would have the bluest bloodlines. We note that sibling marriage seems to have been more common in societies whose rulers were considered divine, Egypt and the Inca, or filled with the life force called mana, Tonga and Hawaii. As the expanding Cusco kingdom began to incorporate more and more of its neighbors, however, rulers turned frequently to marriage alliance as a way of solidifying their takeovers. Sinchi Roca, the second Inca, and Laki Yupanqui, the third, married noble women from other regions. Neighboring royal houses who accepted Cusco's domination were declared Inca by privilege, making them feel less subordinate and giving them a stake in future imperial expansion. Oral histories attribute a major escalation in territorial expansion to the ninth ruler, Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui, who in 1438 is said to have defeated a powerful rival kingdom called the Shanka. This defeat removed a major roadblock to westward expansion and helped the Inca become the largest empire in the New World. Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui returned to an earlier strategy by marrying his own sister. He also created a new set of royal estates, one of which, the spectacular mountaintop community of Machu Picchu, is now a major tourist attraction. By conquest, intimidation, and alliance, the Inca created an empire stretching 2,000 miles, from Ecuador in the north to Chile and Argentina in the south. From the Wari they borrowed the quipu, the kuro for drinking chicha, and the practice of building many imperial installations from scratch. From the Tiwanaku they learned to connect the capital to its provinces with impressive roads, capture the monuments of defeated peoples, and use very tightly fitted stones for major buildings. From the Chimu they borrowed the policy of joint rule, which they used wherever it worked. To all these pre-existing institutions, of course, they added policies of their own. Inca society. An important unit of Inca society was the Ilu, a corporate social segment analogous to the Calpulli of the Aztec. The Ilu probably began as a large kin group that reckoned descent in the male line. In today's Quechua-speaking communities, however, an Ilu can include unrelated extended families that live in the same region and share the same system of crop rotation. At some point in the past, members of certain Ilus came to be considered nobles, while members of most Ilus were commoners. At the time of the Spanish conquest there were 11 noble Ilus in Cusco, 6 in one moiety and 5 in another. High-level officials were chosen from these Ilus. Commoner Ilus had corporate land, and each married couple was allowed to cultivate as much of it as they needed. Relatives exchanged labor with each other on a day-for-day, person-for-person basis, a system of reciprocal aid known as Aini. Each Ilu had a leader whose lands were cultivated for him by his fellow members. Under Inca rule, state officials ordered the exchange of family plots each year to ensure the proper rotation of crops. Contrasting with Aini was Mita, or unreciprocated labor. Each citizen of the empire owed the government a period of labor service each year. Buildings, agricultural terraces, irrigation canals, and roads were all built with Mita labor, which the Inca preferred over tribute in goods. Not every commoner belonged to an Ilug. There were also landless serfs called Yanacuna, the Andean counterpart of the Aztec Mayaqui. Many Yanacuna were male laborers who worked full-time for the state. Caring for royal herds of llamas and alpacas was a typical assignment for Yanacuna. While reciprocal exchange and unreciprocated labor service were important in the Inca economy, markets were not. This was one of two major economic differences between the Aztec and the Inca. The other economic difference, already mentioned, was that the Aztec preferred goods as tribute, while the Inca preferred labor. Stratification. The hereditary ruling stratum of Inca society was divided into lineages of major nobles, Inca, and lesser nobles, Curica. The Inca claimed lineal descent from Inti, the sun, and was considered divine. He had his hair trimmed short and wore large golden spools in his earlobes, figure 73. He might wear a headdress of multicolored braid, wound 4 times around his head and decorated with golden tubes and crimson tassels. At times he carried a mace with a golden head or sat on a stool covered with fine cloth. As his kingdom grew, he came to be referred to as Capac Apu, emperor. Later emperors added titles such as Sapa Inca, Unique Inca, Intip Kori, son of the sun, and Wakakoyak, lover of the poor. An emperor had many wives and concubines, but his principal spouse was referred to as Koya, empress, or Mamansik, our mother. Anyone coming to see the Inca had to remove his sandals and place a burden on his back as a sign of subservience. The emperor ate from gold and silver plates held by female servants. All leftovers, including his used clothing, were burned in an annual ceremony. When the Inca traveled, it was on a litter, carried slowly and with such dignity that his bearers rarely moved more than 12 miles a day. Oral histories claim that the route ahead of him was swept by members of an ethnic group called the Rucana. Figure 73. Felipe Guaman Poma de Ayala was the offspring of Inca nobles from the province of Rucanas. During the 16th century he served as interpreter for the Spanish priest Cristobal de Albornoz. Guaman Poma de Ayala later wrote a critique of Spanish colonial rule that included drawings of indigenous life. On the left we see 2 Inca commoners engaged in agriculture. On the right is an Inca emperor in a checkerboard tunic, brandishing a lance and shield. The artwork in Guaman Poma de Ayala's book shows a mixture of Inca and Spanish elements. One Spanish eyewitness claims to have seen the Inca stop his litter bearers when he saw a blanketless commoner shivering in the mountain air. After ordering that the man be issued a blanket, the Inca berated the local administrator for not taking proper care of his subjects. This story illustrates the paternalistic, top-down attitude of the Inca state. Because the Inca could not be in 2 places at the same time, he commissioned a statue referred to as his Huauk, or brother. This statue stood in for the ruler when he was unavailable. Even in death, the emperor's mummy would continue to counsel the living through an oracle. On occasion, a bundle that contained his hair and fingernail clippings was brought out to legitimize the rights of his descendants or the caretakers of his estates. This practice reminds us of the Tongan belief that a chief's hair and nail clippings had powerful mana. In a funerary ritual reminiscent of an Egyptian king's mummification, the dead Inca's intestines were removed and placed in a special container, while his body was dried and treated with preservatives. And just as among the Natchez and the ancient Panamanians, many of the Inca's favorite women and servants volunteered to be stupefied and strangled so that they could accompany their ruler in the afterlife. The Spaniards were surprised to find that each Inca's mummy was served by royal attendants and paraded in public on a regular basis. Whenever a mummy, Huauk statue, or hair/fingernail bundle was brought out, its caretakers sang about the history of the emperor's reign, his conquests, and his accomplishments. Each emperor's oracle sat next to his mummy, passing along the dead Inca's advice and his ongoing need for food and drink. While Inca nobles kept long genealogies and venerated many generations of ancestors, the memories of commoners rarely extended beyond their grandparents. Understandably, commoners who belonged to an Ilug were more concerned with their ancestors than were the Yanacuna, whose ancestral ties had been disrupted. Rulers and other nobles had multiple wives. Since most commoner men could afford only one wife, polygamy was seen as a sign of wealth. Women participated in agricultural tasks, such as hoeing potato fields, so multiple wives could enrich a family. Sometimes a man of modest means was given an extra wife by the emperor for services rendered, or captured a foreign second wife while serving in war. People taken in war could be considered slaves, but the differences between slaves and Yanacuna were subtle at best. While Aztec slaves were always potential victims of sacrifice, the Inca were much more interested in them as a source of labor. Downtown Cusco. Even as the Inca Empire expanded beyond those of the Wari, Tiwanaku, and Chimu, the Cusco Valley remained its dynastic capital. At its apogee, Cusco was home to more than 20,000 people, thousands more lived elsewhere in the valley. Cusco grew up between two rivers, the Safi and Tolomeu. The banks of these rivers were walled and canalized, and the Inca made annual offerings at their confluence. At the heart of Cusco was a great plaza divided in half by the Rio Safi, its western half called Quezapata and its eastern half Acapata. Thousands gathered in Acapata on the June and December solstices, the August planting ceremony, and the May harvest celebration. On such occasions the mummies of previous Incas were brought to the plaza and lined up in the order of their reigns. In 1559 the conquering Spaniards broke ground for a cathedral in Acapata. They were surprised to find that the entire foundation for this eastern plaza was a thick layer of sand, brought hundreds of miles from the Pacific coast. This massive use of sand as a clean foundation for ritual space recalls the 7.4 acres of that material placed beneath the temple oval of Tutub in ancient Sumer. In Acapata the sand layer had also been filled with golden images and vessels of precious metals, a windfall for the Spaniards. The Spaniards were equally excited to find the Ushnu, a sacred stone altar covered with gold. The Inca regularly poured offerings of chicha on this altar, watching the stream of corn beer disappear down a canal leading to the Coricancha, or golden enclosure. The latter was a temple to the sun, much of it covered with fine sheets of gold. The Coricancha was the ritual epicenter of Cusco, and from it a series of long sight lines, called secs, radiated in many directions. Among other things, these sight lines divided the Inca Empire into 4 suyus, or quadrants, corresponding to the 4 world directions. In addition, the secs served to align a series of huacas, or shrines, built at increasing distances from the Coricancha. There were nearly 400 of these shrines, the most distant of which lay beyond the limits of the Cusco Valley. Many huacas were rock outcrops, springs, caves, or places associated with sacred visions. In other words, despite the fact that they were the New World's greatest empire, the Inca continued to share several principles with smaller-scale societies. Like the hunter-gatherers of Australia, they considered springs and rock outcrops sacred places. Like the Tewa of San Juan Pueblo, they envisioned a sacred landscape extending far beyond the limits of human settlement. Several other buildings in downtown Cusco are worthy of mention. One was the Casana, a palace allegedly built by the 11th Inca, Huayna Capac, 1493 to 1527. Another was the Ictlahuaci, or House of the Chosen Women. The Ictlahuaci housed hundreds of women whose lives were dedicated to the Inca state. These women wove cloth and brewed chicha for the emperor, and sometimes they served as priestesses in temples. The logic of Inca imperialism. In the course of creating and maintaining their empire, the Inca borrowed no end of principles from Wari, Tiwanaku, and Chimer. These principles provide us with a framework from which we can infer some of the logic of Inca imperialism. There were multiple layers of imperial strategy, depending on whether the Inca were dealing with their capital city, their heartland in the southern highlands of Peru, their more distant provinces, or the outer frontiers to which they expanded. At the level of Cusco, a number of behaviors maintained the social distance between members of noble elites and everyone else. Royals and nobles were exempt from labor service, and the ruler, as we have seen, was allowed to marry his sister or half-sister to maximize the rank of his offspring. Within their heartland the Inca acted upon the ethnocentric belief that their neighbors longed to emulate them. Inca rulers married the sisters and daughters of noble allies and then declared their in-laws ethnic groups Inca by privilege. Many Inca by privilege were later given positions of trust within the imperial bureaucracy. Inca rulers also selected thousands of young girls to become the aforementioned chosen women. Called mamacuna, these women were used to weave textiles and brew beer, a role analogous to that of many women who labored for the Sumerian state. Much of the beer was used to host the allies of the Inca. In some cases a key alliance might be cemented by the betrothal of one of the mamacuna to a neighboring leader. When it came to adding more distant provinces, the Inca, like so many pre-Hispanic empires, chose the path of least resistance. They lavished gifts upon those who accepted Inca rule, using force only on enemies they felt they could defeat. We have seen that one widespread principle of Andean logic was ane, or balanced reciprocity. If, for example, members of Group A assisted Group B in the harvest of their crops, they could count on Group B to provide them with comparable help in the future. The Inca convinced many of their provinces to accept an asymmetrical version of this reciprocity. In return for long-term manual labor, the Inca would balance the account with a burst of feasting and drinking. Like their Tiwanaku predecessors, the Inca improved access to distant provinces with a road system. At intervals along the roads the Inca created tampas, or way stations, for resting and provisioning their troops. Near each tampu they built long lines of calcas, or storage rooms, many filled with foodstuffs. The Inca pattern was to maintain hundreds of small calcas rather than a few large ones. If insects or disease attacked one of these small units, it could quickly be burned before the problem spread. Before resorting to an all-out war, the Inca used pressure to bring in line resistant provinces. Having borrowed monument capture from the Tiwanaku state, they gave this practice an additional twist. The captured statue of a foreign god or ruler might be set up in a public square and flogged for days. Some provinces, distraught over this torture of an icon they considered a living being, eventually capitulated. When all else failed, the Inca relied on their Sinchi, or war leader, to subjugate a resistant province. The well-organized Inca army was based on a decimal system and had units of 10, 50, 1,000, 2,500, and 5,000 soldiers. Sometimes resistant groups were obliterated, moved en masse to another region, or replaced with loyal Quechua speakers. Sinchis were under great pressure to succeed. According to the 16th century Spaniard Miguel Cabello Balboa, an Inca general who had lost several battles was sent women's clothing and ordered to wear it upon his return to Cusco. The administration of provinces. The Inca had three basic policies for the administration of distant provinces. Two were borrowed from the Chimu, the negotiation of joint rule over some district capitals, and the establishment of direct rule by Inca administrators over others. The third strategy, borrowed from Wari, was to build a brand new administrative center from scratch. In this section we look at one example of each strategy. The Chincha Valley. The valley of the Rio Chincha lies on the south coast of Peru, 110 miles from the city of Lima. Before the Inca rose to power, Chincha was the scene of a kingdom that divided its time between fishing, irrigation, agriculture, and long-distance trade. Oral histories suggest that traders from Chincha, hugging the coast in rafts made from balsa logs, traveled to Ecuador's Gulf of Guayaquil and returned with spondylus, or spiny oyster. The shells of this sacred mollusk were reduced to powder and used to cover the floors of temples, or to create sparkling footpaths for rulers and priests. In addition to its economic success, Chincha was also the seat of an important oracle. The Oracle of Chincha was allegedly associated with a complex of pyramids at La Centinela, one of two major archaeological sites at the mouth of the Chincha River. The other major site, Tambo de Mora, was part of the same urban sprawl, and the area between the two complexes of pyramids and palaces was filled with the cane and clay houses of commoners. Archaeologists have found extensive evidence for the working of spiny oyster and metal at Tambo de Mora. Archaeologist Craig Morris discovered signs that the Inca takeover of Chincha was bloodless and that it involved joint rule. On the main ceremonial plaza at La Centinela, the Inca built a pair of palaces, one for the local lord of Chincha and one for the Inca administrator. These palaces were not built in the local Chincha style, which involved the pouring of clay between wooden molds. Instead, they were built of adobe bricks in typical Inca style. Nearby, the Inca built a temple to the sun. They also co-opted the oracle of Chincha, changing the access to the shrine so that it could only be entered from the Inca administrator's palace. In return for the Chincha lord's acquiescence to joint rule, the Inca allowed him to be carried around in a litter, an honor normally reserved for Inca nobles. The Inca also gave him gifts of gold, fine clothing, and pottery vessels that Morris instantly recognized as having been imported from Cusco. The Inca benefited from joint rule at Chincha, since the navigational skills of the local traders kept the supply of spiny oyster shells coming from Ecuador. The Caint Valley. The valley of the Rio Caint lies 80 miles south of Lima and 30 miles north of Chincha. During the Inca rise to power, the Caint Valley was occupied by two small kingdoms, Huarco on the coastal plain and Lunawana in the Piedmont. The kingdom of Huarco was encircled by a major irrigation canal that took off from the Caint River and ended at Cerro Azul Bay. The Curica, or ruler, lived in a palace at the hilltop settlement of Cancheri. At Cerro Azul Bay he established a specialized fishing community that produced industrial quantities of dried fish, shipped inland in exchange for corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other products of irrigation agriculture. In contrast to Chincha, the kingdom of Huarco refused to capitulate or agree to joint rule. The Inca army therefore took over Lunawana, using it as their staging point for an invasion of Huarco. In 1470, representatives of the Inca requested a truce with Huarco. Thrilled by this proposal, the people of Huarco entered their watercraft and sailed out for a joyous ritual offshore. Unfortunately, the Inca had lied. Once the nobles of Huarco were at sea, the Inca troops rushed the coast and took them by surprise. The Inca massacred the Huarco elite and then built two Cusco-style buildings at Cerro Azul. One of these was an adobe brick structure with typical Inca trapezoidal niches in its walls. The other was an oval building resembling an Inca ushnug, set on the brink of a cliff so that it could be seen far out at sea. This building was constructed of volcanic stones imported from the distant highlands. In typical Inca style, the stones were so tightly fitted that a razor blade could not be inserted between them. From this building a stairway descended the cliff so that offerings could be made to the sea. Archaeologists found no evidence of joint rule at Cerro Azul, no twin palaces, and no gifts of gold or pottery sent from Cusco. The Inca had simply wiped out the local elite and installed their own administrators. Huánuco Pampa. One of the most important stretches of the imperial road system was the highland route connecting Cusco with Quito, Ecuador. This route passed through the Huánuco area of north-central Peru, a region mentioned during our discussion of the site of Cotoche. In one part of the Huánuco area, the Inca road traversed a high and sparsely inhabited plain, some 12,350 feet above sea level. To either side lived ethnic groups whom the Inca regarded as warlike and uncivilized. Included were the peoples of the upper Marañón River and more distant groups called Chapachu and Yacha. The Inca decided to build a major city from scratch on the high plain, known as Huánuco Pampa. Their strategy was twofold. First, they would be such generous hosts that local groups would be attracted to the city. Second, they would obligate their guests to repay their generosity with labor. At the heart of their strategy was the belief that periodic feasting and beer drinking more than compensated for long stretches of hard labor. We have two main sources of information on Huánuco Pampa. One is a 16th-century Spanish eyewitness, Pedro César de León. The other is archaeological information from the city of Huánuco Pampa, excavated by Craig Morris and analyzed by Morris and R. Allen Covey. Huánuco Pampa covered more than a square mile and its east-west axis consisted of three plazas, each with its own complex of public buildings. The imperial road passed directly through the largest plaza, which was 500 yards in length. The centerpiece of this plaza was an ushnu in typical Inca style, adorned with images of pumas. This largest plaza appears to have been dedicated to huge assemblies of commoners, many invited from neighboring groups. The Inca administrators lived in a smaller and more private plaza. As Cesar de Leon wrote in 1553, there was an admirably built royal palace, made of very large stones artfully joined. This palace was the capital of the province, and beside it there was a temple to the sun with many priests. Cesar de Leon claims that at its height Huánuco Pampa was served by 30,000 people. Morris was able to map the foundations of more than 4,000 structures, and on a hill south of the city he found nearly 500 storage units arranged in neat rows. One of the notable buildings at Huánuco Pampa was an Inequality that may have housed 200 chosen women. In addition to weaving fine textiles, these women brewed the vast quantities of corn beer with which the Inca entertained representatives of the Chapachu, Yacha, and other neighboring societies. Thousands of laborers from visiting groups came to reside seasonally at Huánuco Pampa, performing labor for their Inca hosts in return for food and drink. As for the leaders of the local ethnic groups, they did not become Inca by privilege like the Quechua-speaking allies of the Cusco region. The Inca did, however, assign them an intermediate status, somewhere between nobles and commoners. 3 terms for social rank appear in Spanish documents for the region. The word colina was used for rulers and important officials who had kinsmen in the Cusco region. The term Quillao was used for commoners from all non-Inca ethnic groups. A third word, payan, was created for people of intermediate status, who had connections both to the colina and Quillao by intermarriage or fictive kin relations. Morris and Covey believe that by turning local leaders into payan, the Inca were responding to a growing need for a stratum of intermediate-level elites who could manage parts of their empire for them. The payan provided the Inca with thousands of workers in return for lavish Inca hospitality. And, like the Kachin chiefs who accepted Shan brides, the payan received colina women in marriage, which raised their prestige. To be sure, the colina did not look upon the payan as equals. They were willing, however, to flatter the payan, treating them as honored guests and betrothing women to them. The Inca knew that this status-enhancing treatment would obligate the payan to provide them with thousands of Quillao workers. The end of empire. One of the proud moments of Inca history, as we have seen, was the conquest of the Chanca by Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui, 1438–1471. In the tradition of Tiwanaku monument capture, Pachacuti took possession of the most important Chanca statue, a sculpture of the first Chanca ruler's mummy. After Pachacuti's death, this Chanca statue was kept on one of his royal estates, next to his own mummified remains. Pachacuti was succeeded by his son Topa Inca Yupanqui, 1471–1493, who became the 10th Inca. He was in turn succeeded by Huayna Capac, 1493–1527, the last Inca to rule over a unified empire. It was during this period that Columbus discovered the New World, setting in motion a European colonization that would doom the Inca. Huayna Capac died near Quito, the northern limit of his empire, leaving behind a bitterly divided realm. 2 half-brothers, Huáscar and Atahualpa, each claimed to be Huayna Capac's true successor. Huáscar managed to get himself installed as emperor, but civil war between the royal siblings eventually broke out. Atahualpa's forces invaded Cusco, seeking to kill all nobles loyal to Huáscar. Included among the latter were many relatives of Topa Inca Yupanqui. Atahualpa's men hanged countless Huáscar supporters and then tracked down Topa Inca Yupanqui's mummy and reduced it to ashes. The Spaniards arrived in 1532 and quickly took advantage of the civil war. They captured Atahualpa in Cajamarca, determined to ransom him for gold. Despite Atahualpa's captive status, his supporters overtook and assassinated Huáscar. The conquistador Francisco Pizarro then ordered the execution of Atahualpa, leaving the Inca without a ruler. The Spaniards harvested all the gold and silver objects from the sand layer in Cusco's Acapata and stripped the gold from the Great Ushnu and the Coricancha. They then began to search for the mummies of past Incas, whose mystique made them a threat to Spanish rule. By 1559 they had located and burned the majority of the royal mummies. In the logic of the Inca, the mummies, Huauc statues, and hair/fingernail bundles of rulers were not only alive but continued to advise their heirs, legitimize lower-level officials, and govern their subjects. Their destruction severed the divine chain of command and left the administrative hierarchy with no level 1. Inequality in empires. The empires described in this book were significantly larger than most kingdoms. One wonders, however, if social inequality in empires was significantly greater than in kingdoms. It seems unlikely that slaves and landless serfs would have noticed much difference. One new source of inequality in empires was the stripping of autonomy and authority from conquered elites. Empires swallowed up rival kingdoms the way kingdoms had once swallowed up rival rank societies. Many a monarch whose word had been law in his own kingdom was now forced to take orders from an emperor. Subjugated monarchs responded to their newly created inequality in a variety of ways. In the Basin of Mexico, the ruler of Texcoco went into exile until he could reclaim his throne. In Peru's Chincha Valley, the local lord agreed to joint rule in order to preserve some of his privileges, such as being carried in a litter. Similar promises of joint rule convinced many an ambitious prince from a junior lineage to cooperate with the Inca ruler, if the latter helped him usurp a senior ruler's position. The kings of Huarco and the Shanka, in contrast, refused to submit to the Inca and had to be defeated militarily. As powerful as they were, both kings and emperors often had to resort to generosity to get what they wanted. The Aztec are reported to have thrown feasts for the Tlaxcalan nobles, whom they were never able to subdue. Culhuacan overlords provided their Mexica vassals with a prince. The Inca of Huánuco Pampa gained access to yacha workers by wining and dining their hereditary leaders. So deeply ingrained are the first principles of generosity and reciprocity that even emperors learned to manipulate them. The legacy of earlier kingdoms and empires. There is a reason we have emphasized the generation to which each kingdom or empire belonged. Fourth and fifth generation kingdoms were not created in the same way as first generation kingdoms. All later generations of kingdoms and empires were able to borrow strategies and institutions from their predecessors. The creators of first-generation kingdoms had no template to follow. They did not know that they were creating a new type of society, they simply thought that they were eliminating rivals and adding subordinates. Only later did they discover that they had created a realm so large that they would need new ways to administer it. Once a template existed, however, there were many alternative routes to the creation of the next kingdom. We doubt that the founders of the first kingdom in each region had as many options, and our suspicions are supported by some remarkable similarities in the way that first-generation states were created. Archaeologists and social anthropologists sometimes ignore generational differences by lumping together all ancient kingdoms. We hope that in the future they will isolate first-generation kingdoms and investigate them as a special case. Only by doing so will they learn why certain groups of rank societies could be consolidated into kingdoms and others could not. V. Resisting inequality. 24. Inequality and natural law. Our earliest ancestors were all born equal, but the Ice Age had barely thawed when some of them began surrendering bits of equality. The rise of complex human societies, which began with hereditary rank and peaked with empires, has been compared to hypertrophic growth in biology. Social complexity, however, was not caused by genes. It grew out of perceived differences in life force, virtue, intellectual property, generosity, debt, and prowess in combat. In biological evolution, population increase is considered a measure of success. One species grows at the expense of others. Either brand new genes made it more successful, or a change of environment favored its pre-existing genes. Social evolution was different. Some of humanity's largest increases followed the adoption of agriculture, a change that had nothing to do with our genes. The decision to live in permanent villages, the rise of aggressive rank societies, and the creation of expansionist kingdoms were frequently accompanied by population growth. Despite their obvious differences, one can point to useful analogies between biological and social evolution. Biologists used to rely largely on anatomical similarities and differences to infer how animals had changed over time. Now that we can consult their DNA, we often learn that many outwardly similar species are unrelated, while others that look different have a common ancestor. Many of today's biologists would say that our knowledge of any species is therefore incomplete until we have worked out its genetic code. This is the reason we have chosen to focus on social logic. For social anthropologists and archaeologists, the printout of any society's logic would be analogous to having its DNA profile. When we do not understand society's changing premises, we are left with unanswered questions. Did states with divine kings arise from rank societies where sacred authority was preeminent? Did secular kingdoms arise from rank societies where military force was uppermost? Or could any type of monarchy arise from any type of rank society? Updating Rousseau. Rousseau held that our ancestors were born without sovereign masters, governments, or laws, and that the only differences among them lay in their strength, agility, and intelligence. Those inequalities were authorized by natural law. Most later inequalities resulted not from nature but from the actions of society itself. Today we suspect that our Ice Age forebears were not wholly without masters or laws. They almost certainly believed themselves to have been the creations of celestial spirits, powerful masters who gave men laws of social behavior. Most likely our ancestors also believed that the first humans had abilities beyond ours. Those old ones had taken on the role of betas in society's dominance hierarchy and, when treated properly, would intercede on their descendants' behalf with the alphas of the spirit world. Ice Age people lived on foods whose pursuit tended to keep societies small and mobile. Because fluctuations in the food supply might force some families to forage in the territories of others, our ancestors could not afford to have hostile neighbors. Foragers, we have seen, are not only diplomatic, but actually make neighbors into honorary kinsmen. They do this by creating partners with whom they exchange such things as magical names, food, or gifts. Such partnerships allow one family to host another in times of need, just as if they had been related by blood or marriage. The logic of small-scale foragers has its own first principles. The following would be typical. There is an invisible life force within us. Certain spirits, places, and objects are sacred. Individuals differ in virtue. Generosity is one of those virtues. Older, initiated people tend to be more virtuous than younger, uninitiated people. Later arrivals in a territory are obliged to defer to earlier arrivals. Our way of life is inherently superior to that of our neighbors. Despite the widespread nature of such first principles, most anthropologists would not argue that they are encoded in our genes. Generosity is a widespread principle among hunters and gatherers, yet constant social pressure must be applied to ensure that individuals continue to be generous. Such pressure would not be necessary if there were genes for generosity. The secondary premises that grew out of the first principles were not as widely shared as the latter. For example, most foragers agree that humans differ in virtue, but they frequently disagree on which specific behaviors make individuals more virtuous. Such variations are the raw material for ethnic diversity, long-term social change, and greater inequality. Some foragers, for example, considered sharing so important that they declined to store food lest they be accused of hoarding. Such behavior is often associated with immediate return economic strategies. Other foragers had delayed return strategies that allowed for drying, smoking, and storing food, and even some modest engineering of the environment. To avoid accusations of hoarding, they threw feasts at which foods were shared. In some parts of the world, delayed return foraging probably set the stage for agriculture. For its part, feasting conferred increased respect on the host. A commitment to reciprocity meant that unreciprocated generosity could translate into debt. Gift-giving could either keep the playing field level, or be manipulated to achieve the opposite result. It would be useful to know the circumstances under which such manipulation occurred. A decline in sharing may be indicated by privatized storage units, which archaeologists have detected in Near Eastern villages occupied 8,000 years ago. In parts of the Ice Age world, foragers went beyond exchange and food sharing. The archaeological evidence suggests that some of them created large, permanent groups of people who considered themselves related, whether it was true or not. Early clans may have made use of the templates for patrilineal or matrilineal society that, as we saw earlier, sometimes could be found in the gender makeup of forager camps. Most clanless foragers worked hard to treat everyone as equals. This ethic usually persisted within one's clan but did not always extend to other clans. Some clans, for example, felt a sense of intellectual property and sought to keep their rituals secret from others. This need to protect secrets may have inspired the first attempts to have leadership pass from father to son. In other cases, Clan A was willing to let Clan B perform one of its rituals in exchange for valuables. Even clanless foragers have been known to save the bones of deceased relatives. The enhanced importance of the ancestors in clans increased this curation of skeletal parts. Some clanless foragers built sweat houses or bachelors' huts. Clan-based societies sometimes built men's houses or charnel houses. Such buildings appeared in the Near East 9,000 years ago. Even clanless foragers practiced initiation and bride service. In societies with larger social units, such rituals came to include even greater exchanges of valuables, not only between families but also between descent groups. The addition of so many levels of ritual behavior helped escalate the archaeological evidence for art, music, and dance. In some regions, having corporate groups created new logical premises. The alleged difference in virtue between bride givers and bride takers is one example. Here is a second case where formerly reciprocal exchanges could be converted to sources of inequality. Finally, the us versus them mentality of clans justified raiding. The principle of social substitutability meant that anyone from another group was fair game. Some raiding parties returned with trophy heads. Others returned with captive women and children, turning them into slaves. The groundwork had been laid for larger-scale war. What clues lead archaeologists to suspect that a prehistoric society possessed clans or ancestor-based descent groups? The clues are multi-generational cemeteries, wooden palisades or masonry defensive walls, men's houses, charnel houses, trophy heads, the saving of skulls from burials, and an increase in the circulation of valuables such as those used in bride price exchange. The first clues in the Nile Valley appeared even before farming and herding had begun. The evidence was strong in the early agricultural villages of the Near East, Mexico, and Peru. We cannot assume, however, that clanless foragers represent some kind of original society. There are hints that some clanless foragers, the Basarwe, for example, may have had descent groups or clans in the past, only to lose them when they were driven into marginal environments. At the same time, societies such as that of the Andaman Islanders show us that even if a group lives in a relatively lush environment, there is no guarantee that it will develop clans. For all these reasons, we should probably view clans or descent groups as one of several alternative social networking strategies rather than as an inevitable second stage of foraging society. Balancing personal ambition and the public good. Rousseau considered the replacement of self-respect with self-love an important moment in the creation of inequality. It now seems obvious, however, that both self-respect and self-love were there from the beginning. The tug-of-war between them may have been one of Ice Age society's most significant logical contradictions. With the rise of agricultural villages 9,000 years ago in the Near East, 7,000 years ago in Egypt, and 4,000 years ago in Mexico, the environment for self-love had improved. In many parts of the world, however, the adoption of agriculture did not lead immediately to inequality. Lots of societies struck a balance between personal ambition and the public good, and in some regions that balance lasted well into the 20th century. There are archaeological hints, to be sure, that many of today's achievement-based societies once flirted with greater inequality. Most of those flirtations, however, ended with a return to egalitarian behavior. What achievement-based societies excelled at was providing ambitious individuals, those who, in Rousseau's words, desired to be thought of as superior, with acceptable ways of increasing their prestige. Those ways included prowess in raiding or head-taking, skill in entrepreneurial exchange, or sponsorship of increasingly important rituals. While all these paths could lead to renown, prominent individuals were not allowed to become a hereditary elite. They could serve as role models for their children but could not guarantee them the same prestige. Let us look first at the taking of scalps or heads. Some idealistic anthropologists have chosen to downplay such violence as a path to renown, but it was often celebrated in native memory. Once we had leaders who lined the walls of our men's house with enemy skulls, some tribes lamented, but now we are reduced to squabbling like guerrilla men. An interesting aspect of achievement-based society is the not infrequent link between raiding and exchange. The T-cycle of the Nga shows us that war could be changed from blood feuds to a means of profiting from war reparations. The escalation of mochas, potlatches, and feasts of merit shows us that competitive exchange could fill the vacuum left by the colonial suppression of raiding. Exchange, to be sure, is unlikely to produce captives that one can turn into slaves. Sometimes, however, it produces debtors that one can force into servitude. Differences in expertise at accumulating and giving away valuables can also divide communities into big men, ordinary men, rubbish men, and legs. One of the most common paths to renown involved climbing a ladder of ritual achievement. A Tewa man could rise from warm clown to fully made person. A Mandan woman could rise from goose society to white buffalo cow society. An Angami Naga could rise to the position of holy man. What none of these high achievers could do was bequeath their renown to their children. Many Americans will find familiar the logic of achievement-based societies. All men are created equal. Work hard, play by the rules, and anyone can grow up to be prominent. If one provides one's children with privileges they have not really earned, they will be so spoiled that they will get their own reality TV show. The difference is this: the United States had to fight a revolutionary war to get rid of hereditary aristocracy and never did figure out how to reduce disparities in wealth. Achievement-based societies, on the other hand, usually pressured all of their members to give away the valuables they had accumulated. By what date did societies first show signs of achievement-based leadership? Perhaps 9,000 years ago in the Near East, 4,000 years ago in the Andes, and 3,500 years ago in Mexico. And what would be some of the clues? Archaeologists look for the building of men's houses, either the larger and more inclusive type or the smaller and more exclusive type. They also look for accumulations of trade items that might be used in entrepreneurial exchange. They analyze residences and burials carefully, and unless they find convincing evidence that certain families' children were entitled to sumptuary goods, they are likely to conclude that any obvious differences in prestige were achieved, not inherited. Archaeologists examine as many of a society's villages as they can, looking for any evidence that hamlets were obliged to contribute tribute or labor to a larger village nearby. When no such evidence appears, an achievement-based society is indicated. Archaeologists also try to evaluate any evidence for monument building, with the caveat that an occasional plaza, stone monument, or massive slit gong might be evidence for achievement rather than hereditary leadership. How did the old hunter-gatherer logic come to be changed, creating routes to renown? Even foragers considered some individuals more virtuous than others and believed that one could increase one's virtue over a lifetime. Building on this principle, many village societies created a series of formal steps to increase one's virtue through the learning of sacred lore. Another route, using entrepreneurial exchange, was created by manipulating three principles we saw among foragers: 1. Generosity is good, 2. Exchanges of gifts create social bonds, and 3. The farther away one's trade goods come from, the more impressed one's peers will be. Some achievement-based societies, such as the Nga, tried to keep exchanges equal, using principles such as give one pig and one pig only. Others, such as the Melpa, decided that giving one's neighbors more pigs than they could repay made one more generous, and hence more virtuous, than they. Once the latter principle was accepted, embarrassing one's rivals with spectacular gifts became an acceptable path to renown. An unanticipated consequence of competitive exchange was that whole families and clans might be pressured into bankrolling an aspiring big man. If he were defeated by a rival, they could kiss their investment goodbye. The loss of face created by asymmetrical exchange could lead to blood feuds, and blood feuds could increase the scalping and head hunting. Many societies believed that the taking of a head could add to one's life force. Leading warriors into combat, counting coup, or returning with captives or body parts thus became another route to prestige. Achievement-based societies had great stability. At various times and places in the ancient world, however, self-love persisted until a hereditary elite arose. We have seen that this phenomenon was not the inevitable outcome of population growth, intensive agriculture, or climatic improvement, even though all those factors could create a favorable environment for inequality. The key process involved one group of human agents battling for greater privilege, while other agents resisted with all the strength they could muster. Even when one segment of society succeeded in achieving elite status, the struggle was not necessarily over. Some societies, such as the Kachin and the Konyak Naga, cycled between hereditary rank and achievement-based society for decades. Archaeologists have proposed several scenarios for the creation of hereditary rank. Most take as their starting point a society that already had a history of achieved inequality, but we do not consider this a prerequisite. At least a few societies might have gone from egalitarian to rank through the use of debt slavery, without spending much time in a phase of achievement-based villages. If that is the case, it will one day be confirmed by archaeologists. In those cases where rank society did develop out of achievement-based society, there were many pre-existing inequities that could serve as raw material. Included were the differences in prestige between big men and rubbish men, between people who had climbed the ritual ladder and those who had not, between the clan that arrived first and everyone else, and between the man chosen for success by a demon and lesser men. Another strategy for achieving rank was the aforementioned use of debt, which turned needy clan members into servants and neighbors into slaves. Debt could result from exorbitant bride price, loans to aspiring big men, excessive war reparations, or the desperate cries of impoverished kinsmen. It was a route built on the principle that failure to repay a gift or loan made one less virtuous. One of the interesting facts of hereditary rank was that it could be created even by hunters and gatherers such as the Nootka. Neither slavery nor aristocracy, in other words, had to wait until agriculture had arisen. What are the archaeological clues for the appearance of rank society? That is not as easy a question as it sounds, because rank came in so many forms. One clan might be ranked above others. One lineage within each clan might be considered a chiefly lineage. There might be a continuum of rank, based on genealogical distance from the chief. There might be stepwise gradations of nobility, a landed gentry, and commoners. And, as if this diversity were not enough, there is also Renfrew's continuum from individualizing to group-oriented rank societies. Archaeologists should thank their lucky stars for individualizing rank societies, the ones in which the children of the elite get buried with sumptuary goods, and the chief's corpse gets bundled, smoked, or surrounded by sacrificed servants. They should also be grateful for all the symbolically charged pottery, gold work, and jade exchanged by noble families. At the regional level, they should be thankful for archaeological evidence that chiefly centers grew by attracting new followers, or were surrounded by satellite villages to whom they sent brides. In rank societies, temples dedicated to celestial spirits often replaced the men's house. Even in group-oriented rank societies, where elites generally refrained from flamboyant displays, chiefly families often lived in bigger houses with greater storage facilities and more evidence of trade goods. Rank clearly represents a loss of equality, but let us play the devil's advocate. Was rank really such a bad thing? Don't lots of species have a dominance hierarchy, and doesn't it provide stability to their society? In fact, don't our closest primate relatives have pecking orders? They do, but with an important difference. It is not predestined from the moment of birth that a given chimpanzee will become an alpha or a beta. Having an alpha parent may increase the likelihood, but in the end an individual's position in the hierarchy is the result of his or her interactions with other individuals. And any chimp's position can rise or fall over time. Human rank societies are different. The child of great Ang parents is born to be a great Ang, no matter how short of talent he or she may be. The child of commoner parents will never become a great Ang, no matter how clever he or she is. The ability to negotiate one's position in rank society is much more limited than in a chimpanzee troop. There are confrontational interactions in rank society, to be sure, but they are usually between rivals of high rank. Chiefly polygamy leads to situations in which a number of heirs have roughly similar ranks. Some of the bitterest competition is between noble siblings, half-siblings, and first cousins. Another set of violent confrontations involves territorial expansion. Both chimpanzee troops and chiefly human societies like to take territory away from their neighbors. Both also prefer ambushes and numerical superiority. Some aggressive chiefs, however, dare to take on larger enemy forces if they feel that their military tactics are superior. A number of Shaka's greatest victories came when his troops were outnumbered. Among rank societies, war became a tool for chiefly aggrandizement. When that aggrandizement simply meant the acquisition of titles, as in parts of Samoa, it did not necessarily change the basic principles of society. When aggrandizement meant the acquisition of land, as in Madagascar and Hawaii, it could produce territories too large for the management principles of rank society. That set the stage for the political hierarchy characteristic of kingdoms. Many of the earliest kings, in the course of changing the way they administered their territories, created new strategies. Instead of continuing to move his residence so that all provinces could share in his support, the Hawaiian king appointed a trusted governor for each province. Instead of letting each ethnic group provide its own age regiments, Shaka created state-level regiments that were loyal only to him. Instead of appointing their brothers to administer parts of their realm, some Egyptian kings chose talented commoners who were less likely to usurp the throne. The first kingdoms or oligarchic states appeared 5,000 years ago in Egypt and Mesopotamia and 2,000 years ago in Mexico and Peru. We find it hard to date the moment of state formation, because the creation of a state often required several generations of aggressive rulers. And despite all the similarities we have seen in first-generation states, they were neither common nor inevitable. As late as the 20th century, many parts of the world still displayed nothing more complex than rank societies. What are the clues that a kingdom has been created? At the regional scale, archaeologists look for signs that the political hierarchy had at least 4 levels, the upper 3 of which featured administrators. They look for the standardized temples of a state religion, as well as for secular buildings whose ground plans reflect councils or assemblies. At the capital they look for palaces built by corvée labor and tombs with sumptuary goods appropriate for royalty. At level 2 administrative centers there may be smaller versions of such residences and tombs, often displaying the standardized architecture of a top-down administration. Another clue would be workers' receipt of rations doled out with standardized bowls, griddles, or redeemable tokens. Sometimes the archaeologist's task is made easier by a kingdom's use of writing or art to convey the agenda of its leaders. Few of the rulers who created kingdoms were content with the territories they controlled. Whenever a new state was surrounded by weaker neighbors, the temptation to expand was great. Sometimes, as in the Mexican state of Oaxaca, this expansion set off a chain reaction that created multiple fortified kingdoms. In other cases, as on the north coast of Peru, expansion created a multi-ethnic empire. The key to expansion lay in knowing which neighbors were vulnerable and which were best left alone. Who created the world's first empire? While many archaeologists would point to Sargon of Akkad, he may have received more credit than he deserves. An earlier king, Lugulzhigse, claims to have held sway from Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean. And even before Lugulzhigse rose to power, some Egyptian kings may have subjugated the whole region from Nubia to the southern Levant. Empires, in other words, are probably more than 4,300 years old. And along with empires came ethnic stereotyping, an escalation of simpler societies' long-standing ethnocentrism. The precedent for racial, religious, and ethnic intolerance had been set. Early kingdoms and empires did more than this, of course. Many state regimes took away whatever vestiges of equality the individual commoner had left. In the Aztec state, even commoners who cultivated cotton were forbidden to wear cotton mantles. Sumerian law restricted commoner marriage to one man and one woman, giving later societies the impression that monogamy was a divinely sanctioned norm. The Sumerians also strengthened economic inequality among commoners, increasing the likelihood that it would endure even if hereditary privilege were to disappear. Finally, empires took away the freedom of other societies by turning them into subject colonies. To be sure, the commoners in those societies had been treated as an underclass even before they were colonized. It was their elite who wound up losing the most. Sometimes conquered leaders were mollified with gifts, or they were allowed to participate in the joint rule of their former territories. We have left the topic of colonialism until now because few subjects evoke more passion from today's anthropologists. That field has had a long-standing love affair with political correctness, and many anthropology courses preach that colonialism is evil and that resistance to colonialism is good. So pervasive is this mantra that many of today's professors refuse to assign the anthropological literature written in Queen Victoria's era, even those works considered classics. Some go so far as to accuse the 19th century social anthropologists of being complicit in colonialism, since few of them vigorously denounced it. This is political correctness times 10. Colonialism was created neither by anthropologists nor by Queen Victoria. It is at least 4,300 years old, the product of kings who sought to add land and tribute to their realms. The Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, Hittites, Greeks, Romans, Moors, Aztec, and Inca did not learn their craft from anthropologists, and most of their leaders make Queen Victoria sound like Mother Teresa. Roman archaeologists do not refuse to read Caesar's commentaries on the grounds that he was the tool of a colonial power. Latin Americanists do not ignore the 1580 Relations Geographicas on the grounds that the Spaniards writing them had colonized Mexico. One can thus oppose the phenomenon of colonialism without trashing every author who lived in an empire. What if foragers were in charge? Archaeologists are frequently asked two questions about inequality. One, which we have tried to answer, is, how did it arise in the first place? The second is, how can we get rid of it? Rousseau had his own ideas about the second question. He believed that people could only be happy and free in a community simple enough to be intelligible to them and small enough to enable them to take a full and equal part in its government. In a huge society with a complex economy, there would, out of necessity, be hierarchy and inequality. The majority of what Rousseau called passive citizens would be controlled and exploited by the active few. Some of Rousseau's readers took this to mean that hereditary privilege in 18th century France could only be overturned by a bloody revolution. The perspective taken in this book, however, allows for alternatives to bloody revolution. If inequality is the result of incremental changes in social logic, and if those changes can be reconstructed, might we not be able to return society to equality just as incrementally, beginning with the most recent changes and working back? If inequality could be reversed by identifying and retracing its steps, at least some of the information would need to come from archaeology and social anthropology. That fact should provide both fields with incentives to work together. We once broached this subject with Scotty McNish, an archaeologist who had spent 40 years studying social evolution. How, we wondered, could society be made more egalitarian? After briefly consulting his old friend Jack Daniels, McNish replied, "Put hunters and gatherers in charge." We are not sure whether the suggestion came from Jack or Scotty, but it gave us something to think about. Putting hunter-gatherers in charge would reduce inequality overnight. It would, to be sure, require a bit of getting used to, because modern society has eliminated many behaviors that foragers took for granted. Let us briefly consider what our life would be like if we were to leave it in the hands of egalitarian hunter-gatherers or achievement-based farmers. To begin with, there are a few things that probably would not change. Even after our society had been turned over to the people mentioned earlier, a certain degree of sexism and age-based discrimination would remain. Not all egalitarian societies believed that women had the capacity to be as virtuous as men. And few of them considered young men to possess the virtue of older men. Our society would also retain its ethnocentrism. Our treatment of other groups, however, would no longer include religious proselytizing. Foragers and achievement-based farmers believed that each ethnic group had been created by different celestial spirits, received its own instructions for living, honored its own ancestors, and could not expect other groups to share its beliefs. If our neighbors' dress, religion, and behavior were different from ours, it would not be because they were wicked but because their origins were different. Our society's tolerance of variation would extend to marriage. A man with 2 or more wives, a wife with 2 or more husbands, or even a foursome such as the one in Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice would be accepted. We would permit same-sex weddings, such as those involving Native American Two-Spirit people. Marriage would not be seen as a match made in heaven but as an economic partnership in which maximum flexibility was desirable. Since many foragers practiced infanticide, our new leaders would not outlaw abortion. Because of their belief in reincarnation, a view that survives even among 21st-century Americans, foragers felt that every spirit child would have multiple opportunities to be born. Tribal societies had no laws preventing child labor. For our teenagers there would not be as many hours of video games and hanging out at the mall, just lots of chores. It is likely, however, that our teenagers' frenzied music and dancing would bring on the same awe-inspiring high that tribal societies experienced. Foragers believed that success depended partly on skill and partly on magic. If you think that anything has changed, watch a dugout full of baseball players putting on their rally caps to influence the outcome of a game. In fact, despite their pragmatism, hunters and gatherers saw no contradiction in combining magic, science, and religion. Our belief in the separation of church and state would surprise them. At the same time, whenever their cosmology interfered with the adoption of a useful scientific or technological innovation, they would change the cosmology. Foragers had an ethic of sharing that would alter business as we know it. They would never allow CEOs to earn thousands of times what assembly line workers earn. Achievement-based villagers, for their part, would pressure management into throwing huge feasts for the workers and their families. They would also insist on a safety net for the less fortunate, such as the TEWA distribution of food to poor families. Hunters and gatherers would admire philanthropists. At the same time, they would keep those generous millionaires from getting too pleased with themselves. They would rely on sarcastic comments such as, "You call that a charitable donation? The check was hardly worth cashing." As for people who have the opposite problem, those who have accepted so much from others that they cannot pay it back, achievement-based villagers would have a solution. Such people would be turned into servants or slaves, forced to work off their debt through hard labor. Don't tell MasterCard. Then there are thieves who take others' property with no intention of returning it. Traditional foragers reacted angrily to theft and had little patience with repeat offenders. They believed in capital punishment and had no concept whatsoever of long-term imprisonment. If it were left up to the Basarway, Bernie Madoff would simply have been lured into the wilderness and shot with poisoned arrows. How would foragers handle the problem of illegal immigration? They would establish zero exchanges or namesake partnerships with as many families on the other side of the border as possible. When times were hard, they would allow those partners to share in the bounty of their territory. On the other hand, strangers who showed up without having established a prior relationship might be driven away. Our drug policies would change. Many foragers and small-scale horticulturalists used narcotic and hallucinogenic plants, so they would not believe in criminalizing them. At the same time, they would not want to see drugs used merely for recreation. They considered them sacred plants, because they possessed the power to open a window into the spirit world. Such drugs would therefore be used exclusively in the context of ritual. While many achievement-based villagers were willing to massacre their enemies, burn their villages, poison their wells, and turn them into slaves, they never engaged in anything resembling nation building. They found it implausible that an enemy society, with its different supernatural ancestors and social logic, could be turned into a replica of their own. Consider, for example, Mesopotamia. We have seen that it developed rank societies more than 7,000 years ago. It has had monarchies or oligarchic states for at least 5,000 years. Never once in all its millennia of ensis, luguls, sheiks, emirs, sultans, warlords, and military dictators has Mesopotamia voluntarily created a democracy. Societies do not embrace forms of governance that are incompatible with their social logic, especially when that governance is imposed from the outside. The aggressor doing the imposing usually finds that maintaining the illusion of democracy requires an effort that makes headhunting and pincushioning seem rational by comparison. That is why so many empires relied on joint rule instead. In addition to the high cost of forcing every other society to be just like ours, there is a compelling reason not to do so. One day we may discover that preserving the world's reservoir of diverse social logic was just as important as preserving its biodiversity. The mysterious first principles. Imagine, for the sake of argument, that we have just reversed the premises that led to social inequality. Still looming before us would be the first principles of social logic. Does their widespread nature mean that they are innate to our species? Or is it simply the case that the limitations and biases of human logic are widely shared? From time to time one prominent scientist or another has argued that our society would work better if we grounded our values in science and logic instead of religion. This idea appeals to anyone fed up with religion's intolerance of diversity, or its frequent disdain for science. The problem with the idea is its underlying assumption that our ancestors began with logic and acquired religion later. The fact is that even the first principles of hunter-gatherer logic include notions of the sacred. And when we search for the source of those first principles, we do not uncover an earlier, even more primordial logic. Instead we encounter a cosmology filled with the instructions of celestial spirits. Cosmologies are built on sacred propositions, unchallenged despite the fact that there is no empirical evidence to support them. Even among the most pragmatic hunters and gatherers, this is where logic ends. Cosmological propositions can be validated only by strong emotions, because they defy validation by logic or evidence. And while anthropologists doubt the existence of genes for religion, no one doubts that we have genes for emotions. Our emotions also play a role in the subordination of our self-interest for the good of the group. Some evolutionary biologists have a problem when individual humans subordinate their self-interest in this way. After all, subordination of self-interest fits poorly with the notion that natural selection operates at the individual, rather than the group, level. What is not clear is the degree to which individuals handicap themselves when they subordinate self-interest by giving away food or valuables. Their generosity will almost certainly result in their being considered superior in virtue, and this superiority can result in more mates and offspring than if they behaved selfishly. In other words, as long as our behavior results in leaving behind more offspring, it may not matter whether that behavior was directed by genes, by logic, or by unverifiable sacred propositions. Inequality and resistance. There can be no more exciting story for an archaeologist than the way new societies were created from old. A system based on arbitrary premises, in theory, has the potential to give rise to thousands of different societies, and so it did. As we have seen, however, 5 or 6 ways of organizing people work so well that strikingly similar societies have appeared in different regions of the world. We recognize those societies in the archaeological record, whether they arose in Africa, Asia, or the Americas. The similarities among societies in different parts of the world were not lost on early anthropologists. Some even assumed that those societies constituted an inevitable sequence of stages, through which all human groups had passed on their way from foraging to civilization. No one believes such a thing today. In fact, some of today's anthropologists would even deny that recognizable types of societies exist. Such denials are every bit as misguided as our predecessors' belief in a monolithic sequence of stages. Today we know that even when two regions happened to go through similar stages, their social history did not proceed at the same rate. Just look, for example, at the Near East and Mexico. Both regions began to domesticate plants at the end of the Ice Age, perhaps 10,000 years ago. The Near East gave rise to villages with ritual houses 9,000 years ago. The process took longer in Mexico, in part because early corn was not as productive as wheat and barley. There the first villages with ritual houses did not appear until 3,500 years ago. Once Mexico had developed achievement-based village societies, however, the transition to stratified societies and kingdoms was much more rapid. The first monarchies or oligarchic states in Mesopotamia arose between 5,500 and 5,000 years ago, some 4,000 to 3,500 years after the first villages. The first monarchies or oligarchic states in Mexico arose 2,000 years ago, barely 1,500 years after the first villages. Why did it take states more than twice as long to develop in the Near East? Did military force play a greater role in Mexico, hastening the shift from traditional to stratified society in Goldman's terms? Were the efforts to preserve a level playing field more successful in southern Mesopotamia, prolonging the period of achievement-based leadership? What roles did sacred authority, expertise, and military prowess play in speeding or slowing social change? Were societies with exclusionary ritual houses more likely to give rise to hereditary elites than those whose ritual houses were open to all? Archaeologists will not be able to answer these questions until they have better ways of reconstructing the logic of ancient societies. We would like to be able to work out scenarios for a wide variety of societies, providing plausible explanations for why certain varieties appeared so frequently and lasted so long. We suspect, for example, that complex societies could only arise after changes in logic had reduced the pressure to suppress self-interest. Some families or descent groups were then free to place their less successful neighbors in a position of disadvantage. They justified their superiority by claiming special relationships with the very beings who had given humans their laws of behavior in the first place. We are struck, however, by the fact that each escalation of inequality required the overcoming of resistance. There seems to have been an ongoing struggle between those who desired to be superior and those who objected. That is undoubtedly why some of our most complex and stratified societies formed in a crucible of intense competition among clans, chiefly lineages, and ethnic groups. Man is born free, Rousseau declared, yet we see him everywhere in chains. We have our ancestors to thank for that. They had dozens of chances to resist inequality, but they did not always have the resolve. We can forgive them for admiring virtue, entrepreneurial skill, and bravery. We simply wish they had not accepted the idea that those qualities were hereditary. American society, of course, has abolished hereditary privilege, but today we make entertainers and professional athletes into an aristocracy. Many of us go deeply in debt to emulate them, buying countless toys that we do not need. Our celebrities surround themselves with the equivalent of chiefly entourages, we make do with yardmen and undocumented nannies. Forbidden from mutilating their subjects like bimbo chiefs, American aristocrats settle for hitting their servants with cell phones and coat hangers. Celebrities ease into rehab for crimes that would land most of us in jail. Prevented from practicing chiefly polygamy, they accumulate multiple cocktail waitresses instead. What can the rest of us do to avoid becoming an underclass? We can remember that natural law permits inequality only in strength, agility, and intelligence, and we can resist. The Malaya subclan could not become Avatip's elite as long as the other subclans fought back. The Bear clan could not become a Hopi aristocracy as long as the other clans objected. The Mandan refused to let certain families accumulate all the tribe's valuables. The Kachin periodically told their Thai-eating chiefs to get lost. And, once in a while, a civilization's passive majority takes back the privileges of the active few. We may never be entitled to sumptuary goods, but we can work to increase our virtue. And it is no one's fault but our own if we allow our society to create nobles by wealth. We can resist just as surely as any self-respecting Kung would do. So the next time a pampered star tells you that his last film made him $20 million, tell him which charity to give it to. Then explain that you have not actually seen the film, but that you and your dog have discovered that the DVD makes a great frisbee.